Chapter 1. In an internet CAF, a child of about 12 or 13 was engrossed in playing World of Warcraft when he suddenly shouted, "Dad, someone is attacking me." Those of us present were taken aback, wondering, is there really someone calling for their father in the game? At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from the other end of the CF. "Son, where are you?" "I'm coming." The crowd in the CAF was utterly bewildered. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man called out, "Son, we can't defeat them. Their gear is too good. Run." The onlookers were left in fits of laughter. After a while, a middle-aged woman entered the CAF, scanning the room before striding directly toward the boy. She seized the boy by the ear and scolded, "Aren't you supposed to be at your teacher's for extra lessons?" The boy, shielding his ear with one hand, pointed to the other side of the CAF, exclaiming, "Dad is here too." The mother, taken aback, looked over, and indeed, there he was. She immediately questioned, "Aren't you supposed to be working overtime?" The crowd in the CAF was left utterly flabbergasted once again. The father defended himself. "It's double experience today." The mother, both pleased and furious, replied, "Thank goodness I took a day off to check on you, otherwise you two would have leveled up beyond me tonight. And you didn't even bother to text me about the double experience? You'll be in for it when we get home." "Who's that?" "Oh, son, don't be afraid. Mom is here. I'm coming in with my high-level character to support you." I refuse to believe that we, as mother and son, cannot deal with this situation. The spectators sighed in unison. With a wife like this, what more could a husband want? With a mother so devoted, what could a child desire? Truly admirable. In the early days of the new book, I urgently seek the support of all esteemed readers in the form of collections and recommendation votes. A deep bow of thanks. Roland stood before an endless expanse of pale yellow wheat fields, feeling somewhat disheartened. Not for any particular reason, but because life was so challenging. Anyone who suddenly transitions from the realm of a reclusive gamer to that of a laborer would likely lament the harshness of their new reality. And indeed, the complaints would be ceaseless. Having arrived in this unfamiliar place almost a month ago, Roland still had not grasped where he was. The only certainty was that he had traversed realms, a most exhilarating and surreal transition. Initially, Roland was quite reluctant and nostalgically yearned for his life as a homebody, where he collected rent annually, lived as a male tenant, indulged in video games, frequented bars, and flirted with girls. His days had been comfortably mundane, yet utterly devoid of excitement. After a brief period of adjustment, Roland began to form a rudimentary understanding of the family he was now a part of, and he was struck by an overwhelming sense of happiness. Good heavens! The boy whose consciousness he had assumed, yes. Roland believed he had taken over this boy's life was found crawling in a stinking drain, an utterly dismal state indeed. When Roland was returned to his home by a passing neighbor, after 3 days of unconsciousness, he awoke to find himself sitting vacantly in the small courtyard for 3 days. To his astonishment, he discovered that this unfortunate lad, or rather, the current Roland, had parents who were both wizards, mysterious and powerful sorcerers. His father, Roland, moved his hands slowly over a freshly cleared vegetable patch in their yard, causing the soil to churn and shift as if it were a living creature. The once compact earth quickly became loose and fragrant with the faint scent of dry soil under his father's command. Then Roland's mother, the gentle and virtuous Mrs. Roland, Afra, delicately scattered seeds and closed her eyes, her hands gesturing softly in the air. From a nearby well, a stream of clear water emerged, flowing slowly into the vegetable patch to moisten the soil. Roland was utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! The legendary wizards. The unfamiliar father was indeed an earth-type wizard, while the nurturing Afra, who had cared for Roland for 3 days and nights, was a water-type wizard. Good heavens! To think that such esteemed wizards, comparable to the rare Siberian tiger, were the parents of this unfortunate child. Oh no, Roland. Roland felt a surge of confidence about his once indulgent lifestyle. Lavish feasts and a retinue of beautiful maidens were surely within reach. Although his current meals consisted merely of a chicken leg, and there were no servants in the small courtyard, being the son of a pair of wizards surely meant that a life of luxury awaited him. Well versed in various forms of entertainment, Roland certainly would not overlook the allure of novels. After reading about countless peculiar travelers, Roland envisioned himself as a carefree young master, surrounded by lovely ladies and free from worries of sustenance. Though his current situation was somewhat lacking, Roland saw himself as a promising investment. With that thought, he felt a surge of exhilaration, dreaming of a life of opulence alongside his wizarding parents. Regrettably, this idyllic vision was short-lived. Just as Roland summoned the courage to embrace this new reality and carve out a niche for himself in this fantastical realm, he was struck by the scene before him. Next door, a portly man with a red nose, while puffing on leaves rolled into a cigarette, managed to ignite it with a flick of his finger, producing a flame so pitifully small that it was less than a tenth the size of the flame from a lighter in Roland's previous life. Looks like this unfortunate child has found himself in a decent environment, a gathering place for wizards. This was Roland's first thought. When he saw the rotund woman next door squatting by the river and a stream of water flowing gracefully from her hands into a field, Roland pondered whether wizards had peculiar hobbies. Why, including his parents, did they all seem to enjoy farming? Of course, Roland remained convinced that wizards were a rare breed. It was merely that his parents had relocated to this area, where wizards predominantly resided, in order to educate their unfortunate child. Was this the otherworldly version of Mengmu's 3 relocations? However, Roland was soon confronted with a fire-type wizard stirring a large pot in town. When Roland peered through the window of a tavern in the town, he saw a server, perhaps a wind-type, wizard sweating profusely as they provided a gentle breeze to cool down the patrons dining inside. Roland was momentarily stunned. How had wizards fallen to such depths? In Roland's memory, wizards were the most noble and rare of professions. This place seemed more akin to a rural backwater. As Roland observed this unfamiliar world with his own eyes, his ideals of a carefree life began to crumble. That night, determined to validate his suspicions, Roland stealthily ventured into the town and encountered 2 scantily clad women. One shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, while the other radiated a faint red light. Water and fire intermingled, creating a dreamlike spectacle. It was evident to Roland that these 2 women were what he envisioned as water-type and fire-type wizards, respectively. However, he failed to notice the water bucket and fire pit beside them. Roland was crushed. How could wizards have fallen to such a disgraceful occupation? The sights and sounds of the past few days had gradually dismantled Roland's dreams of a lavish life in this otherworldly realm. How could wizards become so commonplace? Roland muttered to himself as he returned to the small courtyard on the outskirts of town. Waiting for Roland's return, his father Ronald affectionately patted him on the back of the head and said, "Silly boy, how could powerful wizards be common folk? Powerful wizards are always esteemed guests at the king's table. Perhaps one day, you will meet those who can command the winds and rains." Ronald's words only served to confuse Roland further. "Father, aren't you and mother both wizards?" Roland asked, perplexed. To Roland's surprise, this question elicited a thunderous slap from his father. The frail Roland found himself subjected to a vigorous reprimand, his father's strong hand delivering a stinging blow to his tender behind. "That's for not studying properly. That's for not practicing diligently." Disappointment resonated in Ronald's voice, accompanied by the heavy sounds of slapping in the courtyard. Roland stubbornly ignored the pain in his backside, maliciously thinking that if certain individuals from his previous life were to witness this scene, they would surely mistake it for 2 men engaged in a peculiar dance, rather than a father chastising his foolish son. Indeed, Ronald was furious, and his anger stemmed from Roland's disappointment. After 2 years of schooling at the town's public primary school, Roland had the audacity to ask, "Father, aren't you and mother both wizards?" After 2 years of study, he couldn't even distinguish between a wizard and a wizard apprentice. Such folly warranted punishment. Ultimately, resisting was futile. Roland, who never begged for mercy, was only spared when his mother Afra arrived on the scene, prompting Ronald to cease the disciplinary action. In this peculiar resemblance to a playful dance, whether it was a father educating his son or a whimsical dance, Roland was undeniably the one on the receiving end. The following day, Roland was sent to the fields to work. His father's reasoning was that only by understanding the hardships of life at the bottom could one strive to learn and change their fate. Compared to his mother Afra, who merely stood by the river controlling the flow of water into their field, Roland's task of weeding was far more arduous. Thus began Roland's arduous days. The only silver lining was that his frail body started to grow stronger, and his meals gradually increased from one bowl to three. Additionally, his mother Afra ensured he received an egg each day. Speak candidly, Roland had contemplated the notion of fleeing, to embark on a solitary journey away from this household. Aside from the instinctual attachment to this corporeal form, there lingered the unwavering vigil of his mother, Afra, who had stood watch for 3 days and nights without respite, as well as her poignant selflessness in choosing to forego nourishment, consistently placing the solitary chicken leg into Roland's bowl, which left him profoundly touched. Beyond these sentiments, there remained little to hold him back. Having engaged in countless games and endured numerous embarrassing incidents, Roland understood the concept of planning or foresight. Fortunately, he arrived at a conclusion. Should he choose to abandon this home, 2 outcomes awaited him. The first was starvation. The streets were teeming with those whom Roland perceived as magicians, including courtesans. But he was not one of them. The likelihood of succumbing to hunger was exceedingly high given the absence of employment opportunities. The second outcome was to be captured by the city guards as a fugitive and subsequently executed. From meager memories that gradually resurfaced in Roland's mind, he gleaned that this world was governed by an exceedingly harsh household registration system. Furthermore, his own status appeared to be quite deplorable and peculiar. The days of hardship persisted until the autumn harvest concluded, and as the frail Roland returned to the small courtyard, sporting a slightly more robust physique and sun-kissed skin, the ordeal came to an end. Calculating the passage of time, Roland realized he had been in this world for nearly a month. While standing in a makeshift bathing shed of the courtyard, rinsing the grime from his body with cool water, he overheard a conversation between his parents. "My dear, why not venture to North Yorkshire to seek out Elder Berman? If he were to intercede, even if Roland fails to attain the status of a 5th-level magic apprentice, the Baron of Kashi would dare not act against him when he marries. Moreover, Roland is about to turn 15 this year if he cannot break through. The Empire's decree states that by the age of 16, he must." Afra implored, her voice tinged with desperation, sending a jolt through Roland's heart as he eavesdropped. After a prolonged silence, his father finally spoke. "Afra, do not harbor such hopes. Our branch has faced dire straits in Yorktown due to the machinations of the family stewards and the Baron of Kashi. Have you forgotten why our Roland often returns from school bruised and battered? Without doubt, Kashi, this third-rate baron, would not dare lay a finger on us were it not for the influence of our family. Humph, the elders of our clan? They are merely biding their time, waiting for our branch to produce no warriors within 3 generations 50 years so that they may seize our share. How could they possibly aid us? If, after another year, Roland has yet to make a breakthrough, he ought to marry and procreate swiftly, striving to ensure that his offspring may one day alter the course of his life." Ronald's words seemed to seal Roland's fate. Should he fail to break through, he would lead a mundane existence, reduced to a mere vessel for lineage. But if Roland marries now, how will we face Lord Kashi? I cannot bear for our children to endure such disgrace. Afra's voice faltered, revealing her profound anxiety. Subsequently, silence enveloped their room. The sound of water cascading from Roland's bath had long since ceased. Recently, we depleted our savings to procure a mid-level restoration potion for Roland. Once autumn sets in, I shall seek work with a construction crew in town. My earth affinity is quite sought after. I aim to save a few dozen gold coins before Roland's marriage, and then perhaps I shall approach Lord Kashi. After all, the matrimonial aspect cannot be circumvented. With the help of an experienced matron for a proper presentation, it should suffice. Besides, there remains a final year of study. Hope is not entirely lost. Our child, Roland, still has prospects. Ronald articulated these heavy thoughts with a somber tone. After a lengthy pause, Afra sighed, as if coming to terms with the impossibility of her aspirations. So be it. Alas, if only I had not. Life will improve. Perhaps our grandson, our beloved Roland's son, will restore our standing and grant him a bright future. Moreover, my dear, it is not your fault. Rest now." Ronald's tender voice resonated once more, after which silence fell upon the parents' chamber. Perhaps Ronald understood that his words were merely a form of self-comfort. 3 generations in 50 years, unless the third generation produced a prodigy capable of becoming a warrior by the age of 15, for Ronald was already 35. Undeniably, this had also contributed to the enduring legacy of Ronald's family amidst the ever-changing tides of the continent. After a prolonged silence, Roland, drenching himself in a splash of cold water, strode towards his small dwelling, his mind swirling with the implications of his parents' conversation. He gained a clearer understanding of his prospects. They seemed rather bleak. Must he marry by 16 if he fails to break through? What ist? In his previous life, he had lived as a reclusive man nearing 30 without ever marrying. Disgrace? What sort of shame could induce such a flurry of concern from his mother? And what of the family, the collateral branch? This contemplation ensnared Roland in deep thought, his hand instinctively brushing against the rusted, unsightly earring adorning his left ear. This rusted earring was the sole item that Roland brought with him during his journey through time and space. And it also serves as the root cause of his predicament, that if one were to search for a redeeming quality in Roland, it would be his remarkable breadth of interests, albeit rather superficial, that he seeks only a cursory understanding of various subjects, indulging in a wide array of hobbies ranging from gaming and literature to the more strenuous pursuits of sports, as well as military history and antiques. Before his crossing over, Roland had developed a fascination for antiques after watching a treasure appraisal show on television. Lacking both the interest and means for larger artifacts, he merely wished to acquire a quaint little item to boast about to his friends. Thus began his weekly excursions to the Pangaean market point one day. While perusing a small stall, Roland sifted through various items until he discovered an earring that was somewhat oversized for his ears. He was drawn to its rustic charm, with its layers of rust that exuded an air of antiquity. "How much for this piece?" he inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the sprightly vendor before him. The vendor, invigorated by Roland's interest, replied, "Brother, your eye is remarkably discerning. This piece, you see, comes from the tomb of Chow Chow. You know, the one that has recently garnered attention? It is called a wrongly embedded pine nail, and it is said to be an Eastern Zhou artifact intended for burial alongside Chow Chow himself. You clearly possess an eye for quality. If you wish to purchase it, this is the price." He held up 3 fingers. "How much?" Roland was not about to play dumb point. 3,000. "Pfft, you claim it's an Eastern Zhou artifact. Yet it looks like it's from last week, and you still expect to sell it for 3,000? Roland scoffed. After some haggling, they finally settled on a price of 100. Upon returning home, Roland casually tossed the earring beside his computer. It was only after a particularly hazy night spent in a gaming dungeon that he found himself adorning the antiquated earring on his left earlobe. Roland had contemplated removing it, tugging at it so forcefully that blood trickled from his ear as the crimson liquid mingled with the bronze earring. An overwhelming pain surged through his soul, rendering him unconscious. When he awoke once more, he found himself sprawled in a foul gutter, his body aching and a torrent of unfamiliar, chaotic memories flooding his mind, akin to a film playing before his eyes. Groaning from the pain in his head, he was taken home by a plump, kindly woman. For 3 days, he was enveloped in a haze of warmth and gentle care, accompanied by the soothing touch of a warm towel. As feverish delirium and fragmented memories besieged him, it was not until the following day that his father, having procured a vile concoction, forced it down his throat, prompting Roland's recovery by the end of a month. Roland had begun to grasp the nature of his new reality. In truth, upon assuming the identity of another Roland, he had seemingly inherited the memories of the original. However, these memories lay dormant, much like sediment at the bottom of a murky pond, surfacing only when prompted by relevant situations. Curiously, he found that his emotions were subtly influenced. For instance, despite lacking a deep emotional bond with his parents, Ronald and Afra, he felt inexplicably joyful upon their presence. After much contemplation, Roland concluded that he needed to delve deeply into this world. Armed with knowledge, he could reshape his own existence and perhaps even alter the fate of his family. This seemed akin to the desires of the original Rolling, including the life path laid out by his father, Ronald. Moreover, this realm appeared to be a wondrous world of magic, did it not? To vanquish an adversary, one must first comprehend them. With a gentle tug, he grasped the rust-ridden bronze earring that seemed to be fused to his earlobe. What on earth is this? Pondering this question, Roland closed his eyes, yearning for rest. Boom! Just as Roland focused all his attention on the bronze earring, a peculiar occurrence transpired. In a daze, he heard an odd voice, as if he were transported back to a previous life. The bronze nail's recognition ceremony is complete. Activation ceremony commencing. Activation ceremony in progress. The activator and the owner of the bronze nail are spiritually aligned. Bronze nail activation complete. A series of strange phrases echoed in his mind, the voice possessing a gentle, albeit somewhat monotonous, tone. Suddenly, Roland found himself in a gray, nebulous space where he beheld an unusual inscription. Bronze nail, sealed, .5 large characters, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, seemed to materialize directly in his consciousness. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable comfort in this space, a bizarre sensation. Where is this? Is this the realm of my bronze nail? Roland mused, excitement bubbling within him. As a devoted fan of countless novels, he yearned for the day he could possess something extraordinary and transcend into a superhuman being. Reporting to the master, this is the space of the bronze nail. Just then, a gentle yet slightly weathered voice resonated within the ether, startling Roland. Master, you refer to me as your master? A flustered Roland inquired. Taken aback, save for the initial startling utterance, the ensuing dialogue flowed as smoothly as a casual phone call between friends, merely a voice with no visible form. Indeed, you are the master of the bronze nail. And thus, my master, the gentle voice reiterated. Where are you? Why can't I see you? Roland pressed further. Having fantasized about such scenarios countless times, the homebody Roland began to suspect that this entity addressing him as master might indeed be a spirit of the artifact. I reside within the bronze nail, but since it is sealed, I can only communicate with you through thought, the voice explained, further igniting Roland's enthusiasm. As he had surmised, his guess proved accurate. Sealed? This was a troubling term. Roland queried, what do you mean by sealed? Yes, master, this bronze nail is sealed, and so am I, as its spirit, the voice expressed with a tinge of resignation. How did I end up here? Why is it sealed? How did you become a spirit? What purpose does this bronze nail serve? Who crafted this mysterious artifact? Roland bombarded the spirit with questions, leaving it momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, the gentle voice finally responded. Master, I cannot answer these questions, for I, too, am sealed, possessing only the most basic of memories. However, I do know how to break the seal. With a heavy sigh, the voice continued. Very well. First, tell me your name, if you do not mind. I shall refer to you as spirit from now on. Roland felt a touch of melancholy, perceiving the spirit as somewhat useless. What vexed him most, however, was that the voice belonged to a male spirit. Why could it not be a beautiful woman? You may call me Pharaoh, the gentle voice replied after a brief hesitation. Roland erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. Pharaoh? Why not Pharaoh King? His whimsical thoughts connected the name to a historical reference from his past life. To his surprise, his laughter seemed to wound the spirit, and no matter how he called out, the spirit remained silent. All right, I apologize, Pharaoh. Roland chuckled again, unable to suppress his mirth. It is simply amusing to encounter someone named Pharaoh in this otherworldly realm. I sincerely apologize, Pharaoh. Please understand, I harbor no ill will. I merely find the name rather humorous. Roland pleaded, unwilling to give up on this intriguing new entity. The name seemed to resonate within his memory. After Roland's heartfelt apology, the spirit, now known as Pharaoh, finally spoke. Master, what is the purpose of this bronze nail? Please share all that you know, Roland implored. Very well. Master, as you wish, Pharaoh began to recount the tale slowly. Half an hour later, after a lengthy and somewhat exasperating exposition, Roland gleaned a general understanding of the bronze nail's functions. However, He remained perplexed as to why such a sealed trinket had transported him to this harsh and unforgiving world. Roland longed for the comforts of his previous, albeit aimless, life as a homebody. From Pharaoh's narration, he learned that the bronze nail possessed multiple functions, albeit most seemed rather trivial. The most appealing aspect to Roland was its ability to store items. Boasting a storage capacity of 0.25 cubic meters. This was the first function of the bronze nail. The second function was to accelerate the user's mental recovery rate, currently increasing it by a mere tenfold. According to Pharaoh, the actual effect could fluctuate around this value. This explained Roland's persistent exhaustion over the past month. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, I found myself inexplicably invigorated. Furthermore, there exists a third aspect, pertaining to the aged gentleman named Pharaoh, encapsulated within the bronze nail, who appears to be a rather amiable confidant. After Roland came to comprehend the seemingly insipid function of this bronze nail, he erupted in a fervent tirade, cursing the wretch responsible for his transmigration to this realm, lamenting the comforts of his former life, reminiscing about online games, and a particular beauty from a platform known as Cuckoo, as well as the delicacies of a certain island nation. He cursed the vile individual who had caused his transmigration and the subsequent loss of his idyllic existence. As dawn broke, Roland was gently roused by his mother. After he felt a twinge of embarrassment, a remnant of his previous life where he was accustomed to sleeping until he awoke naturally, resulting in a rather late rise. Even more awkward was the peculiar characteristic of his new body at that moment. "Mother, would you kindly step outside? I shall rise shortly," he called out, somewhat awkwardly addressing her. Despite this, he found himself quite accepting of his beautiful and gentle mother, in the memories of his former self. Afra had always showered him with affection, a sentiment that remained true even now. Upon his arrival in this new world, Roland had been beset with bruises and a swollen visage, the cause of which eluded him. The painful irony was that he bore these afflictions with acute clarity. Only his mother, Afra, wept as she tenderly wiped his body with a warm cloth and administered a rather unpalatable concoction. Strangely, after consuming the distasteful potion, the injuries that would have taken at least half a month to heal in his previous life surprisingly mended in merely 3 days. Roland was in awe of his mother's elegance, whether she spoke, walked, or prepared meals. What astonished him further was that despite the hardships of life, her hands remained remarkably fair. He vowed that Afra had never employed any skincare products. "Come now, little one. Rise and shine. Your father has tasks for you," Afra said gently, observing Roland's somewhat reluctant expression. She quickly added, "Do not worry. It is not arduous labor. Roland, you must understand, your father assigns you these tasks solely to encourage diligent study, so you may lead a better life in the future." Afra exhibited the quintessential qualities of a mother, slightly verbose. However, Roland did not display any signs of annoyance. It had been quite some time since he had heard such familiar chatter, and it felt rather pleasant. "Understood. Mother, please exit for the moment," Roland implored with a hint of exasperation that a smile graced Afra's face as she adjusted her gray linen skirt and stepped outside. It was undeniable that, even clad in simple garments, his mother appeared beautiful to Roland. After hastily consuming a somewhat fragrant breakfast that he had previously found unpalatable, his father, Ronald, approached from behind with a box in hand. "Roland, please deliver this turkey to Teacher Baron. With 3 days until school begins, I hope you will make progress this year." Ronald entrusted the heavy box to Roland. "Teacher Baron?" Upon hearing this, an image of a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard surfaced in Roland's mind, and a flicker of recollection returned. "Very well. Father, I shall go at once." The thought of Teacher Baron seemed to provide Roland with a swift means to acclimate to this new world. After finishing his meal, Roland hefted the approximately 18-pound box and set off towards the residence of Teacher Baron at Yorktown Academy. He understood that his father intended for him to deliver something to Teacher Baron, hoping that the teacher would look after him at school. Armed with this lead on Teacher Baron, Roland finally recalled some details regarding Yorktown Academy and the unfortunate boy he had once been. It was quite dreadful, exceedingly so. Had it not been for Rowan's reincarnation, Ronald and his wife might have lost their son forever, for Rowan had awakened in a filthy ditch, covered in wounds. Yet he could not fathom who had inflicted this upon him, perhaps a lingering consequence of his transmigration. "Hey, Rowan, where are you headed?" A cheerful voice called out that a handsome, spirited boy with flowing golden locks sprinted past. Inquiring as he did so, momentarily taken aback, Rowan replied, "Nate, I'm on my way to visit Teacher Barron." And you? He recalled that Nate was a former classmate, now a senior, who had always looked out for him. "Well, you must strive hard. Rowan, I'm off to my uncle's. He believes I am well suited to become a magical archer, so I must begin my training early," Nate said, vanishing from sight as he continued on his way. Magical archer? Rowan echoed. Yet no memories of such a concept surfaced in his mind. That it seemed imperative that he quickly enrich his understanding of this world. He quickened his pace towards Teacher Barron's residence in Yorktown. He greeted the teacher. "Good day, Teacher Barron. This is a delivery from my father." Upon arriving at the home of Teacher Barron, Rowan spoke politely. The teacher appeared rather affable, yet in Rowan's recollections he had a notorious penchant for gluttony, resulting in a physique nearly twice as wide as Rowan's. "My dear boy, you needn't bring anything when you visit. After you return, please extend my gratitude to your father," Teacher Barron said as he adeptly accepted the box. "Rowan, if there is nothing else, you should head home early. School begins in 3 days. You must prepare diligently, aspiring to become a more accomplished professional before next year's graduation." After offering Rowan a few words of encouragement, Teacher Barron seemed ready to send him on his way. "Teacher Barron, I have a request. Might you assist me?" Rowan looked up at the bearded teacher. "Oh, pray tell," Teacher Barron replied, momentarily hesitant to refuse after just accepting a gift from Rowan's father. "I wish to visit the school library in the coming days. Could you facilitate my access?" Rowan presented his request, adopting an expression that implied one should not disregard a recent gift. The library was Rowan's sole opportunity to swiftly comprehend this new world. And according to his memories, only nobles and teachers had unrestricted access to it. After a moment's contemplation, Teacher Barron turned to him and said, "Very well, young Rowan. Since you are so earnest, I shall assist you in this matter. I will take you to the library, but remember, do not damage the books. Any harm will require compensation." Teacher Barron patted Rowan on the head. "Please wait a moment, Rowan." With that, Teacher Barron took the box Rowan had delivered and retreated to the inner room. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, he returned, his presence infused with the aroma of turkey, evidently unable to resist sampling the treat. Rowan could not help but inhale deeply. Had this been his previous life, he might have dismissed such fare. Yet now, even the simple sin of roasted turkey made his mouth water. It was worth noting that in his former life, Rowan had been quite the food enthusiast, possessing a physique typical of most homebodies. "Follow me, Rowan," Teacher Barron instructed. The town library was modest in size, situated within Yorktown Academy, and the librarian was a teacher well acquainted with Teacher Barron. Soon enough, Teacher Barron left Rowan to his own devices, eagerly indulging in the delectable turkey. The library itself was diminutive. If compared to Rowan's previous life, it could be likened to the size of a bedroom, with bookshelves lining the walls and a central aisle separating 2 rows of shelves, half filled with books. Upon entering, Rowan noticed a large mirror with the words "Adjust your attire" inscribed upon it. He hurriedly approached the mirror to inspect his new-formed T.O.B. Frank. Rowan's impoverished upbringing had left him without a mirror at home, relying solely on the reflection in a basin of water for a vague glimpse of his appearance. At approximately 1.65 meters in height, he found himself quite content with the stature of this 15-year-old boy. His slightly elongated square face, prominent nose, and large, expressive eyes, coupled with his somewhat sharp eyebrows, pleased him greatly. While he could not claim to be a strikingly handsome lad, he certainly considered himself somewhat attractive, save for the rather unfortunate rusted bronze earring adorning his left ear. After surveying the mirror, Rowan perused the 6 rows of bookshelves to determine which volumes might pique his interest. The central shelves were predominantly filled with poetry and lyrical prose, lacking in substance, prompting him to bypass them. Ultimately, he discovered 2 substantial tomes, one chronicling the history of the continent and the other detailing the annals of warriors. Settling onto a modest stool, he began to peruse them. The continent bore a rather simplistic name, Elemental Continent, of course. That was merely its official designation. The populace preferred the more accessible term, Magical continent. Due to the shifts in power across the continent, magic is invariably involved on the magical continent. The term magic encompasses more than mere traditional sorcerers. Here, magic permeates every aspect of existence. Every warrior can be broadly regarded as a magician. This realm is indeed a world of magic. In the year 836 of the magical calendar, the illustrious Emperor Mike Tay devised an innovative training method for magical archers, establishing a formidable legion of 500 magical bowmen. After 13 years of relentless campaigns, he swept across half of the eastern continent, obliterating numerous duchies and kingdoms. By the year 849, he founded the magnificent Mike Tay Empire, which continues to claim 1/5 of the entire continent's territory to this day. This passage is extracted from the annals of the continent, highlighting the prowess of the magical bowman in 836 of the magical calendar, the second son of Count Luanku, who was unable to ascend to the rank of magician. Had a sudden inspiration, he created the nemesis of sorcerers, the magical archer. During the establishment of his empire, his magical archers nearly decimated the magicians of the magical continent. Consequently, magical archers emerged as the most coveted profession on the continent and became the most formidable attackers, while magicians gradually descended from their pedestals, slowly retreating from the pinnacle of the continent. This excerpt is from the Chronicles of the Warriors in the year 1056 of the magical calendar. The legendary level 16 magician Chucks announced the creation of a new magical power system, the Magical Barrier Master. This powerful cadre of barrier masters could withstand the collective assaults of magical archers for a brief period. Chucks trained a group of barrier masters, granting invaluable time for magicians who required preparation to unleash complex forbidden spells, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Amon royal family. Wielding the might of forbidden spells, he consolidated power and established the Chucks Empire in the western continent over 18 years, unveiling the new barrier master system, which came to be revered as the god of barriers by its practitioners. Since 1074, the resilient and potent barrier masters have taken center stage in the power dynamics of the continent. The once dominant magicians, now overshadowed, have found themselves once again gracing the stage of the continent behind the barrier masters. Such accounts are numerous. Almost every transformation in the continent's circumstances has been accompanied by an innovation. Yet, the universally accepted tomes chronicling these events are woefully simplistic. That on the eve of the new school term, Roland finally completed the selection of books he had gradually chosen. Among them was one titled Life in Multitudes, which provided detailed insights into how to live comfortably within the magical continent. Setting the book aside, Roland massaged his temples. After 3 consecutive days of extensive reading, even this reclusive individual felt utterly fatigued. Nonetheless, fortune smiled upon him, as he had at least gained a preliminary understanding of this magical realm. Roland felt grateful that he had not fled to venture forth alone. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to his fate, perhaps even failing to manage the simplest tasks such as turning off the lights or using the restroom. Mariana. Roland focused his attention and uttered the command softly. In an instant, the once brightly lit library dimmed, the magical lights suspended from the ceiling extinguishing at his call. Darkness enveloped Roland's vision. Stretching his waist, he heard the creaking of his joints. A result of prolonged sitting, he stepped into the moonlit night. Exiting the Yorktown Library, and locked the door behind him, ensuring the rest of the staff, who had long since retired for the evening, were secure. As he walked along the cobblestone path towards his home, Roland was awestruck by everything in the magical continent. If he were to summarize it in a single phrase, he would say that the magical continent is a highly advanced magical society. If a distinction were to be made, it would be that the magical societies depicted in the novels he had previously read bore little resemblance to the reality of the magical continent. Akin to the difference between the Ming and Qing dynasties and the technological society of the 21st century. The utilization of magic was ubiquitous, from the mundane activities of using the restroom and sleeping to the grand scale of warfare. As for why Roland could live normally in his home, it was simply because his family could not afford magical lamps. For instance, within the Yorktown Library, there existed a magical lamp to extinguish it. One could simply focus their mental energy on a specific point, and the same applied when turning it on. Alternatively, a spell could be invoked. A shout of Mariana, would illuminate the lamp, and a repeat of the phrase would extinguish it. Even using the restroom followed the same pattern. Upon completion, a shout of Mariana would summon water to wash away waste. However, such conveniences came with a prerequisite. One had to be a level 5 magical apprentice to access these amenities. Previously, Roland lacked the capability to utilize either the mental stimulation or the incantation Mariana. Even now, before reading about it in the book, he could only rely on his oil lamp for illumination. Roland felt a profound sorrow for the unfortunate boy whose body he now inhabited. The former Roland had been so powerless that even the act of turning on a light was beyond his reach. The magical continent mandates that regardless of whether one is a noble, a warrior, a free citizen, or the offspring of slaves, all children must be sent to public schools after the age of 8 to learn magic and become magical apprentices, acquiring the fundamental skills necessary for life and work in this realm. Roland was no exception. However, his talent was remarkably impressive. After 2 years of studying foundational knowledge at the Yorktown Public School and an additional 2 years honing his mental strength, he had only achieved the rank of a level 4 magical apprentice. Should he fail to reach level 5 within the next year, he would lose even the qualification to till the land. For in a magical continent, even plowing fields requires the expertise of apprentices at level 5 or above. Roland would consequently become one of the few genuine failures in this magical society, likely unable to secure even a menial job. Level 5 magical apprentices represent a critical threshold. Surpassing level 5 opens a myriad of vocational opportunities for apprentices of that rank or higher. The higher the level of a magical apprentice, the greater the range of professions available, and the more advantageous they become. Roland likens the status of magical apprentices to that of diplomas in the modern world. Their significance is strikingly similar, with an even greater impact than that of contemporary diplomas, that a level 5 magical apprentice can only aspire to labor in fields or as servants, where the magical component is minimal. Attaining level 6 or 7 would allow one to work as a magical chef, magical construction worker, and so forth. That Roland's father, Ronald, was a level 7 magical apprentice specializing in earth magic, often earning a bit of extra income through labor in town. Which is why Roland could occasionally enjoy chicken drumsticks. What moved Roland most was that the chicken drumsticks often came home accompanied by his father's muddy boots, and his gentle mother would then summon a stream of water to cleanse his father's soiled feet. Previously, Roland's greatest aspiration was to become a level 10 magical apprentice, which might afford him a respectable job refueling the magical street lamps in town. Additionally, it would greatly enhance his chances of becoming a warrior, allowing him to escape his current predicament. However, the slow progress year after year shattered all hopes for both him and his parents. Now, they merely wished for Roland to reach level 5 before he turned 16, thereby gaining the ability to secure a livelihood. The Yorktown Public School comprises only 4 grades. Currently, Roland is in the 2nd grade. If he successfully attains level 5 before the age of 16, he can advance to the 3rd grade. Reaching level 8 would elevate him to the 4th grade, that if he manages to graduate from the 4th grade, he can become a proud warrior. The opportunities for warriors are far more expansive. The powerful and vibrant magical archers are so numerous that among every 10 warriors, 5 are magical archers. Then there are the indefatigable barrier masters and the valiant magical warriors, the legendary magicians, whom Roland so dearly admires, are regarded as a highly powerful, yet ultimately futile profession on the magical continent, in the absence of their comrades' assistance. Magicians are often the first to perish in the chaos of war. Nonetheless, their formidable offensive capabilities remain unmatched by any other warrior class. Roland has set his sights on becoming one of those mysterious, powerful warriors. Only by becoming a warrior can he escape the current embarrassment of his identity, attain freedom, and flourish within the continent. The levels of magical apprentices hinge on 2 critical factors, the first being the strength of one's mental power, which determines an individual's potential for growth. Mental strength can be enhanced through specialized methods, and the degree of enhancement is exponential. The higher the base value, the greater the increase. Mental power is the most crucial determinant of whether one possesses the innate talent for warrior status. It influences the speed at which one absorbs magical elements, the speed and intensity of releasing magical elements, and the degree of control over the released magic. Mental power is also the fundamental reason for Roland's stagnation and advancement. In this quantifiable, developed magical society, Roland's mental strength is a mere 21 points, half that of his peers. The second factor is the quantity of magical energy reserves within one's body once they reach level 5 as a magical apprentice. Mental power forms the basis of magical capability. The current challenge for Roland lies in addressing his insufficient mental strength. After over 2,000 years of development, the magical continent has established a flawless system for testing and enhancing mental power. Every boy entering public school receives a set of special items issued by the Empire. Though these must be returned upon graduation, in Roland's memory, he possessed a set issued by the Yorktown Academy, consisting of objects resembling dice, albeit oblong and flat rather than cubic. These items featured movable clasps, allowing the stones, known as spirit stones, to be interconnected into a singular entity. Each spirit stone bore a numerical designation. For instance, Roland held one marked with the number 20 and two others marked with the number 1. Thus, should Roland succeed in levitating these 3 stones, a single 20-scale stone alongside the 2 1-scale stones, using his mental prowess for a duration of a quarter of an hour, he would be entitled to request a new spirit stone from his instructor at the Yorktown Academy. Furthermore, if Roland could elevate the stones, summing to a total scale of 22, it would signify that his mental capacity had reached the threshold of 22. This recollection emerged today as he perused his studies. He pondered whether his mental faculties had transformed since his transmigration. He felt compelled to return and conduct a test. Remembering the set of spirit stones left at home, Roland quickened his pace. Having mastered the incantations for turning lights on and off, he wondered if he had already surpassed the 5th tier of mental strength. As the new book period commenced, he earnestly sought recommendations. The magical realm had established a rigorous quantitative methodology for assessing mental strength in the ranks of magic apprentices after 10 years of progress. Even noble children were unable to manipulate this system. However, within their households, they received stringent training, allowing them to emerge as prodigies upon arriving at school. The quantification process was straightforward. Apprentices of the 1st to 10th levels were evaluated based on their ability to levitate spirit stones of various scales for set durations. A level 1 apprentice could sustain a 5-scale stone in the air for 15 minutes, while a level 2 apprentice would manage a 10-scale stone, and so forth, up to level 10, which required a 100-scale stone. Once an individual's mental strength surpassed 30, they would attain the most basic qualifications for living in the magical realm. Roland's previous mental strength was recorded at 21, leaving him just 9 points shy of qualifying as a 5th-level magic apprentice. Based on his past progress, it was anticipated that Roland could enhance his mental capacity by 5 points within a year. In summary, achieving the rank of a 5th-level magic apprentice before the age of 16 posed a formidable challenge for Roland. In truth, the majority of the realm's inhabitants, upon entering the academy, reached the standards of a level 4 apprentice, typically between the ages of 15 and 25, that exceptional talents often boasted mental capacities exceeding 30. Yet Roland, a rare case, commenced his academic journey with a mere 12. While others could raise their mental strength by 7 to 10 points in a year, Roland was limited to a paltry increment of 5 points. Research indicated that once mental strength reached 100, the efficacy of spirit stones for further training diminished significantly. Moreover, any given training method would yield diminishing returns after 3 to 5 years of practice. Beyond this point, only by surpassing the 10th level of magic apprenticeship and becoming a combatant could one access more intense training methodologies, thereby enhancing both mental strength and professional rank. The quiet path on the outskirts was serene. The only sound apart from the gentle flow of water was the rustling of mice in the underbrush. The air was fresh, imbued with the scent of rich, loamy soil, coupled with the unique coolness of the night. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Roland inhaled deeply, savoring the moist atmosphere. The air in this world was truly delightful. Given such an exquisite environment, it was no wonder that the family's wheat fields, cultivated through rather rudimentary methods, yielded an impressive 400 pounds per acre. Alas, 280 pounds, or 70%, of that harvest was owed to the town's 3rd-tier baron, Lord Clincashi. Roland muttered to himself, plucking a dewy leaf to chew on. producing a whimsical sound. "Roland, why are you so late returning today?" Upon entering the small courtyard, his mother, Afra, chided him lovingly. His father was resting beside the vegetable patch, where a small puddle of water lay, evidence of Afra washing her husband's muddy legs. "Mother, I wish to revisit some books at the town library in the coming days to learn more. It may aid my growth. That be why the way, after school starts tomorrow, I might return a bit later. I wish to utilize the evening to further my knowledge," Roland explained as he accepted the basin of clean water his mother offered and began to wash his hands. "Very well, dear, it appears our Roland is maturing. Come, Roland, quickly join us for dinner and sample the roasted chicken leg your father has brought home," Afra joyously declared, unveiling the dishes covered by 3 small bowls on the table point too large. Golden brown flatbreads greeted him, though they appeared appetizing and emitted a delightful aroma. Their texture was exceedingly coarse. Having grown accustomed to finer fare in his previous life, Roland could hardly praise it. The meal consisted of a small bowl of pickled vegetables from their garden, paired with a fragrant roasted chicken leg and a bowl of plain water. This constituted Roland's dinner. Without further ado, he began to devour his meal. Only in moments of extreme hunger could Roland muster the appetite to consume such coarse flatbreads. 3 bites of the bread were followed by a single nibble of the chicken leg, but it was sufficient for him. Suddenly, Roland's gaze inadvertently fell upon his father, Ronald, whose throat subtly bobbed. Roland could have sworn he heard the sound of Ronald swallowing. At that moment, Roland felt the weight of the chicken leg in his hand, heavy beyond measure. Despite his apparent inadequacies, Roland's parents had never failed to provide him with a chicken leg daily. Reflecting on his nearly month-long existence in a magical realm, he recalled only once seeing his father purchase 2 chicken legs, one for Roland and one each for his father and mother. He had not witnessed his parents partake of meat since. Should I not strive to improve this family's circumstances? Roland pondered. Not only for the kindness his parents had shown him, but also in recognition of the life he now inhabited, he felt compelled to alter their living conditions. One must learn to express gratitude, a lesson Roland had gleaned from 30 years of life experience. In essence, it could be distilled to, "You treat me well, and I shall reciprocate. Should you treat me poorly, the consequences shall be yours to bear." "Mother, I am quite full," Roland declared, having quickly consumed the 2 flatbreads. Raising the remains of the chicken leg in his hand, "Eat, Roland. Finish the chicken leg to grow strong," urged Afra gently. Roland rose, patting his belly and exclaiming, "Mother, I am truly satisfied. Look, my stomach is quite round. Earlier, Mr. Barn brought me a bowl of rice with meat." Roland fibbed, as in his previous life. Lying had become nearly habitual. Thus, it came naturally to deceive his kind-hearted mother. "Mother, I cannot eat any more. Please, you and father have this remaining chicken leg. Rest assured, it has no saliva on it," Roland teased, chuckling playfully. When did Mr. Barn become so generous as to deliver meals to our dear Roland? His father chimed in. "Perhaps my diligent efforts these past few days have touched Mr. Barn's heart. His rice with meat is truly delectable," Roland added, noting that the term rice with meat had been gleaned from a glowing magical sign he had seen at a tavern in town. "Indeed, Roland, you must remember to practice diligently and repay Mr. Barnes' kindness," Afra advised. "Dear, please take this half of the chicken leg," she offered to Ronald after a round of polite refusals. After this exchange, as Roland had anticipated, his father and mother settled together to relish the exquisite chicken leg. Witnessing this scene, Roland's eyes grew misty, prompting him to feign a need for practice and retreat to his small bedroom in search of the set of spirit stones issued by the Yorktown Academy. Not long after Roland entered his room, Ronald suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't Mr. Barnes' wife long deceased? He usually dines at the tavern. How could he have prepared rice with meat?" Upon hearing this, Afra's body stiffened, and the chicken bone she had been gnawing slipped from her grasp as she gazed toward Roland's resting quarters, her eyes shimmering with a blissful glow, leaving a small, moist spot on the ground below. The spirit stone was a vibrant yellow stone, resembling gold at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could easily distinguish it from gold, as the spirit stone was remarkably lightweight. The 20-scale spirit stone measured a length akin to a cigarette and a width of 1 inch, yet weighed no more than a plastic lighter. Before Roland lay a longer spirit stone, accompanied by 2 smaller stones, each marked with a scale of 1. He had retrieved them from a small bag tucked away in the corner of his bed, along with several pages of hastily scrawled notes. AS for the universally applicable identity crystal card that Roland yearned for. It remained elusive to in the magical realm, embarking on adventures, and even enjoying a quality life, was inextricably linked to various cards. Among these were the identity crystal card, which served a purpose akin to that of a bank card in his previous life, the magical gold card, the contract card, as well as the memory card, which preserved vital knowledge or images, all of which were omnipresent in the magical continent. That on March 7, after school, young Master Kurgan slapped me twice, leaving my face swollen. Upon returning home, I informed my mother that I had accidentally fallen dead on the afternoon of March 13. While exercising on the playground, I was seized by Master Kurgan to fan him for 6 hours that day. I did not practice even for a minute. I loathed him by April 3. After having fanned Master Kurgan for 20 consecutive days, I finally refused his demands that I wanted to practice, to improve, to strive. However, after school, they beat me again, and I understood I had no choice but to comply. On June 5, I resolved to work hard for my parents. Once more, I rejected Master Kurgan's request, and they came to strike me again. Then night arrived and rescued me. I was overjoyed and vowed to be forever grateful to night for granting me time to train anew. On June 29, with night by my side, Master Kurgan did not seek me out again. I must grow stronger. My father's work hours were increasingly extended. In just half a month, the holidays would commence. In the upcoming school year, I was determined to surprise my mother. Kurgan, Roland closed the somewhat dirty diary with a heavy heart. Having endured immense suffering, the former Roland vowed to restore justice for you. Could this be considered my repayment for occupying your body? Roland murmured softly. Upon reading the diary, Roland realized that it was not that the child Roland was dull. Rather, his practice time had been halved, and he was frequently disturbed. Yet, why did Kurgan treat Roland this way? And what of Knight, who aided him? Holding the diary, Roland brushed it against the back of his head and tucked it into the bronze earring. He had already become adept at skillfully controlling the bronze earring. Rest easy, Roland. One day, when I restore your justice, I shall burn this diary in your honor, Roland whispered. Roland placed the 22-mark spirit refining stone on the bed and, recalling the method from his memory, concentrated entirely to raise the stone aloft. As expected, Roland easily lifted the refining stone using his mental power, maintaining it for 15 minutes with ease, since he could extinguish the magical lights in the Yorktown Library with a spell. His mental strength had indeed surpassed 30. However, the lack of refining stones hindered Roland from accurately measuring his mental strength. Even so, despite his mental strength exceeding 30, qualifying him as a level 5 magical apprentice, it was still relatively low among his peers. Typically, a 15-year-old would reach level 7 and begin striving for level 8, while those with exceptional talent aim for level 10. Would this progress, however modest, bring surprise to his parents? Roland glanced through the window at the Ronald couple still seated side by side in the courtyard, whispering to himself, excited by his encounter with such extraordinary objects. Roland mused, in my previous life, this would be considered telekinesis. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. Pharaoh, Roland questioned, bewildered. Immerse your consciousness in the bronze nail. I will teach you the best method to train your mental strength. The voice of Pharaoh resonated once more in Roland's mind, that he extinguished the smoky oil lamp in his small room and quickly shed his clothing, burrowing into the rather uncomfortable bedding. The roughness of the covers was bothersome, but the habit of sleeping bare had persisted for over a decade from his previous life, making it difficult to alter. Once again, he plunged his consciousness into the bronze earring in an instant. Upon first entering the bronze earring, the gentle yet slightly monotonous voice sounded anew. Identity of the holder confirmed. The holder accepts the spirit's guidance. Default unsealing task initiated. This time, Roland comprehended everything clearly. Unsealing task? He pondered, perplexed. The bronze earring revealed little change, save for two notable alterations. One was a notebook belonging to the former Roland nestled in a corner. The other was a newly added value. Bronze nail, sealed 100. Clearly, a number had been appended after the bronze nail. Pharaoh, what does that number signify? What does the unsealing task entail? Roland inquired with confusion. Master, that number indicates the degree to which the bronze nail is sealed. 100% signifies a fully sealed state. The unsealing task refers to conditions that, once met, can release a portion of a seal on the bronze nail. In doing so, you would be able to utilize a fragment of the bronze nail's formidable capabilities. Pharaoh explained slowly. Sealed? And it can be unsealed? It won't unleash a demon upon unsealing, will it? A flurry of thoughts crossed Roland's mind. What precisely was the bronze nail? What purpose did it serve? Who had sealed it? He bombarded Pharaoh with questions in one breath. Master, according to my recollections, the complete state of the bronze nail transcends any magical item within the magical continent. Its function is unknown to me. The more seals that are released, the more abilities can be accessed. I ask for who sealed the bronze nail. As a sealed spirit, I am equally unaware. That is a question for you to unravel. Pharaoh's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. Oh, Pharaoh, how do I unseal it? Roland inquired, his curiosity piqued. An existence that transcended any magical item in the magical continent. Though Roland possessed scant knowledge of magical items, he had learned from records that an item known as the Fiery Dragon Ring could enable a level 5 apprentice to directly cast advanced magic. Magical items were indeed formidable. The initial stage of the unsealing task requires the holder to become a level 1 magician. The somewhat monotonous voice abruptly emerged from Pharaoh, leaving Roland somewhat bemused by the inconsistency between Pharaoh's human-like and mechanical tones. You must already be aware of the first objective of the unsealing task. Having accepted the task, let me instruct you on how to rapidly cultivate your mental strength and condense magical essence. Pharaoh's voice regained its liveliness, devoid of monotony. This peculiar sensation astonished Roland. What sort of remarkable being could render one's soul akin to a computer at certain moments? Wait, did you say I accepted the task? Roland questioned, perplexed. Indeed, Master. Only by accepting the task can you benefit from the Spirit's guidance. Furthermore, only by completing the unsealing task can you receive further instruction from the Spirit. Which is me, Pharaoh replied. These rules were established by the powerful creator of the bronze nail, and I cannot contravene them. Pharaoh's clarification extinguished Roland's hopes of bypassing the task to gain Pharaoh's guidance. What happens if I fail to complete the task? Roland asked, drawing on his gaming experience. Failure to complete the task will result in the reclamation of any abilities you acquired through the bronze nail. Additionally, due to penalties, you will lose a portion of your mental strength and lead an exceedingly mediocre life. Pharaoh's voice, though calm, held an undercurrent of chill. Is there a time limit? Roland pressed on, uncertain. However, under my guidance, even a fool can become a level 1 magician. Pharaoh replied. Roland felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Power was undeniably the predominant force in this world. Without strength, one was merely a weakling subjected to the whims of nobles and the powerful. Laws, more often than not, laws serve the interests of the aristocracy. Nonetheless, it appeared to be a promising prospect, enhancing abilities, completing tasks, unsealing portions, and receiving guidance to further augment one's strength. It seemed a virtuous cycle. From Pharaoh's tone, it appeared he possessed remarkable methods. Very well, Pharaoh, please proceed. After careful consideration, Roland accepted the task wholeheartedly. After all, he was indeed the master of this bronze nail, was he not? The publicly available methods for training mental strength in a magical continent were merely the most rudimentary techniques promoted for general use. The superior methods were reserved for the powerful, ancient families and the royal lineage. This was why prodigies often emerged from those esteemed families. The methods I was aware of for training mental strength, such as the God-refining technique, boasted a training speed at least 3 times out of the current method and could be pursued indefinitely for enhancement. The Pharaoh spoke eloquently. However, given the current state of the master's mental fortitude, there is but one method suitable for the master as cultivation of spiritual power, known as the exploratory guarding technique. This method yields an average enhancement of spiritual power, merely double that of the ineffective technique currently employed by the master. Yet, with prolonged use of this exploratory technique, the master will eventually acquire some extremely beneficial abilities. After an exhaustive and detailed explanation from the Pharaoh, Roland managed to grasp the essence of this so-called exploratory guarding technique. The technique involves closing one's eyes and exerting control over one's spiritual power, essentially one's consciousness, striving with all one's might to project that consciousness outward. Upon reaching the limit, one must maintain that extremity until the spiritual power is entirely depleted. This is the exploration phase. Subsequently, one must enter the guarding phase to recuperate the spiritual power, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of enhancement. Roland followed the instructions diligently, endeavoring to project his consciousness beyond his physical form, gradually extending it outward. As he pushed his consciousness through the small bed, nearing the corner of the wall, Roland found that even at a distance of less than 1 meter from his body, his spiritual power reached its limit. Furthermore, he felt a swift depletion of his spiritual energy. Had his mother, Afra, come to check on him at that moment, she would have observed beads of sweat covering Roland's forehead. His eyes tightly shut. In the corner of the wall lay a large gray rat, and beneath the bed were 2 cockroaches. Despite the rapid consumption of his spiritual power, Roland was acutely aware of everything within a meter radius of his body, including the rat that swiftly darted out of his spiritual range. Unfortunately, Roland's spiritual power was insufficient. After enduring this strain for 10 minutes, overwhelming fatigue engulfed him, and as darkness clouded his vision, he barely managed to hold onto a single thought before succumbing to sleep. The following morning, to Roland's astonishment, he awoke with remarkable vigor at the break of dawn. A stark contrast to his usual habit of sleeping late. He touched the bronze ear studs on his right ear and reflected on the sensations from his training the previous night. Smiling wryly to himself, he had still not met the Pharaoh's expectations. According to the Pharaoh, by employing the exploratory guarding technique, followed by the guarding phase to maintain consciousness, and utilizing the 10 points of spiritual power restoration from the bronze ear studs, one could fully recover their spiritual power in merely 5 hours. Thus, one could train a minimum of twice in a single night. In the Pharaoh's words, diligence is a greater determinant of one's future than the methods of training. Unexpectedly, Roland, who had naturally awakened from sleep, found himself lingering in bed, a remnant of his past habit of being lazy. "Roland, hurry up. On your first day of school. Do you intend to be late?" came the robust voice of his father. Ronald, as Roland was finishing his morning routine, "I'm coming, Dad," Roland replied loudly, hastily rushing into the yard, ready to depart. His mother, Afra, approached him, handing over an oiled paper bag, saying, "Roland, inside there are eggs, flatbreads, and pickles. Eat the eggs while they are warm on your way. And remember to finish the rest by noon." "Understood, Mom," Roland said as he accepted the oiled paper bag. His mother's voice followed him. "Roland, walk slowly. Remember to bring back the oiled paper. It can be reused several times." Yet, the last part was murmured softly by Afra. Roland responded from a distance, peeling the egg as he proceeded. He felt an urgent need to elevate his strength. With power, he could improve his family's living conditions. Even in business, operating the card controller capable of swiping the magical gold card required the strength of an 8th-level magical apprentice. The thought of his parents sharing his leftover half-chicken leg and his mother's reminder about the oiled paper filled Roland with a bittersweet longing, igniting an intense desire to enhance his abilities. Through his morning reflections and the knowledge gleaned from the library over the past few days, Roland concluded that to live a high-quality life in this magical realm, one must possess both wealth and strength, aspiring to become a powerful professional or even a noble of high standing. However, the chances of a commoner ascending to nobility were nearly non-existent. Although Roland had gleaned from his parent conversations that their family seemed to be a particularly destitute branch of a certain lineage, it was merely a branch nonetheless. Roland's immediate goal was to swiftly bolster his strength. Today, he needed to visit Teacher Baron to assess his spiritual power and, under Baron's guidance, consolidate his magical essence. The magical essence is a prerequisite for survival in the magical realm. Without it, one cannot even possess an identity crystal card. The magical essence is essential for all living professionals and combatants. Whether one aspires to be the mightiest magical archer atop the continent or a barrier master known as a mobile fortress, magical essence is indispensable. Without it, all aspirations are but empty words. The magical essence seems to imply the establishment of a reservoir for storing magical energy within oneself. "Hey, Roland, wait for me," A resounding voice from the riverbank snapped Roland from his musings, turning around. He waved and called out, "Nate." The newcomer was none other than Nate, who had frequently aided Roland in his former life. As recorded in his diary, in Roland's memory, Nate was a prodigy from Yorktown Academy. Having reached the 8th level of magical apprenticeship at the age of 15, reportedly striving for the 9th level, if all goes as expected, Nate would undoubtedly become an impressive combatant. The reason the Baroness' son, Kurgan, feared Nate was due to Nate's uncle being a formidable 5th-level combatant, a powerful magical archer. Nate ran swiftly. Once his spiritual power reached the required standard, he would likely become a professional in no time. Roland took a moment to appraise Nate, noting his chiseled features, flowing blonde hair tied back, and slightly pursed lips revealing a hint of determination. Nate appeared slightly taller and broader than Roland, exuding a robust presence. The muscles on his exposed arms had already begun to develop. "Roland, if that Kurgan fellow bullies you again after school starts, just mention my name. Let me know and I'll settle the score with him." Nate encouraged, patting Roland on the shoulder. Roland was momentarily taken aback. "What's this, Nate? Aren't you going to school?" he asked, genuinely surprised. It wasn't fear of losing Nate's protection that prompted the question, but rather astonishment. "No, Roland. You know, I have an uncle who is a 5th-level magical archer. He says that academy life is no longer conducive to my growth, so he has taken me into the wild for training. He wants to help me become a professional as soon as possible," Nate replied, a mix of regret and excitement in his tone. "Congratulations, Nate. When I see you next, you'll surely have become a magical archer. I can't wait to witness the legendary magical archer for myself." Roland expressed honestly, his curiosity piqued by the notion of a magical archer capable of sweeping across half the continent with merely 500 riders. A shy smile crept onto Nate's face as he scratched the back of his head and replied, "Who knows, Roland, but I will strive to become a magical archer. Likewise, you must put in the effort." "Roland, thank you for your kindness over the years," Nate said, and after a brief silence, Roland added, "Perhaps by the next time we meet, I shall have a surprise for you to know." "Really? That would be wonderful," Nate exclaimed with delight. With Nate by his side, the journey to Yorktown Academy felt particularly swift. Roland gradually recalled fragments of memories from deep within his mind, engaging in light-hearted banter with Nate as they made their way to Yorktown. Soon, they reached a fork in the road, where Nate headed toward his uncle's residence, while Roland proceeded toward the intriguing Yorktown Academy. The management at Yorktown Academy was quite relaxed. Aside from 4 cultural classes early in the morning, which varied by grade and taught knowledge alongside the magical manipulation elements of various professions, including agriculture, the remaining time allowed students to freely engage in spiritual power training at designated locations. Roland had already studied the foundational knowledge for several years. However, as he had not yet consolidated his magical essence, he remained ineligible to attend the magical manipulation classes. Yorktown Academy had a substantial student body, with Roland estimating at least over 2,000 attendees. All the school-age children in Yorktown were concentrated here. The largest cohort was in the 3rd grade, with more than half of the students ranging from 5th level to 8th level magical apprentices. In contrast, Roland's 2nd grade class comprised only about 400 students, all younger than Roland, appearing to be between the ages of 10 and 13, patiently enduring the lengthy discourse of the elderly gentleman, who was reportedly the principal. Roland could hardly contain his eagerness as he awaited the opportunity to seek out Teacher Baron. In that fleeting moment, he had grown weary of the gazes from the rowdy children of 11 or 12 years of age. To put it simply, at a height of 1.65 meters, Roland stood out like a great gorilla among a group of youngsters, most of whom barely reached 1.40 meters, which was quite uncomfortable for him. "Mr. Baron, do you have a moment?" Despite his lack of fondness for the gluttonous teacher, Roland maintained a basic level of respect. Speak up, young Roland. What is it?" It seemed that Mr. Baron was in a rather good mood. "Mr. Baron, I require some refining stones for training and testing, as my previous supply has run low." Roland made his request, which was, of course, a student's right out. "Oh, really? That's wonderful. Roland, follow me." Mr. Baron's tone was filled with astonishment, allowing Roland to understand why he had once held such admiration for this teacher. Encouragement is indeed the finest reward for a student, is it not? Following Mr. Baron to his room at the school, After unlocking a drawer, he inquired, "Roland, how many scales do you need? 1 scale or 2? Clearly, Mr. Baron's perception of Roland remained at a prior stage. "Mr. Baron, I believe I may require 10 scales of refining stones," Roland replied earnestly. The standard for a level 5 magical apprentice is 30 points of mental strength. And as someone capable of casting spells, Roland's mental capacity must certainly exceed that. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mr. Baron's eyes. "Oh, Roland, would you repeat that? How many scales do you need?" "I apologize, I was momentarily distracted." Mr. Baron expressed his confusion delicately. "10 scales, Mr. Baron," Roland reiterated. However, his fondness for Mr. Baron increased, aside from the teacher's gluttonous tendencies. The next moment, Roland noticed Mr. Baron's eyes widening in surprise, which he quickly suppressed to appear normal, as he realized the implications of Roland's request. After Mr. Baron's eyes widened repeatedly, Roland sighed contentedly, halting his demands for refining stones, for based on his recent performance, he could easily advance to the 3rd year of study. Finally free from his scrutiny of those children, Roland exhaled with relief. Just moments ago, he had successfully levitated a total of 32 scales of refining stones for 15 minutes, achieving the rank of a level 5 magical apprentice, allowing him to learn a skill for livelihood at the public school. Subsequently, Roland increased the refining stones by 5 scales each time, and only upon reaching 52 scales did he find himself unable to maintain the levitation. It was then that he directly ascended to a level 7 magical apprentice. Reflecting on this, Roland concluded that, having lived over 30 years in his previous life, his vast knowledge still left him somewhat perplexed regarding the intricacies of mental strength. However, the leap from a level 4 magical apprentice to a level 7 was indeed rather swift, leaving Mr. Baron both astonished and exclaiming in wonder. Mr. Baron's reaction served as a wake-up call for Roland. He understood the concept of the wood that stands out invites the wind. If a commoner's abilities were to soar dramatically, it would undoubtedly attract attention to, "Oh, Roland, you are truly remarkable. Could you share how you practiced over the summer? Your mental strength has increased by more than double," Mr. Baron inquired, his tone exaggerated, while fulfilling Roland's request by providing him with 1 50 scale and 2 5 scale, as well as 2 1 scale refining stones. Roland stumbled over his words, unable to disclose the truth behind his crossing over. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "Mr. Baron, I fell gravely ill during the summer, nearly losing my life. That may be the reason." Roland spoke without much thought. However, it was indeed recorded in the magical realm that a significant illness could lead to a surge in mental strength. "Well, what a fortunate little fellow you are. Now, come with me. You need to condense your magic source under my guidance. Then, you shall receive the badge of a magical apprentice," Mr. Baron called to Roland, who was about to leave. He began rummaging through the drawer again. "Look, Roland, this is the apprentice badge that one receives after reaching level 5. Since you're now level 7, you should obtain a 2-star badge. Come on, Roland, after condensing your magic source, you will earn this 2-star badge." Mr. Baron waved the badge in his hand as he spoke. "Roland, work hard. If one day you become a true battle practitioner, you shall earn a genuine magical badge." Yes, they were about to exit. Mr. Baron did not forget to encourage Roland. Under Mr. Baron's guidance, Roland arrived at a location he had once longed to visit in his memories, that he recalled watching his younger classmates enter this place. Feeling a deep sense of envy, it was a rather ordinary room, situated in the deepest part of the campus, and it was very quiet. The room contained little more than some intricate lines etched into the floor. "Roland, do you remember what I told you?" After Mr. Baron's lengthy admonitions, Roland began to condense his magic source. In essence, the magic source involved a level 5 magical apprentice perceiving and storing the first thread of magical elements within their body using a special method, thereby forming the magic source. Simultaneously, students were to take note of the sensation of absorbing magical elements for future enhancement. In Roland's terms, the magic source resembled what he referred to as chi perception in his previous life. It was merely a foundational infrastructure. Once the magic source was established, the rest would be a matter of accumulation. The pale yellow represented earth elements, red for fire, azure for wind, and blue for water. "Roland, You can only choose to absorb one element now. If you wish to become a battle practitioner, it's best to select fire or wind elements. Earth elements are also acceptable. However, water elements are generally favored by women. Ultimately, the most important thing is to absorb whichever element feels the most comfortable to you. Remember, you only have half an hour, Mr. Baron continued to remind him. Upon seeing Roland nod, Mr. Baron added, "Very well, Roland, I will now activate the magic array to enhance the concentration of magical elements." With that, Mr. Baron took out 4 stones of varying colors, all identical in size and shape, and placed them in specific positions within the etched magic array on the floor. Roland stood in the center of the magic array. As the last blue stone was set into place, a faint glow of azure, blue, red, and yellow enveloped Roland. Mr. Baron observed Roland with a complex expression. What a diligent student, he thought. In fact, at the moment the 4 colors illuminated the room. Roland did not immediately follow Mr. Baron's instructions to absorb the magical elements. Instead, he delved into the communication with the spirit of the bronze ear stud. "Spirit, are you certain? Choosing the water element instead of fire or wind." Roland sought confirmation once more. Becoming a powerful battle practitioner was his aspiration, not to be a weak water element practitioner. Water element practitioners could never be formidable magic archers. They were confined to becoming barrier masters, or, in a world where many had nearly forgotten, mere magicians. Moreover, the abilities of water element barrier masters were extremely limited. Earth was indeed the domain of barrier masters. The spirit within the bronze ear stud completely disregarded Roland's question, which left him feeling quite frustrated. "Spirit, are you sure you want me to choose the water element? Choosing water means I can only become a weak magician or healer." Roland pressed on, not willing to give up. However, this time, the spirit's response was unexpected. "Who told you that magicians are weak? The power of a magician is beyond the comprehension of those who merely play with slingshots and eggshells. Let me tell you, if I were to teach a magician, they could wipe out those fools with one hand." Hearing Roland's assertion that magicians were weak, the spirit was practically furious. Was this truly a spirit? Roland was left dumbfounded. "Kid, if you do not become a magician, you can forget about receiving my guidance in the future," the spirit within the bronze stud declared, throwing out a trump card once more. Roland was at a loss for words. It seemed he was still the master of the bronze stud. However, out of consideration for the poor spirit, Roland chose not to press the issue. Truth be told, Roland harbored a certain longing for the path of a magician as well. "All right then, spirit, I choose the water element. If I am bullied in the future, I shall go so far as to sever half my ear to remove this bronze stud and cast it into the abyss." Roland exclaimed with a mix of laughter and bravado, though in reality, he lacked the courage to disfigure himself in the short term. The spirit paid no heed to Roland's threats, instead responding with a boastful remark. "Kid, after my guidance, if you are bullied, I shall call you little ancestor." The atmosphere was thick with ire, akin to a tempestuous storm brewing within as Roland engaged in a verbal skirmish with the pharaoh from the bronze nail. Outside, Teacher Baron was in a state of distress. 5 minutes had elapsed, yet the magical energy emanating from the diffusion magic circle remained utterly stagnant. With a hint of anxiety, Teacher Baron tapped his foot restlessly. Suddenly, a disquieting thought surged within him. Poor Roland, having just resolved his issues with mental energy, could he truly lack perception? However, before this notion could fully take root, it was abruptly quelled. The visible magical elements floating within the magic circle began to stir. The purpose of this diffusion magic circle was to release the magical energy contained within the charging stones and confine it within the circle's boundaries, thereby enhancing the magical concentration, thus ensuring that novice magic apprentices could successfully condense their magical sources. The 4 charging stones that Teacher Baron had set down were infused with the 4 elemental magical energies by apprentices of level 8 or higher. Otherwise, the Empire could not supply such natural magical crystals. Charging stones, however, were reusable. To Roland's understanding, they were akin to rechargeable batteries from his previous life, albeit technologically more advanced. Furthermore, these charging stones were ubiquitous throughout the magical continent, though impoverished regions still lacked them. Water element? Teacher Baron expressed a hint of disappointment. After all, the capabilities of the water element ranked lowest among all combatants and vocational practitioners. Yet, his demeanor soon shifted to one of elation that a student who had borne the brunt of ridicule for years had not only seen his mental energy surge to that of a level 7 magic apprentice, but had also successfully condensed his magical source. Roland was now a veritable level 7 magic apprentice at this moment. Roland was observing the minuscule, rice-sized aquamarine sphere at the core of his mental energy, which imparted a subtle, cooling sensation to his consciousness. "Pharaoh, is this the magical source?" Roland inquired excitedly. "Well, sort of. Once night falls and there are no disturbances, I shall teach you how to expand your magical source," the Pharaoh replied curtly, seemingly still harboring a grudge. "Teacher Baron, I have completed the condensation of my magical source," Roland exclaimed, rising with excitement. "Congratulations, Roland," Teacher Baron replied joyfully, his expression akin to one who had just consumed a sumptuous feast. "This 2-star magic apprentice badge now belongs to you." Teacher Baron presented the long-prepared badge that a 5th-level magic apprentice bore a no-star badge, while a 6th-level apprentice sported a 1-star badge. "Thank you, Teacher Baron," Roland said, accepting the badge with enthusiasm, silently reflecting. "Roland, could this be the first wish I have fulfilled for you?" "Very well, Roland. I have matters to attend to. You may study on your own now. Remember, having just condensed your magical source, it is advisable not to exert your mental energy within the same day," Teacher Baron kindly reminded him. "Understood?" At last, Roland could extricate himself from the scrutinizing gazes of the younger students, all approximately 140 centimeters tall. Standing at 165 centimeters, Roland felt like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Casually affixing the 2-star badge of a level 7 magic apprentice to his chest, Roland made his way toward the 3rd-year classroom. With his newfound prowess, he could swiftly advance to the next year. This, Roland believed, was one of the most gratifying aspects of the educational system in the magical continent at that moment. It was recess. Roland strode into the spacious 3rd-year classroom, which could accommodate several hundred students simultaneously. Upon his entrance, he overheard whispers among some students. "Look, the class leader has finally leveled up." "Oh, that fool from his 2nd year has finally upgraded." Various voices surged toward Roland, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. He maintained his composure, puffed out his chest, and headed directly toward an unoccupied seat. "Stop. Roland, come here and give this young master a back rub." A brash voice interrupted, as a figure boldly obstructed Roland's path. Flanked by 2 lackeys, Roland raised his gaze, and an uncontrollable surge of anger erupted from within. Flashbacks of past humiliations flooded his mind. Being slapped, made to perform menial tasks, and bullied by this very individual who had once led a group of boys to beat him and toss him into a filthy ditch. Roland recognized that this uncontainable resentment was a remnant left by his predecessor. Had he not traversed into this body, it would likely have succumbed to decay by now. "You are the one who bullied the former Roland. Kurgan." Roland spat out, his words laced with venom. His eyes widened as he defiantly glared at Kurgan, who donned a lavish apprentice robe. Kurgan was momentarily taken aback by the 2-star apprentice badge dangling from Roland's chest, which was only 1 star below his own. He was further stunned by Roland's sudden audacity. The Roland he knew was so meek that even his farts were silent. Now he dared to speak boldly against him. Preposterous. "You dare insult young Master Kurgan. You're asking for a beating." Before Kurgan could react, his 2 lackeys began rolling up their sleeves, preparing to strike. Roland recognized them as the very same who had tormented him relentlessly. Boom! With a resounding crack, Roland, having honed his physique over the past month, launched a swift kick into the abdomen of one of the approaching lackeys, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, Roland barreled forward, colliding into Kurgan, who was momentarily knocked off balance. Brushing off his hands, Roland stood tall amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates and sauntered toward an empty seat. It took a moment for the downed lackey to rise, as the kick Roland had delivered was no trifling matter. "Young master, this brat has become so arrogant and disrespects you. Shall we teach him a lesson after school?" The lackey grimaced, clutching his stomach in pain. Kurgan, with a dark expression, cast a menacing glare at Roland, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. "Humph, let it be for now. I have matters at home." With that, Kurgan turned and strode away, prompting laughter from several boys. However, the laughter was short-lived as the teacher arrived. During Roland's first lesson in the magical continent, he scarcely absorbed any knowledge, his mind preoccupied with the words of Kurgan that instilled a deep-seated hatred within him. Days prior, he had inadvertently overheard a conversation between his parents, along with his mother's inexplicable concerns, which led Roland to a dawning realization that a passage from the historical records of the continent surfaced in his mind during the pinnacle era of mages. The power of the nobility was magnified to the utmost, granting them dominion over their subjects. Whether or not this power was exercised was solely at the discretion of the noble himself. Following the conclusion of the mage era, imperial law did not explicitly abolish this privilege, straddling the line between existence and non-existence. Nevertheless, most nobles have conveniently forgotten this unsavory privilege. It must be so. Roland pondered, finally grasping the significance behind Kurgan's words. What a splendid privilege, Roland murmured. For both himself and Roland, Kurgan, as a mere noble, could never fathom the capabilities of a traverser. The decision had crystallized within Roland, one that had germinated upon reading the diary of his predecessor. Yet he could not comprehend why Kurgan harbored such animosity towards him, for in his memories, Roland had never wronged Kurgan. With this disruption, Roland found it challenging to focus on the lesson, which revolved around utilizing mental energy to guide elemental materials. He instead dedicated his thoughts to consolidating his understanding of this new world. As he could not train his mental energy within the day, Roland spent the afternoon ensconced in the library. After school, Roland hastily made his way home, his stomach growling with hunger. The 2 flatbreads and pickles he had brought for lunch had long been consumed, and the meager fare left him famished before the end of the school day. "Shall we go and teach that fellow a lesson now?" A disgruntled lackey glowered at Roland's retreating figure. Kurgan, with a sullen expression, merely waved his hand dismissively. "Let it go for today, I have matters at home." Upon finishing his words, he hurriedly made his way toward the Soul Castle in Yorktown, his mind preoccupied with the 2-star apprentice badge adorning Roland's attire. Earlier in class, Roland had deliberately picked up a stone for self-defense, which was essentially a brick-shaped rock that he found most convenient to wield. To his surprise, Roland did not encounter Kurgan, who had previously sought to assault him in the past. Anytime Roland had displeased Kurgan, he would invariably be met with a brutal beating after school. The former Roland had been utterly at the mercy of Kurgan and his cohorts. As he traversed the familiar path, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water and the scent of fresh grass, Roland felt a wave of joy wash over him as he approached his home. Just before entering, he purposefully concealed the badge on his chest, intending to surprise his parents, or rather, his parents. "Ronald, you should understand that the ironclad laws of our ancestors dictate that the family inheritance is unlikely to return to your hands. Your son Roland is not a prodigy. On the contrary, he is even inferior to the average person. Furthermore, after 3 years of mental training, do you truly believe that your son's unremarkable methods could yield results lasting over 4 years? As for the 3rd generation, do not harbor any illusions. You're already 35, yet your grandson has yet to be born." A voice, steeped in superiority, echoed with disdain. However, to Roland's ears, it was nothing short of irritating. "Thus, the family is offering you 10 gold coins as compensation. Moreover, as long as you agree to relinquish your claim to the family inheritance, the family will gladly speak on your behalf to Baron Kashi in Yorktown. What do you say? Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." The implications of Rakis's words were clear to anyone present, even if he did not articulate the threats outright. "Elder Rakis, we agree. Just ensure you put in a good word for us with Baron Kashi." Roland's mother, Afra, was visibly shaken by Rakis's threats and hastily voiced her opinion before Ronald could respond. Roland could imagine his mother casting a pleading glance toward his father. The courtyard fell into a heavy silence, and Roland could almost hear his father Ronald's labored breaths. After a long pause, Ronald finally spoke, his voice strained. "Elder Rakis, I consent. However, regarding Roland's marriage, I hope you can also mention this to Baron Kashi. For his son has long since expressed his intent to." There was an unmistakable sense of reluctance in Ronald's tone, mingled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and anger. I could see that moment. Roland could no longer contain himself and burst through the door. He cared little for the so-called family inheritance. What truly irked him was that this man dared to use him as leverage against his parents. The creaking of the courtyard door shattered the silence, and all eyes turned to the sudden intrusion of Roland. Ronald was the first to regain his composure. "Roland, you're home from school early today." Ronald forced a strained smile, while Afra, sensing the tension, instructed, "Dear, we have a guest. Please take Roland to the inner room." However, Roland firmly shook off Afra's outstretched hand and strode directly toward Rakes. With a swift motion, he slammed the apprentice badge, which he had hidden in his bosom, onto the small table before him. "Oh, you see this? If you understand, then leave at once. Our family does not welcome you." Roland's display of defiance was formidable, leaving both his parents and Rakes, clad in an ornate golden embroidered robe, utterly astonished. Rakes had not anticipated that Roland would dare to confront him in such a manner. Not even the lords of various cities within North Yorkshire would dare to breathe heavily in his presence, let alone a mere child. Were it not for the family's collateral affairs, he would not have deigned to personally address such trivial matters. After a moment of stunned silence, Rakes quickly regained his composure, standing abruptly. His gaze was as cold as a serpent's, fixated on Roland for several tense moments before shifting to Ronald and Afra, who were still reeling from Roland's audacity. "Humph," Rakes huffed, unable to maintain his poise after being chastised by a mere youth. With a final glare at the 7-level apprentice badge that Roland had slammed down, he stormed out the door. It took Ronald and Afra some time to shift their gaze from the badge on the table to the direction in which Rakes had departed. "Roland," Ronald uttered, his voice laced with reluctance, struggling to find the words, as if he were hesitant to chastise his son. With a heavy sigh, Ronald stamped his foot, suppressing the urge to scold Roland for offending Rakes. "Roland, tell me honestly, where did you find that apprentice badge? Or did you steal it?" Ronald's tone turned stern. Roland remained silent, swiftly retrieving the 52-scale refining stone from his pocket, concentrating, causing the stone to levitate. Ronald and Afra's eyes widened in astonishment as they recognized its significance. As the refining stone floated and then fell, Roland explained, "Today, Teacher Baron helped me condense the magic source, stating that I could not train my mental strength. Hence, this served as Roland's justification for the stone's behavior. Roland, you have truly advanced to a 7-level magic apprentice." Upon hearing this, Ronald seemed to lose his composure, rushing forward to cradle Roland's head in his hands. Afra's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed intently at Roland. Feeling a touch of shyness while being embraced by his mother, Roland blinked and nodded affirmatively, although he had anticipated Ronald and Afra would be pleased. He hadn't expected such an overwhelming reaction. "Wonderful, wonderful," Ronald exclaimed, repeating the word 3 times in sheer delight. After rummaging through his waist, he produced a silver coin and said to Afra, "Dear, please buy a bottle of ale and 4 chicken legs. Let us celebrate today." Afra accepted the silver coin, wiping away tears of joy before casting a happy glance at Roland as she exited. Roland observed this scene, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. A single silver coin represented 3 days' worth of Ronald's labor in the magical realm. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which in turn equals 1,000 copper coins. That be why Roland's estimation. The purchasing power of 1 silver coin was slightly less than that of 100 RMB in his past life, but comparable nonetheless. 1 gold coin could sustain a family of 3, like Roland's, with a meat-inclusive diet for an entire month, and with some savings, even 2 or 3 months. Roland, remember, progress is commendable. However, do not speak to the family elders in such a manner in the future. Should you become a warrior, your future may well be in their hands," Ronald admonished, suppressing his joy after Afra had left. "I understand, Father," Roland replied, not wishing to argue further about the incident. Perhaps this temperament stemmed from the quick-witted, revenge-driven nature he had developed in his past life. "Father, could you tell me more about our family? I have never heard of it before," Roland inquired. Ronald, deep in thought, gestured for Roland to sit in a wicker chair in the courtyard before explaining. "Roland, our family hails from the Brett family of Yorkshire. If you become a warrior, your full name will be Roland Brett." With a deep sigh, Ronald continued, "As for me, I can only go by Ronald in this lifetime. I am unworthy of bearing the illustrious surname of Brett." After a lengthy lament, Roland finally grasped the situation that Ronald's ancestors, the founders of the Brett family, had established their legacy through exceptional skill. Consequently, this wise ancestor decreed an ironclad rule. Any descendant who failed to become a warrior before turning 20 would be unworthy of the Brett name and would not inherit the family's riches. If no warrior emerged from a branch within 3 generations, the family assets would revert to the family. These 2 rules aim to inspire future generations to strive for excellence. Indeed, the Brett family had thrived for centuries, with warriors emerging from each generation that Ronald's father, Roland's grandfather, had passed away early, leaving Ronald, who had mediocre talents, without guidance. Consequently, he had been expelled from North Yorkshire by the family elders in accordance with the family rules. However, if a descendant became a warrior within 3 generations, they could reclaim their family's former glory. Roland, can you tell me how you suddenly became a 7-level magic apprentice? Ronald's gaze flickered slightly, and the words that were about to spill from his lips took an unexpected turn. Roland felt a sense of helplessness. Regarding the matter of the bronze earrings, he could not speak to anyone, not even to his parents or his wife that, Dad, it might be related to the fainting episode from a month ago. But I'm not entirely sure. Roland deflected to the topic of his unconsciousness. Indeed, Ronald pondered for a moment and chose not to press further on that subject. Suddenly, it seemed that there was little left to discuss between father and son, and the small courtyard once again fell into silence. After a while, Ronald rubbed his hands together, glanced at Roland, and, with some difficulty, began to speak. Roland, what do you think? How long do you believe it will take to advance to an 8th-level magic apprentice? Or perhaps even a 10th-level magic apprentice? As soon as Ronald's words left his mouth, Roland understood his father's intent. Dad, reaching the 8th level shouldn't take too long. As for the 10th level, I'm not quite sure. Roland considered for a moment before responding. He was aware that Pharaoh's methods would yield results swiftly, yet to what extent he truly did not know. Roland, Ronald called out. Yes. Ronald hesitated for a while. Just as he was about to speak, the gate of the small courtyard creaked open. "My dear, what are you 2 discussing?" Mother Afra said cheerily. With that, Ronald's words were cut short. "Come, Roland, dear, this is for us." Afra deftly placed the items she had purchased onto the small wooden table and brought forth their dinner for the evening. Today marked Roland's first experience with the ale from this otherworldly realm, a slightly bitter yet fragrant brew. A modest celebration, indeed, yet Roland's parents regarded it with utmost importance. After dinner, Roland retired early to his small chamber. As Pharaoh had instructed, he was to learn how to enhance his magical source that night. Once inside, Roland quickly lay down on his bed, sinking his consciousness back into the bronze earring that a most comforting sensation enveloped him, akin to returning to his mother's embrace. "Pharaoh, what is your method for expanding the magical source?" Roland inquired. At school, Teacher Baron had taught him the technique for expanding the magical source, which involved dedicating a portion of each day to absorbing the omnipresent magical elements from the air. The efficiency of absorption depended solely on the strength of one's mental fortitude. To illustrate, the relationship between mental fortitude and the absorption of magical elements could be likened to the relationship between a faucet's valve and the flow of tap water. The wider the valve is opened, the greater the volume of water or magical elements that can be absorbed in a given time. Young one, before I teach you this method, I have a piece of advice, a suggestion for your own well-being. Pharaoh's voice took on a somber tone. What vexed Roland was that ever since Pharaoh had thrown a tantrum earlier that day, he no longer referred to him as master. For my well-being, Roland blinked in confusion. Indeed, your well-being. You must understand that whether it be the scouting technique I've taught you or the method for enhancing your magical source that I am about to impart, both will cause you to rise like a comet in this small place. A country bumpkin suddenly gaining immense power will certainly attract scrutiny. Do you comprehend? Pharaoh's unremarkable tone suddenly sent a chill through Roland. Roland drew in a sharp breath. He was all too aware of the implications. Unusual outcomes often led to being captured for experimentation. Thus, it would be prudent for you to change your surroundings. It is more conducive to your advancement. Pharaoh seemed to speak from personal experience. Change my surroundings? Yes, change your surroundings. For instance, North Yorkshire City, where numerous noble offspring shine with the brilliance of genius. Only among them can you avoid drawing excessive attention. Otherwise, you will have to retreat to some remote wilderness to cultivate in solitude until you are capable of self-defense before re-emerging. Pharaoh's tone held a hint of mockery. Retreat to the wilderness? Oh no. For someone like Roland, who was entirely immersed in the digital realm in his previous life, the idea of living as a wild man was utterly unthinkable. Thus, Roland had no choice but to consider changing his environment. However, given his current status, the prospect of entering the county city seemed far-fetched unless he broke through to the first-level practitioner. Very well. Pharaoh, I will find a way, Roland replied after some contemplation. Now, shall you teach me how to enhance my magical source? Roland urged, brimming with curiosity about everything in this magical land. Your teacher's method likely involves filling your magical source with magical elements and then using your strongest mental power to compress the magical elements into it. Gradually expanding the source, correct? Pharaoh inquired. Yes, Pharaoh. Then my method is quite the opposite. It involves completely releasing all the magical power within you. After that, you must replenish the magical elements at your fastest speed. Pharaoh explained slowly. Release everything and then quickly restore the magical elements. How can that enhance the magical source to hold more magical elements? Roland questioned, perplexed. Have you ever witnessed the waves crashing upon the shore? Pharaoh asked, his tone laced with disdain. Roland nodded. I have. He had indeed witnessed the famous Chianang tide and various seascapes in his previous life. When the tide rises, each wave crashes upon the shore, ever higher than the last. Furthermore, do you understand why floods can wreak havoc on land, destroying everything? Yet when they reach the ocean, they stir not a single ripple. Pharaoh spoke with deliberate slowness, his slightly aged voice evoking a sense of profound depth. The distinction? Roland's expansive thought process seemed to grasp Pharaoh's meaning. Pharaoh was suggesting that one should first allow the magical source to become the land, and then swiftly absorb the magical elements with mental power, letting the flood of magical elements crash upon the source to achieve the purpose of enhancement or expansion. After pondering for a moment, Roland replied, I see. Yes. Pharaoh let out a satisfied sigh, that you're quite adept in this regard. It took me decades to devise this method. Pharaoh seemed to reminisce. With a sudden shift in tone, he added, all right, now that you understand, let us begin practicing. The method is quite simple. Remember, this method should only be used when you're certain of your safety. If safety is in question, resort to the method your teacher taught you. The path to accumulating profound magical power is solely reliant on diligence. Rest assured, I understand this principle. Genius is merely 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Roland replied cheerfully. Practicing was something he had done extensively in his previous life through online gaming. Without investing time, how could one hope to surpass others? Well said. Now that I have imparted the method, the rest depends on your diligence. Pharaoh spoke with a note of appreciation. Roland paused, realizing that Pharaoh had seemingly provided him with only the theory, not the method. Pharaoh, you haven't yet taught me how to deplete the magical power within the source. Roland inquired urgently, isn't that what I am about to teach you? Pharaoh replied with a frown. Before I teach you this method, there's one thing you must promise me. What is it? Roland asked, growing impatient with this spirit's numerous stipulations. Without my permission, you must not share the methods I teach you with anyone else. Otherwise, you will not only lose my guidance, but also invite grave danger upon yourself. Pharaoh's words carried an undeniable authority. Rest assured, for the sake of my own life, I will not speak a word. Roland fully understood the implications of sectarian rivalries, yet he found himself puzzled about whether there were sects among magicians. Nevertheless, he readily acquiesced. Very well. Now I shall teach you how to completely release the magical elements within you. After a brief pause, Pharaoh continued, the method to deplete the magical elements within you is simply to continuously cast spells. Just as Roland was eagerly listening to Pharaoh's explanation, he suddenly felt a wave of despair. Pharaoh, please, I can only cast spells after breaking through to the 10th level magic apprentice to become a 1st level magician. I'm only a 7th level magic apprentice, Roland complained. Who said you must break through to the 10th level magic apprentice to become a 1st level magician and cast spells? I can make you cast spells right now. Pharaoh whispered something that left Roland utterly astonished. "Pharaoh, how can this be possible? Both my teachers and the texts in the library state that one must have a mental power of at least 100 or be a 10th level magic apprentice to become a practitioner." Roland exclaimed in astonishment, "Fool, do you truly believe that rulers would allow genuine power to run rampant among the populace and promote it as if it were some idiotic trend? If that were the case, the continent would not be dominated by 3 great empires. The teachings promoted in this academy are merely intended to equip more commoners with the ability to survive in the realm of magic. Of course, it also serves the purpose of talent selection for the rulers." As Pharaoh's fervent words trailed off, they began to lose their fervor. "Ah, I understand," Roland replied, his expression sour. "Before I teach you magic, you must first comprehend the steps involved in its manifestation." The Pharaoh began to explain, prompting Roland to adopt a posture of attentive listening. "Firstly, you need to swiftly inscribe the magical circle of the spell you wish to cast using your mental energy. Then, guide the magical energy within you to infuse the inscribed circle. Finally, direct it towards your target, and you will successfully release a spell." The Pharaoh continued, "Of course, this process requires time. A novice may take between 2 to 4 seconds to inscribe the magical circle and an additional 1 to 3 seconds or more to channel their magical energy. However, this duration will decrease with practice until it reaches instantaneous casting." "Instantaneous casting?" Roland murmured. "Can all spells be cast instantly? That would be exhilarating. Instantaneously casting all spells. How naive. Boy, if every spell could be cast instantaneously. One would only need to master a single forbidden spell to dominate the entire continent." The Pharaoh's tone was laced with sarcasm. "However, the method I shall teach you will enable you to cast spells at least twice as fast as others, granting you a fighting chance against magic archers." With a shift in tone, the Pharaoh spoke with considerable pride. "Only twice as fast?" Roland felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, although he refrained from voicing it. In a game from his past life, his mage character could cast forbidden spells faster than he could speak. In Roland's mind, that was the true mark of a formidable mage. "Now, I will impart the magical circle and my methodology to you. So listen carefully." The night was dark, and in the small village where Roland resided, aside from the occasional barking of dogs, the only sound was the gentle flow of the Maping River, which ran through the entirety of North Yorkshire. When Roland first arrived in the magical realm, he often fell asleep to the soothing sounds of the river. Stepping lightly out of his bedroom, he glanced at his parents' room under the faint starlight before quietly making his way toward the courtyard gate. The rural area on the outskirts had a relatively simple and honest atmosphere. Moreover, even if someone intended to steal, they would likely return empty-handed, as there was nothing of value to pilfer. The courtyard gate was merely ajar. Roland cautiously lifted it, producing a barely audible sound, and slipped through the narrow opening. Upon exiting his family's courtyard, Roland headed straight for the banks of the Maping River, which was only a few dozen meters away. He did so not for any other reason than that the Pharaoh had mentioned that in areas rich in water elements, his method would enhance the magical source's effectiveness, and the recovery of magical energy would also be accelerated. As for why the riverbank was abundant in water elements, the Pharaoh explained that everything in the primary material world could influence the concentration of magical elements. Naturally, the places richest in water elements would be by the river, while the locations richest in fire elements would undoubtedly be near volcanoes or areas with fire. The banks of the Maping River were tranquil. In this suburban area, no one came at night, especially not in the woods. It was an ideal setting for Roland to practice. Accompanied by the croaking of frogs, the unique, gentle scent of the river wafted through the air. Under the starlight, Roland casually stood within the trees and began to construct the magical circle using the method taught by the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh's technique did not involve creating a disposable magical circle, but rather constructing and solidifying it within his body. Additionally, using a special method of mental energy application, this magical circle would be anchored within Roland. Consequently, it would consume only a small portion of his mental energy to maintain a magical circle. This method was said to be the Pharaoh's original creation. Thus, Roland's advantage lay in the fact that the speed of casting spells would be expedited by eliminating a crucial step: the time spent inscribing the magical circle. According to the Pharaoh, Other mages on the continent typically spent at least half or even two-thirds of the total time merely inscribing the magical circle during the spellcasting process. However, this lead was merely initial. Any mage, through prolonged and diligent practice, could eventually achieve instantaneous casting of certain low-level spells that, of course, this instantaneous casting was predicated upon possessing a robust mental energy and extensive practice. Roland closed his eyes and began to construct the magical circle for the first spell imparted to him by the pharaoh. This first spell was known as the water arrow technique. It was the simplest and least energy-consuming spell in the water magic category. Roland's eyes. The circle was not overly complex, in less than a minute. He had successfully constructed the magical circle for the water arrow technique within himself. The time-consuming aspect was solidifying the magical circle. Utilizing the method taught by the pharaoh, Roland reinforced the magical circle repeatedly within his body using mental energy until it met the pharaoh's requirements. After approximately 10 minutes, the magical circle he had constructed within himself finally reached the pharaoh's standards. The subsequent steps were considerably simpler. He divided a fraction of his mental energy to circulate within the inscribed magical circle, as per the pharaoh's instructions, ensuring that the magical circle could be maintained permanently. The principle of solidifying the magical circle was somewhat akin to the concept of a perpetual motion machine that Roland was familiar with from his past life. However, he refrained from mentioning this. With the magical circle for the water arrow technique complete, the next step was to cast a spell. This was to be Roland's first spell in this otherworldly realm, and he was filled with excitement. "I can't believe I am about to become a mage," Roland murmured, initiating the release of magic from this foreign world, since the magical circle for the water arrow technique had already been constructed. Roland directly guided and infused the water element from his magical source into the magical circle. The infusion of water elements was complete, mental energy activated. With a sharp crack, a brilliant stream of water shot forth from Roland's chest, only to vanish in an instant, leaving behind a puddle 5 meters in front of him. Roland was left dumbfounded. Is this really magic? Pharaoh, what just happened? Faced with such a spectacular yet disappointing outcome, Roland had no choice but to delve into the bronze earring to consult the pharaoh. "Fool, look within yourself. Do you not see that your magical energy is depleted? If you could conjure a complete water arrow technique with your newly formed magical source, that would indeed be strange. Do you still require my guidance on what to do next?" The pharaoh's voice, filled with indignation, echoed in Roland's bronze earring. Understood, understood. Roland, chastised, hastily withdrew his consciousness. He could still hear the pharaoh's incessant complaints. How did I end up teaching such a fool? Roland pinched his nose in silence. It seemed he had gotten overly excited about becoming the legendary mage. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the water elements at the banks of the Maping River. With the warm sensation of water elements that Teacher Baron had asked him to note during the day, Roland quickly realized that an abundance of light blue water elements surrounded him. With a thought, Roland released his mental energy, actively absorbing the water elements with all his might, as if a great whale were drinking water, rather than the slow absorption that Teacher Baron had advised. The surrounding water elements rushed into Roland's newly formed magical source like a waterfall. A piercing pain coursed through Roland, causing him to let out a scream that shattered the night's tranquility. Overwhelmed by the excruciating agony, he curled up on the riverbank, clutching his abdomen. The pain was unbearable, as if a salt-laden dagger had been thrust into his belly and twisted mercilessly. If anyone were to observe Roland at that, this is precisely the reason why I urged you to select water-based magic. The essence of water nourishes the body, allowing injuries to be gradually healed by the water element. Were you to choose fire or wind magic, employing my method, it would not be long before you would transform into a lifeless corpse. The pharaoh elucidated. Why didn't you forewarn me, allowing me to prepare myself? Roland retorted with a hint of annoyance. Had I informed you in advance, would you have exerted yourself so diligently in your training? The pharaoh countered. Roland fell silent. The pain, as the impacts accumulate, will gradually diminish. Today, we shall conduct 1 impact. Starting tomorrow, you shall perform 2 impacts daily on the magic source. Now, Utilize the method your teacher imparted to you to fill the magic source to its utmost, solidifying the effectiveness of the impact, and then return to rest. The pharaoh instructed with a somewhat gentler tone. Without uttering a word, Roland withdrew his consciousness from the bronze earring, yet he complied with the pharaoh's commands. Roland harbored his own understanding. To him, this foreign realm resembled the free games he had played in his past life, where lacking strength meant only the fate of being swiftly eliminated. Strength, whether through time or wealth, required sacrifice to be attained. The most magnificent structure in Yorktown, the castle of Baron Kashi, remained brilliantly illuminated. The recently concluded ball held in honor of distinguished guests still lingered with a crisp aroma of fruit wine and the alluring scent of cosmetics that could easily provoke unusual thoughts. Baron Kashi retrieved 2 glasses of red wine from a nearby servant's tray and presented them to the still belching Lacus, the man who had visited Roland's home that afternoon. "My lord Lacus, were you satisfied with today's ball?" Baron Kashi inquired with noble decorum. Although Lacus bore no title, he was someone who commanded the respect of a third-tier baron, and while Kashi was uncertain of the benefits of proper hospitality, he was acutely aware of the repercussions should Lacus be displeased. "Esteemed Baron Kashi, this is indeed a splendid evening. However, it would be even more marvelous if we could discuss noble etiquette in private." Lacus took a small sip of the subpar red wine, a flicker of discontent crossing his eyes. The quality of this nearly non-vintage wine was lamentable. Yet, such was the standard of provincial nobility. "One must make do, respected Lord Lacus. As you wish, please follow me." Baron Kashi gracefully gestured, guiding Lacus toward the depths of his castle to the study. "Kashi, how have you fared with the task I assigned you last time?" Upon entering the study, Lacus shed his gentlemanly facade, his expression darkening as he took a seat in the main chair and inquired, "Why, Lord Lacus, for the past year, I have diligently adhered to your instructions. However, that boy has advanced 3 levels in magic apprenticeship over the summer and is now a level 7 magic apprentice. I only received this news this afternoon." Baron Kashi responded, somewhat nervously. "Oh, you know the reason?" Lacus gently tapped the desk as he asked. In response, my lord, I dispatched someone this afternoon to inquire. It is said that after fainting in the stinking ditch and miraculously surviving, his mental strength surged." Baron Kashi replied cautiously. Had he known the previous incident would yield such consequences, he would never have acted as he did. Lacus, now assuming a more commanding tone, stated, "After encountering such a change, a surge in mental strength can indeed occur. This matter is not your fault." Hearing these words, Baron Kashi felt the tension in his body slightly relax. "Within 3 months, I wish for that Roland to vanish from this world. Remember, it must appear as an accident. The descendants of the Brett family, even those of collateral lines, must not be trifled with. Do you understand?" Lacus suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with a venomous edge. "It must be an accident." Baron Kashi appeared momentarily taken aback. "I understand, my lord. The Maping River would serve as a most fortuitous accident." "Good, as long as you comprehend. If this matter proceeds smoothly, not only will you obtain the latter half of the Brett family's secret method for cultivating mental strength, but your tax obligations to Yorktown will be halved for the next 3 years. Otherwise, prepare to simply go hungry for the next few years, under the dim interplay of aquamarine and pale yellow magical lights." Lacus' countenance was shrouded in gloom. "My lord, rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is handled appropriately." Lacus' promise brought immense joy to Baron Kashi. The prospect of having the taxes due on his territory thrilled him. But even more so, he relished the thought of acquiring the latter half of the Brett family's method for cultivating mental strength. The mere first half had already enabled his son Kurjan to progress quickly. Should he obtain the latter half, it would be a certainty that his son Kurjan would become a formidable and promising warrior. "Lord Lacus, please allow me to escort you to your guest room to rest. I have prepared a gift for you, one I believe you shall undoubtedly appreciate." After concluding their discussion, Baron Kashi added with obsequiousness, Lacus responded noncommittally, fully aware of what the so-called mysterious gift entailed. The Yorktown Academy, in Roland's perception, was merely akin to the elementary school of his past life. With the maturity of an adult mindset, Roland increasingly found himself at odds with his peers at the academy. His behavior became increasingly incongruous with the atmosphere of the Yorktown Academy. But it was not that Roland was being pretentious. It was akin to asking a basketball player to abandon their game to play in the mud with elementary school children. Such an experience would hardly be enjoyable. Hence, Roland chose to avoid unnecessary interactions with his younger classmates. During the morning classes, Roland listened with interest when it captured his attention, and when it did not, he would reminisce about his previous life. Every noon, after consuming the exceedingly simple lunch he brought from home, he would seek a secluded corner to quietly practice the mental strength exercises taught to him by the Pharaoh. From noon until dismissal, he had approximately 7.5 hours, allowing him to train for 1.5 sessions. For now, the academy remained a relatively safe environment. Even if there were threats, none posed a mortal danger. What surprised Roland was that for over 2 consecutive months, Kurgan, who had previously caused him immense distress, had not sought him out for trouble. Roland had prepared for a brawl, stockpiling bricks for several days, only to find them rendered useless. Bored, he ultimately disposed of them within the bronze earring. Bang, bang, bang. The magical bell of Yorktown Academy chimed promptly at 7:30 in the afternoon. The time for dismissal had arrived, and the scattered students practicing across the playground turned their bewildered gazes toward their surroundings, excitement swiftly illuminating their faces. Play was their most favored pursuit at this moment. Roland cast a glance at the 62 marked spirit refining stones laid before him. Concentrating his mental energy, he endeavored to levitate the stones that were masquerading in front of him, a recent habit of his. After several consecutive days of practice, Roland would quickly assess his mental strength to gauge his progress. Buzz! As Roland focused intently, he felt a lightness in his consciousness, and the 62 marked spirit refining stones all levitated into the air. A smile crept upon Roland's lips as he swiftly gathered the floating stones into his backpack, a gift lovingly crafted by his mother. In the past 2 weeks, he had gained an additional 2 points in mental strength. It should exceed 2 points, Roland murmured. Dusting off his trousers, he joined a throng of students leaving the school. The increase in mental strength had progressed slightly faster than the Pharaoh's estimates, leaving Roland somewhat perplexed. According to the Pharaoh, if Roland trained for a year, he could increase his mental strength by nearly 40 points. If all went well, within 1 year and 2 months, Roland would break through to a level 10 magic apprentice. However, based on Roland's calculations, averaging his data over the past 2.5 months, he was gaining approximately 1 to 1.1 points of mental strength each week. Over a year, this would amount to nearly 60 points. Roland was particularly sensitive to upgrade data, having frequently calculated such in his past life while gaming. His extraordinary rate of progress caused Roland to feel an increasing sense of caution when assessing his own mental strength. Exiting the school amidst the crowd, he hurried toward the outskirts of the town. Ever since mastering his first spell, the water arrow technique, Roland had become utterly enamored with practicing magic. The feeling of control brought him immense satisfaction. Every day after school, Roland hurried home, driven by hunger and the urgency to practice magic. In his past life, he had relished the feeling of being prepared for battle during player versus player encounters in games. The autumnal banks of the Maping River had transformed into a pale yellow hue, with leaves showing signs of withering. He briskly traversed the path. The crunch of fallen leaves occasionally accompanied his steps. While walking rapidly, Roland suddenly halted and turned to glance behind him. Behind him stood rows of whispering birch trees, devoid of anything else. On one side of the field path, a farmer, vaguely discernible, was preparing to return home after a long day's work. Nothing more was present. Roland forcefully patted his head. Surely, he couldn't be on the brink of a mental breakdown. For over a month now, he had felt the unnerving sensation of someone trailing behind him. Yet upon turning around, he found nothing but empty space. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Roland quickened his pace, breaking into a jog towards home, where he believed that peculiar feeling would dissipate. 15 minutes later, 2 ruffians, chewing on grass roots, stood several hundred meters away, watching as Roland entered the small courtyard of his home. "Boss, it's been over a month now. This kid gets home too early, and there are always people on the road. When can we make our move?" "Why not just use force?" grumbled a shorter thug. "Silence. This job must be executed precisely as the steward has instructed. If we perform well, we can smoothly join the town guard. The rewards there are quite substantial, replied the taller thug with a serious demeanor. Let us go. We 1T accomplish the task like this. We should consult the steward and see if he can provide us with a new strategy or adjust the terms. After a moment of contemplation, the tall thug spat out the grass root he was chewing. Upon returning home, his mother, Afra, served dinner while his father, Ronald, was still working outside and had yet to return. Lately, Ronald had been spending increasingly long hours at work. However, Roland's meals had become increasingly lavish. Compared to his previous fare, the description of lavish was now warranted. In the morning, 1 egg had transformed into 2. At noon, alongside pickled vegetable pancakes, he was treated to 3 slices of cooked beef. Each evening meal now featured a variety, sometimes chicken legs, other times cooked beef, and on fortunate days, even a fish. Roland quickly finished the bowl of chicken and wheat porridge his mother had prepared. Declaring, "Mom, I'm off to practice." He rose from the table and headed towards a small room. The more his parents doted on him, the heavier the burden he felt. The hopes of parents for their child to achieve greatness. Roland sighed, sitting on his bed, attempting to restore the mental energy he and T fully regained at school. Recently, Roland had devised a study schedule. After returning home and dining, he would practice for 3 hours using the exploration technique taught by Pharaoh, allowing him to restore the mental energy consumed at school to its peak state. By this time, Ronald and Afra would be fast asleep. Roland, ever so quietly, made his way to the banks of the Wheat Plain River. The chill of late autumn nights made him tighten his collar. Focus. Channel your mental energy to guide the magical power. Water arrow technique. As Roland's low command concluded, a beam of azure light shot forth from his chest, accurately striking a large tree by the riverbank that required several individuals to encircle. With a sharp sound, the water arrow disappeared in an instant. Using the moonlight to guide him, Roland quickly advanced a few steps, feeling the small hole he had created. I've progressed another ½ inch since last week. Roland mused, having grown accustomed to the power of magic. Over a month ago, after successfully launching a complete water arrow, he had been astounded by its force. The arrow had penetrated the tree, creating a 4-inch deep hole that if such a projectile struck a person, he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. However, Roland began to understand why warriors held such high status in the magical realm. If a first-level mage's basic magic wielded such power, how formidable would the legendary magic archers be? Once again, Roland activated the solidified water arrow magic array. Within him, as half of the water arrow barely traversed a few meters, it abruptly fizzled into droplets. Simultaneously, the familiar emptiness surged back upon him. A half-formed water arrow was the limit of his current capabilities. Gritting his teeth, Roland closed his eyes, fully engaging his mental energy to propel every water element he could sense into his magical source. Ugh! Roland let out a muffled grunt, his body curling into a shrimp-like position as he clutched his abdomen in pain. Over the course of 2 months, although he had developed a certain tolerance to this pain, it still left him gasping each time. After approximately 5 minutes, he gradually straightened up, his mouth twitching slightly. Closing his eyes, he employed the method taught by his school teacher to replenish the magical energy that had just been overwhelmed by the torrent of water elements. Time slipped away in the serene night, and after about half an hour, another blue water arrow flashed by point one more time. A resolute voice echoed in the night breeze. "Pharaoh, are there any other methods to assess mental energy levels?" Roland's consciousness delved into the bronze earring. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard Pharaoh as a mentor. Whenever he faced confusion, he would seek Pharaoh as counsel, as long as his inquiries were sincere. The old man would generally provide clear answers. Since successfully casting the basic water arrow technique half a month ago, Roland had completed his first task in this magical realm. Initially, he had been somewhat bewildered by the significance of this success. However, Pharaoh had explained that executing a complete basic magic spell was a hallmark of becoming a first-level mage. Bronze Nail, Seal 99. This was the current state of the Bronze Nail. The first task had merely unsealed one. Of course, Roland understood that the initial task was merely a guiding one. The subsequent unsealing tasks would be the core of the matter. There are certainly methods, but none suitable for you. Do you believe you possess the means to acquire such things? Dante even mentioned gold coins. You don't have a single copper coin to your name. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to purchase anything, Pharaoh scoffed. Roland slumped down in despair. Indeed, his situation was so dire that his pockets were emptier than his face. Perhaps I should train for a few more months and then go to school to collect some refining stones. After all, I'm making progress every day. Why bother testing? Pharaoh retorted. True, Roland muttered. The habits cultivated from his past life, where slowly accumulating experience points motivated him, now translated into the increasing mental energy here, fueling his determination. Pharaoh, I recall you mentioned that each time I complete an unsealing task, the bronze nail can perform more functions. Why did I not notice any additional benefits after completing the first unsealing task? Roland suddenly recalled this matter. Fool! Take a closer look at the space within the bronze nail. Pharaoh's reprimand followed Roland's inquiry. Roland was left speechless. The space within the bronze nail doubled? Could this be the reward for unsealing? That seemed rather lackluster. Roland huffed in disappointment. The space of the bronze nail had indeed expanded to approximately 0.5 cubic meters, and of course, it's not limited to that, if that were the case. Could I be sealed within as a tool spirit? That would merely be an automatic unsealing function. Pharaoh's tone became somewhat arrogant. You must submit the task in your consciousness for the new functions to activate. He reminded, still calling yourself an elder. Yet you're just a tool spirit. Roland grumbled internally. First phase goal of the initial unsealing task completed. Roland formally submitted the task as instructed by Pharaoh. Confirmation. Holder has met the goal requirements. First phase goal of the initial task completed. Please select one reward. Abruptly, the once arrogant voice of Pharaoh transformed into a formal tone, which left Roland feeling uncomfortable. Initial reward option 1. Increase mental energy recovery rate by 5. Initial reward option 2. Permanently increase holder's mental energy by 5. Initial reward option 3. Activate the bronze nail's magical storage function. Initial reward option 4. Unlock a basic offensive magic spell. With 11 uses, the barrage of 8 prompts dazzled Roland. Each reward appeared exceedingly practical. However, having played countless games, Roland quickly categorized these 8 rewards into 3 classes. 1 for auxiliary functions, represented by the first option, 1 for functional purposes, represented by the third option, and 1 for skills, represented by the fourth option. Pharaoh, can I select multiple options? Roland inquired loudly. He immediately disregarded the skill category. While skills were indeed useful at this stage, Roland was certain that as his strength increased, these basic skills would become utterly redundant. His current focus was primarily on the first option, increase mental energy recovery rate by 5. And the third option, activate the bronze nail's magical storage function, .as for the second item. Roland also chose to bypass it. With Roland's base of 62 points in mental strength, this permanent enhancement of merely 3 points was hardly worth the effort. The bronze nail felt empty, as though the Pharaoh had vanished without a trace, leaving no echoes. Please select a reward. The mechanical voice of the artifact's spirit intoned. If no choice is made within 1 minute, the holder will be deemed unconscious, and a reward will be randomly selected by the bronze nail. Roland furrowed his brow. Damn, unconscious. There's a time limit for choices too. I'll choose the third option. After contemplating for a few seconds, Roland quickly made his selection. If the bronze nail randomly selected the option to expand its space, Roland would surely be distraught. Holder has selected the third reward. Activate the magical power storage function of the bronze nail. Do you confirm? Confirm. Roland replied with certainty. This stage, opting for the third magical power storage was indeed the wisest choice. In the short term, it would enhance Roland's strength, and regardless of how his abilities evolved in the future. This magical power storage function would prove exceedingly beneficial. Confirmation. Magical power storage function activated. As the mechanical voice of the artifact's spirit resounded, a wave of azure light emanated from a bronze space. Roland sensed a subtle change within the bronze nail. The consciousness residing in the bronze nail felt as though an odd new space had manifested. Pharaoh, what do you think of my choice? Roland inquired, having noted several instances where the arrogant Pharaoh returned after the mechanical voice concluded. Well, it's acceptable. The pharaoh's voice indeed echoed. Roland smiled. He understood that if the pharaoh called him a fool, it was a sign of inferiority. If he said it was quite poor, it meant there was some merit. Saying it was acceptable indicated it was satisfactory. Pharaoh, how does one utilize this magical power storage function? How much magical power can it hold? Roland queried. Storing magical power is quite simple. If you won't attempt it yourself, then speak. The pharaoh chided with a glared as for the amount of magical power it can store. That figure is wholly contingent upon the maximum capacity of your magic source. Whatever your magic source can contain, that is what you can store within the bronze nail. Furthermore, as the capacity of your magic source increases, so too will the upper limit of stored magical power. The pharaoh spoke with a significant tone. What? The magical capacity is equal to that of my magic source. Good heavens, does that mean I possess two magic sources? Roland was overwhelmed by the reward. Once again grateful for his astute choice, relieved he had decisively discarded the option for a basic defensive skill. Humph, consider yourself clever. The pharaoh finally acknowledged Roland's decision as correct. Pharaoh, what is the next task to lift the seal? Roland pressed be candid. Having merely completed this first task, Roland had completely fallen in love with the mission of lifting seals. He eagerly anticipated what the reward for the next task would be. This was not unlike the exceptionally generous rewards of main quests and games. Even if there were differences, the rewards for this seal-lifting task were remarkably impressive. The holder has voluntarily accepted the task. The second objective of the first phase of the initial task has commenced. The mechanical voice of the artifact's spirit resonated once more. First phase of the initial task, second objective, advance to level 4 mage. Complete within 1 year for doubled rewards. Complete within 2 years for normal rewards. Complete in over 2 years for halved rewards. The mechanical voice of the artifact's spirit left Roland feeling somewhat uneasy. Completing it within a year for doubled rewards? Roland bitterly smiled. As it stood, he was merely leveraging the secret techniques taught by the pharaoh to become a level 1 mage ahead of schedule. Otherwise, he doubted he could become a mage within a year, let alone advance to level 4 mage in that time. Pharaoh, having completed this first task, are there any additional benefits? Roland asked, with a hint of eagerness. Of course there are, and they are even better than the reward you just selected. Pharaoh, what is this reward? Roland's excitement surged at the prospect of something superior to what he had just chosen. Hey, you will receive my guidance at a higher level. How does that sound? The pharaoh chuckled mischievously. Excellent, that sounds wonderful. Roland replied hastily. This old fellow had a knack for subtle manipulation. The methods he taught Roland, with just a slight twist, could be quite taxing for him. Enough chit-chat, I need to rest. When time permits, think of ways to change your environment quickly, the pharaoh warned with a glare. Roland could only smile wryly as he exited the bronze earring. What a boastful artifact spirit, Roland muttered under his breath. Before beginning to channel the magical power from his source into the bronze earring, that it was surprisingly easy. Roland swiftly located the newly added peculiar space within the bronze earring. That was undoubtedly the place for storing magical power. With a good function, one should put it to immediate use. It wasn't until Roland had transferred all the magical power from his source into the bronze earring that he felt a peculiar sensation in his consciousness, indicating that the magical power storage was now full. Roland then proceeded to replenish his magical power with the painstakingly slow method taught by his school teachers. There was no choice. Today he had already attempted to impact his magic source twice. Though the process was excruciating, Roland found himself irresistibly drawn to it. The reason was simple. Using the method taught by the pharaoh to impact his magic source allowed him to replenish magical power at an astonishing speed. In that instant, he could recover approximately half of his magical power. However, if Roland used the school's method to recover the other half, it would take an entire hour. Moreover, as Roland's magic source expanded, this time requirement only increased. Now, to restore all his magical power would necessitate Roland sitting in meditation for 2 hours. If no effective method emerged, Roland dared not imagine what it would be like in the future when he became a level 2 or level 3 mage. With the magical power within his source multiplied several times, how long it would take to recover his magical power. The nights of cultivation always seemed to pass particularly quickly. After more than 2 months of adjustment, Roland's biological clock had become quite punctual. He woke up promptly at 7:30 in the morning. His father Ronald had left the house at some point, and his mother, it seemed, had gone out to work in the fields. On the small wooden table in the courtyard lay 2 covered plates and a large oil paper package. That was breakfast and lunch prepared for Roland by his mother, Afra, after finishing his morning routine in a matter of minutes. Roland set off with the oil paper package while peeling an egg. His mind was consumed with 2 persistent questions. The first was how to enter North Yorkshire City. Only by gaining entry there could he truly engage with the magical continent. According to the records, those guilds specifically catering to adventurers, as well as those serving ordinary folk, could typically only be found in cities. Small towns like York did not have them. Not to mention the shops dealing in magical supplies. In Yorktown, even magical potions were non-existent. The intermediate healing potion Roland had used previously was procured by his father, Ronald, from North Yorkshire City. The second question revolved around money. Without funds, even if Roland reached North Yorkshire City, he would likely struggle to sustain himself in the city. Lacking money was simply untenable. This dilemma occupied Roland's thoughts from the time he left school until the afternoon's dismissal, yet he could not devise a suitable solution. Creating fire was futile. Merely being a mage was akin to wielding a cannon. Not to mention the strongest adventurer on the continent, the magical archer. Bang, bang! The magical bell of dismissal rang once more. But the subsequent announcement from the magical broadcast dulled the excitement of the students who had just begun to feel a thrill. All students are to gather in the school's grand auditorium. Principal Carl has an important announcement. The melodious and resonant voice of the magical broadcast echoed 3 times throughout the expanse of Yorktown Academy before falling silent. An important matter? Roland rose expressionlessly and made his way to the auditorium. Compared to the old man's important announcement, Roland found himself far more intrigued by the magical broadcast sound quality, which surpassed that of any speaker from his previous life. The grand auditorium of Yorktown was, quite simply, immense. The several hundred square meters of space felt exceedingly vacant, leaving the students no choice but to stand. Roland curiously observed a round object resting atop a metallic stand on the stage. He did not know what it was called, but he recognized its function was akin to that of a microphone or speaker from his former life. After a brief wait, an elderly man donned in a black suit ascended the stage, extracting a charging stone from his pocket to embed it into the round object. Almost simultaneously, the object emitted a faint blue glow. The voice of Principal Carl then reverberated through the entire auditorium. Roland felt exasperated. In his view, most of the principal's speech was mere drivel. The 2-hour discourse could have been succinctly summarized in 3 sentences. However, those 3 sentences seemed to address Roland's first dilemma. The first sentence, 2 months from now, specifically by the end of November, the Bandier Academy in North Yorkshire, part of the Caroline Empire, will be sending representatives to Yorktown for its biennial admissions process. Those who meet the criteria will have the opportunity to study at Bandier Academy. The selection requirements are quite straightforward. Aspiring mages who are 9th-level apprentices under the age of 16 and 10th-level apprentices under 18 are eligible to apply for admission to Bandier Academy. During this period, the Academy will send personnel to conduct evaluations in person. Bandier is ranked among the top 5 academies in the Caroline Empire. Gaining entry to Bandier Academy not only paves the way to becoming a formidable warrior, but for those who excel academically, it may also lead directly to service in the Imperial Army. I encourage all students to strive for excellence. What could have been conveyed in 3 minutes was unnecessarily prolonged by the headmaster, dragging on for 2 hours, that be why the time the speech concluded. The night had completely enveloped the surroundings. Under the faint starlight, famished students surged out, and within moments, the campus returned to its tranquil state. Roland was no exception. Hastening along the path home, that it was not fear that propelled him, but rather hunger. Having finished lunch shortly after noon, by now, around 10 in the evening, his stomach was unmistakably grumbling. As Roland jogged along the banks of the Maping River, his expression was somewhat somber. The reason for his unease lay not elsewhere, but rather in the unexpected gesture he received from Kurgan, who had not bothered him for quite some time. Kurgan had made a menacing sign at Roland, eliciting a foreboding sense within him. With the darkness descending, Roland could not discern the exact nature of Kurgan's gesture, but it certainly appeared threatening. The sound of crunching leaves echoed as he moved forward. A result of Kurgan's intimidating action prompting Roland to recall his own perilous journey, which had been nothing short of a blatant attempt on his life. The path home was shadowed and dense with trees. Although Roland was fully aware that these shadows belonged to the trees lining the Maping River, his heart betrayed him, beating erratically as the night instilled a sense of dread. The starlight was faint. Yet within a distance of a dozen meters, Roland could still see clearly. The rustling of leaves beneath his feet abruptly slowed, as Roland himself reduced his pace. In the middle of this narrow path stood a figure, compelling Roland to halt. He had traversed this route for nearly 4 months, never encountering another soul at night. Perhaps it was the dark that heightened his vigilance, prompting him to scrutinize the figure from a distance. "Hey kid, you must be Roland," the tall shadow suddenly spoke up. "Who are you?" Roland retorted. "Oh, your father was injured at the construction site and sent us to fetch you," the tall figure continued, advancing towards Roland. A burly man approached leisurely, seemingly carrying something in his hand. The situation felt peculiar. If Roland's father had indeed been in an accident, there was no reason for someone to come and collect him. As the figure drew nearer, Roland noticed that one of them was holding a rope. "Wait! What do you intend to do?" Roland exclaimed in alarm, turning on his heel to flee. "Hey kid, it's too late. Comply, and we'll make it quick." The tall man sneered, quickening his pace in pursuit. That moment, Roland, having just spun around, suddenly discerned another shadow within a few dozen meters behind him, also bearing something and approaching with a sinister grin. Surrounded on both sides, Roland swiftly grasped the meaning behind Kurgan's earlier gesture. It was likely a signal for these men to deal with him. Yet he could not fathom why this individual, with whom he had no prior connection, sought to eliminate him. With no escape route in sight, Roland felt an unexpected calm wash over him. "I am a mage," he reminded himself. "I must learn to wield my magic against my adversaries." "Who sent you? I demand to know," Roland shouted defiantly. "That if not, I shall haunt you as a specter even in death." "Oh, quite the fierce little one, aren't you?" It won her to tell you. "It's Baron Kashi." "Understand?" the shorter man behind Roland revealed. "Enough chatter. Let's send him on his way," the tall man barked. In a moment of tension, Roland concentrated, channeling the magical energy from his source into the solidified magic circle within him. A process that took less than a second. Before his incantation could fully escape his lips, a brilliant blue light surged from Roland's hand, shooting towards the tall It was instantaneous. The dazzling blue beam vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, and the tall man fell silent, collapsing to the ground. In an urgent stride, Roland rushed towards the fallen figure. Needing both distance and time, he gave no thought to the fate of the tall man. For his water arrow could penetrate 3 to 4 inches into wood. When striking flesh, 2 inches was more than sufficient to be fatal, not to mention the magical damage that would follow upon entry. Though water magic typically inflicted the least harm, Roland had aimed for the man's chest, and even if he survived, he should be gravely wounded. With swift steps, Roland pivoted abruptly, only to find shorter man had crouched beside where the tall man had fallen. "Boss, what's wrong?" the shorter man exclaimed, having been unaware of Roland's magical attack due to his position. "What an opportunity!" Roland quickly summoned most of the magical energy from his bronze earring, realizing that he had just enough power left for 1.5 water arrows. He directed this energy into his internal magic circle, and within 2 seconds, another radiant blue light flashed forth, accompanied by a scream that shattered the stillness, as the shorter man also collapsed. The battle concluded. At that moment, Roland's heart raced uncontrollably. "I've killed someone," Roland murmured in horror. In a daze, his first instinct was to look around for any sign of authorities. There were no police in sight. Roland quickly realized that being alone with 2 corpses in the dead of night was far too daunting, and he bolted. "Hey kid, if you don't want your entire family to perish because of you tomorrow, you'd best stop." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Roland's mind. Roland was taken aback. Should a sack be placed over Roland's head, followed by the casting of several stones, bound tightly and submerged in the Maping River? His lifeless body would likely never see the light of day again. After a few minutes of trepidation, Roland's body suddenly trembled violently as a shadow loomed ahead. Abruptly, his legs began to shake uncontrollably, and a chill cascaded down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, the meager remnants of magical power stored within his bronze earrings and the magic source could potentially conjure a complete water arrow spell. "Who goes there?" Roland exclaimed, halting abruptly to inquire. As he steadied himself, he drew forth the remaining fragments of magical energy from his bronze earrings into his being. Regret washed over him. Why had he discarded that stone? "Is it you, Roland?" "It's me. Why have you returned so late?" On the night breeze, the voice of his father, Ronald, carried to him. The tension in Roland's nerves dissipated instantaneously, almost causing him to collapse, despite his nearly 30 years of life experience from past existence. This was the first time he felt his life threatened. "Father," Principal Carl was speaking, "and school finished late." As soon as he uttered these words, Ronald's rough hand reached out, clasping Roland's icy right hand. A wave of security enveloped him. "Roland, why is your clothing damp?" Ronald inquired with concern. "It's dark, and I tripped," Roland replied, drawing warmth from Ronald's hand as he gradually stilled his trembling lips, heading homeward. "Roland, how has your training been of late?" "It's going quite well. Keep at it. If you can reach level 8 as a magic apprentice this year, I believe I can find you a better teacher." Ronald mused after a moment of silence. A better teacher. Indeed, if a gold-level magician were to mentor you, it would enable you to progress further after becoming a warrior and acquire more knowledge. Ronald elucidated. "Father, could you clarify that further? How could we possibly find a gold-level magician to be our mentor?" Roland questioned, not out of doubt, but rather in light of the gold-level magician's esteemed status. The power hierarchy of this continent is divided into 4 tiers. Levels 1 to 5 constitute copper-level warriors, levels 6 to 10 silver-level warriors, levels 11 to 15 gold-level warriors, and levels 16 to 20 legendary warriors. Essentially, gold-level warriors represent the pinnacle of power on the continent, the AS for legendary warriors. Roland understood that they exist only within the pages of history. For instance, the great Emperor Mike, who established the Mike Empire, was once an 18th-level legendary magical archer. Likewise, the legendary barrier master Chucks, known as the God of Realms, founded the Chucks Empire and was a 16th-level legendary figure. It is said that in his later years, he secluded himself in rigorous training and even surpassed the threshold of 20th-level legendary barrier master. Furthermore, the founding trio of the Caroline Empire, as chronicled in history, comprised 3 16th-level legendary warriors. This is a continent where individual prowess is magnified to extraordinary extents. It can be said that upon achieving legendary warrior status, one could claim a territory and reign as king or emperor on the magical continent. However, since the establishment of the 3 great empires, the number of individuals capable of ascending to legendary warrior status has dwindled significantly. In the past 2 centuries, none have managed to do so. Gold-level warriors have already ascended to the apex of the continent stage. Roland, do you think your father would deceive you? This is a benefit left behind by your grandfather, Barryman Brett. I can no longer make use of it. But you, Roland, have a tremendous opportunity. Ronald's voice suddenly took on a somber tone, evidently recalling some sorrowful matter. "It should be soon. Perhaps within the next month or 2, Roland replied earnestly. Upon hearing Principal Carl announce the enrollment news, he had been quite distressed. With 2 months at his disposal, Roland was determined to become a 9th-level magic apprentice. However, that pace seemed exceedingly rapid. In just 4 months, progressing from 4th level to a 9th-level magic apprentice was a feat that defied the very definition of genius. Should it catch the attention of those with ulterior motives, trouble would surely seek him out, trouble of a nature he could scarcely contend with. Yet, achieving the status of an 8th-level magic apprentice at his age would be considered quite ordinary. Even if someone were to investigate Roland's past, they would merely conclude that he had suddenly experienced an epiphany or had become a genius following an illness, rather than attributing it to an abnormal rate of progress. "Roland, I look forward to it. You are the best," Ronald exclaimed in delight. Upon returning home, his mother, Afra, served a steaming bowl of beef soup. After devouring 2 bowls, the warmth began to seep into Roland's chilled hands. Finishing his meal in haste, he hurried back to his room, needing time to process the day's events. The fear that lingered after the act of killing had mostly faded from Roland, yet the sensation of death remained inescapable. The mere thought of the ropes and sack in the hands of those two ruffians sent chills down his spine. I must grow stronger, Roland silently vowed. Fortuitously, only two individuals had come after him, and they were merely thugs. Had there been three, or if the two thugs had donned protective leather armor, it was uncertain whether his water arrow spell could penetrate even that. Even if it could, its impact on a human body would be limited. First-level magic was indeed far too weak. Elder, when can I learn more potent spells? Roland quickly submerged his consciousness into the bronze nail to inquire. It is still early. I possess the spells, but your magical power is far too inadequate. You must focus on enhancing your magic source, the elder replied, shaking his head. Elder, can I increase the frequency of my magic source impacts at night? Roland understood that, although he was uncertain why Baron Kashi sought his life, one failure would surely lead to another attempt, perhaps even a third. In the face of death's threat, strengthening his abilities was of utmost urgency. Oh, you can start now, but at your current stage, a maximum of 3 times a day, otherwise it will affect your future growth, the elder instructed. Understood. Additionally, is there a method to rapidly restore magical power? The techniques taught by the school instructors are far too slow. Roland aimed to maximize his training time to enhance his strength. While the intensity of effort might be equivalent, differing efficiencies could lead to drastically varied progress. There is, but it is beyond your reach. That method requires your mental strength to surpass 100, the elder admonished, adopting a sage-like demeanor to impart wisdom to Roland. After a pause, he added, Roland, when you can consecutively cast 2 magical arrows, I will teach you a new spell. A new spell? Indeed. Excellent, Roland replied eagerly. He closed his eyes, focusing on recovering the mental energy he had not replenished at school. There were many tasks ahead of him that night, strengthening his mental power, restoring his magical energy, and replenishing what he had drawn from his bronze earrings. However, Roland had devised a time-efficient method of his own. For instance, when impacting the magic source, he needed to first exhaust the magical energy within him. Thus, he would store the energy required for depletion in his bronze earrings before proceeding with the impact. This way, he effectively saved time on replenishing his magical energy. Roland believed that a true expert's time is carved out from sheer determination. Teacher Baron, I may not be able to attend morning classes in the coming days, Roland informed Teacher Baron early in the morning, 3 days after the attack by the riverbank. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Teacher Baron inquired with concern. No, Teacher Baron, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough that I would like to utilize the mornings for practice in a quieter setting. Roland hesitated before responding. Oh, so soon? Very well. I grant you permission. Remember to inform me the day you break through to 8th level magic apprentice. Keep up the good work. Teacher Baron replied readily. In truth, many students who believe they could become warriors would request leave. After all, the morning classes primarily imparted skills necessary for survival in society. Of course, Roland had his own motives. He wished to avoid too much attention when he announced his elevation to 8th level magic apprentice, as his rate of advancement in mental strength remained remarkably swift. Thank you, Teacher Baron. With that, Roland bowed his head and made his way out of the school gate. Ever since the day after the attack, Roland began to feel as though he was being followed again on his way home from school in the afternoons. In light of the events that transpired in recent days, Roland discerned that Lord Kashi, upon discovering the disappearance of the 2 ruffians he had sent, had dispatched more men to deal with him. After contemplating throughout the night, Roland resolved to devise a plan to confront Lord Kashi. Assassination need not necessarily involve magical assaults. Given sufficient time, Roland could eliminate Lord Kashi discreetly. This was indeed the most fundamental solution to the predicament. Otherwise, with relentless waves of assassination attempts, if Baron Kashi were to resolutely seek a more competent assassin, it would suffice to plunge Roland into utter ruin. It was clear that Roland could not rely on sheer strength to eliminate Keksai, saying nothing of the numerous first, second, and even third-tier combatants within the town guard, many of whom were skilled magic archers present. Roland was simply no match for a magic archer. As the Pharaoh once remarked, to contend with magic archers, one must at the very least master a defensive spell. Thus, Roland resolved to explore unconventional methods. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, Roland devoted 2 hours each morning to observing the market in Yorktown. In this marketplace, aside from a few unfamiliar items. He recognized most of the goods at IT seemed that, in terms of sustenance, the magical realm bore a striking resemblance to his past life. However, the lower classes tended to consume coarser fare, Roland mused, during these days. He had identified his target, the chef of Lord Kashi, named Mike. Every morning around 9:30, Chef Mike would visit the market to procure fresh vegetables, occasionally purchasing some spices as well. From casual conversations between Chef Mike and the vendors, Roland gleaned that a specific main dish was a daily staple at Baron Kashi's household. Various steaks, which the family of four consumed for both lunch and dinner, since they indulged in beef. Roland conceived an excellent plan. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What troubled Roland, however, was that for several days he had been unable to strike up a conversation. Nevertheless, Roland possessed great patience. Opportunities would surely present themselves, as he had already procured the necessary items from a small shop days prior. That morning, a portly figure clad in a white chef's attire, whose cheeks jiggled with each step, ambled towards him. The autumn morning was refreshingly cool, yet beads of sweat formed on Mike's forehead after merely a short walk. Curiously, today Mike did not head towards the vegetable stalls, but instead made a beeline for the meat trading area. Roland found this puzzling, for Baron Kashi usually sourced his veal from his own stock, and Roland had observed that the Baron rarely purchased meat from outside. Nonetheless, Roland trailed him at a distance. "Hey, old friend, I'm here to procure some fine goods today." Chef Mike greeted one of the meat vendors. "Mike, you wouldn't be here to reprimand me, would you? When has the Baron ever purchased meat from outside?" The vendor jested. "Why, friend, it's like this. Do you have any?" Chef Mike suddenly leaned closer to the vendor, lowering his voice. "Beef from a mature bull?" Roland was taken aback. Although Mike's voice was low, Roland's hearing had sharpened significantly lately, allowing him to easily catch the chef's whisper. It appeared that Baron Kashi sought to purchase this to remedy some deficiency. Roland quickly realized this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The meat vendor had already gone inside to fetch something. Roland hastily approached, standing beside Mike at the stall, and called out loudly to the vendor, "Boss, I'll take 3 beef whips." "Huh?" Roland's exclamation immediately drew laughter from Chef Mike and several nearby vendors. "You little rascal, what do you need those beef whips for? Surely at your age, you can't possibly need them." Mike teased, evoking another round of laughter from the vendors that TO them. Roland was indeed just a child, with his youthful face and Navi words portraying him as a simpleton. "What are you laughing at?" "My grandfather asked me to buy beef whips for him," Roland replied earnestly. As expected, Roland's words elicited more laughter. "How old is your grandfather? Can he really make use of them?" Mike continued to jest, finding Roland quite amusing. My grandfather is 58. Roland tilted his head back, striving to maintain an innocent expression that I don't know if they are useful. "But just the other day, he ate 3 beef whips in a row, and somehow my grandmother was restless all night." Roland lowered his head as he spoke. "Today, my grandfather asked me to buy 3 more. I don't really want to, as my grandmother might be restless again tonight. However, when I asked her, she insisted I should buy them." Roland scratched his head in feigned confusion. "Wow, ha!" The vendors erupted into another round of laughter. "Your grandmother isn't restless. She's enjoying herself. She's probably thrilled that you bought them." A flurry of crude remarks followed. Roland understood their insinuations, yet he feigned ignorance, waiting for the right moment. "Is that stuff really that effective?" Mike inquired skeptically after the laughter subsided. "I'm not lying. It certainly works. Here, I also have this. My grandfather asked me to buy a pound of this as well. That IT was made with this last time, and it looked delicious, but my grandfather wouldn't let me have any." Roland swallowed hard as he spoke. "Ha! Of course, he wouldn't let you eat it." Since Roland had begun speaking, the laughter from the vendors had not ceased. However, Roland keenly noticed that Chef Mike's attention had shifted to the item Roland had placed on the counter. "Is it really that potent when combined with this?" Mike furrowed his brow, his interest piqued. If this endeavor succeeded, the Baron's reward would be substantial, and Mike's position as head chef would be all the more secure. "I don't know. My grandfather just said it was a secret recipe, and when stewed together for 3 days, it works wonders. However, I don't know what kind of effect it has." Roland scratched the back of his head, feigning ignorance. "Boss, do you have any of those beef whips? If so, I'll take 3. Roland turned to the meat vendor. Yes, 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 I'll get them for you right away, the vendor replied, rushing to fetch them. Mike, this is for you. The vendor handed a small package to Chef Mike. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Roland swiftly paid for his purchase and lingered at a distance, watching as Chef Mike entered a grocery store to buy the item Roland had presented. Only then did he leisurely make his way to the riverside of the Meeping River, where he intended to practice and await the outcome. Money, you ask? Where would Roland acquire money? Had he forgotten the small pouch he had retrieved from the two ruffians? It contained 10 gold coins and over 20 silver coins. This was no trivial sum. Roland estimated that those 10 gold coins were likely the price Baron Kashi had placed on Roland's head. Ironically, this money was now being used against him. Meanwhile, within the castle of Baron Kashi in Yorktown, it was the time for a brief afternoon respite. Baron Kashi reclined in a rocking chair, deep in thought. Perhaps he was contemplating the long-term prosperity of his small family, or perhaps he was troubled by recent vexations. Chef Mike, adorned with a tall chef's hat, carried a silver-plated tray, a luxury that a third-tier baron could scarcely afford. The tray held a delicacy that Mike had specially prepared for his master. My lord, the items you requested. Mike bowed gracefully, gently placing the silver platter on the desk beside the rocking chair. He then leaned closer, speaking softly. My lord, this was prepared using a secret recipe. If consumed for 3 consecutive days, you shall surely regain your vigor. I have personally tested it. Even a 58-year-old man can engage in vigorous activity for an entire night after 3 days of consumption. Mike flattered, ensuring his master was aware of his diligence. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. A 58-year-old can manage that. Baron Kashi expressed surprise. Well done. Afterward, go to the steward and claim your reward. Baron Kashi was pleased with Mike's efforts. Burp, burp. Just as Baron Kashi picked up his knife and fork, he burped twice, the aroma of the black pepper steak he had for lunch seemingly escaping him. Nevertheless, despite this, Baron Kashi devoured the entire platter of beef whips that Mike had meticulously prepared, though the taste left much to be desired. However, the moment Baron Kashi recalled that in 3 days he would once again gallop fiercely with his 2 wives, even this somewhat gamey dish transformed into something exceedingly delectable. Within mere minutes, Baron Kashi devoured the plate of nourishing bullwhips, leaving not a drop of the sauce untouched. Observing the master's completion of the meal, Mike hastily presented a napkin and quietly retreated with the silver-plated tray. Once outside, his pace quickened. He was eager to claim his reward. With the bounty in hand, he could indulge once more in the company of the town's ladies. Indeed, the allure of these flowers could never rival the fragrance of wild blooms. What pleased Mike the most was that wildflowers would never complain, as his wife did, about his weight. This was a rather ordinary scene. Nobles enjoying a light repast post-meal was quite customary. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, nestled within this afternoon snack lay a sinister plot. That very evening, Baron Kashi found himself plagued with discomfort. His abdomen felt bloated and painfully distended. Nevertheless, given his status, a supply of basic restorative potions was readily available in his household. After consuming a vial of the basic restorative potion, he felt a slight alleviation. Though a restful night remained elusive, he attributed his discomfort to perhaps having overeaten the day before. Thus, at lunch, he opted for merely a serving of his favorite black pepper steak, deliberately reserving space for the afternoon delicacy that Mike had meticulously prepared for him, which was in essence a feast of bullwhips. In the afternoon, Chef Mike once again served Baron Kashi the plate of bullwhips, ensuring every morsel was consumed. Following this, Mike, slightly weary, ambled towards his resting quarters. Having spent the previous night engaged in fervent revelry with one of the ladies, he felt quite exhausted today, in a state of half-consciousness. Mike seemed to hear a scream emanating from the rest area. Jerked awake, he hurriedly donned his shoes and rushed outside, faintly discerning that the agonized cry resembled that of Baron Kashi. What unfolded before him was utterly shocking. Baron Kashi was clutching his abdomen, wailing in agony within the study. The aged steward and the 2 wives were frantically circling around him, utterly bewildered by the unfolding calamity. Quickly, go to North Yorkshire and procure a mid-grade. No, a high-grade restorative potion. Baron Kashi gasped in intermittent breaths. The steward, flustered, dashed from the study to arrange for a swift horse to make the journey. As he ran, he lamented, a high-grade restorative potion. Heavens, it would likely cost more than Baron Kashi's annual income to procure a single vial. Yet, life was always more precious than gold, was it not? Regrettably, even with a swift horse racing towards North Yorkshire, the round trip would require no less than 10 hours, possibly even 12. Would the master endure until then? Chef Mike stood at the doorway, horrified as he watched Baron Kashi writhing on the floor, clutching his swollen abdomen, howling in despair. All 5 vials of basic restorative potions stored in the castle had been consumed. Yet none provided any relief. 2 hours prior, young Kurjan had been summoned by Baron Kashi's anguished cries. Subsequently, Baron Kashi ordered Kurjan to send everyone away. Alone in the study, he let out a few screams, whispered a few words, and made some preparations. Nobles always placed paramount importance on the legacy of their lineage. Another 2 hours passed, and under the watchful gaze of his son Kurjan, Baron Kashi succumbed to pain. His body appearing as if pulled from water, his face swollen, eyes bulging, and abdomen distended, he perished in agony. Even in death, Baron Kashi could not understand what had befallen him. Chef Mike was in a state of terror. The Baron's diet had remained consistent with his usual fare. Aside from an additional meal of red sugar bullwhip stewed with potatoes, he had consumed nothing else. However, Mike had secretly sampled that very dish without any adverse effects. In the wake of this tragedy, Chef Mike found himself under scrutiny. Should it be proven that Baron Kashi had died from poisoning, Chef Mike would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The demise of any noble required notification to the Empire. As it pertained to matters of succession and the dignity of the aristocracy, the cause of any noble's death demanded thorough investigation. Should it be ruled a homicide, the perpetrator must face severe retribution to uphold noble honor. Meanwhile, that afternoon, while exercising on the grounds, Roland witnessed Kurjan, flanked by several servants, hastily exiting the school, his face a mask of panic. Roland understood that his scheme had borne fruit. The combination of red sugar with beef had proven fatal. This was a piece of knowledge gleaned from a forum in his previous life, that a single extravagant meal rarely resulted in death, but consecutive indulgences, 2 or even 3 meals in succession, were sure to be lethal. Indeed, before the school day had concluded, Roland observed Principal Carl rushing outside in a flurry. The death of Baron Kashi, the Lord of Yorktown, would undoubtedly incite a redistribution of interests within the town. In Yorktown, aside from the Baron, the principal of the Yorktown Academy, directly funded by the Empire, likely wielded the greatest influence. What surprised Roland was the astonishing speed at which the aftermath unfolded in this magical realm. The fall of a tree scattered the monkeys with remarkable swiftness. Within mere hours of Baron Kashi's demise, the hired thugs he had employed ceased their activities. This afternoon marked the first time Roland felt the absence of the sensation of being followed. Listening to the crunch of leaves beneath his feet, he strode homeward with a light heart. In the past, Roland had resolved, the death of Baron Kashi is merely my first step. Once I deal with Kurjan, regardless of whether you dwell in paradise or elsewhere, I shall burn your diary for you. He murmured. Over half a month had elapsed since the death of Baron Kashi of Yorktown. The Empire's official investigation had reportedly concluded. However, the common folk remained unaware. In recent days, a rumor had begun circulating in Yorktown. The cause of death for Baron Kashi, a third-tier noble, was deemed utterly absurd following the Empire's investigation. He had simply eaten too much and died from bloating. This revelation quickly became the greatest joke in Yorktown. Indeed, when the true cause of Baron Kashi's demise reached the imperial capital, the phrase "died from eating" sparked a considerable gossip whirlwind. Consequently, the name of Yorktown garnered attention within the higher echelons of the Caroline Empire due to this peculiar cause of death. The matter of Yorktown's allegiance, which had captured the public's interest, ultimately reached a resolution. Baron Kashi's heir was determined to be his first and sole successor, Kurjan, who inherited the title of third-tier noble. However, given that Kurjan was under the age of 20, while he was granted the title, the territory of Yorktown would be managed by the Empire, with the profits after taxes from Kurjan's lands allocated to him until he turned 20. Such occurrences were generally rare. A third-tier noble might be regarded as supreme by the common folk. Yet in the eyes of the Empire, such a status held little significance, for events 4 years hence. Only time would reveal their outcome. The principal figure in this tale, Kurgan, after laying his father, the late Baron Kashi, to rest, confined himself in a small dark room. After 3 days and nights, he emerged, and the first order of business was to dismiss the majority of the servants and guards of the Kashi estate. The death of his father and the final words spoken before his passing seemed to have imparted a great deal of wisdom to Kurgan in a single night. Once a lord loses control over his domain, relying solely on the visible income is insufficient to sustain the hundreds inhabiting the baronial household. Kurgan's first act as the new baron garnered the approval of many influential figures. As for Kurgan's second action, many remained oblivious. After addressing the estate's affairs, Kurgan personally interrogated his father Baron Kashi's chef, Mike, with utmost severity. In the castle's basement, Kurgan had just withdrawn a bloody dagger from Chef Mike's chest. His father had solemnly instructed him to remember one crucial lesson: to survive, one must be ruthless, whether towards others or oneself. Now, Kurgan endeavored to embody that ruthlessness. For instance, plunging the dagger into the chef who had indirectly contributed to his father's demise, allowing Mike's warm blood to splatter across his face. Upon exiting the basement, Kurgan nonchalantly wiped the blood from his visage. His father's tragic end seemed to have rendered him somewhat numb. "Adair, how many guards remain in the baronial estate?" Kurgan asked, his demeanor detached. "Reporting to you, young master, there are a total of 5 guards remaining, including myself." Adair respectfully replied, assign 2 guards to secure the castle. The remaining 3, scour all of Yorktown for a boy adorned with a tattered earring. Remember, I require him alive. Kurgan's chilling tone sent a shiver down the spine of Captain Adair. "Yes, young master, I shall make the arrangements immediately." Adair replied with a bow. Kurgan emitted a grunt from his throat, a mere acknowledgement, and then proceeded forward with an impassive expression. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the fierce hatred burning in Kurgan's eyes. He could not bear the thought of his father being mocked, even in death. As for the official imperial explanation of dying from overeating, Kurgan found it utterly implausible. His father had always been quite temperate in his lifestyle, exemplifying the very model of nobility in his everyday conduct. It was simply impossible for him to have died from overeating. Kurgan instinctively suspected foul play, a conspiracy at work, prompting him to interrogate the chef, Mike, who was responsible for their meals. Indeed, he uncovered some troubling inconsistencies. A young lad had presented a secret recipe while Mike was procuring special food for his father, and after consuming this so-called recipe twice, his father had met his demise. Kurgan was nearly certain that his father's death was linked to that recipe, although it appeared innocuous at first glance. Fortunately, the boy bore a peculiar characteristic, a tattered earring on his ear, which became a significant clue. Kurgan vaguely recalled having seen such an item before, but could not quite place it. Nevertheless, with Yorktown being relatively small, locating a boy should prove manageable. Recently, Roland had been feeling somewhat dejected. Kurgan, another adversary, was still manageable for him. However, if the previous Baron of the Kren family and the Baron's heir both met with untimely ends, it could very well attract the genuine attention of the imperial authorities, rather than the current unfortunate label of death by overeating affixed to Baron Kekse. Roland left school. He walked home with his head bowed, treading upon a thick carpet of fallen leaves, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Kurgan. "Kurgan, may you linger a while longer. While I possess numerous methods to discreetly eliminate you, the Roland of yours was slain by your hand. Thus, I have resolved to personally use magic to deal with you in honor of the former Roland." Roland murmured to himself, furrowing his brow slightly as he walked. His father, Ronald, had been away for nearly 10 days. When he inquired with his mother, Afra, she too was unaware of his whereabouts. The prolonged absence raised concerns. Could something have happened? With that thought, Roland quickened his pace. In the distance, Roland spotted a magnificent carriage parked at his doorstep, beside which stood a middle-aged man, his fists slightly clenched, with his left hand resting on the carriage's yoke. As Roland entered his home, the man opened his eyes, which had been feigned closed. Roland was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such piercing eyes. They resembled the eyes like cold stars described in a novel he had often read in his past life, extraordinarily bright. In an instant, the intensity of the man's gaze almost stung Roland's senses, that he smiled and acknowledged the man with a nod before stepping into his exceedingly modest courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Roland stood frozen to be why the vegetable patch stood a woman, strikingly beautiful, yet emanating an icy demeanor, akin to the depths of the sea. However, what captivated Roland's attention was not her beauty, but the emblem adorning her chest, a silver badge of a battle practitioner. In the realm of magic, every battle practitioner is bestowed with a badge by the official imperial organization, the Battle Practitioners Guild, a true magical insignia. Unlike Roland's merely symbolic apprentice badge, the distinctions in professional ranks are reflected in the quality and color of the badges. Battle practitioners of levels 1 to 5 are designated as copper-level professionals, receiving a blue copper magical badge from the guild. Those of levels 6 to 10 are silver-level practitioners and are awarded a silver magical badge. Practitioners of levels 11 to 15 receive a gold badge, while no one has ever seen a badge for practitioners above level 15, said to possess even more mysterious powers, according to historical texts. Anyone who obtains a copper-level badge receives a monthly stipend from the Empire. However, the specific amount remains undocumented. The primary function of the Battle Practitioner badge is to signify the holder's identity, granting certain privileges throughout the continent and within the specific empire, while also recording the holder's information. Naturally, the badge's capabilities extend beyond this, serving as a powerful magical artifact. The higher the badge's rank, the more formidable its magical abilities. The silver badge Roland beheld bore 3 stars, signifying that its holder was an 8th-level silver mage. Each battle practitioner badge features unique symbols that represent their professions. Stars denote mages, slender arrows represent magical archers, eggshells symbolize barrier masters, swords signify magical warriors, and daggers represent magical assassins, though the latter's badge is said to be the most enigmatic. The number of symbols combined with the badge's material grade determines the practitioner's specific level. Copper badges have a material grade of 0, silver badges have a grade of 5, and gold badges have a grade of 10. Thus, the silver 3-star badge indicates that the holder is an 8th-level mage. Roland, come meet teacher Shui Lan, Ronald exclaimed as he emerged from the kitchen, bearing a steaming pot of beef stew, only to find Roland lost in thought. He quickly set the pot down on the well-worn wooden table. Teacher, Roland asked, somewhat bewildered. Could this strikingly beautiful yet icy young woman, who appeared only slightly older than he, be the teacher his father Ronald had sought? Hadn't his father mentioned that he was looking for a gold-level mage? A former acquaintance of his grandfather? Come quickly, Roland. Ronald's voice rose an octave when he noticed Roland's lack of movement. Teacher Shui Lan is the disciple of Master Davis, a 13th-level gold mage, and at just 22 years of age. She is already an 8th-level water mage. This visit is specifically arranged by Master Davis to evaluate you. If you pass the assessment, she will take you as her disciple. Oh, hurry. Ronald turned his back, shooting Roland a fierce glare, his eyes nearly bulging with intensity. Greetings, Teacher Shui Lan. Roland approached, bowing slightly in greeting. An assessment. Will it be conducted by this Ice Queen or that old man named Davis? Roland's mind raced with thoughts as he drew nearer. Roland scrutinized teacher Shui Lan once more. Her delicate features, elegantly styled hair, and a flowing water-blue dress concealed her alluring curves, radiating a mysterious, ethereal aura. The cold expression on her face, paired with the water-blue attire, created an impression of an impenetrable barrier. Standing in Roland's modest courtyard, she appeared akin to a breathtaking ice sculpture, exuding a subtle mist that warded off any who dared approach. Roland wagered that if teacher Shui Lan were to wear even the faintest hint of a smile, she would undoubtedly be a beauty capable of causing national calamity. Mr. Ronald, is this your son, Roland? The Ice Queen, Shui Lan, exuded an air of refinement, and Roland instinctively dubbed her with a fitting nickname, a habit forged in his previous life of assigning monikers to individuals with distinct characteristics. Indeed, Ronald replied, slightly bowing, his face adorned with a sheepish grin, eager to please. Upon witnessing this exchange, Roland sighed inwardly. The heart of a parent knows no bounds. Very well. Let us commence the assessment now. Is there any objection? Teacher Shui Lan's voice was melodious, clear, and crisp, yet tinged with chill, akin to ice striking porcelain. The first part of her statement was directed at Ronald, while the latter half was aimed at Roland. Roland shrugged and replied, "No problem. What is the rush? Teacher Shueilon, you haven't even had a sip of water. Come, let us dine first. We can conduct the assessment afterward. There's no need to hurry." He shot Ronald a glare and added, "Roland, hurry and freshen up. Prepare yourself as well." "Father, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine," Roland assured. He understood Ronald's intention, which was to encourage him to be adequately prepared. The subtle care of parents often manifests in the minutiae of daily life rather than grand gestures. Noting that teacher Shueilon had begun to extract the spirit stones, Ronald ceased to intervene. "Roland, do not be anxious. Although you have yet to reach the 8th level magic apprentice tier, as long as you're not far from it, you should be fine. Master Debussy has shown you considerable care," Ronald added, as if to remind Roland. "This is an 80 grade spirit stone. You need to levitate at least 78 grades of it for 15 minutes to qualify." In Shueilan's slender, fair hands lay several spirit stones, appearing far more exquisite than those used by Roland. Roland nodded, taking a few steps closer, closing his eyes to concentrate his mental energy on the spirit stones. Ah, they are so tender and smooth. The tactile sensation is absolutely first-rate. Almost instinctively, Roland first used his mental energy to sense those spirit stones, and of course the delicate, fair jade-like hand. Then he cautiously controlled his mental energy, striving to create a wobbly sensation, levitating the 80 grade spirit stone with his mental power while feigning an effort to maintain it. Ronald found it somewhat strange. How did this young lady, Shueilon, whose face had been so graceful just moments ago, suddenly turn red? However, another phenomenon left Ronald even more ecstatic. His son Roland had actually managed to levitate all those 80 grade spirit stones. The boy had indeed broken through. Nevertheless, Ronald did not dare to exclaim, fearing it might disturb Roland. His face flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly. "Roland, you must hold on for 15 minutes. No, even 14 minutes would suffice." At some point, his mother, Afra, emerged from the kitchen, her face brimming with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Roland, who was gritting his teeth, one hand tightly gripping Ronald's arm, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip, the levitating spirit stones would plummet. For Ronald and Afra, 15 minutes felt like an eternity, while for the focused Roland, it passed swiftly. "All right, you have qualified. You may set it down." Shueilan's voice, akin to a celestial melody, floated into the ears of Ronald and Afra. Ronald's lips trembled with excitement, while Afra gazed at her precious son, smiling incessantly and wiping away tears. As soon as Shueilan completed her test, she was warmly invited by the elated Ronald to dinner, to partake in Roland's family's first exceedingly sumptuous yet modest feast that a pot of stewed beef, a turkey, and a fragrant dish of diced chicken mixed with homegrown vegetables constituted their meal. To Ronald's disappointment, Shueilan merely nibbled at her food, taking only a serving of the grain dish, while the meat, which Ronald deemed extravagantly plentiful, vanished into the mouths of Roland's family and the coachman. After the meal, Shueilan declined Ronald's request to stay overnight, stating she needed to return to North Yorkshire City that very night. Just before departing, she glanced at Roland and said, "When you arrive in North Yorkshire City, Roland, come find me at Bander Academy. Just mention my name, and someone will guide you." Amidst Ronald's beaming expressions of gratitude, Shueilan summoned a cool breeze as she gracefully ascended into her carriage, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she lifted the carriage curtain and remarked, "Roland, when we meet next, I hope to witness the true state of your mental energy." With that, she lowered the curtain and departed, leaving Roland in a state of astonishment at the gate of the courtyard. How did she know I hadn't exerted my full strength? It was only upon Ronald's call that he returned. "Roland, what did Shueilan mean by your true mental energy?" Ronald inquired, frowning. "That's nothing, Dad, that I was probably just a bit tense earlier and couldn't fully display my strength." Roland stammered. "Dad, you've been looking for a teacher for me all this time. Why has it taken so long?" Roland hastily changed the topic. "Yes, but we were fortunate. A few days ago, when I went to the town to obtain travel papers, Baron Kashi refused to grant them. Thankfully, he has since passed away, allowing this matter to proceed smoothly." Ronald lamented, "Oh, Roland responded thoughtfully. He simply could not comprehend why Baron Kashi had targeted him so relentlessly. Roland, tomorrow you must go to school and speak with Teacher Baron. After that, you won't need to attend Yorktown Public School anymore. We should aim to have everything arranged by the day after tomorrow and move our family to North Yorkshire City. Ronald suddenly declared upon returning to the courtyard. Roland was indifferent. He was eager to study in North Yorkshire City for a while, as it would allow his strength to shine. However, his mother, Afra, appeared somewhat troubled. "Dear, the standard of living in North Yorkshire City is quite high. We came from there, don't you remember?" Afra kindly reminded him. Unexpectedly, Ronald paid her no mind, his face aglow as he exclaimed, "My dear, do you realize how old our Roland is now? Not yet 16, and he is already an 8th grade magic apprentice. Remember, in our Brett family, any child who reaches the 8th grade before turning 16 receives a gold coin from the family each month. Moreover, we can finally make use of the grand mansion that my father, Barryman, was bestowed by the family." Ronald carefully produced a badge made of an unknown material from his pocket. The badge bore the shape of a bull's head, engraved with 2 small arrows and a star. Though Roland did not know its significance, in the library of Yorktown, there was a book on heraldry, but Roland found it uninteresting at the time, so he did not read it. Otherwise, he would have recognized the badge's meaning. Jobs in North Yorkshire City are likely to be easier to find compared to Yorktown, and I can earn even more. "Trust me, dear, our lives will only get better," Ronald declared excitedly. "Yes, it will get better. It will indeed," Afra replied, wiping her tears as she smiled. Roland dutifully accompanied Ronald and Afra in their reflections, listening attentively as they discussed their plans, what to bring, what to sell, and how much copper they could obtain for each item, going through them one by one. Interestingly, while such discussions usually overwhelmed Roland, today he exhibited remarkable patience and even found himself quite interested in joining the conversation. For instance, Roland suggested that the small wooden table they were gathered around should sell for at least 5 copper coins, yet Afra proposed gifting it to the neighbor lady who had brought it over last time. After engaging in lively discussions for half an hour, Roland hurried back to his room, swiftly lying down and sinking his consciousness into the bronze earring, as he had questions for the pharaoh. "Pharaoh, do you think that if it were someone else, they could have behaved like that icy Shui lawn? It seems I didn't fully exert my mental energy," Roland inquired, puzzled. "Icy Shui lawn, what a fitting name. Boy, I find you increasingly to my liking," the pharaoh remarked, sidestepping Roland's question entirely. "Pharaoh, what is the reason?" Roland raised his voice an octave higher. "Fool, how did I end up teaching such a simpleton? Have you not considered that when a person is exerting all their strength and trembling with effort, if they still have the energy to tease a girl and caress the palm of that icy Shui lawn, how could they not be discovered?" The pharaoh scolded angrily. "Boy, I don't mind you liking women, but if your life is jeopardized because of a woman, you might as well cut off that half ear of yours to avoid causing trouble for me." The pharaoh seemed not yet satisfied, stamping his foot as he reprimanded Roland for a while longer. Faced with the pharaoh's admonishments, Roland could only blush deeply and endure the scolding, having not been with a woman for quite some time. When Shui Lan conducted her test on him, Roland, feeling a surge of temptation, instinctively reached out with his mental energy to trace the trajectory of the spirit stones in her palm, inadvertently brushing against Shui Lan's hand. However, Roland could swear that Shui Lan was entirely unaware of his intentionality. In this regard, Roland was indeed adept. "All right, I understand now. Pharaoh, I will be more careful in the future." The pharaoh's incessant lecturing ultimately compelled Roland to admit his fault. Go train. Remember the second spell I taught you a few days ago is the best low-level life-saving spell for water mages," the pharaoh instructed. "Rest assured, Pharaoh," Roland cheerfully responded, recalling the second spell the pharaoh had taught him, which had once again allowed him to witness the wonders of magic. After their conversation, Roland withdrew his consciousness from the bronze earring. Faintly, he thought he heard the pharaoh let out a sigh. "Is that a hallucination?" After knocking his head lightly, Roland quickly focused his mind, preparing to train his mental energy. His evenings were now fully scheduled. Each night, he needed to use the guarding spell taught by the pharaoh. Additionally, train his mental energy twice, and also rush to the banks of the Maping River to challenge the magical source 3 times to expand the maximum capacity of his magical energy. Roland's nights were even busier than his days. Had it not been for the fact that the word exploration technique taught to Roland by the Pharaoh consumed mental energy at an alarming rate, while the guarding technique allowed him to recuperate his mental strength even while dozing off, coupled with the enhancement provided by the bronze ear studs for mental recovery, it would be feared that Roland would not endure such intense training for more than a few days before succumbing. He would first conduct a complete session of exploration and guarding, then stealthily make his way to the banks of the Maping River, striking the magical source 3 times to fully restore his magical energy, before returning to his small abode to repeat the exploration and guarding exercises until dawn. Such was the course of Roland S. Night. Teacher Baron, I shall not be attending school starting tomorrow. Early the following morning, Roland promptly arrived at Yorktown Academy to inform Teacher Baron of his decision. Roland, have you thought this through? Given your recent performance, you stand a very good chance of becoming a warrior. It would be best to exert yourself a little longer and not rush into work. Baron expressed his regret at Roland's departure. Thank you, Teacher Baron. Roland bowed deeply. This esteemed Baron was indeed very competent. He vaguely recalled how Baron's praise had once helped him through a particularly harrowing period in his life. Teacher Baron, my father has found me a tutor, and I intend to study under him for a while. This is the spirit refining stone that the school provided me. As he spoke, Roland placed the spirit refining stone on Baron's desk. Baron visibly paused, but soon his expression brightened. Roland, I wish you the best. When next we meet, I hope to see a genuine magic emblem upon your chest. Thank you, Teacher Baron. After bowing once more, Roland departed. The autonomy granted a student's handling affairs at the academy was remarkably high. As long as one became a level 5 magical apprentice or higher, it sufficed to merely inform the teacher for record-keeping and submit the requisite items to leave without complication. Neither the former Roland nor the present one held any particular attachment to Yorktown Academy. The only aspects he might miss were the gluttonous teacher Baron and Knight, who had often assisted him in the past, but had since departed. Tomorrow, they would be heading to North Yorkshire, and Roland wished to wander the town and perhaps acquire some supplies. Upon exiting the school gate, Roland noticed a robust man diagonally across the entrance, who was intermittently casting wandering glances at the gate. Upon seeing Roland emerge, his eyes visibly brightened. Roland, too, stared at the man for a considerable time, not because he had discovered anything, but because he noticed the blue emblem on the man's chest, which prominently featured a long sword piercing through the center of a magic warrior. Roland found this somewhat surprising that it was not that magic warriors were particularly formidable. Rather, their status was quite special. Magic warriors typically served as the personal guards of nobility and, due to the stringent demands for close combat, were often practitioners of the fire attribute, known for their considerable offensive capabilities. Magic warriors represented an anomaly on the continent. Ordinary individuals had no chance of becoming one. It was not that exceptional talent was required to become a magic warrior. In fact, the aptitude needed was not exceedingly high. However, the catch was that among all professions on the magical continent, magic warriors had exceedingly high requirements for weaponry. The weapons of a magic warrior must possess a strong affinity for magical elements. Yet, materials that could enhance magical affinity were exceedingly rare, with the most prestigious being mithril. Nevertheless, such materials were far beyond the reach of a mere level 1 magic warrior. Thus, magic warriors were seldom seen, often appearing only as noble guards or personal retainers. Only the nobility could afford to support a magic warrior, and only they had a need for one, as the greatest strength of a magic warrior lay in close combat and protection, where they held a distinct advantage in confined spaces. After briefly eyeing the man with surprise, Roland proceeded towards the nearby blacksmith shop, intent on acquiring some means of self-defense, for mages' close combat capabilities were notoriously weak. Just as Roland approached, the level 1 magic warrior gestured to another young man nearby, whispering to him for a while pointing in Roland's direction. Subsequently, the magic warrior hastily made his way toward the only castle in Yorktown, with the young man lingering behind Roland at a distance. "Boss, do you have any short blades?" Roland inquired upon entering the blacksmith shop, which did not exude the expected heat, but was instead filled with the rhythmic sounds of hammering from a burly blacksmith, who was working with his muscular, glistening torso exposed. With a wave of his hand, the flames in the forge surged dramatically. After a moment, as he struck the iron, the flames diminished to a mere flicker. This left Roland in awe. Magic civilization was indeed omnipresent. Short blades. Are you looking for a butcher's knife, a boning knife, or perhaps a fruit knife? The blacksmith responded with a hint of surprise, uttering words that only bewildered Roland further. A butcher's knife? A fruit knife? Roland was momentarily taken aback. Oh, boss, I mean a weapon for self-defense that... Do you have anything like that? He asked, somewhat dazed. Weapons? The blacksmith laughed heartily. Who are we going to sell weapons to in this small town? We only make everyday tools. We don't have any weapons. Oh, not even one. Roland felt a pang of disappointment, contemplating whether to settle for a boning knife for the time being. Well, if you truly want one. I do have a dagger. However, it's quite heavy and rather unattractive. Would you like to take a look? The blacksmith regarded Roland with an inquisitive expression. Roland nodded in agreement. This is it. The blacksmith handed Roland an exceedingly dark dagger. I found this and have kept it for several years without a matching sheath. If you find it to your liking, I'll sell it for 50 silver coins. Roland took the dagger in hand. It felt a bit heavy, measuring about 19 inches in length, entirely black, and exceedingly unsightly. He grasped it with one hand and thrust it forcefully toward a wooden post by the door. With a soft thud, the impact jolted his hand painfully. The blade barely penetrated 2 inches into the wood. Roland shook his head. Useless, far too dull, he remarked, returning the dagger to the blacksmith. Perhaps it was merely a decorative item belonging to some noble family. Now fit only for display. It seems it won't sell. The blacksmith sighed, shaking his head. Yet, Roland did not exit immediately. Instead, he appeared lost in thought, seeming dazed to onlookers. In reality, he was conversing with the pharaoh residing within the bronze ear studs. Kid, buy that dagger. Let me have a look. It might be something good. The pharaoh abruptly urged Roland. He can't even pierce wood. Are you sure you want me to buy it? Roland questioned, perplexed. Believe it or not. The pharaoh grunted, falling silent thereafter. Boss, I'll take it for 30 silver coins. Consider it a decorative piece. Roland turned back and stated. The old man's words did seem rather accurate, and Roland found himself inclined to trust them. The blacksmith pondered for a moment before handing over the dark dagger to Roland. Deal! Upon the exchange of silver coins, Roland tucked the dagger into his waist and made his way outside. Now was not the time to return the dagger to the space within the bronze studs in the baronial castle of Yorktown. Kurgan had not attended school recently due to the death of his father. Instead, he was seizing every moment to practice fervently using the method his father had devised for enhancing mental strength. This was also one of the lessons imparted to him by his father. Kashi, a man must be tough on himself. My lord, I found a boy at Yorktown Academy wearing a pair of tattered ear studs, rusted and quite shabby. The report came from the head of the Baron's guards. Adair. After a moment's hesitation, Adair continued. However, that individual is your classmate, none other than Roland. The late Baron had instructed that Roland's family was of a rather unique status, and thus they should not be dealt with openly. Therefore, his subordinates had merely followed him without immediate capture. Roland, it's him, Kurgan said with surprise. Well done. Find out where he lives. At dawn, you and another will accompany me to speak with him personally. Kurgan commanded. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly recalled that before his father's death, he had been instructed regarding matters concerning Roland, indicating that all records were stored in the study's compartments, and he should review them later to make his own decisions. With this thought in mind, Kurgan hastened to the Baron's castle study. Pharaoh, you keep saying that this dagger I bought today is a good item, but you never explain why. What kind of nonsense is this? Roland muttered in dissatisfaction by the banks of the Maping River, not far from his home, after being sent out by his parents for quiet contemplation. His parents were busy sorting through their belongings, which were merely clothes and tools, forbidding Roland from intervening and insisting he focus solely on his training. Thus, having just stepped out of his home, Roland began to complain about the pharaoh once more. On the way back, Roland inquired numerous times, yet the old man remained enigmatic, merely tantalizing him without divulging any information. Kid, today you are indeed fortunate. Such a precious item has been acquired for a mere 30 silver coins. Only you would dare to haggle, the pharaoh exclaimed. Tisich, you've uttered that line at least dozens of times today. I failed to comprehend how that piece of black wood, which couldn't even penetrate 2 inches, could possibly be deemed valuable. Roland continued to vent his frustrations. Hey, young one, my silence on the journey was for your own safety, to avoid drawing the attention of those with ill intentions. Now, do as I instruct and grasp that dagger. The pharaoh suddenly chuckled with satisfaction. All right, what should I do next? Roland queried as he held the dagger. Now, cover your mouth with your other hand. Then, channel a small portion of your physical magic into the dagger, and thrust it forcefully into the tree before you, the pharaoh commanded. Why cover my mouth? Roland asked in confusion, yet he complied nonetheless that a surge of water magic elements quickly erupted, flooding into the dark dagger. Subsequently, Roland gathered his strength and stabbed fiercely at the large tree before him. Bang! A soft sound accompanied by Roland's muffled scream ensued. However, his cry was stifled by his hand covering his mouth, allowing him to finally grasp the pharaoh's earlier instruction. Shaking his pained right hand, Roland glared and began to curse. Damn old. Yet before he could finish, he froze. The dark dagger had completely embedded itself into the tree. The pain in his right hand was solely due to excessive force, resulting in a collision with the tree. With his mouth agape, Roland glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was nearby. Then he approached and extracted the dagger, thrusting it again with renewed vigor. Thud! He quickly blew on his left hand, which had been bruised by the hilt, as the dagger only penetrated 2 inches into the wood. Once more, Roland infused it with magic. And this time, it effortlessly pierced the tree as if cutting through tofu, disappearing entirely into the trunk. Pharaoh, what on earth is happening? Roland asked, astonished. Humph, how could I be called that old man now? The pharaoh retorted with an air of superiority. Come now, Pharaoh, do not take offense. I was merely anxious. Roland chuckled nervously. Let me put it this way, kid. You've stumbled upon a treasure. This dagger must have once belonged to a legendary assassin. Just look at its materials. Craftsmanship and the inscribed magic array, all of the highest quality. It is certainly a weapon of a top-tier legendary assassin, and for some inexplicable reason, it has come into your possession, the pharaoh remarked with a hint of nostalgia. A top-tier legendary assassin? You must be jesting, Pharaoh. I could easily find a legendary assassin's weapon just by strolling around. If I were to wander up the mountain, I might even stumble upon a legendary mage's staff. Roland teased. Pharaoh, you speak so highly of this item. What purpose does it serve? Roland inquired. The pharaoh's eyes widened. Of course, it holds little significance for you, but if wielded by a gold-tier assassin, it would significantly increase the chances of successfully eliminating a legendary-level powerhouse. Keep it for now. It might prove useful in the future. I suddenly find myself intrigued by the prospect of a mage, typically weak in close combat, wielding a legendary assassin's dagger in battle. The pharaoh's words sparked a flicker of inspiration in Roland's mind. What if I were to learn some of the assassin's abilities? However, this thought was fleeting. It seemed that Roland's preference lay in wielding guns and cannons from a distance, and was not a mage. After all, the mage is just like a machine gun or cannon, isn't it? Roland muttered. He promptly closed his eyes and began to train his mental strength. Presently, Roland's focus remained on enhancing his mental acuity. After all, mental strength is akin to a vehicle's horsepower. The greater the horsepower, the more weight it can carry and the faster it can travel. With increased mental strength, both the speed of magic absorption and the upper limit of magical energy would correspondingly increase. Roland's water arrow technique remained hidden from view for the time being. Thus, he could only train his mental power during the day, reserving 3 to 4 hours each night to increase his magical source. Roland's day passed in training, while his father's was filled with labor. In their modest courtyard lay several large bundles, representing the entirety of the family's possessions. Exhausted from a long day, Roland's parents retired early. But Roland stealthily opened the wooden gate of the courtyard and made his way to the banks of the Maiping River to practice his magic, a nightly ritual at midnight upon reaching the riverbank. Roland prepared to unleash his water arrow technique, depleting his magical energy to impact his magical source. Suddenly, a deliberately hushed voice floated on the night breeze to Roland's ears. Young master, that Roland resides in the small courtyard 300 meters ahead. Roland, me, they're looking for me? Startled, Roland perked up his ears to listen intently. All right, I'll wait for you by the riverbank ahead. You sneak in and bind Roland. Remember, do not alert anyone else, a cold voice instructed. Understood. Two low replies followed. The sound of crunching leaves quickly approached from the front, in the countryside. The paths remained untended. Aside from the center devoid of leaves, other areas were thickly carpeted with them. Young master. There's only one young master in Yorktown. It must be Kurgan. Roland swiftly deduced the identity of the intruders. Had he discovered something? Had he personally sent someone to capture him? With this realization, Roland crouched low, stealthily edging toward the riverside path, attempting to minimize the sound of crunching leaves beneath his feet. The months of nocturnal training had honed Roland's adaptability to darkness, rendering it nearly inconsequential to his movements. Have you ascertained the location of that brat's residence? One voice continued to inquire. Yes, I went in during the day to ask for water and observe closely. It should be the small room on the north side. Just 3 people. Make sure to be nimble. Understood. At 20 meters, then 15 meters, and finally 10 meters, Roland concealed himself among the trees by the riverbank. Clearly observing 2 men making their way toward his family's courtyard, he held his breath. Fog technique. Roland silently chanted. This was the second spell the pharaoh had taught him. Currently, Roland's ability allowed him to conjure a mist within a 10-meter radius, obscuring the vision of his enemies and disorienting them. Roland's mental strength swiftly guided his magical energy into the second magic array within him. The infusion of magic surged at an unprecedented pace. This was yet another benefit derived from the pharaoh's method of impacting the magical source, accelerating the flow of magic within Roland. In less than a second, the magic infusion was complete, and the spell was instantaneously released. In an instant, a thick mist erupted from Roland's center, gradually spreading outward, further shrouding the already foggy path beneath the night sky, perhaps due to the natural presence of mist by the riverside at night. The 2 men approaching Roland's home paid no mind to the sudden intensification of fog. However, as the spellcaster, Roland remained unaffected by the water mist technique. His sharp gaze zeroed in on the neck of one of the shorter men. Water arrow technique. Roland barely whispered those 3 words in his mind, but a flash of azure light darted forth. Thud! A choking sound echoed through the night as a throat was pierced, cutting off breath. A mage! Came a muffled and abrupt exclamation, followed by a rapid and fierce rustling noise. A shadow lunged toward Roland's hiding spot. Water arrow technique. Roland shouted lowly, unleashing another azure flash, at a distance of approximately 10 meters. A normal person would take about a second to run at night. However, for Roland, a second was ample time to launch 2 water arrow techniques. The azure light flickered and vanished, accompanied by a low grunt, as a gust of wind surged toward Roland, and a shadow leapt high, crashing down upon him. Illuminated by the light from the earlier water arrow, Roland was astonished to discover that this man bore the level 1 magical warrior insignia he had seen that morning at the entrance of the Yorktown Academy. One of the man's hands clamped around Roland's neck like an iron vice. In an instant, the situation became dire. Roland's lungs ignited with heat. The suffocating sensation left him acutely aware amidst the chaos of being tackled. Struggling, Roland's right hand brushed against a brass nail near his in his grasp was an object, and Roland recognized it as the dagger, a pitch-black blade devoid of any sheen, exuding a faint aura of enchantment. With a sudden, fierce motion, Roland raised his hand and thrust the dagger towards the back of the man who had seized him by the throat, appearing as if he were merely flailing in desperation. Simultaneously, the guard's hand was raised high, and as it moved, it reflected a glimmering light. "Why must you?" Suddenly, the guard's words were cut short, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he jerked his head around. Disbelief etched across his features, as if he sought to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Yet his heart, now shattered, left him without the strength to pursue clarity. He collapsed, blood spilling from his lips, crumpling onto Roland, whom he had pinned beneath him. How could this be? Clad in leather armor, I withstood the wizard's magic, yet a mere dagger penetrates me so easily. This haunting thought was the last flicker of consciousness for Adair, the captain of the guard from the Clergan family. His eyes widened in unyielding defiance as he fell lifelessly onto Roland's chest. With a soft clatter, the short sword that had been clutched in Adair's hand clattered to the ground, and the grip around Roland's throat gradually loosened. Roland gasped for breath, as if indulging in the luxury of air after a long deprivation. Before he struggled to push the lifeless body off him, the clammy warmth enveloped his face and neck. The pungent scent of blood assaulting his nostrils. Adair? Adair, what has transpired? A low, tremulous voice called out in the night breeze. The commotion had startled Clergen, who waited in the distance. Fear gripped Clergen, as a young nobleman. He had never experienced the eerie stillness of a night outdoors. Even the rustle of grass sent a chill down his spine, although he understood rationally that there was nothing to fear. The darkness seemed to conceal an unforeseen danger, prompting him to approach cautiously. Roland, feeling a twinge of unease, wiped his face and stealthily retreated behind a large tree. He observed the shadowy figure ahead. Stumbling towards him, Roland discerned the telltale signs of someone unaccustomed to the dark or unfamiliar with navigating the night. Indeed, it is that scoundrel, Roland confirmed as the figure drew nearer, solidifying his judgment. What an opportunity, he exclaimed silently, recognizing tonight as the perfect moment to eliminate Clergen. But a surge of impulse coursed through him, the desire to unleash a water arrow and obliterate Clergen altogether. Moreover, Roland felt compelled to use Clergen's blood as an offering to honor the memory of his former self. Focus your mental energy. Channel your magical power. Prepare to strike. Just as Roland was about to release the water arrow to conclude Clergen's existence, a sudden, urgent voice pierced his consciousness. Though silent, the cry resonated in the profound stillness of the night like a clap of thunder. Roland's hand trembled violently, interrupting the spell he had been ready to cast, causing the gathered magical energy to recede. Curse you, old fool. What are you doing out here at this hour? You'll frighten someone to death. Roland seethed inwardly. Silence. You wretch, do not disturb my peace at this ungodly hour. You cannot kill that lad yet. His father has only just passed. If the heir were to die as well, it would surely draw the Empire's scrutiny. Besides, I suspect someone from his family is aware of your presence, that if he dies here, your entire family will face dire consequences. Understand, you fool? And furthermore, you imbecile, the misspell is not to be used as you have. Why would you envelop your enemy in its range? The purpose of a mist is to obscure your location. A magician should never engage so closely with an enemy. That is sheer folly. Had you utilized the mist by the riverbank, that fool you just dispatched would never have tracked you down so swiftly. The elder's tirade of insults left Roland utterly speechless, deflated. Undeniably, the elder's reprimands were astutely accurate. In the face of such undeniable truth, Roland could only humbly accept his errors, rendered incapable of countering. I understand, Roland replied, his spirit diminished. At that moment, Clergen had reached the site of the earlier struggle. Adair, what has happened to you? The tremor in Clergen's voice hinted at impending tears. The silence from his subordinates filled him with dread, and as he stumbled, he inadvertently brushed against a foot. Witnessing this, Roland swiftly raised his leg and lunged forward, his dark dagger pressed firmly against Clergen's back. Stay still, boy. If you wish to kill him, you will have ample opportunities in the future. There is no need to waste your chance on him now. The elder's voice echoed in Roland's mind, filled with astonishment. Yet, Roland paid no heed, comply and remain motionless. Should you dare to make a move, I assure you, a transparent hole will appear in your chest. Roland growled, lowering his chin and tightening his grip, his intent to kill palpable. Who are you? Clergen trembled, the cold steel against his back awakening a stark realization of his peril. He even felt a pang of pain as if the blade had breached his skin. I pose the questions, and you provide the answers. Do you comprehend? A hint of hesitation, and you shall meet the same icy fate as your fallen comrades. Roland's voice dripped with menace. Old man, you do have moments of misjudgment. Roland mused, mocking the elder while simultaneously intimidating Clergen. Humph! The elder's disdainful snort resonated in Roland's consciousness, followed by an unsettling silence. You ask, I respond. Please spare me. The overwhelming dread shattered Clergen's resolve, and he recoiled from the corpse beneath him. The cold night air and his first encounter with death striking terror into his heart. Did you kill my two subordinates? Clergyman stammered, "Be straightforward," Roland commanded, thrusting the dagger forward once more. Although he refrained from channeling magical energy, he sensed the blade had made contact. "Tell me, why has your family persistently targeted Roland and sought his demise?" Roland pressed, his jaw clenched in intensity. Clergyman hesitated, uncertain of the identity of the person behind him, unsure of the repercussions of his response. Yet he soon found himself with no choice. Hiss! Clergyman inhaled sharply as a sudden, intense pain shot through his back, the cold tip of the dagger pressing deeper, threatening to pierce his heart with the slightest increase in pressure. "That I will speak. I will speak," Clergyman exclaimed hastily. "It was elder lackeys of the Brett family from North York who instructed us to act against you." Clergyman divulged the contents of the notes he had found earlier that morning in his father's study. "Elder lackeys? What incentives did he offer you?" Roland inquired again. He provided us with a manual for honing mental strength and a 3-year tax exemption." Clergyman stuttered, fear overwhelming him, compelling him to divulge every detail Roland sought. "Humph! In deference to your deceased father, I shall grant you a reprieve this time." Roland declared that it was somewhat ironic. He indeed spared Clergyman due to the recent demise of his father. "Remember, I'm the protector assigned by the Brett family to safeguard Roland's household. I shall not concern myself with any feuds between your families. However, if you dare to move against Roland during my watch, do not expect mercy," Roland threatened, intimidating Clergyman, biding his time until Clergyman's father-Kashi became a distant memory. Then he would settle the score. The noble class in this world constituted a peculiar fraternity. They competed and suppressed one another in everyday affairs, never yielding an inch. Yet, when their privileges were threatened, they would unite to defend their collective interests. The death of a noble was inconsequential, but the simultaneous demise of 2 generations would sever a family's lineage. Such an event would undoubtedly capture the entire empire's attention. "That I understand," Clergyman stammered, his teeth chattering. Suddenly, he felt cool hands exploring beneath his garments. "Please no." The horrifying realization of a notorious game among the nobility washed over Clergyman, causing his legs to tremble. "Begone!" A sharp command sent Clergyman fleeing as though granted a reprieve, scrambling away with a cacophony of rustling sounds. Thankfully, the intruder merely absconded with his coin purse, leaving Clergyman to breathe a sigh of relief. Clergyman's heart raced wildly, swiftly distancing itself from the realm where death lingered. Upon witnessing Clergyman's retreat, Roland emitted a cold chuckle, stowing away the jet-black dagger into the bronze space, and commenced his search upon the lifeless bodies of the 2 guards he had slain. The act of collecting treasures after vanquishing a monster parallels the process of cleansing a battlefield post-murder. It is a hobby of Roland's. "Damn, just 3 penniless fools," Roland couldn't help but exclaim, having finished counting the spoils. Among the meager findings, which included a baron, they amounted to a mere 13 gold coins, and a few scattered silver coins. 1 gold coin roughly equates to 1,000 of his previous life's currency. Thus, considering his previous haul, Roland found himself with a modest sum of nearly 25 gold coins, 25,000 in purchasing power. However, as the pharaoh would say, such funds are merely sufficient for subsistence, falling short for the acquisition of magical items. Additionally, he discovered a leather armor with a small hole and a short sword of acceptable craftsmanship. The small hole in the armor was the result of Roland's water arrow piercing through it. Yet, after the water arrow penetrated the leather, its potency dissipated, leaving behind only a damp stain without residual force. Roland, for the time being, chose not to dispose of the leather armor, for it could still serve as protection on occasion. As for the short sword, he resolved to sell it for funds when the opportunity arose. Who would choose an ordinary short sword for defense when in possession of a formidable dagger? As he placed these items into the bronze ear stud, Roland's gaze fell upon the very dagger that had preserved his life, now quietly resting in a corner of the bronze space. Seemingly unremarkable, unassuming, little did anyone suspect that mere hours prior, it had effortlessly claimed the life of a magic warrior. Roland had been splattered with the warrior's blood, and despite washing with icy river water, a faint metallic scent lingered near his nostrils, refusing to dissipate. However, after killing for the second time, Roland found himself surprisingly unperturbed by this odor. Lying flat upon his bed, he sought to hone his mental fortitude. Yet his thoughts surged tumultuously, preventing him from concentrating. The night's unexpected event had instilled in Roland a newfound appreciation for the magical storage capabilities of the bronze ear stud. Although he had not drawn upon its stored magic that evening, having utilized just 2 water arrows and 1 missed spell, his internal magical source had barely sufficed. He shuddered at the thought that had he ventured out even slightly earlier, depleting his magical reserves, the absence of the ear stud's stored magic could have led to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved that from that moment forth, he would prioritize fully charging the magic within the bronze ear stud, ensuring his capability to confront unforeseen dangers. Lost in thought, perhaps due to the tension of murder followed by relaxation, Roland succumbed to slumber for the first time in months without practicing. At 7:30 in the morning, he awoke punctually once more. "Look at me, wasting another night," he chastised himself, slapping his forehead in frustration. "Roland, are you up? Hurry! North Yorkshire City is quite far, and the carriage will soon arrive to take us." His parents had risen early to prepare for the day's journey. "Understood, Father," Roland called back, hastily gathering his belongings. Having just finished breakfast at 8 o'clock, the carriage that Ronald had arranged the previous day to take them into the city arrived. With the help of the driver, the family of 3 hastily loaded their modest belongings onto the carriage. Without farewells or lingering sentiments, the hooves of the horses trampled through the half-frosted morning dew, heading towards North Yorkshire City. Just before departing, Roland glimpsed a dark stain of blood at the site of the previous night's skirmish through the carriage window. North Yorkshire City is the most prosperous and largest city in the Caroline Empire, second only to the capital, Roland City. In some respects, it even surpasses the imperial capital. Roland's understanding of North Yorkshire City was limited to the meager records found in the Yorktown Library. However, one detail stood out clearly. North Yorkshire City is home to the prestigious Bander Academy, renowned throughout the Caroline Empire and beyond for its excellence in magic. Many noble offspring from across the continent flock to Bander Academy to study, drawn not only by its esteemed faculty, but also by the richness of its library. Nevertheless, the admission standards of Bander Academy are exceedingly high. Any individual within the Caroline Empire who attains the rank of a level 9 magic apprentice before the age of 16 is eligible for admission. Roland is a unique exception. For those hailing from outside the Caroline Empire, the requirements are even more stringent. They must achieve the rank of a level 10 magic apprentice before the age of 16 or a level 9 before the age of 15. Despite these challenges, noble families, including royals, continue to send their children to Bander Academy. This is primarily because it serves as a hub for new methods of magical application and the development of novel magical products. Moreover, Bander Academy is a breeding ground for powerful individuals. Each of these factors represents substantial benefits and potential influence in the eyes of the nobility, making it a coveted destination for the other 2 great empires and several smaller nations. For the Caroline Empire, Bander Academy not only provides a source of talented individuals, but also facilitates the acquisition of intelligence regarding the younger generation of other empires, an arrangement too advantageous to overlook. Furthermore, the substantial tuition fees paid by foreign noble students allow the Caroline Empire to sustain Bander Academy without incurring any expenses. This encapsulates Roland's limited knowledge of Bander Academy from the confines of books. As for North Yorkshire City, he would gradually uncover its intricacies upon his arrival. The journey was pleasant. Though the carriage rocked violently, the cotton blankets from home provided some comfort. The only discomfort for Roland stemmed from his mother, Afra, who incessantly lamented the 50 silver coins his father, Ronald, had spent to hire the double-horse carriage to North Yorkshire City. Ronald did not protest, merely chuckling in response, which left Roland feeling somewhat uneasy. He planned to find an opportunity to offer his parents the small sum of money he had acquired, hoping to alleviate their financial strain. North Yorkshire City lay roughly 400 miles from Yorktown. By the time the carriage arrived, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Roland had no chance to admire the grandeur of the city walls. Upon first sighting them, the carriage veered toward a sprawling castle built against the mountainside. "Ah, this double-horse carriage is swift. The last time I visited North Yorkshire City for business, it took me 3 days on foot to arrive." Upon reaching their destination, Ronald leaped from the carriage, his face alight with excitement. "All right, Roland, you and your mother wait here for me. I'm off to attend to matters with the Brett family, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to return to our former residence tonight." Ronald beamed with delight, proud that his industrious son was reclaiming their lost status. "Roland, hand me the level 8 magic apprentice badge you exchanged 2 days ago." "Oh," Roland replied, handing over the magic apprentice badge issued by Yorktown Academy. He then watched as his father Ronald approached the castle gate to converse with the guards. Moments later, a guard seemed to enter to relay a message. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Roland observed that guard leading someone out, and an unsettling feeling crept into his heart, for he recognized the individual. Lackes, the one who had repeatedly instigated the Baron of Yorktown to eliminate Roland. Though over 100 meters apart, he could not discern their conversation. Yet Roland could infer from the expressions and gestures that his father's intentions had not come to fruition and appeared to have taken a turn for the worse. Indeed, Ronald's emotions flared. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Roland's newly acquired level 8 magic apprentice badge was flung away by Lackes. "Get lost, you bunch of fools!" Lackes shouted angrily before turning back towards the castle. That was the only phrase Roland managed to catch. His father's agitation escalated, and when he attempted to confront Lackes, the guards intervened, pushing him back. After what seemed to be several minutes, Father finally retrieved the apprentice badge, his expression exceedingly grim. "Come, let us proceed to the county town." Ronald's demeanor was equally somber. However, upon encountering Mother Aphra and Roland, he managed to force a smile. Such is the mark of a dutiful father and husband. Roland remained silent as he climbed into the carriage. Mother Aphra, too, chose her words carefully, gently stroking Ronald's back. The castle of the Brett family, built against the mountains, was not far from the North York County town. Seated in the carriage, Roland found no opportunity to admire the reputedly magnificent county walls. After paying the entrance fee, the driver guided the carriage to an inn. According to Mother, finding a corner on the street with their own bedding would suffice. Yet Ronald vehemently disagreed and insisted that the driver take them to what was claimed to be the cheapest inn available. The least expensive shared room cost 1 silver coin per day. Yet it was spacious enough for the 3 of them to reside comfortably. The room remained rather humble, but it did feature a bright magical lamp. "Father, what transpired earlier?" After a flurry of activity, moving their belongings into the inn, Roland inquired. With Roland's recent advancements in skill, it appeared that his father was increasingly willing to heed his counsel. Elder Rakes mentioned that the 8th level magic apprentice badge, he stated that the requirements for collateral branches have been heightened. One must achieve the rank of a first-level combatant before the age of 20 and obtain a genuine magical badge from the combatant guild to enjoy the family's benefits. Moreover, previous assets are now out of the question. Ronald sighed heavily. How could they do this? How could they? That badge was earned with Father's very life. Roland could hardly contain his outrage. Yet he remained silent, for such outcomes were nearly predictable. It was Mother Aphra, who was overtaken with emotion. Ronald, however, was resigned. Before the colossal entity that was the Brett family, he felt utterly powerless. Anger aside, reality must be faced. With the 6 gold coins Ronald had painstakingly saved over the past months, sustaining the family in North York County, with expenses such as lodging and meals, would likely prove exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, although Roland was spared the exorbitant tuition fees at Bandier Academy due to the favor of the renowned gold-level mage Dabbus, annual fees still needed to be paid. The yearly cost of 3 gold coins for tuition, coupled with self-catered meals, left Ronald with merely 3 gold coins at his disposal. It seemed that life for the Roland family in North York County would be fraught with hardship and embarrassment. "Darling, perhaps we should return to Yorktown. Should we not allow Roland to pursue his studies in the county town alone?" Mother Aphra suggested. "Why, dear, if we return now, we shall be reduced to serfs for good. Last time, the family facilitated our departure, allowing us the option to sever ties at any moment. But this time Ronald's expression darkened. The excitement of arriving in the county town had dissolved into a void of shattered hopes. A bitter pill to swallow. "Father, tomorrow, you should rent a small courtyard in North York County town," Roland proposed. Ronald shook his head. "Roland, real estate in North York County town is exceptionally precious if we were to rent a small courtyard. After deducting your tuition and rent, we might as well be living off air." He jested grimly. The rent for a courtyard in North York County town would hardly be less than 2 or 3 gold coins. Staying outside the town might be feasible, Yet the daily entrance fees would quickly deplete the family's funds. "Father, use this," Roland insisted. "IT matters not if it is farther from the town center. It must be spacious and include a yard." With that, Roland reached behind his head, feigning a casual gesture, and produced a handful of gleaming gold coins from within his garments. Mother Afra's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth in shock. "Roland, where on earth did you acquire so much money?" "1, 2, 3, good heavens, a total of 20 gold coins. I earn barely 10 in a year," Ronald exclaimed, astonished. "I found it by the river," Roland replied nonchalantly, as though he were discussing a mere handful of pebbles. Though Ronald's gaze remained skeptical, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. At least for the next few months, survival in North York County Town would not be a pressing concern. If Ronald could earn some additional money, they might even sustain themselves for over a year. "Father, let us proceed with this plan. I am capable of earning money now. We shall settle in North York County Town. Life will surely improve," Roland reassured him. And when searching for a house, be certain to find one with a yard. "It is essential for my training," he reiterated. "I shall do so," Ronald affirmed, wholeheartedly supportive of Roland's aspirations regarding his training. Perhaps wearied from the day's events, the couple shared a quiet conversation over their meager provisions before retiring to bed fully clothed. Meanwhile, Roland perched by the third-floor window, gazing dreamily at the colorful street lamps below. Momentarily transported back to his previous life, the various magical signs shimmered in hues of red, blue, yellow, and green, while the street lamps appeared less orderly than in Roland's former existence, yet they were undeniably more enchanting. The magical street lamps flickered in a rhythmic dance, casting an ethereal glow across the entirety of North York County Town. Looking up, he noticed an exceedingly tall structure at the town center, likely over 10 stories high, though he could not discern its details. What captured Roland's attention was the dense array of magical neon lights adorning its summit, which from a distance resembled a fantastical palace. Shimmering irresistibly, occasionally, luxurious carriages adorned with radiant red magical lights sped past, while elegantly dressed nobles strolled leisurely in the shadows, away from the glow of the magical lamps. A few beggars huddled in corners, rummaging through refuse in the deep alley across from the inn, where the magical light could not reach. 2 men strutted confidently, tossing a small pouch of coins between them. Moments later, a disheveled woman burst forth from the depths of the alley. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the inn where Roland resided, a woman appeared, enveloped in a mystifying azure glow, beckoning to passers-by with a radiant smile. After observing for a while, Roland recalled a phrase from the Continental Gazette. "It is only under the veil of night that North York truly reveals itself." Drawing the curtains, Roland whispered, "Mariana." The inn's lights dimmed in response, yet the magical illumination from outside continued to seep delicately through the window. Turning, Roland made his way to the communal sleeping area. It was time to train. Tomorrow, he would report to Bandier Academy, and the thought of the innovative teaching methods detailed in his books filled him with anticipation to meet the enigmatic Ice Mountain Swaelon. The following morning, as Ronald and Roland treaded upon the freshly swept streets, they made their way toward Bandier Academy. Unlike other academies across the continent, Bandier Academy admitted students on a rolling basis, aside from its military division. Furthermore, the academy imposed strict limits on the number of students each teacher could instruct, with a maximum of 10 students per instructor, though some particularly renowned educators were exceptions. The faculty at Bandier Academy enjoyed the best benefits across the continent. As a result of these measures, any student graduating from the academy could expect to become a silver-level combatant, while their achievements post-graduation would depend upon their own efforts and opportunities. When Ronald accompanied Roland to a corner not far from the academy, he resolutely refused to proceed any further. "Father, what is the matter? Is it that way?" Roland asked with concern. Ronald shook his head, chuckling sheepishly as he gestured to his own attire. "In my current state, I would only invite ridicule from your classmates." Roland was at a loss for words. He was clad in the brand-new apprentice robe specially tailored for him by Ronald just days prior, while Ronald was dressed in common work attire. Ultimately, with Ronald's insistence, Roland ventured alone toward the school gates. The grand entrance stood tall, with the words Bandier Academy etched prominently on an elevated archway. shimmering enchantingly even in daylight. A gathering of students awaited entry, their elegant robes contrasting starkly with Roland's freshly made apprentice garb, which appeared rather shabby in comparison. Yet, Roland remained unperturbed. He had long since come to terms with such realities. In a previous life, Roland could grace formal banquets clad in elegant Roman suits, or, alternatively, indulge in roasted lamb and beer while donning a pair of flip-flops and shorts that hung precariously low. It appeared that the students exhibited a commendable level of decorum, diligently lining up at the school gate, some engaged in casual conversation. As the hour for classes approached, the queue behind Roland grew increasingly crowded. However, he struggled to find a single student dressed in a manner akin to his own. The most poorly attired among them were clad in smooth fabric robes, with some even sporting golden-trimmed garments. As he surveyed the scene, Roland noticed a group of dozens of students not far away, each adorned with 2 badges on their chests. He recognized both emblems. One was a turquoise bronze-level badge of various designs belonging to combat practitioners, while the other was the crest of the Brett family, featuring a small arrow and 2 stars, which his father Ronald had once shown him. Yet, it was evident that Ronald's badge seemed to lack the magical resonance that the badges worn by the group of youths possessed. It appeared that they belonged to the Brett family. Roland made a rough assessment. Ding, ding, ding. A bell rang from within the gates of Bander Academy. With a faint creak, a small door embedded in the grand entrance swung open. A muscular man stood at the threshold. "Good morning, Teacher Burrow." As soon as the small door opened, several students called out from a distance. The student at the front produced a blue crystal card from his pocket, which he presented to the teacher named Burrow for verification before being allowed entry. The management at Bander Academy is quite stringent, Roland muttered to himself. Soon enough, it was Roland's turn, the muscular man. Burrow signaled for Roland to present his student card. "Hello, Teacher Burrow. I am a new student reporting in." Roland replied politely. "Oh, who is your teacher? I need to confirm before allowing you in." The muscular man Burrow seemed to possess a certain charm. "Thank you. My teacher is Miss Shui Lan," Roland replied courteously. His customary politeness was on full display. "Treat others well, and they shall treat you well in return." "Could you repeat that? I'm afraid I didn't catch it." The muscular man appeared somewhat taken aback, scratching his ear as he spoke. "The water element silver tier mage, Shui Lan, is my teacher." Roland stated her full title. "Aha!" The muscular man Burrow suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, prompting the surrounding students to join in, as if they had heard something exceedingly amusing. Another toad dreaming of approaching a swan, Burrow proclaimed loudly, pointing at Roland. Roland's expression darkened significantly. "Kid, next time you wish to approach those beautiful swans, at least dress the part. Wear something feminine to look like a girl, for heaven's sake. Don't you know that the swan mentor, Shui Lan, only accepts female students?" Burrow scolded, jabbing a finger at Roland. "Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call the campus guard." After tiring of his laughter, Burrow's countenance shifted to one of sternness, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Roland. "Country bumpkin, scram." This was the first time Roland had encountered such blatant impersonation. "At the very least, you could dress as a bunny girl and apply some makeup." The jeering remarks from the students behind him came in rapid succession, but Roland's temper flared. This was utterly intolerable. "Silence!" Roland suddenly spun around and bellowed. His eyes widened dramatically, and a murderous intent that had accumulated from 2 previous battles surged forth from his gaze. A chilling aura swept over the faces of the students who had laughed most heartily. It was a look that disregarded life itself, one that only those who had taken lives and witnessed blood could possess. To Roland's dismay, the most raucous laughter had come from the very youths bearing the Brett family crest. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The once boisterous students were abruptly silenced by Roland's thunderous shout. One student, stunned by the intensity of Roland's glare, could only stand there with his mouth agape, drooling unconsciously. "What are you so cocky about? Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call the campus guard." Burrow, too, seemed momentarily taken aback by Roland's ferocity. Growing increasingly impatient, he began to shove Roland. "I'll say it again. My teacher is the silver tier mage, Shui Lan. Call her immediately. She loves to wear water blue attire." Roland glared at Burrow with eyes tinged with fury, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. Burrow appeared momentarily cowed by Roland's fierce demeanor. He stepped back abruptly, stammering, "You wait. If I find out you're deceiving me, I'll hand you over to the campus guard." After throwing down this empty threat, the muscular man Burrow strode through the gates, presumably to fetch something from the gatehouse. Only then did the students who had been stunned by Roland's fierce gaze begin to regain their composure. "Humph, country bumpkin, get ready to be confined by the campus guard." Most students fell silent, with only a few of the youths bearing the Brett family crest continuing to mock Roland, albeit with noticeably diminished bravado. "Miss Shuai-Lan, please respond. Miss Shuai-Lan, if you hear me, please respond." Suddenly, Burrow's voice boomed as if amplified 1,000-fold, resonating across the expanse of Bander Academy. Yet intriguingly, the sound did not disperse, but rather coalesced into a directed line that traveled into the distance. Only those close to Roland could hear it clearly. Within the academy grounds, it merely sounded like a faint call, its volume magnified only along its path. Roland was taken aback. This method of communication, capable of forming a sound beam, demonstrated that Bander Academy was indeed extraordinary. "Country bumpkin, don't be so easily astonished. It's just directional magic." Another irritating voice piped up from behind Roland. He swiftly turned his head, his eyes wide and brimming with a disregard for life, which silenced the student adorned with the Brett family crest before he could finish his sentence. "That I am Shuai-Lan." "What is it?" A melodious voice, cool and ethereal, seemed to drift down from the distant heavens. "Kid, what is your name?" Burrow abruptly turned to inquire of Roland. "Roland," he replied softly, omitting his full name. The events of the previous afternoon at the castle and that morning caused him to harbor an intense aversion to the Brett surname, even nurturing a desire to trample it underfoot. "Good morning, Miss Shuai-Lan. A male student named Roland claims to be your pupil." "I'm merely confirming." Burrow emphasized the word male with a hint of condescension, not neglecting to add a touch of ostentation to his greeting. "Roland," the voice from the magic device questioned. Upon hearing Miss Shuai-Lan's hesitation, Burrow seized what he deemed evidence and exclaimed, "Ah, so it's an impersonation." "I've disturbed Miss Shuai-Lan. I'll take him to the campus guard immediately." Burrow spoke ingratiatingly. The students behind Roland cast him pitying glances. "No, he truly is my newly accepted student." "Oh, I'll send someone to the gate to escort him." "Please have him wait a moment." The enchanting voice chimed in once more. The collective gasp of astonishment from the students and Burrow was palpable, as if their jaws were about to hit the floor. How could this be? Miss Shuai-Lan only accepts female students, right? One student exclaimed incredulously, "Oh, that's how it is. Good." Burrow replied awkwardly into the magic device, while a faint voice from Shuai-Lan's and seemed to convey, "Daphne, please go to the gate to welcome your new classmate." Everyone stood frozen in shock. Even two rather unsightly students were left drooling, repeating her name in a manner that suggested they were envisioning a rather inappropriate scene. A vivid image that could make anyone's blood run cold flashed through Roland's mind. After a seemingly interminable wait of about 15 minutes, a figure dressed in a scarlet gown appeared in the distance, gracefully making her way towards them. Strangely, despite Roland stepping aside, most of the onlookers remained rooted in place, their eyes glued to the entrance of the academy with eager anticipation. "Daphne," one student behind Roland murmured, licking his fingers dreamily. "Who called for Roland?" A sweet voice laced with a hint of chill rang out. The students queued at the gate craned their necks to peer forward at "I am," Roland replied, stealing a glance at the young woman. Clad in a scarlet gown, her long golden hair was casually tied up high, exuding a youthful vitality that stood in stark contrast to the deliberately icy expression on her beautifully sculpted face. "Come with me," the young woman appraised Roland with a glance before speaking coldly. Turning away, she walked off while muttering under her breath, "I truly cannot comprehend what has gotten into teacher Shuai-Lan. Accepting a male student of all things." Of course, this remark was inadvertently overheard by Roland and the students behind him. As various students lamented about the absurdity of the situation, Roland gradually drifted away alongside Daphne. On that day, the usually studious atmosphere of Bander Academy erupted with a sensational gossip. The esteemed teacher Shuai-Lan, known as the Swan Mentor, had taken on a male student. to make matters more scandalous. This male student was nothing short of a rustic bumpkin, identifiable by the unsightly, rusted earring adorning his left ear. That day, Roland became a figure of notoriety within Bandier Academy, with whispers trailing behind him. "Look! My goodness, that's the earring boy who fell into the back garden." Roland followed the girl named Daphne, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of teacher Shui Lan, yet bore an uncanny resemblance, as she deliberately sported the words "keep away" written across her face. They made their way to teacher Shui Lan's designated teaching garden. Indeed, it was a garden, not merely a classroom. The most distinctive feature of Bandier Academy was its teaching gardens, which resembled quaint residences scattered throughout the campus. These gardens were akin to ordinary homes, complete with bedrooms, bathrooms, and even living rooms serving as classrooms. Some of the more renowned teachers had specialized training areas within their gardens. Teachers could reside alongside their students in these gardens or inhabit accommodations provided by the academy. It was evident that teacher Shui Lan lived in her garden with her students, as Roland had gleaned from the faint sounds emitted by the directional magic amplifier he had just overheard. The greenery of Bandier Academy was lush. As they walked, vibrant greens and autumnal yellows swept past their eyes. Apart from a cursory glance at Daphne, Roland was captivated by the picturesque scenery and the gardens that resembled homes scattered across the campus. While Daphne was indeed beautiful in Roland's eyes, she was merely a pretty yet unripe apple. One must ponder. Would someone accustomed to the sweetness of a peach find interest in a green apple? Their journey was marked by silence. Yes, utter silence. Daphne seemed to deliberately maintain her distance, striding ahead with haste. However, Roland paid her little mind. Before long, Daphne led Roland to the innermost teaching garden of Bandier Academy. The garden bore the inscription Shui Lan Garden. The name Shui Lan Garden elicited internal scoff from Roland, as it could easily be mistaken for the name of a posh bar or a massage parlor in a past life. The layout of Shui Lan Garden was peculiar, featuring a small annex at its entrance. As they passed by this annex, Roland spotted the coachman who had once lingered at his doorstep, now seated inside. Surveying him with keen, glimmering eyes, Roland offered a smile, which seemed to perplex the coachman, who responded with a grimace that was more sorrowful than joyful. Upon entering Shui Lan Garden, Roland beheld a splendid figure dressed in a water blue gown, her hair elegantly styled into a classic updo. "Sister Shui Lan, I've brought him." Daphne tossed out a remark that left Roland feeling quite vexed before striding directly into the small house within the garden. The fact that Daphne addressed Shui Lan as sister while he had to refer to her as teacher was a source of frustration for Roland. "Roland, you've arrived promptly. Come with me." Teacher Shui Lan gracefully turned, instructing him. "First, I must assess your mental acuity once again. As your instructor, it is imperative for me to understand the true capabilities of every student to make the best educational judgments." Roland felt a twinge of anxiety. He truly did not wish to reveal his genuine strength. As he followed teacher Shui Lan into her office within the garden, he noticed shadowy figures flitting past several rooms, curvaceous silhouettes that hinted at beauty. Had he stumbled into a den of enchantresses? Roland felt a surge of excitement, yet also a pang of concern regarding how to practice the Pharaoh's teachings amidst such a large collective. Teacher Shui Lan held a row of mental refinement stones, reading 82 on the scale, 2 points more than during his last test at Roland's home. "Let us begin with this. A student. You must not conceal anything from your teacher, otherwise it will hinder your growth." Roland nodded, though his gaze was irresistibly drawn to teacher Shui Lan's long, pale fingers akin to slender green onions. Teacher Shui Lan's delicate face momentarily froze, as if a thought had struck her, and she swiftly placed the mental refinement stone on the desk. Roland felt a sense of helplessness but complied with her instructions. The reading rose to 82. Successfully levitating to 84, he succeeded again, eliciting increasing astonishment in teacher Shui Lan's eyes. When it reached 86, he succeeded yet again under her scrutinizing gaze. Roland silently lamented. If this continued, he would have no secrets left to hide from her. Teacher Shui Lan's graceful hand added 2 more points to the mental refinement stone, her eyes shining with hope. This student, who had gained admission through connections, had already provided her with more surprises than she had anticipated. She had assumed he would only conceal 1 or 2 points at most. Meanwhile, Roland massaged his temples that if his true abilities were revealed, his progress would be called into question. What should he do? Feigning, he repeated the word in his mind, that if feigning failed, he would resort to exhausting himself. In a moment of inspiration, Roland devised a plan. First, he employed the Pharaoh's probe technique, claiming he needed a moment to rest, thus depleting most of his mental energy before preparing to levitate. Within the circle of mental energy he projected, even teacher Shui Lan's exquisite pink earlobe adorned with a small rose-blue pearl came into view. As teacher Shui Lan awaited Roland's recovery, she instinctively recoiled her delicate neck, sensing an inexplicable feeling of being watched closely, despite the absence of anyone else in the room. Under her scrutiny, the mental refinement reading wobbled and finally settled on the desk with a series of soft thuds. Ah, excellent. Considering you consecutively expended mental energy 3 times before, your true mental acuity should lie between 88 and 89. Teacher Shui Lan remarked, her icy demeanor beginning to thaw. She withdrew 2 exquisite mental refinement stones from her pocket. This totals 90 points that in 2 weeks, I will reevaluate your progress. Your goal for this fortnight is to elevate your mental acuity to 90. After a brief pause, she added, later, I will ask Daphne to assist you in obtaining your student crystal card and familiarize you with the school. Upon your return, come find me, and I will teach you new methods for strengthening your mental acuity. The mental refinement stones are merely a means of assessing your mental acuity before you become a practitioner. Roland was left astounded. This was hardly education. It was a veritable enhancement of mental acuity. Oh, and one more thing, I must sincerely apologize. As you can see, all my students are female, and you are the sole male among them, which makes your stay here rather inconvenient. You can either reside off campus, or I can arrange for you to have a quiet room with another teacher. Teacher Shui Lan said, her expression somewhat pained. Upon hearing this, Roland felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he desired. He preferred the freedom of living outside the confines of a household filled with beautiful girls. No problem. Teacher, I would prefer to stay off campus. I will make sure to arrive on time, Roland replied. Teacher Shui Lan nodded with slight regret. She understood that this student's family background was not affluent, perhaps even quite poor. Living off campus would undoubtedly incur additional expenses. Unbeknownst to Roland, the phrase thoughtful young man was now attributed to him. His first day at Bandier Academy was rather dismal, though to the other students, it seemed quite blissful. However, Roland considered himself quite unfortunate. Due to her connection with the renowned Master Davis, a gold-tier mage, teacher Shui Lan possessed extraordinary theoretical knowledge and exceptional talent, earning her the title of Swan Mentor within the academy. Every student who studied under her was, without exception, a privileged darling of society. Typically, most of these elite girls chose to train underwater mages. While water mages were not particularly formidable in combat, they held an irresistible allure for all young women. Water magic could enhance a woman's complexion, rendering young girls more beautiful and allowing middle-aged women to retain youthful skin. Even older noble women could wield advanced water magic to achieve a complexion rivaling that of a young girl. For this reason, in the realm of magic, the water element is predominantly associated with women, and most of the formidable practitioners within this domain are female. Consequently, Roland's enrollment under the Swan Mentor at Bandier Academy is a remarkable anomaly. A source of considerable gossip that on that day, wherever Roland went, whispers among certain students followed him that a cowpat had fallen into the back garden, a duck among swans, the effeminate earring-wearing boy. A series of epithets were swiftly heaped upon Roland, transforming him into a figure of intrigue at Bandier Academy within the span of a single day. This is Daphne, a level 2 copper-tier mage. She introduced, having completed her morning administrative tasks, and indulged in the academy's most economical lunch. After the midday break, teacher Shui Lan gathered the female students who were practicing alone to welcome Roland, the new student. Daphne, however, barely raised an eyebrow at teacher Shulan's introduction, her demeanor exuding weariness. This is Jojo, a level 1 copper-tier mage. Teacher Shui Lan continued, directing her attention toward a gentle girl with sapphire blue eyes. Hello. Jojo seemed quite polite, standing to greet Roland. Yet before she could finish her greeting, a blush crept upon her cheeks. And without waiting for Roland's response, she lowered her head and sat back down to, hello. Roland replied, somewhat taken aback by the shyness of this girl, with her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. She emanated a soft and gentle aura, prompting Roland to steal a few more glances at her. This was the first student to greet him since his arrival at Bandier Academy. They asked for Daphne, who had guided Roland through the campus. Her morning consisted of little more than pointing out various locations with an unwilling expression, uttering not a word beyond necessity. Jojo becomes utterly crimson upon speaking. Teacher Xuelon remarked with a hint of teasing that it seemed that only in the presence of outsiders did she maintain her icy demeanor. Before her students, Roland perceived a different kind of scenery. Roland, this is Pauline, a level 1 copper tier mage, Teacher Xuelon announced. Pauline merely acknowledged Roland with a glance, though Roland noticed her keen eyes sweeping over the spot where his badge should hang. Thus, Roland was introduced to all of his classmates. Teacher Xuelon had 3 female students, and now Roland was added to their ranks. Following a brief introduction, the 3 girls promptly exited the hall of the academy. Yes, they left. Only Jojo turned to wave goodbye to Roland. However, to Roland's surprise, Jojo's cheeks flushed once more. Yet before she could complete her farewell, Daphne abruptly pulled Jojo aside, saying, Jojo, you lost again the last competition. Hurry up and practice, if you're this polite to everyone. When will you find time to train? Daphne's chiding echoed at the door, leaving Roland astonished. It seemed that this shy Jojo behaved in such a manner with everyone. Simultaneously, Roland pondered what he had done to offend Daphne, who appeared perpetually displeased. Roland, this is how they are. They are all dedicated to their training. Now, let me impart to you a new method for honing your mental strength. Remember, this method must not be shared with anyone without the permission of Master Debussy and myself. Without teaching Roland anything yet, Teacher Xuelon commenced with the rules. Understood? Roland replied succinctly. However, Teacher Xuelon paid him no mind, instead retrieving a parchment made of sheepskin and a thick needle, which she handed to Roland. Follow the instructions on this parchment. I mean no harm. However, among mages, there exists a tradition and a hierarchy. Any sophisticated training method, including the magical circles used to cast spells, is a precious asset. This is why gold-tier mages are exceedingly rare on the continent. Proceed as instructed. This is my teacher Master Debussy's way of looking out for you. Complete this ritual, and you will become a true disciple of Master Debussy, gaining access to his unique teachings. Otherwise, I can only impart the common knowledge found in the Academy's textbooks, including future spells, Teacher Xuelon explained. After a moment of confusion, Roland quickly grasped her meaning. Even among mages, there are sects and secrets that are not to be shared. Following Teacher Xuelon's guidance, Roland unfurled the sheepskin scroll. The parchment depicted a peculiar design resembling a hexagram. Below the hexagram, a passage read, Mental Blood Pact. Please pierce your middle finger and apply the blood to the hexagram formation. Then, activate the hexagram with your mental energy and recite the following words. The contract will be established, and the parchment will turn to dust. Seeing Teacher Xuelon's unwavering gaze fixed on him, Roland felt he had no choice. Glancing over the subsequent lines, he found them acceptable. Thus, with the needle provided by Teacher Xuelon, he pricked his middle finger and evenly spread the blood across the parchment. Then, channeling a surge of mental energy, Roland began to recite, In the name of Roland's blood, I hereby complete the mental pact. Without prior consent, I shall not transmit Master Debussy's taught secrets to anyone, nor disclose them in any manner to others. Otherwise, the pact shall be established. As Roland pronounced the final words, the pact shall be established, the entire parchment suddenly emitted a faint ripple, slowly merging into Roland's body until it transformed into dust. Only then did Teacher Xuelon's tense expression begin to ease. Well done, Roland. From now on, you may consider yourself a direct disciple of Master Debussy. Remember, Master Debussy is very magnanimous. Thus, the mental pact is straightforward, unlike those family pacts that enforce loyalty and obedience, demanding servitude. However, this does not imply that you can betray Master Debussy, that if you do, I will personally seek you out, Without requiring Master Debussy's intervention, Teacher Shuailon stated coldly. Roland was momentarily taken aback, responding affirmatively. He had not anticipated that the mental pact would entail such conditions. However, if it were akin to the restrictive family pacts that Teacher Shuailon described, Roland would never agree to such terms, even if he were a wild man. Unbeknownst to him, the generous Master Debussy had already earned Roland's respect. The afternoon's instruction was rather simple. After teaching Roland a new method for training his mental strength, Teacher Shuailon instructed him to find a quiet room within the academy to practice alone, assuring him that he could seek her out if he encountered any issues. This arrangement would persist until Roland qualified to become a level 1 combatant. The method that Teacher Shuailon taught was coincidentally referred to as the mental training technique. However, it was a highly simplified version of the formidable technique that the Pharaoh had previously mentioned to Roland. Roland estimated that the effectiveness of mental enhancement should not differ significantly from his own guardian technique, that in comparison, Roland felt that his guardian technique was superior. Pharaoh, why is there a simplified version of the mental training technique that you mentioned here? Roland inquired, delving into the bronze space. You say there's a simplified version of the mental training technique I mentioned outside. The Pharaoh appeared surprised, and almost instantly his anger flared, causing his white beard to bristle, as if he were quite upset. What? Does it concern you? Roland pressed further. It seemed that Roland's question jolted the Pharaoh awake, akin to a balloon being punctured, and he promptly deflated, his previously bristled beard falling limp. That I don't know. I can't recall. My memories are sealed, the Pharaoh replied, somewhat bewildered. Roland felt a headache coming on. This old fellow seemed to have his memory sealed whenever it came to pivotal matters, leaving Roland uncertain whether it was a genuine seal or a facade. Whenever such moments arose, the Pharaoh would lapse into silence. With no other recourse, Roland exited the bronze space. Throughout the afternoon, Roland casually sought out a well-ventilated quiet room and practiced his guardian technique alone. By the time school let out, Teacher Shuailon and the other 3 girls had yet to emerge, leaving Roland to exit the academy alone amidst the throng of students. The number of boarding students was not particularly high. Nearly half of the students were local nobles from North Yorkshire, who could simply return home after classes. These noble offspring had purchased estates outside the academy, attended to by dedicated staff, in an academy devoid of entertainment options. Noble students found it difficult to adapt. Though Roland's name had spread throughout the academy, few could recognize him in person. Very few could clearly see the rusted bronze earring that hung loosely from his ear, hidden beneath his disheveled hair. Since Roland had learned from Kurgan that they had identified him by that unsightly bronze earring, he had unconsciously taken to concealing it during his movements, making it nearly impossible to detect unless one observed closely. Upon returning to the inn, Roland found his mother, Afra, anxiously awaiting him. "Mom, where's Dad? Have we found a house yet?" Upon entering, Roland inquired. You have returned. Roland, the house has been found, nestled in a small alley in the southern part of the city. However, your father, after securing the house, has gone to the estate of the Brett family in the city and has yet to return after such a lengthy absence. Afra exclaimed anxiously. Has father gone to the Brett family again? How long has it been? Roland asked urgently. It has likely been 2 hours. I intended to go and check, but I feared you would return and not find us. Roland, at last. You have arrived. Tears glistened in his mother's eyes. 2 hours? Roland questioned. Mother, may I go and see? Where is the Brett family estate in the city? Upon seeing her son return, Afra appeared to regain her composure, her earlier panic subsiding, after surveying the surroundings of their modest abode. Seemingly devoid of any significant possessions, she said, Roland, you do not know the way. I shall accompany you. Roland nodded gravely. 2 hours is quite a long time. Let us hope nothing untoward has occurred. The city of North Yorkshire is an ancient one, having expanded repeatedly over the centuries. It can be succinctly divided into 4 districts. Among these, the Northern District has gradually evolved into the epicenter of nobility within North Yorkshire, the Brett family being the largest noble house and the ruling family of the region. Not only possesses a vast estate outside the city, but also boasts a luxurious residence within. Currently, Roland's family resides in and is situated in the commercial district of the Western District, which has long been the most prosperous area of North Yorkshire, not far from the northern district. With a heavy heart, Roland found himself unable to appreciate the enchanting scenery of this magical land as evening descended. He pondered how to confront any unexpected developments. Given Ronald's encounter in front of the Brett family castle yesterday afternoon, Roland surmised that Ronald's visit would likely yield unfavorable outcomes. Under the somewhat unfamiliar guidance of his mother Afra, they finally arrived at the most powerful location in North Yorkshire, the Brett family's estate within the city. From the outside, the noble residence exuded an air of stern authority, characterized by towering walls and an opulent gate that seemed capable of devouring all. Roland keenly observed that among the 8 guards stationed at the entrance, 4 of them bore exquisite longbows, yet none carried quivers of arrows. To the left of the entrance, a crowd had gathered, and Roland recognized some familiar faces that he hastily approached, realizing that the group comprised the Brett family youths adorned with the family crest whom he had encountered earlier that morning at the gates of Bandle Academy. "Hey, strike hard! How dare you cause a ruckus at the esteemed Brett family's doorstep? Give it your all!" Cheers erupted from the cluster of youths, many of whom were encouraging one another. Simultaneously, the sharp crack of whips echoed from the group, accompanied by muffled groans of pain that Roland's expression shifted dramatically. "Mother, please wait here," he exclaimed before sprinting toward the scene. The closer he drew, the louder the whip cracks sounded, interwoven with anguished groans. A counting voice resonated. 37, 38, 39. Roland's mind raced with possibilities. "Make way," he shouted, forcefully pushing past the dozen or so youths and plunging into the throng. "Who dares to seek death?" The youths shouted in anger as they noticed someone breaking through their ranks. Nevertheless, Roland paid them no heed. The sight before him was utterly shocking. Ronald was restrained against a hitching post of the gate, his clothing tattered and revealing faint traces of blood. 2 guards took turns whipping Ronald, while a steward-like figure counted beside them. Meanwhile, an elder named Laches, clad in dark attire, stood with his head tilted back, seemingly savoring Ronald's muffled groans as if they were a melodious symphony. "Stop, you scoundrels!" Roland leaped forward, throwing himself onto Ronald. That moment, Laches opened his piercing eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Roland, dismissively waving his hand. "What is this? Another troublemaker at the Brett family estate. What do you take us for? Guards, apprehend him!" Immediately, 2 guards lunged from the entrance, seizing Roland by the shoulders, while the surrounding crowd parted to make way. At this juncture, Laches leaned toward a particularly noble-looking youth and said, "Young Master Carnegie, when did you arrive? My sincerest apologies." Laches' face bore a mask of obsequiousness. The youth named Carnegie waved dismissively. Merely here to observe the spectacle." "Laches, what is the meaning of this commotion at the Brett family estate? It lacks any semblance of nobility. This Roland, he is quite the notable figure at Bandle Academy. How could he possibly be causing trouble?" A serene smile graced Carnegie's face, and Roland recognized him as the only one among the group who had refrained from mocking him earlier that morning. The 3 small arrows emblazoned on his chest signified his rank as a copper-tier level 3 magic archer. It was difficult to discern which side Carnegie favored with his words, but Laches could not afford to ignore the young heir's remarks. After all, Carnegie was the only son of Rachel Brett, the current head of the Brett family and the ruling lord of North Yorkshire. Although Laches, as a family elder, was not required to heed the heir's words, Carnegie was known for his extraordinary talents and magical prowess, making him the frontrunner to succeed as the next family head. Laches had no choice but to tread carefully. Hearing the young master interject, the guards ceased their whipping, clearly aware of Carnegie's status. It was one thing to ignore him. Questioning him was an entirely different matter. "Young Master Carnegie, Ronald is merely a side branch who was expelled from the family. He has sought to rejoin, but has failed to meet the necessary conditions and has been persistent in his entreaties. Thus, as an elder, I am compelled to enforce the family's laws. Were it anyone else, they would likely find themselves imprisoned in the city guard's dungeon." Laches stated disdainfully. "Oh, I see." Carnegie replied with a dismissive wave. "You may continue, for the laws of a great family are paramount, and I cannot intervene. However, I believe my classmate Roland is merely here to visit his father. Being a first-time offender, let him be spared." Carnegie spoke nonchalantly, Yet his words resonated as a clear defense of Roland, portraying him as a wise heir to the family legacy. "Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled," Laches echoed sycophantically, then turned to the guards. "Proceed with the punishment, a total of 80 lashes," he commanded sternly. Just then, Afra rushed forward as the crowd parted, and upon hearing Laches' orders to continue the punishment, she fell to the ground, beseeching, "Laches, I implore you, show mercy." However, Laches remained unmoved at that moment. Roland, having just risen after being momentarily freed by Carnegie's intervention, approached his mother and helped her to her feet. "Mother, please rise. There is no point in begging for mercy from such trash," Roland said coldly. "You..." Laches, taken aback by Roland's insult, felt his anger rise but restrained himself in the presence of the family heir. "Proceed with the punishment at once," he shouted. "Stop." Roland's voice thundered, startling even the guard who had just raised his whip. "Young Master Carnegie, as a member of the family S side branch, I have a question for Laches. After I ask, the punishment can resume. Does that sound agreeable?" Carnegie appeared to be the only person present who could instill caution in Laches, and under his influence, the youth surrounding them ceased their mockery of Roland. "Very well, you have that right," Carnegie replied graciously, shrugging his shoulders. Roland cast a grateful glance in his direction. "Laches, you mentioned my father's persistence. I wish to inquire what the conditions for rejoining the family are, and how you determined that my father was being troublesome." Roland's icy gaze bore into Laches. The elder, accustomed to facing challenges, felt a tremor of apprehension deep within. "The condition is well known. One must become a level 1 combatant. Your father, however, foolishly insists on brandishing an 8th level magic apprentice badge to argue his case. To receive only 80 lashes is a leniency," Laches retorted dismissively. "Oh, is that truly the case?" Roland pressed for confirmation, stepping closer and widening the distance between himself and Laches as for whether that level 8 magic apprentice is qualified. Roland has long since ceased to care. If the 80 lashes are unleashed, one could easily lose their life. Even if one survives, they would likely be left maimed. Laches possesses a heart as ruthless as they come. Slightly bowing, Laches remarked, "This rule is well understood not only by myself, but also by young Master Carnegie." The latter nodded in affirmation. "Good. Laches, you better have a clear understanding," Roland bellowed suddenly, his left hand swiftly slicing through the air before his chest. Whoosh! Thud! 2 sounds erupted simultaneously, creating a surge of magical energy at the entrance of the Brett family estate, where a sharp aquamarine light flashed. Almost instantly, a splash of water struck the ground between Laches' legs. "Water arrow technique." Gasps echoed among the group of youths. Carnegie's expression shifted dramatically, urgently calling out, "Instant cast." Laches stood pale and shocked. He had never anticipated that Roland possessed magical abilities, let alone such instantaneous execution. Had that water arrow struck not the ground between his legs, but rather his throat, or had it been aimed just a bit higher, then the thought of having danced with death caused beads of sweat to cascade down Laches' forehead. All of this transpired in the fleeting moment of Roland's instant water arrow cast. Even Ronald and his wife were left wide-eyed. Almost simultaneously, for guards stationed at the Brett family estate's entrance released their bows with a sharp twang. 2 blue and 2 red arrows having been knocked without anyone noticing. The 4 arrows, brimming with terrifying magical energy, simultaneously locked onto Roland. It was evident that if Roland made any sudden movements now, those 4 arrows would undoubtedly be unleashed without hesitation. The atmosphere grew chillingly tense as the guards aimed their bows at Roland. Seasoned observers could sense that these guards had witnessed bloodshed before, perhaps even firsthand. Laches remained shaken, while Carnegie, the heir to the Brett family, fixed his gaze upon Roland, lost in thought. The 4 guards, poised to release their arrows, drew no attention from the others, save for Roland's family, who were terrified by the scene. Suddenly, Ronald, who had just moments ago required his mother, Afra, to support him, forcefully pushed her aside. Like a protective hen, he swiftly leaped in front of Roland, shielding him with his body. He then retrieved an object from his cloak and held it aloft. "Family iron law! Family iron law!" Ronald's voice trembled yet conveyed unwavering resolve as he used his broad chest to shield Roland from harm. Roland recognized the object as the Brett family crest. Upon sighting the emblem, the arrows in the hands of the four guards shifted slightly, seemingly aiming toward the ground. Seeing that his actions bore fruit, Ronald grew even more agitated, raising the crest, devoid of any magical aura, above his head, repeatedly shouting, "Family Iron Law! Family Iron Law!" to prevent the situation from escalating further. The gathered crowd seemed to grasp the significance of Ronald's proclamation, save for Roland, who remained bewildered. However, Roland's sharp intellect allowed him to piece together the general context. As Ronald continued to shout, Carnegie, who had been deep in thought, waved his hand backward. Upon seeing his gesture, the four guards promptly lowered their bows, and the arrows that had been knocked vanished in a thin air without a sound. Oh, this is the prowess of a magical archer. Arrows that manifest invisibly? Roland inhaled sharply. The speed at which those guards had drawn their bows was astonishing. Almost simultaneously, the arrows were knocked, eliminating any need for drawing time. Reaching a velocity beyond comprehension, it appeared that he had indeed met the family's standards for reintegration. Congratulations! Carnegie smiled at Roland after contemplating for a moment. Lachie's expression darkened considerably. He had not expected the Ronald boy to be so patient, only now revealing his capabilities as a level 1 warrior. Concurrently, upon hearing Carnegie's words, Ronald's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "So, may we take our leave?" Roland stated coldly, yet his tone bore no semblance of soliciting their approval. As soon as the words left his mouth, Roland bent down and hoisted Ronald onto his back. Ronald was heavy, but Roland gritted his teeth and managed to lift him. "Mother, let us go home," Roland called to his mother, Afra, who was rendered speechless by the sudden upheaval. He then trudged forward, following Afra's lead toward the modest residence they had just rented in the southern district, entirely disregarding the astonished onlookers behind him. However, Roland was preoccupied with a pressing concern: how to address this abrupt revelation of his abilities. This posed a significant problem. Should his powers come under scrutiny, Roland's days of peace would be numbered. After taking only a few steps while carrying Ronald, Carnegie, the prospective heir, finally spoke up. "Lachis, how old is this Roland?" Carnegie inquired, his brow furrowed. It was evident that despite addressing Lachis with respect, his tone dripped with dissatisfaction that anyone could discern. "Young master, Roland is 16 this year, possibly." "Not yet 16, Lachis replied awkwardly. The Brett family's rules were exceptionally stringent regarding family members. Yet they placed great importance on each official member. No one, including the patriarch, could unjustly persecute a family member, but of course, this was merely the surface. It was one of the reasons the Brett family had thrived for 600 years. Lachis, a family member who becomes a level 1 warrior before the age of 16 and can instantaneously cast basic spells. Are you suggesting he is unqualified? Carnegie's voice turned icy. Regardless of the family's predetermined hierarchy, including Carnegie's own beliefs, he had already accepted Roland as the unequivocal heir of the Brett family. He aspired for a thriving family brimming with talent, a common trait among every patriarch of the Brett lineage. Thus, Carnegie intervened in the matter. Currently, Carnegie was 18 years old, a level 3 copper-tier magical archer. In many respects, Roland was already on par with Carnegie. Nevertheless, Roland, lacking any foundational ties to the family, posed no threat to the position of the legitimate heir. In Carnegie's mind, Roland was destined to be a capable aide in the future. Lachis, upon hearing Carnegie's reprimand, lowered his head abruptly, his face flushing with embarrassment. He could have dismissed Carnegie's criticism, considering that he currently held no direct authority over family affairs. However, should Carnegie bring this matter to the attention of the patriarch or the elder, Lachis would surely face severe repercussions. Furthermore, leaving a negative impression on the future patriarch would be far from wise. "Please, young Master Carnegie, guide me," Lachis implored, head bowed. Handle your own matters," Carnegie replied, unwilling to take on the reputation of meddling in family affairs. However, he added with a smile, "But for talents like this, be sure to offer them generous treatment." "Yes, young master, I shall pursue this matter immediately," Lachis declared promptly. Carnegie chose not to respond, tacitly approving of Laches' proposal. Seeing that his master had not spoken further, Laches hastily set off in pursuit of Roland, who was moving slowly while carrying his father. After a few minutes, panting heavily, Laches finally caught up with Roland, who was trudging along under the weight of Ronald. Gritting his teeth, Laches made a choice between his future and his pride. "Roland, you have met the conditions for reintegration into the family. Where are you residing? I will come to find you tomorrow," Laches inquired, his demeanor noticeably subdued. The moment those words escaped his lips, Laches felt utterly humiliated. Just moments ago, he had been bullying Roland, and now he was imploring him. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, a spectacle indeed. Unfortunately, Roland was oblivious to Laches' plight. Upon hearing Laches' words, Roland halted but did not turn around. "Met the conditions?" Roland scoffed. "Laches, you fool! Have your dim eyes failed to perceive that I used a magical item with sealing magic? Idiot!" Roland berated Laches repeatedly, having successfully explained the instantaneous casting of his water arrow technique through Laches' own words. Roland, filled with exuberance, laughed heartily as he carried his father Ronald on his back, slowly making his way to the rented courtyard. His mother, Afra, firmly supported Ronald, alleviating some of the burden from Roland's magical artifact. Laches was taken aback. He quickly realized he had been outwitted by Roland. The magic sealed with a magical item was merely a ruse. A wave of shameful anger surged to his head. He intended to summon the guards to capture this rascal. Laches hurried back, for there was still time. Upon returning to the entrance of the estate, Laches relayed Roland's scathing remarks verbatim to Carnegie. However, Carnegie said nothing, instead scrutinizing Laches with a peculiar gaze, assessing him from head to toe. Witnessing this, Laches felt an overwhelming bitterness creep into his heart. He understood all too well what Carnegie's gaze implied. Carnegie believed that Laches' words were nothing but exaggerated slander against Roland. The bitter taste lingered at the corners of Laches' mouth, reaching deep into his heart. "What an intriguing fellow," Carnegie remarked as he gazed at Roland's retreating figure. The South District served as the impoverished area of North York County, devoid of magical street lamps, with only a few cheap shops illuminating the night with their dim magical signs. The sewage system, laid down many years ago, was either neglected or overwhelmed by the excessive population, leading to a stench permeating the T163 Merge Street in the South District. This was the small courtyard that Roland's father, Ronald, had rented for a high price of 1 gold coin per month. Originally, Ronald had planned to spend a few dozen silver coins to rent 2 rooms as a temporary solution. However, his son Roland insisted on finding a place with a courtyard, deeming it essential for his training. After nearly a whole day of searching, Ronald finally discovered this small courtyard. Compared to the outside world of the South District, the courtyard was quite pleasant. At its center was a parlor, flanked by 2 bedrooms on either side. To the left of the courtyard wall lay the kitchen and a storage room, while the right side housed a restroom, conveniently connected to the city's sewage system. Ronald had specifically sought out a relatively spacious courtyard, with the yard alone measuring over 20 square meters. Roland was quite satisfied, feeling that his plans could finally come to fruition. With weary legs, Roland gently placed Ronald onto the large bedroom on the right. By day, Ronald had already made several trips, carrying most of their belongings. As soon as Ronald's back touched the bed, he let out a pained groan. Having brushed against his back injury, Roland and Afra struggled to turn Ronald over, allowing him to lie more comfortably. He was very hungry, yet it was not the time for Roland to rest. There were still many tasks awaiting him. "Mother, please stay with father and heat some water for him to wash up. I will retrieve our belongings from the inn," Roland said, catching his breath. With his father incapacitated, it was up to him to hold the family together. Afra, feeling a sense of purpose upon hearing her son's words, hurriedly moved to the kitchen to boil water, taking along a piece of dry bread. Roland munched on it as he walked towards the commercial area in the West District. Not only did he need to collect the remaining items from the inn, but he also needed to purchase some potions for his father. Otherwise, the severe wounds were bound to worsen. The West District at night was a dazzling display of magical lights, extraordinarily beautiful. After finishing a piece of bread, Roland ceaselessly searched for a shop that might sell potions. Anshuan Potion Shop. After a few glances, he finally stepped inside, but he had encountered several potion shops along the way. But he had refrained from entering any of them, as those establishments were excessively lavish, with enormous storefronts and magical signs shining far brighter than the nearby magical street lamps. Lacking experience in such matters, Roland was not keen on being overcharged. "Excuse me, do you have any healing potions?" A shrewd-looking middle-aged man was busy fiddling with an object that emitted a faint glow of magical elements. Roland recognized it as a magic point box, a device essential for shopkeepers. Not only did it have a counting function, but it also allowed customers to make purchases using gold cards. After all, carrying more than 100 gold coins would be quite burdensome for an ordinary person. This magic point box required a 9th-level magic apprentice to operate. Yet in reality, most who performed this task were 10th-level magic apprentices who had little hope of becoming battle professionals. "Welcome! What kind of healing potion do you need? Basic, intermediate, or advanced?" The shopkeeper, both astute and polite, was pleased to see a customer at such a late hour. "What are your prices, and how effective are they?" Roland inquired, aware that healing potions were reputed to be quite expensive, and his funds were exceedingly limited. The basic healing potion costs 2 gold coins. The intermediate one is 20 gold coins, and the advanced version is 200 gold coins. Rest assured, they are provided by the silver-tier alchemists of the city's Alchemist Guild." The shopkeeper replied swiftly. Noticing Roland's lack of response, he added, "Young man, may I ask what you need the healing potion for? I can recommend various remedies. For instance, there's water essence," the shopkeeper suggested. Water essence? Roland was intrigued. Having never heard of such a thing before, water essence is the water element essence condensed by silver-tier water mages that is highly effective for both internal and external injuries, and it is a favored health supplement among many nobles. However, its recovery speed is slightly slower. Yet, when paired with healing potions, it can have remarkable effects. Each bottle costs 1 gold coin, the shopkeeper explained. Water essence condensed by silver-tier water mages? A health supplement? Roland took note of this water essence. "All right, thank you. Please give me 1 basic healing potion and 1 bottle of water essence." Roland decided after some contemplation. Given his current financial situation, he could not even dream of affording the intermediate healing potion. Priced at 20 gold coins, equivalent to 20,000 in his past life. Thus, he could only buy 1 basic healing potion and 1 water essence, hoping they would effectively aid his father's injuries at that moment. Roland recalled how much Ronald had spent on that life-saving intermediate healing potion when he had first arrived in this other world. 3 gold coins. "Thank you for your patronage." The potion shop owner handed Roland 2 bottles of potions. One contained a murky pale yellow liquid, while the other was a stunning blue crystalline potion, which Roland recognized to be the water essence. After paying, Roland trudged towards the inn, hiring a laborer who, having not yet reached the 5th level of magic apprenticeship, could only work as a porter for 10 silver coins. Together, they carried the various bags from the inn towards the small courtyard in the South District. As for the enchanting courtesan at the inn entrance, radiating a dreamy blue glow as she eagerly beckoned to him, Roland couldn't even muster the energy to respond. He was utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the newly rented courtyard, Ronald, who was still grumbling about Roland's expenditure on potions while drinking them, consumed the basic healing potion and the water essence. Watching his father, whose wounds were still slightly oozing blood, drift into a deep sleep beside his mother, Roland hastily consumed some dry rations, finally allowing himself to rest. Lying in bed, Roland's first action was to immerse his consciousness into the bronze earring. He had a question to pose to the pharaoh. The family's living conditions desperately needed improvement. Otherwise, even Roland's training would be significantly affected. "Pharaoh, what is this water essence all about?" Feeling his fatigue gradually dissipate, Roland inquired. My boy, you performed admirably this afternoon. Since I'm in a good mood, I shall impart a few more insights." The pharaoh's voice was cheerful. Water essence is the water element essence condensed by water mages from the water element itself. It can heal wounds, aid recovery, and even enhance skin health. It's worth its weight in gold. This is why I urged you to choose a water mage. In the future, you can use this to nourish your body and enhance your physique. The pharaoh elaborated that it seemed this substance was quite valuable. So, how does one condense water essence? Roland asked further. Condensing the essence of water is actually quite simple. The pharaoh replied casually, "To others, the essence of water may seem mysterious. But for me, it's quite easy," the pharaoh declared with pride. "Oh, easy. Why did the shopkeeper say only silver tier mages can condense water essence? There aren't many silver tier mages around." Roland questioned, perplexed. "Humph, how can they compare to someone like me, who has dedicated a lifetime to the study of magic?" A confidence, as if innate, permeated the pharaoh's words. "Oh, then tell me, how is condensing water essence so easy?" Roland automatically dismissed the pharaoh's audacious claims of having devoted his life to the study of magic. "Before I share my method with you, I must first elucidate how those so-called silver-tier magicians condense the essence of water. Otherwise, the potency of the method cannot be fully appreciated," the pharaoh, akin to a proud child, proclaimed his superiority. "Well, I am listening." Roland, in this regard, remained quite humble. According to the shopkeeper, the technique for condensing the essence of water has remained unchanged from ancient times to the present point. One only needs to become a silver-tier water magician to achieve this. However, it involves meticulously filtering the water elements within oneself using mental acuity, identifying the highly active water elements, extracting them, and then concentrating them to produce the essence of water, which is also referred to as activated water. Generally speaking, the active water elements within any water magician's body account for less than 1/10 of all water elements. For an average silver tier level 6 magician, one can condense only a single vial of water essence in a day. Nonetheless, the demand for water essence is exceedingly high in upper society. That IT not only heals injuries and ailments, but also eradicates hidden diseases. More importantly, it can extend a person's lifespan. This longevity effect can reach up to 20 years for ordinary individuals, and even more for advanced combatants. It is said that for legendary powerhouses, the effect may even exceed 100 years. The high demand in upper society has led to exorbitant prices for water essence. However, true nobility rarely needs to purchase it. The pharaoh lamented, "Isn't a necessity. Then why don't they buy it?" Roland inquired, puzzled. The ancient nobility typically maintain a cadre of water magicians at home, solely to condense water essence for them. Only those with shallow roots resort to purchasing from the Adventurers Guild or apothecaries. Otherwise, the market price of water essence would undoubtedly be 5 times higher. Pausing for a moment, the pharaoh continued, "Now, allow me to share my method with you. As previously mentioned, the essence of water is essentially activated water. This activated water not only exists within the water elements of Magician's body, but is also present in any primary substance of water. By simply using mental acuity to perceive the active elements within these primary water substances and extracting and concentrating them, one can obtain water essence. This is the result of my 2 years of research. And today I pass it on to you, marking you as my successor." The pharaoh suddenly felt a wave of sentiment. "Thank you," Roland replied earnestly. He understood the significance of this new method for extracting water essence. It represented wealth and longevity, the two most valued treasures for most people encapsulated within this seemingly simple method. The pharaoh remained silent, merely shaking his head with a hint of nostalgia. "Can I extract it now?" Roland asked eagerly that if he could extract it, it would undoubtedly transform his family's circumstances in a short span. However, the pharaoh disappointedly shook his head. "No." Roland pressed. "Why not? It requires mental acuity. A minimum of 100 points of mental acuity is necessary. And you still fall short. Work hard, young man." The pharaoh sighed, and his figure subsequently vanished within the bronze earrings. 100 points, Roland murmured. Lacking additional spirit stones, he had no means to accurately gauge his mental acuity. However, he felt he was not far off. 100 points. I must strive for that. With hope for improving his family's living conditions, Roland promptly made a decision. Until he reached a mental acuity of 100, he would focus entirely on enhancing his mental prowess, pausing his magical energy accumulation training. Roland was indeed consumed by thoughts of wealth. It wasn't that he shied away from hard work. Rather, it was the pressing need for better living conditions for his parents. After prolonged vegetarianism, both Ronald and Afra were showing signs of malnutrition, their faces taking on a pallid hue. Moreover, Roland was in a growth phase, requiring high-quality nourishment to support his development. The cost of living in North York City was exorbitantly high. Given Roland's family's circumstances, returning to a daily diet of eggs and chicken legs, as they once had, was a fanciful notion. Furthermore, his training necessitated a more conducive environment. Given a choice, Roland would prefer to practice by the Maple River, where the recovery rate of magical energy was at least 50 faster than in his current location. Although the Maple River flowed through North York City, the residences with tributaries or access to fresh water were far beyond the reach of Roland's family. With determination, Roland resolved to begin practicing the method of perception taught by the pharaoh. The lack of primary water in the courtyard would certainly slow down the recovery of magical energy by more than half. Initially, Roland contemplated digging a large pit in the yard to store water and enhance his training speed. However, he soon realized that the evaporation of water elements in stagnant water would only worsen over time. With a newfound method for quick earnings, Roland completely abandoned the idea of digging a pit for water storage to enhance his magical energy recovery. Instead, he aimed to save money to rent or purchase a residence with running water. The days spent studying with Mei Tong Yuan were no different from before. This was not due to any other reason, but primarily because Roland had yet to earn the privilege to train alongside several enchanting ladies. Every morning, teacher Shui Lan would lead Daphne, Xiao Xiao Yi, and Pauline to the training grounds within Shui Lan Garden to practice magic and enhance their magical energy. Shui Lan Garden possessed a source of fresh water. Roland could only catch a distant glimpse of the four beautiful ladies practicing whenever he went to the restroom. Just a glance. Then he would retreat to the quiet room to train his mental acuity. Otherwise, Shui Lan would unleash a water arrow spell, whistling past his feet. For a continuous month and a half, Roland had only appeared on campus during school hours. Even mealtime was spent in the quiet room. This was not due to Roland's introversion, but rather because he simply could not afford the meals at Bander Academy. He had only eaten there once on the first day of school. That meal cost him a silver coin, and he still left hungry. It was worth noting that 2 silver coins could sustain his family's meat consumption for more than 3 days in Yorktown. The few gold coins Roland had scavenged from the deceased were insufficient to cover his family's rent, tuition, and food expenses in North York City. Thus, Roland had to resort to bringing homemade wheat cakes and pickles for lunch. The only silver lining was that Ronald had nearly recovered after nearly a month of rest. If he could find a job in North York City, it would alleviate his family's dire living conditions. Sipping the provided clean water, Roland struggled to chew on the cold, hard wheat cake, occasionally taking a bite of pickle. Knock, knock, knock. The small door to Roland's quiet room suddenly echoed. Roland was taken aback. At this hour, the 4 heavenly beauties should all be dining in the school cafeteria. Who could be looking for him? Initially, Shui Lan had come to invite Roland for a meal. However, he had declined, stating he had lunch prepared by his mother, and she hadn't come back since. Who is it? Roland mumbled through a mouthful of wheat cake. "It's Shui Lan," came the cool voice of teacher Shui Lan from outside the door. Roland rose and opened the small door to the quiet room. Standing outside was indeed Shui Lan, holding a transparent potion bottle. "Teacher, please come in. What brings you here?" Roland casually assessed Shui Lan as he spoke. After the initial astonishment, Shui Lan now resembled the superstars from his past Life Fest movies, maintaining an air of calm composure. It was merely an appreciation of her presence. Shui Lan casually scanned Roland's quiet room. Based on her observations, she was quite satisfied with this student. At the very least, he was diligent. Shui Lan's gaze briefly flickered over the wheat cake and pickles Roland was eating, a hint of surprise crossing her otherwise calm eyes. However, she did not linger on his food for long. "Roland, this is water essence, a specialty of silver-tier water magicians. It can nourish your body and has several other beneficial effects. You should drink it." Shui Lan offered the vial containing the dazzling rose-blue potion. Adjusting her hair that had slipped from behind her ear, she continued, "This is homemade by me, but the quantity is quite limited from now on. I will bring you a vial every week, ensuring everyone has their share." Roland felt a refreshing sensation upon Shui Lan's entrance. He was taken aback by her unexpected gift of water essence. This was worth a gold coin. That was his first thought. "Quickly drink it. Once you finish, I'll take the vial back," Shui Lan urged. Roland understood that Shui Lan intended to see him consume it on the spot. His initial desire to save it for his father was completely dashed. However, Roland was not the type to fret over a vial of water essence. He accepted the potion from Shui Lan's slightly cool hand. With a twist of the bottle cap, he drank deeply, a wave of comfort spreading throughout his being. Thank you, Teacher Shui Lan. From Pharaoh's guidance, Roland came to understand the true value of the water essence. For a silver-tier mage, condensing water essence is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. It is evident that Teacher Shui Lan truly cares for her student. All right, let us seize the time to cultivate, she encouraged. Last month's goal for mental strength was commendably achieved. Remember, this month's target is 92 scales, Shui Lan reminded Roland, taking back the potion bottle and gracefully turning to leave. Wait, Teacher Shui Lan, Roland exclaimed hurriedly. What is it, Roland? Shui Lan turned back, her voice calm and composed. Well, Teacher Shui Lan, I have devised a new method to train my mental strength, utilizing an immense quantity of refining stones that I wish to give it a try. So I would like to request more refining stones. Roland blurted out excitedly, Oh, a new method? Shui Lan arched an eyebrow thoughtfully. Roland, it is admirable to be innovative. However, there are some matters where it is wise to heed the wisdom of our predecessors. Nevertheless, I will grant your request. Conducting your own examination of your ideas will indeed aid your training. How many do you require? After offering her guidance, she shifted her tone and agreed to Roland's request. 10 scales, thank you, Roland replied with delight that he was eager to acquire refining stones to test his current mental strength, hoping to reach 100 scales. Here, with a flourish, Shui Lan produced 10 scales of refining stones from the decorative pocket of her light blue dress. Work hard. Once your mental strength surpasses 100, I shall teach you your first spell, she encouraged. After Shui Lan departed, Roland swiftly closed the small door of the quiet room and quickly finished his meager lunch. He laid all his refining stones out before him, totaling 102 scales. Having cultivated diligently, Roland typically took a brief half-hour nap after lunch to recover from fatigue and drowsiness. However, after drinking a bottle of water essence provided by Teacher Shui Lan, he found that the weariness and lethargy from his morning training had vanished without a trace. Astonished by the wonders of the essence of water, he looked forward to the water essence he would condense himself. With 100 scales of refining stones before him, Roland closed his eyes. He focused his mental strength on the stones. A soft hum echoed as the 100 scales of refining stones floated steadily before his chest. Unwavering. Based on his experience, he surmised that his mental strength had indeed surpassed 100 and now. He merely needed to maintain this for 15 minutes. Yet a bitter smile crept across Roland's face, judging from the progress speed dictated by Teacher Shui Lan. He would need at least 3 to 4 more months to officially become a level 10 magic apprentice, and under Shui Lan's tutelage, advanced to become a combat class practitioner. The wait was tedious. The intricate patterns on the refining stones had long lost their allure to him. Perhaps due to the Pharaoh's teachings on the perception technique, Roland possessed a remarkably acute awareness of his mental strength. Once he expanded his mental strength, everything within its range became vividly clear to him. He could even count the fine hairs on a fly within his mental realm. In a moment of boredom, Roland decided to try lifting the 2 extra refining stones resting on the ground. Without the slightest tremor, the 2 stones also levitated into the air. Seeing this, Roland felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had passed. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Roland managed to maintain his focus for 10 minutes, a knock at the door interrupted him. Feeling a bit annoyed, he wondered why so many people were knocking today. Who is it? He asked, his voice tinged with impatience. Roland, it's me. Shui Lan's cool voice drifted in from outside the door. Roland startled. It's Shui Lan, he exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his concentration. He hastily dispersed his mental energy, allowing the 102 scales of refining stones to scatter to the ground as he opened the door. Before him was a plate, upon which lay a steaming, aromatic fried steak. Roland, I bought extra food for lunch. I only took a small bite, and it would be too wasteful to throw it away. So please eat it. Shui Lan's voice emerged from behind the steak. Roland was momentarily speechless. This steak was clearly freshly purchased, with one side having been symbolically turned over. It was evident that Shui Lan had seen Roland's meager lunch and bought this for him. Don't waste it, Roland said, placing the stake down before hurriedly departing like a startled fish. It seemed this was indeed her first time doing something like this. The corners of Roland's mouth twitched. Was he truly fortunate enough to encounter such a kind teacher? Roland was not so naive as to refuse her good intentions. He would simply eat it. The crucial point was to remember to express gratitude. He would find a way to repay teacher Roland in the future. After savoring a steaming, fragrant steak, his first taste of exquisite cuisine from this world, Roland felt quite satisfied. After washing the plate, he took his large water bottle and exited the quiet room, making his way toward the tributary introduced in Roland's teaching garden. The tributary was modest, about 5 to 6 meters wide, flanked by pavilions on either side for shade. Among the 4 elemental magics, fire magic was the most arduous, requiring training in areas abundant with fire elements to accelerate progress. Water and wind magic were similar. Training could be conducted by the water's edge or outdoors. Earth magic was the most comfortable. Any patch of land served as an ideal training ground for earth mages, sitting in one of the pavilions. Roland turned his back to Roland and 3 classmates in the quiet room. Girls tended to be more concerned with their appearance, typically opting for a midday rest. Thus, Roland could only enjoy a moment of solitude by the tributary during lunchtime. I must make haste. Being discovered would spell trouble. Roland muttered to himself, for anyone who had tasted the essence of water would surely remember its resplendent hue, an exquisite rose blue, dazzlingly crystalline. Such a color could never be concocted by any potion master. Upon sight, one would instantly recognize it as the essence of water. The news of a magic apprentice condensing the essence of water, typically achievable only by a silver tier mage, would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the magical continent. Following the Pharaoh's guidance, Roland endeavored to draw closer to the primary substance of water, channeling his mental strength to maintain minimal energy expenditure. Yes, he reached out with his mental strength. His entire mind transformed into a cerulean world. The nearly colorless water elements occupied a substantial portion, motionless, flowing in tandem with the primary substance of water. The light blue water elements appeared somewhat dazed, while the deep blue ones moved slowly among the group. Only the vibrant rose-blue water elements danced joyously, lively and exuberant, as the pharaoh had described as active water. With some effort, Roland summoned a rose-blue water element towards him. 2, 3, many rose-blue water elements began to coalesce into a droplet, a sphere. With each aggregation, he carefully transferred the essence of water into his large water bottle. Upon forming the 3rd droplet, Roland felt his mental strength waning. He hurriedly directed the 3rd droplet into the bottle. "Roland, what are you doing?" Just as he was halfway through transferring the condensed water essence, a timid voice came from behind him. Startled, he nearly spilled the remaining half-droplet of water essence. In a flustered state, he managed to secure it in the bottle, his mind racing with worry. Surely, he hadn't been discovered. "Roland, why are you gathering water here?" The voice inquired again, sending a cold sweat down Roland's back. The gentle tone belonged to Xiao Yi. Taking a moment to steady himself, he tried to remain calm. Xiao, why do you ask what I'm doing with this water?" Roland shook the large water bottle in his hand, attempting to gauge whether she had noticed anything unusual. "Well," Xiao Yi nodded, her cheeks quickly flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Roland recognized this as one of her peculiar habits. She would blush deeply whenever speaking to someone unfamiliar. Roland stammered, his mind racing to concoct an excuse that I was thirsty, so I came here to fill my bottle. "Why do you ask?" Roland, quick-witted, found a suitable explanation. Upon hearing his response, Xiao Yi's face grew even redder. Pointing at Roland's water jug, Jojoy remarked, "Roland, the water here is not safe to drink. We have bathed our feet." As she uttered the last few words, Jojoy's face flushed with embarrassment. After speaking, she turned and walked briskly towards her quiet room. The pale green dress, cinched at the sleeves, enveloped her delicate figure, resembling a beautiful sprite as she departed. Was it footbath water or bath water? Roland was taken aback. A vivid image of 4 beauties frolicking in water flashed through Roland's mind. Shaking the nearly half-filled essence of water in his jug, he gazed after the retreating pale green sprite, unable to suppress a grin. Following this little incident, Roland became increasingly cautious. After school that afternoon, Seizing the opportunity while the four girls went to the dining hall, he returned to the tributary of the Water Orchid Academy, leaning against a pillar in the gazebo, and began to concentrate on gathering the essence of water. The advantage of leaning against the pillar was that it concealed the gathered water essence, allowing Roland to monitor the entrance of the academy in the quiet room without interruption, unlike the last time when Jojoy had approached him unannounced. The risk of being caught had significantly diminished. After 20 minutes, having accumulated 2 orbs of water essence, Roland ceased his efforts, primarily because Water Orchid and Jojoy were likely to return from the dining hall soon. Additionally, Roland was mindful of safety. He could not afford to deplete his mental energy entirely. While releasing magic did not consume much mental energy, he still needed to retain a sufficient reserve. Clang, clang, Roland shook the jug, tilting his ear to listen. He estimated there to be more than half a jug of water essence, but he was uncertain how many bottles it could fill. Casually, Roland lifted the jug and strolled towards the school gate, pondering how to convert this water essence into his first fortune in this otherworld. Roland had no channels available. Selling it cheaply on the street was utterly out of the question. Setting up a stall was equally impractical. Either option would expose Roland to public scrutiny. He scratched his head in frustration. He had acquired a treasure, yet could not transform it into usable gold coins. This was indeed a vexing predicament. Aimlessly, Roland wandered through the bustling streets of North Yorkshire, where the magical lamps gradually illuminated the surroundings, and the amplified cries of vendors echoed through the air at a potion shop. Roland spotted a luxurious and large potion store. An idea struck him, and he swiftly made a decision. Whether it would succeed or fail, he would give it a try. As his gaze drifted, Roland turned towards the only potion shop he had ever visited, an apothecary. "Oh, little brother, back for more potions?" As Roland stepped inside, the shrewd middle-aged owner greeted him. Despite the numerous customers that day, he remembered those who had made many inquiries. Like Roland smiled, but did not respond to the owner's question. "What is your surname, good sir?" Roland casually inquired. The owner was momentarily taken aback that a young lad conversing like an adult was certainly unexpected. "Oh, you can call me Bewley, but around here, the folks refer to me as Old Bewley." The owner replied amiably. His small shop had limited potions and lacked prominent clientele, relying on scattered customers and return patrons to stay afloat. Thus, Bewley treated each customer with great kindness. "Oh, Old Bewley, greetings. My name is Roland." Roland quickly adopted the nickname, a skill in building rapport. "Pleased to meet you, Roland." Old Bewley displayed a keen interest, as his experience told him that this boy was not here merely to purchase potions today. Nevertheless, Old Bewley was patient. A conversation might lead to future patronage. "Old Bewley, do you purchase water essence here?" Roland asked, scrutinizing Old Bewley's expression. Upon hearing Roland's words, Old Bewley speculated that perhaps Roland intended to return the water essence he had previously bought. However, as water essence had a considerable market, Old Bewley was more than willing to do this favor. "As long as the potion bottles are unopened, I can accept the water essence you purchased last time." Old Bewley said cautiously, "Oh, no. Upon hearing Old Bewley's words, Roland immediately reiterated his refusal. "Old Bewley, I am not here to return anything that I possess some water essence." "Do you buy it?" Roland clarified. "You have water essence? How many bottles?" Old Bewley scrutinized Roland carefully. This Roland was certainly not a silver tier mage. Could he be a fraud? Old Bewley's gaze grew more discerning. "Perhaps 7 or 8 bottles." "Old Bewley, do not worry. The water essence I possess is absolutely legitimate. My senior brothers urgently needed money and entrusted me to sell it." Roland astutely sensed Old Bewley's concern. "As long as the goods are genuine, I can make a purchase. However, I need to see the merchandise first." Old Bewley readily agreed, having his thoughts uncovered by Roland. "All right, bring me a potion bottle." Roland instructed. "A potion bottle?" Old Bewley repeated in astonishment. After Roland nodded, Old Bewley retrieved a transparent, empty potion bottle. Then, Old Bewley stared in disbelief as Roland poured a beautiful rose-blue liquid from his large water jug. Heavens, he is using a jug to hold water essence. Old Bewley was left speechless by Roland's actions. "Taste it. Confirm it. Once confirmed, we can discuss the price." Roland, unperturbed by Old Bewley's astonishment, continued, "All right. Just from the color, Old Bewley could ascertain that this was undoubtedly water essence. However, he was still taken aback by Roland's unconventional method of storage, using a jug to hold water essence. Goodness! Old Bewley decided to taste it nonetheless. The rose-blue liquid flowed gently into his mouth, delivering an exquisite flavor as soon as he swallowed. A refreshing sensation spread through his entire body. Indeed, it is real, Old Bewley exclaimed excitedly. The taste was identical to that of the potion he could only afford to drink once a month. I procure it from the Adventurers Guild at a price of 9 silver coins. However, the transparent potion bottles are their responsibility, and the purchase price for one bottle is 50 copper coins. It seems I should provide you with the transparent potion bottles. I will buy each bottle of water essence from you at a price of 8 silver coins and provide you with the transparent potion bottles free of charge. The astute Old Bewley promptly made a decision. Water essence would undoubtedly sell well. Yet, with his capabilities, he could only procure a limited amount of water essence from the Adventurers Guild each month. Accepting this deal would certainly allow him to earn more. All right, it's a deal. Bring the potion bottles. Let us fill them now. Roland was quite satisfied with this price. The price Old Bewley offered was likely higher than what the Adventurers Guild provided to those silver-tier water mages. After all, the Adventurers Guild needed to profit as well. Excellent. Please follow me inside. Old Bewley was elated. Having secured this business, he might be able to drink water essence twice a month instead of once. Water essence was undoubtedly a long-term health elixir. Dear Roland, I would like to know how often you can supply this quantity of goods? Old Bewley inquired nervously. That jug had yielded 9 bottles of water essence, a substantial business opportunity. Hee, Roland chuckled. IT depends on whether Old Bewley has the appetite for it. I have 4 senior brothers who are silver-tier mages that, if you can handle it, we could supply you daily, Roland said with narrowed eyes. If I can handle it, I certainly can, Old Bewley replied hastily. Water essence was essentially a form of hard currency. If he failed to seize this opportunity, he would have wasted nearly 40 years of his life. While assuring Old Bewley, he handed Roland 8 gleaming gold coins, including the one I drank earlier. That makes a total of 8 gold coins. All right, no problem that I will come out to deliver the goods to you every afternoon at this time. Remember, I do not wish for anyone to know I'm selling this item. This is primarily because my senior brothers value their reputation, Roland stated coldly. Understood. My credibility as Old Bewley is paramount, Old Bewley exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. If Old Bewley were to divulge this matter, he would be foolish. From Roland's words, Old Bewley had inferred that Roland likely hailed from Bandier Academy. That would be ideal. See you tomorrow. Roland, having successfully completed the transaction, felt exceedingly pleased. Old Bewley, you're not old. Why do others call you Old Bewley? Roland joked as he was about to leave. Why? I have no idea, Old Bewley replied with a wry smile. Watching Roland's retreating figure, with 8 gold coins in his pocket, Roland did not intend to hand over all of it to his mother. Afura, if entrusted to his parents, the origin of this sum of money would undoubtedly become a significant issue. In the dimly lit slums of the southern district, Roland felt no discomfort. His keen eyes sparkled brightly in the night as he deftly dodged the pools of filthy water and debris cluttering the alleyways, the noxious odors assailing his nostrils. How long would it be before he could move to a different place? Contemplating this question, Roland returned to 163, Merder Street in the southern district, his new home. Roland's back. Come and eat. See what your father has brought. Upon entering, his mother greeted him with uncontainable joy. Roland inhaled deeply, the enticing aroma of chicken legs wafting through the air. Indeed, upon entering the small parlor that served as both a reception and dining area, he beheld 2 chicken legs resting in the center of the dining table. Roland, hurry and eat. It's been ages since you've had a proper meal. Afra handed him a large chicken leg. Your father found a job today, earning 1 silver coin a day. Eat up, his mother exclaimed with excitement. Earning 1 silver coin a day was thrice the wage in Yorktown. Yet, Roland was acutely aware of the disparity that lay therein. 1 silver coin was hardly sufficient for a hearty meal at the Bandier Academy's cafeteria. However, if he were to prepare the meals himself, a single silver coin would suffice for his family's sustenance for a day. That is splendid. Mother, I've also secured a job at the Academy filling mana crystals. This gold coin is my earnings from the past 2 days. Roland said as he savored his meal. Afra looked momentarily stunned, while Ronald's lips twitched uncontrollably. It was no wonder. The psychological disparity was palpable. Ronald toiled tirelessly for a single silver coin, while Roland, through part-time work, could earn 5 silver coins a day. Such was the chasm, a stark reminder of the damned diploma and the disparity wrought by his status as a magical apprentice. Bravo! Roland is impressive. My dear, just look at how, at the tender age of 16. Roland earns more than I do. He surely has a bright future ahead. Ronald's lips twitched again before he unexpectedly brightened. Roland mused that if Ronald's son was capable, it reflected well on Ronald himself. Mother, as my abilities grow, my earnings will increase. Use this money to buy some good food, beef, turkey, fish, and the like, for yourself and father to replenish your strength, and my appetite has certainly grown recently. Roland chuckled as he gnawed on the chicken leg. Afra, initially poised to protest, swallowed her words upon hearing her son's intent to nourish their bodies. This was the most joyous evening Roland's family had experienced since their arrival in North Yorkshire County. The following day, Roland attended school, as usual, yet he meticulously planned his daily schedule moving forward. Particularly during lunch and after school, he aimed to condense a significant quantity of water essence. For the time being, Roland resolved that even as his mental fortitude increased, allowing him to produce more water essence, he would restrict his sales to a maximum of 10 bottles daily. Selling any more would surely raise suspicions. As for any surplus, that would be for Roland himself, with a little discreetly shared with his parents, for water essence was indeed a precious commodity. For several consecutive days, Roland maintained a structured routine. However, one issue plagued him. During lunchtime, he would seize the opportunity to condense water essence while Waterlawn and her companions went out to eat, a span of roughly half an hour, ample time for Roland to complete his task. Yet the trouble arose each time he consumed his packed lunch. A persistent knocking would echo at the door. Roland's lunches had grown considerably more sumptuous lately, featuring chicken legs and a small pack of sauced beef. Following the knocks, a delicious plate of meat-based lunch would invariably be delivered. Steak, beef ribs, wine-infused chicken, fish stew, and more, typically brought by Waterlawn and Jojoy, alternating each day. The reasons for their deliveries were as varied as they were bizarre. I'm ill today. The teacher is out socializing. The head chef mistakenly prepared an extra serving. I'm simply not in the mood, and so forth. Waterlawn was somewhat accommodating, allowing Roland the chance to politely decline. Jojoy, however, was different. She would drop off the food like a startled rabbit and dart away. Despite Roland showcasing his own rather generous lunch, Waterlawn and Jojoy continued to bring him meals, which left him feeling quite awkward. Recently, having discreetly sold water essence, Roland had accumulated some savings. Thus, today he decided to forego his lunch entirely, intending to resolve his hunger at school, anticipating that Waterlawn and Jojoy would find it increasingly difficult to concoct excuses for their deliveries. The most comical moment occurred when Jojoy brought his lunch yesterday. Her face flushed as she stammered. Roland, the teacher said girls shouldn't eat chicken. She barely finished before bolting away as the noon bell rang punctually. The 3 girls gathered around Waterlawn, chattering animatedly as they exited towards the school grounds. They appeared less like students and more like sisters. Waterlawn, Jojoy, are you still bringing food to that fellow? Daphne's voice rang out from the gazebo. Oh my, Daphne exclaimed dramatically, likely having seen Waterlawn nod in affirmation. Waterlawn, let us go eat together, Roland interjected suddenly. Waterlawn looked surprised but nodded nonetheless. Upon seeing Roland emerge, Jojoy immediately took a step back, hiding behind Daphne. Jojoy, Waterlawn, thank you both for your kindness these past few days, Roland said with casual grace. Jojoy remained silent, while Waterlawn nodded awkwardly, seemingly deep in thought. The Bandier Academy's cafeteria offered 2 types of dining options, a fast food style counter where one could order their meal at a relatively low cost, allowing most students to eat sufficiently for about 1 silver coin, or a high-end buffet where a mere 3 silver coins would grant one unlimited access, with drinks charged separately. It was evident that Waterlawn and Jojoy, along with their companions, had entered the upscale buffet rather than the fast food counter Roland was accustomed to. Ronald's daily wage would not even cover the entrance fee, after each paying their dues. The five entered the establishment. They settled the bill. Waterlawn attempted to pay for Roland, but he insisted on paying for himself. It would be absurd for him to be treated by the ladies while dining here. He might as well have remained in the quiet room, waiting for Waterlawn to bring him food. Notably, the four young women appeared to hail from affluent backgrounds, for upon entering and settling the bill, they all utilized gold cards, rumored to possess extraordinarily high credit limits on the magical continent. Roland, on the other hand, merely fished out a gold coin to settle his account. The buffet was vast, featuring four long self-service tables laden with a variety of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas beckoning to the students and teachers alike. The dining tables were uniquely designed, predominantly pentagonal, reflecting the six-pointed or five-pointed stars of this world, accommodating either 5 or 6 diners. The four girls chose a 5-star table, assigning Roland the task of selecting their meals. Fortunately, aside from 1 or 2 specialty dishes, their preferences largely aligned: steak, vegetable salad, a piece of fruit, and a glass of juice, making the selection process straightforward. In no time, Roland had filled their trays, and as he stepped forward to choose his own meal, a familiar face appeared behind him. "Hey, Roland, what brings you here?" The voice exclaimed, astonished at, "Oh, it's Kurgan. You're surprised to see me here, aren't you?" Roland replied, his brow raised, his tone laced with mockery, yet tinged with an odd excitement. It had been 3 months since Kurgan's father had passed, and the timing seemed just right. Roland had been contemplating how to deal with Kurgan, yet with Kurgan residing in Yorktown, while Roland now lived in North Yorkshire County, the travel time would take more than a day, complicating matters if he wished to remain undetected. But now that Kurgan was also at Bandier Academy, the opportunity had presented itself, and Roland could hardly contain his delight. "Humph, just look at you," Kurgan huffed. Turning away in frustration, he could not fathom how this impoverished boy managed to gain entry to Bandier Academy and dine in such a lavish buffet. What infuriated him further was that here, he had no means to retort. Most patrons dining here were children of the upper echelons of society. Expressing anger would only serve to humiliate him further. Roland chuckled lightly, balancing a large tray in his hands. He made his way towards the pentagonal table. "Kurgan, be cautious while dining. Eating can be lethal." As he passed by Kurgan, Roland whispered to him. Instantly, Kurgan's expression turned ashen. The phrase "eating can be deadly" was something he loathed above all else, especially coming from someone he once wished to eliminate. Watching Roland saunter by with nonchalance, Kurgan's countenance darkened to an extreme. "Ladies, your meals." Disregarding his previous encounter with Kurgan, whether unpleasant or exhilarating, Roland gallantly distributed the 4 portions of food to the ladies. Jojoan's face flushed deeper, while Shuelon remained silent. Only Daphne, with a curious glance at Roland, remarked, "Sister Shuelon, I've finally discerned Roland's purpose." "What purpose?" Shuelon elegantly began her meal. "There are 2 purposes. One is to serve us, and the other is to occupy space. With Roland occupying this spot, those bothersome flies have nowhere to land," Daphne stated, gesturing with her slender fingers. Upon hearing Daphne's words, Pauline shook her head in disbelief, while Jojoan's face reddened further as she buried her head, seemingly intent on annihilating her lunch as if it were a cherished possession. Roland paid Daphne's comments no heed, focusing instead on devouring the substantial amount of food before him. It seemed to him that, in his line of work, the dining establishment ought to be accommodating. Before Shuelon could respond to Daphne, Daphne suddenly pointed her utensils at Roland's back, exclaiming, "Look, a fly has arrived." "Excuse me, good sir, might I request that you relocate? I have an engagement with these 4 lovely ladies." Roland, engrossed in his meal, was startled by a hand on his shoulder, casually wiping his mouth with a napkin. He held a rather nonchalant attitude towards dining etiquette. Comfort was paramount, and to hell with proper manners. "Did you call for me?" Roland inquired, glancing at the gentleman beside him, who was politely requesting his departure. Indeed, he was quite handsome. An aristocratic visage, a prominent nose, and a finely tailored gold-trimmed suit. 2 badges adorned his chest. One a blue second-level archery badge, the other a golden emblem inscribed with a crown and 3 arrows piercing 2 stars. A family crest indicated he was undoubtedly of noble lineage. "Yes, I have an engagement with these lovely ladies. Might you please depart? The young aristocrat continued, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. Roland's gaze shifted to Shuaylon and Daphne. Seeking their counsel, if there was indeed an engagement, he had no grounds to obstruct it. Daphne appeared as a mere onlooker, while Jojoan's head hung low, revealing the soft pink nape of her neck. Only Shuaylon shot him a look of disdain, gently shaking her head. I apologize, but I have yet to finish my meal. Roland replied, neither overly soft nor harsh. Turning back, he resumed his leisurely consumption of food. The noble youth's expression darkened abruptly, yet he quickly masked it with a smile. After scrutinizing Roland, he seemed to unearth something. With a cheerful snap of his fingers, a youth following the noble swiftly produced a tightly tied small pouch. My dear fellow, this pouch contains 50 gold coins that I offer in exchange for your seat. What say you? The noble's face was adorned with a courteous smile, concealing his intent to purchase the seat with money. Upon hearing this, the four ladies at the pentagonal table, Shuaylon, Daphne, and even Jojoan, grew tense, their eyes fixated on Roland's hands. If Roland accepted the pouch of gold and departed, it would be a profound disappointment. Yet the four understood all too well the immense wealth 50 gold coins represented to an ordinary family. Oh, 50 gold coins? Roland frowned slightly. This fellow underestimated him gravely. Raising his right hand, the four ladies held their breath in anticipation. However, relief washed over them as they saw Roland delve into his own cloak. Smack! A larger pouch was tossed onto the dining table. Here you go, my good sir. This pouch contains 100 gold coins. I request that you refrain from causing a ruckus here and disturbing our meal, Roland declared with a flourish. You... The noble youth was visibly enraged, nearly crumpling his nose in indignation. He was accustomed to offering money to others. When had anyone dared to counter his offer with money? What are you stammering about? Roland grumbled, swallowing a piece of steak in irritation. 50 gold coins to buy me off? Absurd. Bring me 500,000 gold coins. And let's see if I leave, Roland proclaimed, his mouth full. You. The noble youth was left speechless, his face turning a shade of green, and without uttering another word, he turned on his heel and stormed away. Kid, you've got guts. Just wait. A youth who had previously handed the noble the small pouch angrily snatched up the 50 gold coins, cursing as he hurried after the noble. Once the group had departed, Roland nonchalantly reclaimed the larger pouch and resumed his assault on the food on his plate. Roland, does that pouch truly contain 100 gold coins? Daphne inquired for the first time, her laughter like spring blossoms as she regarded him. At her smile, the nearby male students, who had been observing the scene, dropped their utensils in awe. Even Jojoan and Shuaylon gazed at Roland with a newfound, intriguing expression. What do you think? Roland replied ambiguously, lifting his gaze to meet Daphne's, his heart racing uncontrollably. Daphne's smile was utterly captivating. No wonder she usually appeared so frosty. Roland hastily lowered his head to eat. Humph, stingy. Daphne shot him a disapproving glance. That evening, Kurgan, clad in a standard noble robe, arrived at the entrance of the Brett family estate in North York County, accompanied by a retainer. Upon arrival, the retainer presented a badge and said, "Good sir, would you kindly announce the arrival of Baron Kurgan of Yorktown to Elder Rakis?" As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a gold coin into the guard's hand. The guard weighed the coin, casually tossing it aside. Very well, I shall notify him. Moments later, the guard returned. Follow me. Elder Rakis requests your presence. Kurgan's face lit up with joy as he hurried after the guard into the Brett estate. After a few twists and turns, the guard led him into a small courtyard, into what appeared to be an office for handling official matters. Elder Rakis paced the room with a dark expression. Are you saying that the individual guarding Roland claims to be a protector of the Brett family? Furthermore, your father's meticulously kept notes on this matter were seized by him. Rakis inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, that person killed 2 of my guards, one of whom was a magic warrior. He even knocked me unconscious and took everything I had, including the gold coins and that notebook, Kurgan replied, bowing slightly. He dared not reveal that he had cowardly confessed the instigator to be Rakis, opting instead to say the notebook was lost. The family has never dispatched anyone to protect any collateral descendants. Who could possibly be guarding Roland? Rakis mused, his brow knitted in thought. This matter was becoming increasingly troublesome. The most significant issue was that this incident had come to the attention of others. Accusations of attempting to harm a family descendant carry severe consequences. After pondering for some time with no resolution, Rakis finally resigned himself to a chair. He retrieved a small volume from the drawer and tossed it to Kurgan. For your father's sake, I shall give you this second half of the mental training manual. However, since Roland is now in the Bandier Academy alongside you, I expect you to keep a close watch on him. Report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs, Rakis commanded, his expression stern. Kurgan nodded eagerly, accepting the manual and bowing as he exited. Fool! As soon as Kurgan left, Rakis cursed under his breath. After pacing the office for a few moments, Rakis became increasingly uneasy and quickly exited the office, heading toward the Brett Estate's rear courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at Roland's quiet room door. Roland, come to the classroom now. The month is ending, and assessments are upon us. Shuelon's cool voice drifted from outside the door. All right, I'll be there shortly, Roland replied cheerfully, although his expression betrayed his discomfort. Each month's end assessment was a bittersweet affair for Roland, being in the company of a stunning beauty. While somewhat frosty, was undeniably uplifting. The trouble lay in Roland needing to feign that his mental prowess barely met the assessment standards. With Shuelon's piercing gaze upon him, cheating was exceedingly challenging. Come on, Roland, this is a 92-degree spirit refining stone. As long as you manage to levitate everything, you will have successfully passed this month's assessment. Consequently, you will also have 1 day off each week next month. By the time Roland arrived, Shuelon had already prepared the test items, as was customary. As for Jojo and Daphne, Roland knew they must have completed their tests by now. Their testing items differed from his. Perhaps they were lurking nearby, eavesdropping. Very well. It should be doable, Roland murmured to himself. The arduous time had commenced. He closed his eyes and gradually extended his mental energy towards the spirit refining stone prepared by Shuelon. Simultaneously, the technique passed down by the pharaoh began to operate at high speed, consuming his mental energy to appear more convincing. Roland had no choice but to proceed this way. As expected, after suppressing 4 or 5 beads of sweat on his forehead, he barely managed to levitate the spirit refining stone, marked at a scale of 92, for 15 minutes. This could be deemed as meeting Shuelon's requirements. Phew! Roland exhaled deeply, controlling his mental energy to gradually lower the spirit refining stone. Shuelon, I have qualified for this month's assessment, haven't I? Shuelon's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, indeed quite strange. Well, it is indeed qualified. Shuelon seemed rather helpless as she tousled her hair slightly. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Roland. Roland, why did you deceive me? Shuelon's words were abrupt. Oh, outside the window, 2 gasps were heard. Someone was eavesdropping. Daphne, move further away. Otherwise, Shuelon glanced outside the window but made no further move, already conjuring a large water sphere in her hand. Amidst the sounds of surprise, hurry, get away. Shuelon is furious. Daphne's voice echoed. Roland, just wait. How dare you deceive Sister Shuelon? Daphne's warning gradually faded into the distance. They must have left. However, this left Roland even more perplexed. Had he ever deceived Shuelon? Roland truly could not recall when he had misled her. Roland, answer me. Why did you deceive me? Shuelon's expression was somewhat frosty, tinged with resignation. Teacher Shuelon, I don't quite understand what you mean. Roland nervously swallowed and replied, must I elucidate further? Have you forgotten the words you spoke upon completing the mental contract when you first entered the academy? Shuelon questioned, her demeanor turning stern. Teacher Shuelon, I have not imparted that spirit-forging technique to anyone. That's not what I'm referring to. You must be honest with your teacher, Roland. Your mental energy has long surpassed 100. Why deceive me? Roland's attempt at defense was abruptly interrupted by Shuelon. Upon hearing Shuelon's inquiry, Roland was left dumbfounded. How did Shuelon know that his mental energy had crossed 100? He swallowed the question, how did you know? That was about to escape his lips, that utter that would be to inadvertently confess. However, noticing Roland's contemplative expression, Shuelon's demeanor grew increasingly displeased. Smack, with a light sound, Shuelon forcefully shattered the spirit refining stone that Roland had just used. Look, Roland, this is a spirit refining stone marked at 100, yet you still struggle to lift it as you did before. Give me a reason, or I shall have to expel you from teacher Dabaz's tutelage. With that, Shui Lan's expression calmed, but her tone turned even colder. Shui Lan's actions left Roland in a state of shock. How cunning could she be? He groaned internally, realizing she had tampered with the spirit refining stone during the test. Expelled from his tutelage, such severity, Roland muttered. Teacher Shui Lan, could you first enlighten me on how you discerned that I was not giving my all? I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation. Roland paused and spoke, genuinely puzzled as to where he had revealed a flaw. Upon hearing Roland's question, a hint of discomfort flickered across Shui Lan's face. Quite simply, your performance was excessively exaggerated. When mental energy cannot levitate the spirit refining stone, none exert as much effort as you did. Shui Lan's response left Roland astounded. Very well, now, provide me with an explanation. Shui Lan reiterated. All right, my reasoning may seem absurd, but I hope you can accept it. Roland replied helplessly, I conceal my mental energy primarily because I feared that my performance might be perceived as too extraordinary, attracting unnecessary troubles. Roland declared with unabashed arrogance. Indeed, a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Shui Lan's mouth. What do you consider extraordinary? Becoming a first-tier battle practitioner at the age of 16? There are many with even third-tier talent. Teacher Shui Lan, you do not grasp my situation. In fact, 5 months ago, I was not even a 5th-tier magic apprentice. Do you comprehend? Roland patiently explained. What? Shui Lan exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. 3rd or 4th-tier magic apprentices are merely the starting point for youths in the magical continent. If this is true, then your talent is indeed remarkable. You heard correctly. Roland shrugged. 5 months ago, my mental energy was merely 21, then I fell gravely ill and nearly died. Once healed, I found myself in this state. The speed of my progress astonishes even me. If this is the case, then such reasoning could be deemed credible. Shui Lan furrowed her brow. It is indeed documented that some experience extraordinary progress after a serious illness or significant family upheaval. After a moment's thought, she continued, however, Roland, it is ultimately wrong to deceive your teacher. Given your circumstances, I shall not punish you this time. Remember, you are now a direct disciple of teacher Daba. Master Daba is a golden-tier magic master, renowned not just within the Caroline Empire, but throughout the magical continent. It is entirely normal for his direct disciples to possess extraordinary talent. Suddenly, Shui Lan began recounting tales of a teacher Roland had never met. Roland nodded, somewhat bewildered. Shui Lan sighed. Roland, it appears you still do not understand. I am saying that as the direct disciple of Master Daba, the chief court magician of the Caroline Empire, possessing extraordinary talent is entirely expected. The magical continent is an era filled with miracles, and magic itself is a miraculous phenomenon that you understand. Henceforth, do not conceal your abilities. Under the brilliance of Master Daba, your progress will only incite admiration from others. As long as you do not engage in wrongdoing, any troubles will be shielded by Master Daba. Therefore, Roland, strive diligently. Only by bringing honor to Master Daba can you be deemed a worthy student. Do you understand? Shui Lan spoke passionately in a lengthy discourse. However, this time, Roland comprehended her words. As he processed Shui Lan's message, he began to reflect. Had he been overly cautious? Just as Shui Lan stated, magic is inherently a form of miracle. Thank you, teacher Shui Lan. I now understand what I must do, Roland replied earnestly. After uttering this, he felt an invigorating sense of resolve to be why the heavens. I too am associated with powerful individuals. I never anticipated that Daba was the chief court magician of the empire. Roland had initially thought that the impressive old man his father Ronald spoke of was merely a formidable magician. Little did he know that old man Daba was indeed the chief court magician of the Caroline Empire. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you magic. From tomorrow onwards, you will attend classes at the pavilion with Daphne and the others. Shui Lan's stern expression finally softened. All right, however, teacher Shui Lan, before I learn my first magic, I wish to first study methods to restore and enhance magical energy. Once I master the method, to amplify my magical energy. It will not be too late to learn magic. Roland made a modest request, which was, of course, quite purposeful. That could work. Shueilon considered before agreeing, but by the way, Teacher Shueilon, are Daphne and Jojo also direct disciples of Master Daba? Roland inquired curiously. If that were the case, it would indeed be worth contemplating why this old man had gathered so many beautiful apprentices. Shueilon shook her head. No, Master Daba only has 3 direct disciples. You, me, and an elder brother who is currently out on a journey. You will meet him in the future. Not. Then do they come here to study the Academy's general courses? Roland was thoroughly confused. Roland, it is not like that. Each of them hails from a prominent family, with magical heritage that even surpasses Master Daba. They have all come to learn Master Daba's water magic techniques through various connections, as well as to gain experience. Shueilon elucidated. Magic techniques? Another new term, Roland inquired. Indeed, magic techniques. You will understand when you need to advance to silver-tier magic practitioner in the future when it comes to magical skills. Roland feels an immense sense of pride. Roland, with lingering questions, departed from the central classroom of the academy and made his way towards his quiet room. Just as he approached the corner, Daphne, clutching Jojo and Pauline tightly, suddenly emerged to block his path. How could you deceive Sister Roland? They exclaimed as each girl conjured a large, pale blue water sphere reminiscent of the one Roland had just created. It seemed that if Roland did not comply, these 3 water spheres would come crashing down upon him. Each of the 3 girls, bearing distinct expressions, held aloft a freshly formed pale blue water sphere. The most amusing sight was Jojo, who, despite raising the water sphere high, kept her head down. It was merely a misunderstanding, Roland explained. You can ask Teacher Roland if you don't believe me. As he spoke, Roland subtly extended his mental energy, quickly piercing the 3 water spheres that the girls were sustaining with his psychic force. With a series of sharp sounds, the 3 spheres burst, drenching the girls from head to toe. Roland was not inclined to waste more time with these 3 classmates. You! Daphne exclaimed, stomping her foot in indignation as the remnants of her own water sphere splattered over her. She was about to unleash a tirade at Roland when she noticed Jojo and Pauline had already dashed towards their respective quiet rooms. Glancing down at herself, she realized her clothes were soaked, clinging to her skin, leaving her feeling almost as if she were unadorned. Noticing Roland glancing back repeatedly, Daphne let out a shriek and hurried towards her quiet room. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Roland pondered deeply over Roland's earlier words. He had consistently underestimated the significance of being a direct disciple of the Diabus. That it appeared that this magical world was rife with sectarian biases. Such divisions among factions seemed rather reasonable. Roland muttered to himself that it was akin to the martial arts novels he had read in his previous life, where different sects possessed varying levels of skills, and the techniques of one sect were rarely shared with another. The same principle applied in the realm of magic. Any forbidden spells or advanced magic could not be casually acquired. Otherwise, if forbidden spells could be easily learned, chaos would surely ensue in this world. Even the Empire would never permit unchecked, formidable powers among the populace. Given Teacher Roland's assertion, Roland sensed he need not conceal himself any longer, yet he resolved to keep certain cards close to his chest. After considerable contemplation, he concluded with this thought. As the afternoon school day concluded as usual, Roland proceeded towards the ancient apothecary in the Western District. This had become a daily routine for him. At this juncture, it was his sole source of income. "Old Bully, I'm here," Roland called out as he entered the apothecary, not waiting for Old Bully to greet him before stepping into the inner sanctum. After a month of transactions, he was quite accustomed to this. Upon seeing Roland enter, Old Bully's face instantly brightened with joy. Recently, the stock of water essence had increased and the number of customers had surged. Not only was the water essence selling out daily, but the sales of other potions had also risen. This was the principle of shared prosperity. Old Bully had been making quite a profit these days. Once again, Roland purchased 10 bottles of water essence. The entire transaction took less than 5 minutes. As he accepted the 8 gold coins handed to him by Old Bully, Roland did not immediately depart as he typically did. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he spoke up. Old bully, you must be quite familiar with this area in the Western District? Roland inquired. Indeed, very familiar. I've been around here for nearly 20 years. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. Old bully exaggerated. That I have a favor to ask of you, old bully. Please help me find a spacious house in the Western District, ideally in a quiet environment. Most importantly, there must be a stream of fresh water running through the estate. You know, as a water mage, it would be more beneficial for me to cultivate near flowing water, Roland explained. Having recently broken through to the 10th level of Magic Apprentice, he had been saving up for quite some time. Thus, he aspired to purchase a residence. Initially, the best environment would be in the nobles' district of the northern area, but that place was too conspicuous. Therefore, Roland opted for a temporary residence in the commercial area of the Western District. Behind the commercial frontages, there were also ample residential properties. Living there would attract far less attention. Old bully's eyes flickered for a moment before he asked, Roland, are you looking for a place for yourself or for someone else? For myself, Roland replied, that you've come to the right person for house hunting. Just so happens, I have a large residence in the Western District, complete with a stream of fresh water. The water flows through the estate and has even been expanded to include a modest-sized pond. The surrounding environment is quite pleasant, fitting your criteria perfectly. I am getting old and live alone in this shop. That house has been vacant for 4 or 5 years. If you like it, I will sell it to you, sparing you the trouble of being deceived by others. Old bully said with a tinge of nostalgia. What a coincidence! Roland exclaimed in surprise. However, he felt assured buying from old bully. All right, let's go take a look now. I don't have much time during the day. Sounds good. Old bully readily agreed. After all, the house had been vacant for 4 or 5 years. Selling it was no loss. The residence was not far from old bully's ancient apothecary. The house was large, a quintessential Western-style courtyard. The windows were rounded at the top and rectangular at the bottom. The layout of the house was quite standard. 3 times larger than Roland's current residence, comprising 3 bedrooms and 2 guest rooms. The courtyard walls were also quite tall, and most importantly, there was fresh water diverted from the nearby Maping River flowing through the yard, complemented by a small pond that had been dug out. Roland was thoroughly satisfied. The only drawback was the overgrown weeds and cobwebs, indicating it had not been tended to in years. The tea hasn't been maintained for 4 or 5 years. I only come by once or twice a year to check on it. Old bully lamented. How does it look, Roland? If you like it, I will sell it to you at a discounted price. It's approximately 200 square meters at the regular market rate. It would cost around 1,000 gold coins. That I will sell it to you for 800 gold coins. If you trust me, I can handle the paperwork. Old bully chuckled, but his laughter carried a hint of sorrow. 1,000 gold coins. Roland gasped in astonishment. Although he had braced himself for the price, he had not anticipated it to be this high. He currently possessed less than 300 gold coins, which was far from sufficient. Haha, if you don't have enough money, it's no problem. You can owe me the difference, and I can deduct it from your future purchases. Old bully was quite accommodating and looked after Roland. Old bully, aren't you afraid I might run away? Roland joked. Roland, you underestimate yourself. Anyone who can gain admission to Bandier Academy will surely not lack for funds in the future. Old bully retorted. All I ask is that you don't forget this old man. All right, it's a deal. The remaining payments can be deducted from my daily earnings. Roland concluded the transaction for the property. However, he certainly could not move in today. The overgrown weeds needed to be cleared. Roland was eager to settle in and resume his magical training after more than a month of absence. Old bully, such a splendid courtyard. Why are you not living in it? After much deliberation, Roland finally posed this question. Old bully's expression momentarily faltered before returning to normal. The house was purchased, but the person who lived there is no longer here. It's as simple as that. Here, these are the keys to the estate. Old bully stated, swiftly redirecting the conversation back to the house, as if reluctant to delve deeper. Roland then instructed old bully that a couple named Ronald and Afra would come to tidy up the place the next day, requesting him to guide them. After finalizing these arrangements, Roland set off for home with the keys old bully had just given him. Roland currently resided at 163 Meyer Street in the Southern District. To reach there, he needed to traverse a narrow alley approximately 100 meters long. From a distance, Roland spotted a familiar figure standing at the alley entrance and hurriedly approached. "Mom, what are you doing here? It's getting chilly. Come on, let's hurry home." Roland rushed over to support Afra. "Wait a moment, Roland. We have guests at home. Your father asked me to wait for you here," Afra quickly called out to Roland. "Guests at home? Who are they? Why are they waiting for me here?" Roland bombarded her with questions. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Afra's expression seemed troubled. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped Roland's hand and finally spoke. "Roland, Elder Lacus has come again. But this time, it's for a good reason." Just as Roland was on the verge of anger, he heard his mother proclaim it was a good thing, causing him to glance toward her. Elder Lacus stated that the family had conducted an investigation and deemed him worthy of admission to Bandier Academy, indicating significant potential. Consequently, the family permitted their branch to rejoin the main lineage, and he further noted that they would be granted first-class treatment. After a brief pause, Afra cast another glance at Roland before continuing. "Your father is aware that you and Lacus are at odds. Hence he instructed me to wait here for you, to persuade you to return to the family with peace of mind. Returning to the Brett family will elevate both your status and benefits. Your future will be exceedingly bright," his mother whispered softly. "First-class treatment." Roland scoffed with a derisive laugh. "Mother, let us return home. It is chilly outside. I know what I must do." He stepped into the darkness, supporting Afra, and made his way toward the small courtyard that lay within the shadows. The scene in the small reception room filled Roland with irritation. Lacus sat arrogantly in a solid wood chair, a steaming cup of coffee placed before him. Roland recognized it as the special coffee that Ronald had treasured for entertaining esteemed guests. Ronald, wearing a broad smile, leaned slightly, frequently offering Lacus polite laughter. "Father, why do you stand? Come, sit down." Roland hurried a few steps and forcibly urged Ronald into a nearby chair. "Roland, come and greet Elder Lacus." Ronald, having been pulled down to the edge of the seat by Roland, hastily beckoned him to pay his respects to Lacus. However, Roland remained completely unmoving. That a flicker of urgency crossed Ronald's face as he cast an inquiring glance at Afra. Ronald was perplexed. Had he not instructed Afra to facilitate this? Why did Roland persist in his defiance? Afra nodded affirmatively. "Roland, following the family's investigation, you are considered to possess great potential. Thus, you are invited to return to the family. Naturally, the benefits are substantial. The family offers first-class treatment, the specifics of which your father should be aware. Look at this. By completing this family loyalty contract, your family may immediately relocate to the new residence bestowed upon you by the family." Lacus gestured with both hands towards the small reception area, adding, "Of course, it is much larger than this. Roland, returning to the family will enhance your prospects. You will no longer need to take on part-time work. You will have ample time to cultivate your skills." Ronald urged Roland anxiously. Lacus shifted his seating position and continued. "First-class treatment entails more than what Ronald has mentioned. You will receive 10 gold coins monthly from the family, and your parents will also receive regular stipends, entirely free of labor. This amount will increase as your abilities grow." Lacus spoke with utmost confidence. "Most importantly, joining the family will grant you access to magical knowledge unavailable elsewhere, enabling you to smoothly ascend to the rank of silver-tier mage, thereby acquiring formidable strength." Lacus continued, enticing Roland. He was exceedingly confident, believing such generous terms to be rare even within the Caroline Empire. In this world, many copper-tier mages fail to advance due to their inability to learn advanced magic. Of course, it also relates to innate talent. Those with exceptional gifts are swiftly courted by prestigious families. "Is that all? Have you finished?" Roland replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Lacus was taken aback by Roland's reaction. However, his smile only widened, for Roland had now grasped the loyalty contract. The glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in Lacus's eyes. Once Roland joined the family, he could easily assign him a challenging task, leading him to peril. In this world, dying in battle is quite commonplace. Thud. Lacus's expression shifted from joy to astonishment, then to outrage. "Roland, do you comprehend what you are doing?" Lacus slammed his palm against the table, his voice raised in reprimand. "Have you seen the light? If so, then be gone." Roland wore a slight smirk of derision. As for the so-called family loyalty contract, he did not even spare a glance before tearing it into shreds. "How could you tear the family loyalty contract? Do you realize the gravity of your actions?" You fool! Lacus exclaimed, his face paling as he pointed a trembling finger at Roland. So what if I did? Am I to end up like my grandfather, who perished in battle, only for his descendants to be cast out? Roland retorted, refusing to yield. With a swift motion, Roland knocked Lacus' finger away and seized the steaming cup of coffee from the table, dousing Lacus with it. Da-da! A piercing scream shattered the night sky as it echoed from the small courtyard of Roland's residence, which had been rented for just over a month. After splashing the hot coffee, Roland remained unsatisfied with Lacus, who had repeatedly attempted to orchestrate his downfall. In a fit of rage, he hurled the teacup with great force at Lacus' retreating back. Lacus lamented deeply, regretting his decision not to bring guards today. Had he brought a few family retainers, he would have ensured this boy was captured and punished. How dare he throw coffee at me? Stumbling through the alley, Lacus cursed Roland while fervently waving his hands to cool his scalded face. Strangely, a twisted smile began to emerge on Lacus' face. Good! This is splendid! His wretched laughter was laced with a sense of triumph. This was precisely why he had come without guards. Regardless of whether Roland accepted the loyalty contract or not, he would fall into Lacus' trap. Huffed. A light sound echoed as Lacus, still chuckling, suddenly stumbled, crashing to the ground. His face seemed to have been submerged in something warm and foul. The stench was unbearable. The noble elder Lacus immediately realized where he had fallen. He had walked this path with his nose covered when he arrived. He had landed in the refuse of the impoverished district, and Lacus was filled with despair as he pushed himself up from the abominable substance, desperately trying to cover his face with his sleeve while sprinting away. Roland! You despicable Roland! He continuously cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, within Roland's small courtyard, his mother Aphra appeared utterly stunned by the rapid turn of events. Ronald stood agape, staring in horror at the direction Lacus had fled. Roland, tell me this is not real. After a prolonged silence, Ronald muttered as if in a dream. Father, trust me, Roland replied with exasperation. His father's mindset was truly perplexing. Roland, you must flee. You have rejected the return to the family, which is tantamount to betraying them. You have struck Elder Lacus. They will not let this go lightly. Roland, hurry and escape. After a lengthy pause, Ronald and Aphra finally regained their composure and urged Roland to flee. Father, we were already expelled from the Brett family. How could we betray them? Roland patiently explained to his parents. Father, do you wish for me to meet the same fate as grandfather, who sacrificed his life for the family only for his descendants to be cast out? Roland exclaimed loudly. Ronald and his wife remained anxious, so Roland resorted to this approach, which seemed to have a positive effect. Father, I have purchased a residence. Tomorrow morning, take Mother and move there, that we shall vacate this house. Tomorrow, you must go to an apothecary in the Western District. The owner is my friend and will assist you, Roland stated plainly. Roland understood that revealing this information would likely shock his parents once more. You bought a residence? A friend? Indeed, Ronald and his wife were astounded by Roland's words. Their son was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Father, do not worry. Everything will be fine. Rest well. I must go and cultivate. After giving his parents a few more instructions, Roland headed toward his bedroom. Roland realized that his parents' transformation would require time. Upon returning to his room, Roland immediately sank his consciousness into the bronze earrings, regardless of whether he sought counsel from the pharaoh or not. Roland had to spend at least half an hour within the bronze earrings each day. During this half hour, aside from necessary questions, he mostly listened to the pharaoh's incessant chatter. This was a requirement from the pharaoh, and Roland considered it a means of providing companionship to an elderly being. Pharaoh, I have arrived, Roland greeted. Hey kid, your performance tonight was commendable. The pharaoh began with praise, and Roland knew that after this compliment, the pharaoh's tirade would follow that if I could, I would eliminate that guy. In fact, it was this very individual who orchestrated the demise of the former Roland. One day, I shall personally eliminate him. Roland spoke with deep resentment. Good. You have ambition. However, eliminating this individual is no simple task. You must put in the effort, the pharaoh chuckled. Roland shot the pharaoh a skeptical glance. Pharaoh, which of your eyes saw me slacking? Young man, in light of our pleasant conversation, allow me to offer a word of caution. Be vigilant in the future. The vast beast that is our family can be most terrifying when roused. The pharaoh kindly warned Roland. Understood, old man, Roland nonchalantly replied. Roland, have you remembered the meditation technique I imparted to you? Early the next morning, upon arriving at the academy, Shui Lan came to teach Roland methods to enhance his magical source. I remember, teacher Shui Lan. However, I have a question. Perhaps due to the increase in his mental acuity, Roland noticed a marked improvement in his memory. Ask away. Shui Lan nodded. Today Shui Lan donned a long dress of rose blue, the color gracefully fading from bottom to top. Although Shui Lan's garments were predominantly blue, each one exuded a distinct aura when worn by her. You mentioned that meditation techniques are nearly universal across the continent, and every warrior understands them. Moreover, meditation is the best method for recovering magical energy and enhancing one's magical source. Why does Teacher Dabbis categorize this meditation as a secret technique? Shui Lan explained to Roland that meditation is indeed one of the secret techniques that cannot be shared, yet it is deemed universal across the continent, which left Roland perplexed. This question is quite simple. Roland, do you recall the spirit refining stone you used at Yorktown Academy? I remember. Roland nodded. Shui Lan magically produced a spirit refining stone from her pocket, astonishing Roland, as she seemed able to retrieve it regardless of her attire. Roland, take a look at this. It is the spirit refining stone given to me by Teacher Dabbis. You notice any differences compared to the one you used at Yorktown Academy? Shui Lan pinched the stone between her fingers for Roland to see. Teacher Dabbis is indeed more exquisite, Roland affirmed. Precisely. Though both are spirit refining stones, there are distinctions between them. Similarly, the meditation technique passed down from Teacher Dabbis differs from those of others. Generally speaking, the meditation technique refined by Teacher Dabbis is approximately 20% more effective in recovering magical energy and enhancing one's magical source than those used by others. Of course, many ancient families also employ improved meditation techniques. This is the reason why meditation techniques are classified as secret arts, Shui Lan said with a smile. Now, shortly, you shall practice meditation by the pavilion. As water magic practitioners, we achieve the best results near flowing water. Furthermore, from today onward, you should cease practicing that spirit forging technique. Shui Lan instructed. Why? Roland's face displayed surprise, his nostrils flaring as he took quick breaths. The faint, alluring scent of Shui Lan, reminiscent of orchids and musk, captivated Roland. Each time Shui Lan taught him, he would inhale deeply, savoring that intoxicating fragrance. This is related to the power tiers of warriors. When mental strength surpasses 100, one can become a warrior. After becoming a warrior, particularly for mages, archers, and barrier masters, the quantity of magical energy within is a crucial metric for professional tier advancement. Shui Lan elaborated. Professional tier standards? This was yet another new term for Roland. Indeed. Well then, Roland, today I shall thoroughly explain the professional tier standards for mages. This standard is universally recognized across the continent, established through countless research and modifications over the millennia, representing the most scientific method of tier classification. Teacher Shui Lan, please proceed, as I am eager to learn. Roland was particularly interested in the subsequent tier classifications. Regarding such matters, the pharaoh was dismissive of Roland's inquiries. The professional tier standard for mages is as follows. Successfully casting any basic magic spell once qualifies one as a level 1 mage. To ascend to level 2 mage, one must. Just as Shui Lan began to elaborate, her words were abruptly interrupted. Not because she intended to tease Roland, but due to a tremendous commotion at the academy's entrance, prompting Shui Lan to momentarily halt her instruction. This is the academy. Apologies, but you cannot enter. A voice rang out from Uncle Bam, accompanied by shouts from a group of people. Uncle Bam was the coachman Roland had first encountered with Shui Lan, and after over a month of studying at the academy, they had become familiar. Stand aside. The Brett family is conducting official business and must not be obstructed. A boisterous shout, mingled with the sounds of physical confrontation, suggested that things had turned physical. Shui Lan hurriedly dashed from Roland's quiet chamber, striding toward the academy entrance. Roland knew that Shui Lan had a close relationship with Uncle Bam, often referring to him as Uncle when they went out. Just then, As Shui Lan and Roland exited, they saw a person leading a dozen uniformed guards who had just stormed into Shui Lan's academy. Roland recognized the leader as Boro, the muscular man with whom he had had a minor unpleasant encounter on his first day of school. Who are you to dare cause a disturbance at Bandier Academy? Are you not afraid of imperial justice? The chilling voice, paired with her frosty visage and the cool-toned rose-blue attire, instantly lowered the temperature within Shui Lan's academy. Boro, as a teacher of Bandier Academy, how dare you lead others to disrupt the academy? Do you realize what you are doing? Seizing the moment while the guards were momentarily taken aback, Shui Lan turned to reprimand Boro. Seemingly intimidated by Shui Lan's imposing presence, the dozen guards momentarily fell silent. However, the guard formation quickly parted. Emerging from the split were two individuals whom Roland recognized. Point one was Carnegie, the young master of the Brett family who had previously offered ambiguous assistance to Roland. The other was Lakis, the individual whom Roland had scolded the previous night, a portion of his face still wrapped in bandages. Unbeknownst to anyone, Uncle Bam, who had just been pushed aside by the guards, suddenly returned, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the scene. Young Master Carnegie of the Brett family stepped forward and performed a most gentlemanly bow to Shui Lan. Roland knew that Carnegie was a suitor of Daphne, typically bringing two bouquets, one for Daphne and one for Shui Lan, though they usually only reached the entrance of Shui Lan's academy. Miss Shui Lan, greetings. I apologize for intruding upon you and your student. Please forgive us. Carnegie began with a courteous apology. We are here in search of a person named Roland. It has come to our attention that he is your student. However, this individual is a traitor to our family and assaulted our elder Lakis last night. We beg your pardon for any disrespect. Carnegie spoke with utmost courtesy, his face adorned with a mask of sincerity. Lakis, have we located that Roland? Before Shui Lan could respond, Carnegie turned to inquire of Lakis. Upon hearing this, Roland's expression darkened with fury. He muttered a word of disdain at the hypocrisy. Carnegie had clearly seen him before, yet now pretended not to recognize him. Returning, young master, it is indeed him. Is the Roland? Lakis, grimacing as he touched his injured area, pointed menacingly. Miss Shui Lan, this is indeed the case. My apologies. Carnegie expressed regret. Then with a wave of his hand, his tone turned icy. Seize him. With that command, the guards behind Carnegie lunged forward. Hold on. Everyone, stand down. Shui Lan commanded sharply. A shimmering barrier of water-blue light appeared before her, while her hands moved swiftly, forming a spell with remarkable speed. However, it did not launch. It appeared poised for action. Anyone who dares take another step forward shall face the consequences. Shui Lan's icy demeanor and voice carried an undeniable authority. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, 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 with several soft sounds. The six guards behind Carnegie swiftly spread apart, drawing their bows and knocking arrows in a matter of moments. Six sharp energies locked onto Shui Lan. My apologies, Miss Shui Lan, but the Brett family will never let a traitor escape. I believe you should exercise restraint. Your student is not the only Roland here, and in the chaos, it would be easy to cause collateral damage. Carnegie pointed to Daphne, Jojo, and Pauline, who had gathered to witness the commotion. Would you dare harm them? Shui Lan retorted with a cold smile. Leave my academy at once. Otherwise, my water dragon technique shows no mercy. Teacher Shui Lan, I apologize for the trouble. Allow me to handle this matter. Roland stepped forward, attempting to emerge from the barrier of water. S.A. man. Roland was determined not to hide behind a woman. Just moments ago, Shui Lan's rose-blue dress billowed without wind, and the ends of her hair, styled into an elegant updo, floated gently, illuminated by the shimmering water-blue barrier, making her appear ethereal. Roland found himself momentarily entranced. Step back. Roland, you are my student. I bear the responsibility of ensuring your safety. Shui Lan scolded Roland with a furrowed brow. Just as she spoke, the tension escalated. The four guards flanking Carnegie suddenly executed a series of peculiar gestures with their hands, and Roland recognized them as the incantation for a defensive magic array. Just as the guards completed their actions, for earthy yellow auras rose up, forming egg-shaped barriers that encased Carnegie, Lakis, and the two archers on either side within their protective confines. Miss Shui Lan, what now? Roland inquired. His voice laced with concern that I apologize, but this matter regarding Roland is of utmost importance to the Brett family's reputation. Carnegie's voice rang clearly from within the earthy barrier, his face still adorned with that unwavering, gentlemanly smile. Seize Roland, Carnegie commanded resolutely. The remaining 4 guards approached Roland, weapons in hand, but a bitter smile crept across Roland's face. The essence of this conflict was truly one of restraint, that it was a contest of displayed power. And when the opponent's barrier was activated, Shuelon had already lost her opportunity. Roland had not anticipated the Brett family's response would be so swift and fierce, leaving him utterly unprepared if I am taken back. How will I be treated? Roland pondered. Carnegie observed the guard's slow advance towards Roland, a faint smile gracing his lips. Naturally, in such circumstances, they could only approach with caution. Any abrupt conflict could yield consequences that Carnegie would rather avoid, especially given the sensitive nature of Miss Shuelon's identity. The most satisfied in the scene was undoubtedly Lacus, whose small eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on Roland, regardless of the outcome. Roland had fallen into his trap. Halt! Whoever dares to take another step forward shall be shot. Suddenly, a flicker appeared in Shuelon's academy, and Uncle Bam, who had been observing at the entrance, swiftly positioned himself between Roland and Shuelon. A chilling aura of menace spread through the academy. The 4 approaching guards halted abruptly, their instincts warning them that the man before them had claimed many lives and was the sort to follow through on his threats. Even more alarming was the fact that Uncle Bam had, unbeknownst to them, drawn a longbow that gleamed ominously in his hands. Roland, from such a close distance, could see the intricate patterns etched upon the bow. What intrigued Roland most, however, were the 3 arrows, suffused with a greenish hue, poised against the bowstring, ready to be unleashed with lethal intent. Roland gasped. Was this truly the Uncle Bam he knew? The 3 arrows were not aimed at the 4 encroaching guards, but rather at their master. Carnegie! A glance revealed the stark disparity in their readiness. Each of Carnegie's 6 archers held but a single arrow, while Uncle Bam bore 3. Roland instinctively sensed that the arrows in Bam's possession were of a different caliber than those of the 6 archers. Though he could not articulate the distinction, what was certain, however, was that they were undoubtedly formidable. A silver-tier archer. Carnegie's pupils constricted, a chill racing through him as a murderous intent pierced through the defensive barrier conjured by the barrier master, locking onto his very being. Miss Shuelon, what is the purpose of this? For the sake of a student who is of no consequence. Even if you protect Roland today, can you guarantee his safety for eternity? Despite being at a disadvantage, Carnegie's gentlemanly smile remained unblemished. After today, there will still be a future. He had not anticipated that a mere gatekeeper could be a silver-tier archer, and it appeared his rank was not insignificant. The moment that silver-tier archer took action, it became evident that today's affair would yield no resolution. The opposing silver-tier archer could unleash 3 arrows simultaneously, potent enough to obliterate the barrier master's defenses and still possess the strength to claim his life. At that moment, Lachie's smile only widened. The more severe Roland's conflict with the family grew, the more pleased he became. The honor of an ancient family sometimes outweighed even life itself, unless Roland intended to live his life in the shadow of this woman. The tension in the air began to dissipate. Shuelon relinquished the magic she had prepared, fully aware that with Bam's longbow trained upon them, the outcome was already determined. Carnegie, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that my student Roland has betrayed the Brett family? Shuelon's icy voice resonated once more. Indeed, Roland, you are a scion of the Brett family? How was I unaware of this? Yet, it does not seem likely. Your family's circumstances hardly align with those of a true Brett family member. Just as Shuelon concluded her statement, she swiftly turned to Roland with another inquiry. Miss Shuelon, just last night, Roland tore up the loyalty contract bestowed upon him by the Brett family. Is that not evidence enough? He even assaulted our family elder, Lacus. It is worth noting that Elder Lacus is a direct elder of the Brett family. Carnegie proclaimed loudly at this juncture, it is essential to delineate the distinction between direct and collateral branches of the Brett family. Direct descendants, regardless of their status as combatants, invariably occupy significant positions within the family. Generally speaking, any direct descendant, even if lacking in talent, could, through the family's secret methods and with the aid of precious magical crystals. Barely become a level 1 combatant and serve the family. Lacus, for instance, was the third brother of the current family head, Rachel Brett, responsible for internal affairs among the collateral branches, while also serving as a tax officer for North Yorkshire. TCH, my grandfather died in battle, and you cast my family out. Not only was our family exiled, but that scoundrel Lacus also arranged for others to attempt to kill me repeatedly, coveting the meager assets that our branch has managed to retain within the family. Now that he sees I possess some talent, Lacus imposes the most stringent conditions for me to return to the family. My father wished to return, yet Lacus nearly whipped him to death. Would I dare to return to such a family? Roland spat with venomous disdain. Lacus, you despicable villain, I, Roland, hereby vow that even in death, I shall never return to the Brett family. From this day forth, I, Roland, sever all ties with the Brett family. Roland declared vehemently. As he recounted the persecution he faced at the hands of Lacus, a surge of fury ignited within Roland, an involuntary reaction left behind by the former Roland. Not only was he engulfed in rage, but he also felt a profound sense of indignation. Voicing these sentiments alleviated some of that pin-up frustration. Carnegie, how do you explain the words spoken by my student Roland? He was already cast out. Betrayal cannot be claimed. And what of Lacus' persecution? Shuelon astutely grasped the crux of Roland's statement. Lacus, is what he said true? Carnegie's face registered anger for the first time as he entered Shuelon's academy. A family elder persecuting a collateral branch descendant. Such news, if it were to spread, would be catastrophic. Lacus longed to deny it, but the fear etched on his face betrayed him. He had not anticipated Roland would expose this matter in such a public forum. Moreover, Lacus was even more anxious about the fact that Kurgan had informed him that a record detailing his instigation of the Yorktown Baron's persecution of Roland had fallen into the hands of someone protecting Roland. From Roland's words, Lacus surmised that record had certainly found its way back to Roland. What troubled Lacus most was the possibility that if news of him divulging family secrets to outsiders were to reach the family, it would spell disaster, even if those secrets were the lowest order. Young master, Lacus could only hastily acquiesce, lest Roland produce that record as evidence, at which point it would be too late. Disgraceful, Carnegie snapped, raising his hand in reprimand. Very well, Miss Shuelon, the Brett family acknowledges its initial error. Indeed, Roland's family was expelled from the family some 15 years ago. The alleged betrayal can simply be regarded as a delightful misunderstanding. This matter is hereby concluded. However, Roland, as a mere commoner, has openly assaulted an elder of the Brett family, and that is an indisputable fact. Therefore, we must hand Roland over to the North Yorkshire Noble Affairs Department for judgment. I apologize. Carnegie's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly arrived at this conclusion. The issue of a family elder oppressing a collateral branch could not be allowed to escalate. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly undermine the loyalty of those collateral branches to the family. A student of average talent, with potential at best to become a silver-tier mage, was ultimately dispensable to the family. Hence, Carnegie resolutely opted to forego the matter. Nevertheless, Roland's audacity in assaulting a family elder demanded consequences. Hearing Carnegie's declaration, Roland was equally perplexed. Though yesterday's cup of coffee still emitted warmth, it had steeped for over a quarter of an hour, undoubtedly cooling down. Yet, how had Lacus sustained an injury? Could it be that Lacus had harmed himself? Roland pondered in confusion. Shuelon's expression darkened significantly. Few commoners returned unscathed from the Noble Affairs Department, a rumor she had certainly heard. Carnegie, I doubt the Brett family is aware of a certain piece of news. Though the consequences of being sent to the Department of Noble Affairs are dire, Shuelon appears utterly unconcerned. What news? Carnegie furrowed his brow, exclaiming that today's events are exceedingly dreadful. It seems imperative that this matter be brought to his father's attention. Originally, this news was to be revealed when Lauren received the warrior's badge in a few days. Yet now it must be announced prematurely. At this juncture, Shuelon's expression suddenly hardened. The esteemed chief court magician of the Caroline Empire, a council member of the Warriors Guild, a senior member of the Caroline Empire's magical division of the Guild, the 13th level master of water magic, Dabus, has officially taken Lauren as his personal disciple 2 months ago. After clearly stating the long list of titles, Shui Lan divulged a piece of astonishing news. You mean Master Davis has accepted Lauren as his personal disciple? Carnegie stammered, clearly shaken by the revelation. Indeed, without a doubt. Carnegie, do you really believe that I would falsely claim to be the personal disciple of Master Davis? Shui Lan asserted. All personal disciples of Master Davis enjoy certain privileges. You should understand that. With that, Shui Lan dismissively lowered the protective water veil before her that Carnegie's expression flickered several times before he shot a fierce glare at Elachi's. In an instant, his gentlemanly demeanor returned. Lauren, congratulations on becoming Master Davis's personal disciple. Carnegie offered. Lauren, however, chose to ignore him. Whereas he may have once harbored some fondness for Carnegie, today's events had caused that sentiment to plummet into negative territory. Miss Shui Lan, I apologize for the disturbance today. Carnegie continued, unfazed by Lauren's lack of response, maintaining his gentlemanly greeting toward Shui and no need to see you off. Shui Lan replied coldly. After a very elegant gentlemanly gesture, Carnegie finally took his leave. Wait, Boro, stay. Shui Lan interjected, for matters here were not yet resolved. The teacher from the Academy's security department, Boro, who had just contemplated slipping away, trembled at her words, casting a pleading glance at the departing Carnegie. Yet, Carnegie acted as if he had not seen him, not pausing for a moment, and strode away. Although today's incident may have ended within Shui Lan's educational grounds, the subsequent troubles are what truly require resolution. Boro, as a teacher in the security department, failed to notify the department during the armed intrusion, and even led the armed personnel into the academy. You can expect a notice of termination from the principal. Shui Lan said vehemently, for how could a teacher neglect to protect their students and instead lead intruders? This was her greatest disdain. Upon hearing this, Boro's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware of Shui Lan's identity. His original intent had been to bring others to witness Lauren's humiliation. In the ancient castle outside the city of North Yorkshire, the Brett family was convening a serious family meeting. A total of 12 individuals were present, including Carnegie and Elachi's. The head of the round table, sat a stern middle-aged man, whose crow's feet did nothing to diminish his authority. If anything, it enhanced it. His gaze swept continuously across the attendees seated on either side of the table, maintaining control over the atmosphere in the meeting room. Carnegie has managed the matter concerning the family branch's youth, Lauren, quite adeptly, remarked the authoritative figure, scanning the meeting hall once more with his piercing eyes. The oversight of branch affairs has been entrusted to Carnegie, while Lackies will no longer serve as the tax advisor for North Yorkshire. Currently, with the flood control commander position vacant, it will be filled by Lackies. Do you have any objections, Lackies? The stern middle-aged man issued these commands before casually addressing Lackies. Lackies' countenance darkened. Branch affairs were a lucrative opportunity, with many seeking his assistance to enhance their benefits, making it a veritable gold mine. Losing that position, he could begrudgingly accept, but to lose the significant position of tax advisor as well would cast him into obscurity within the family at this moment. Both Lackies' financial prospects and future appeared bleak. Although the flood control commander role was indeed a position of responsibility, it was also fraught with challenges if any mishap were to occur. The blame would fall squarely on the commander. A bitter taste crept across the corners of Lackies' mouth. I have no objections, elder brother. Despite the turmoil within him, Lackies dared not voice his discontent before Rachel Brett. The patriarch of the Brett family, the man seated at the head of the table, was none other than Rachel Brett himself. The branch affairs have been assigned to Carnegie. Do any of you object? Rachel scanned the room. In truth, this inquiry was merely a formality. The orders had already been given, and any dissent would only lead to discord. Carnegie, brimming with delight, stole a glance at the elders seated around the table. At that moment, not a single voice rose in opposition. To be honest, Carnegie was elated. From his perspective, he was the greatest beneficiary of today's events. Originally, he would have to wait at least 2 more years, if not longer, to engage in family affairs. Unexpectedly, Lackies, that fool, had bestowed upon him such a splendid opportunity, allowing him to step into the true center of family power and gain authority over branch affairs. In reality, the most significant aspect of family branch affairs is not the financial gain, but rather the talented members of the family. If Carnegie were to extend a gesture of goodwill, those individuals would become his staunch supporters in the future. Lastly, what are your thoughts on Lauren? Rachel lightly tapped the table as he inquired. Patriarch Rachel, I believe Lauren's current status is somewhat sensitive. With Davis declaring him his personal disciple, we cannot act against him in the short term, lest we provoke Davis's enmity, which would spell disaster for our family. An elder thoughtfully responded. The elder's opinion is indeed sound. However, the ramifications of the Lauren incident are exceedingly grave. This situation poses a severe challenge to the ironclad ancestral laws of the Brett family, established over countless generations. Should the expelled branch members follow suit, it would significantly undermine the family's strength. Carnegie at the far end of the table analyzed. It seemed that Patriarch Rachel was quite pleased. Carnegie's analysis, which strikes at the heart of the matter, is commendable. Rachel nodded approvingly, by allowing his most exceptional son, Carnegie, to shine in front of the family leaders. Rachel was simultaneously aiding Carnegie in solidifying his future position as patriarch. Lackhiz, share your thoughts. Rachel directed his gaze towards Lackhiz, who had just been reprimanded. There were certain matters that his son, the presumptive future patriarch Carnegie, should not voice. Lackhiz was the perfect candidate for this discussion, which explained why he had previously managed to rise to the rank of a first-level warrior despite only relying on family secrets. Elder brother, Lauren must be dealt with, although we should proceed with caution. Lackhiz finally spoke after careful consideration. He understood that this was his opportunity to re-establish his significance before the patriarch. For now, let us contain the news and confine all family guards present during today's incident to the family estate. In a few months, we shall devise a method to orchestrate Lauren's accidental death. This way, we can avoid arousing Davis's suspicions while simultaneously sending a warning to those wavering family members, achieving two objectives with one action. Lackhiz articulated with caution. Rachel surveyed the expressions of those present. The matter concerning Lauren was entrusted entirely to Lackhiz. Remember, Lackhiz, if anyone suspects the involvement of the Brett family, you'll have to face Davis. That old coot, and his formidable magic that rivals even forbidden spells. Rachel made his final decree. Upon hearing this, Lackiz's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. If he successfully navigated this situation, his prospect for the future would still hold considerable promise. As evening descended, Lauren forced himself to return to his new home, that today's events had left him deeply shaken. For the first time, Lauren recognized the terrifying power of the colossal family structure. Upon arriving home, Ronald was still expressing his astonishment at Lauren's acquisition of such a grand estate. Within a single day, the Ronald couple had transformed the former overgrown estate of Old Bully into a pristine abode. Even the pond silt had been cleared away by Ronald. The water flowed freely, sparkling clear. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Lauren retreated to the bedroom that his parents had prepared for him. Once inside, Lauren immediately immersed his consciousness into the bronze earrings. Pharaoh, how can I swiftly attain formidable power? Or rather, the power of self-preservation. Upon entering the bronze space, Lauren inquired with a serious expression. Now you finally realize the urgency. In fact, I have long since imparted to you the methods to acquire great strength. The Pharaoh jested with Roland, saying, Roland, I am aware that my recent diligence has been lacking. Fear not, Pharaoh, when matters threaten my very existence. I may not be industrious, but I certainly give my all. A glimmer of mischief suddenly flickered across Roland's face. However, Pharaoh, you must provide me with a goal. The potency of this water magic is undeniably too weak. The strength of 3 water arrows pales in comparison to that of a single fireball. Roland lamented. Level 4. Once you attain the status of a level 4 mage and complete the second unsealing task of the bronze nail, I assure you, your power will surge rapidly. Level 4 is merely the foundation. Do you comprehend? The Pharaoh abruptly adopted a grave tone. Very well. Level 4 shall be. I hope you do not let me down when the time comes. Roland replied with a calm demeanor. Pharaoh, what are the criteria for becoming a level 4 mage? Roland inquired further. Go. Ask your icy mentor. I find this tedious question beneath my patience. The Pharaoh retorted irritably. All right then, Roland conceded helplessly. Pharaoh, I wonder what would happen if I attempted to tap into the magic source 4 times in one night. A fierce grin crept onto Roland's lips. The Pharaoh shrugged indifferently. Nothing much that as long as you can ensure the consumption of a vial of water essence daily. Even if you attempt it 4 times, or even 5, your body will endure. The real question lies in whether you can withstand the ensuing agony. Pausing for a moment, the Pharaoh continued, I wonder if you have ever tried this, when a part of your skin, say your cheek or your posterior, swells to an alarming degree, and you then slap it hard. What do you think it feels like? Yes, that's the sensation after the third impact on the magic source. The Pharaoh regarded Roland with a playful glint in his eye, adding insult to injury. Is it? I wish to give it a try. Roland's smile widened as he withdrew his consciousness from the bronze nail and made his way to the small pond in the courtyard, casually grabbing a piece of cloth. Boom! Roland sat cross-legged in the pond, channeling his maximum mental energy, transforming the surrounding water elements into a torrential flood that surged toward his magic source. The first time, a twitch crossed Roland's lips. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to endure the initial impact. He could almost sense his magic source expanding violently beneath the onslaught of the water elements, akin to the sudden expansion of his stomach after receiving a forceful punch. An instantaneous swell before returning to its original state, albeit slightly more relaxed. This was presumably the effect the Pharaoh sought to achieve by striking the magic source. As the Pharaoh had stated, during the first impact, Roland maintained a stoic facade. He hurled several water arrows into the pond to deplete his magic energy. The second time, Roland clenched his jaw tightly. By the third impact, he felt as though his entire body was engulfed in excruciating pain, even though he was ostensibly targeting the magic source. Blood filled his mouth, likely from having bitten his lip too hard. Ordinarily, this third impact would have been his limit. After gasping for breath, Roland once more cast water arrows into the pond, which still created a bit of splash. However, he had long since informed his parents that there might be some noise during his nighttime training, urging them to rest well and not to disturb him. For the fourth time, Roland bit down on the cloth he had brought, knowing that a cry of agony in the dead of night would not only disturb his parents, but also arouse curiosity among the neighbors. Boom! The torrent of water elements surged once again into Roland's magic source. The outer wall of his magic source stood firm against the flood, much like a colossal boulder obstructing the oncoming tide. Roland's body convulsed violently, bending like a shrimp as he clutched his abdomen, unable to straighten up. His complexion turned ashen, and sweat beaded on his forehead in the frigid night air. Yet despite this, Roland's heart soared with joy. His hypothesis had proven accurate. Unlike the Pharaoh's prescribed method of impacting the magic source, replenishing his magic energy, and then releasing it again, Roland had opted to forego the recovery stage entirely. Instead, he impacted the magic source once, immediately releasing the magic energy that had surged into him, and then struck again. This technique resembled the act of pushing a boulder. With the first shove, it began to roll slowly. Seizing the momentum, one could push again, and the boulder would roll ever faster, by eliminating the recovery phase. Roland sought to test this principle, and indeed, his intuition was correct. If the first impact increased his capacity by 2 thousandths, the second would yield 4 thousandths, the third 6 thousandths, and the fourth might very well amount to 10 thousandths. Perhaps the fifth impact would yield even greater enhancement, curled up for approximately 5 or 6 minutes. Roland finally raised his hand and unleashed 5 more water arrows. The advantage of practicing in this manner was that his speed in casting spells had increased significantly, almost as if by mere thought. The water arrows flew forth. Gritting his teeth, Roland took a deep breath and stuffed the cloth back into his mouth, his expression tense as the abundant water elements around the pond transformed once more into a deluge that surged into his magic source. In that moment, his limbs began to convulse uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting muffled sounds due to the cloth stuffed in his mouth, despite the bone-deep pain rendering him utterly powerless. Roland's gaze remained resolute. He repeated to himself, "I must not lose consciousness," as he awaited a brief respite from the agony, ready to fill his magic source to the brim and solidify the effects of this impact. Otherwise, at least half of the benefit from these previous 5 impacts would dissipate. Indeed, After 4 or 5 minutes, as the pain began to ease, Roland gradually sat up and removed the cloth from his mouth with trembling fingers. Steadying himself, he swiftly employed the meditation technique imparted by Water Orchid, rapidly replenishing his magic energy. Approximately an hour later, Roland stood once more. The speed of this meditation technique was astonishing, 3 times faster than before. He murmured to himself, wiping the beads of cold sweat from his brow as he wobbled toward his bedroom. Upon returning to his room, Roland felt his body go limp and collapsed onto his bed, ready to drift into slumber. Young man, do not succumb to sleep just yet. Practice the guarding technique I taught you, and let the guard mantra guide you into rest. The pharaoh, residing in Roland's ear pendant, hastily urged him within his consciousness. Why not? Didn't Water Orchid say that after breaking the mental barrier of 100, I need not consciously train my mental energy? Roland's head felt heavy, and the extreme fatigue made him yearn for immediate slumber. What the icy Water Orchid said was indeed wise. After becoming a combatant, whether through meditation or practicing magic or other skills, mental energy would be honed imperceptibly. However, my guarding technique allows you to train while sleeping, without consuming additional time. Just heed my advice and practice. Entering sleep with the guard mantra will not only facilitate a swift recovery from mental fatigue, but, with consistent practice, will yield wondrous benefits in the future. The pharaoh spoke with profound implication. Understood. Roland nodded weakly. Is there anything else? If not, I shall commence. Nothing else. Young man, your tenacity tonight is commendable and quite to my taste. Remember, it would be beneficial to drink a vial of water essence for recovery. I've stated before, I may not be diligent, but I certainly give my all. Roland replied quietly. With some effort, his left hand moved to his chest, and a large water flask suddenly appeared in his grasp. This was a vessel containing water essence that he had retrieved from the bronze space. Aside from the 10 vials sold to Old Bully each day, Roland typically managed to set aside 3 or 4 extra vials, which he stored in this large flask. He would often drink a bit for himself and, whenever possible, stealthily add some to his parents' meals. Gulping down a generous mouthful of water essence, Roland felt the soreness in his body slightly subside. He then employed the guarding technique taught by the pharaoh, extending his mental energy outward as far as possible. In an instant, all sounds within a 10-meter radius surrounding Roland fell within his mental perception. This intensive exploration consumed mental energy rapidly, and within 10 minutes, Roland felt his mental reserves nearing depletion. Reluctantly adhering to the principles of the defensive technique within the exploration of the guarding method, Roland closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Roland, are you feeling unwell today? Your complexion appears quite pallid, inquired Shui Lan with genuine concern as she lectured him. An odd expression flickered across Roland's face. Perhaps I caught a chill last night, he clarified. Upon rising that morning, his parents had posed a similar question that Roland's current pallor resembled that of a severely ill patient, a lingering consequence of his relentless training the previous night. Upon awakening, he felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, but after consuming a vial of water essence, he began to feel somewhat better. The only solace for Roland was his remarkably good mental state, which would not hinder his training. The methods imparted by the sage proved to be quite effective. He vowed to remain vigilant. Today, I shall elucidate the standard for the ranks of magic practitioners on the continent, as this pertains to your future rank promotions and the benefits you may enjoy within the Adventurers Guild. Pay close attention. Shui Lan commenced her lecture. I understand. Teacher Shui Lan, Roland replied with assurance. Indeed, Shui Lan elaborated for over half an hour before Roland finally grasped the concepts. In summary, all practitioners on the magical continent are categorized into 4 ranks, each containing 20 levels: copper, silver, gold, and legendary. Each rank is further subdivided into 5 levels. Copper rank consists of levels 1 to 5. Silver rank encompasses levels 6 to 10, and so forth. The assessment of all practitioners' ranks on the magical continent relies primarily on 3 criteria: the quantity of magical energy accumulated within their bodies, the number of combat skills each practitioner possesses, and the mastery of magical techniques, all of which adhere to strict numerical standards. The requirements for a level 1 magician are quite modest. Successfully casting a basic spell once qualifies one as a copper rank level 1 practitioner. To become a level 2 magician, one must master 2 basic spells and be capable of casting 5 consecutive basic spells. The ability to cast 5 spells in succession tests the quantity of magical energy within. A level 3 magician must master 3 basic spells and cast 10 consecutive basic spells. The subsequent levels follow suit, with the standards remaining straightforward. However, between each rank transition, such as from level 5 to level 6 within copper rank, or from level 10 to level 11 within silver rank, there exists a rigid criterion concerning magical techniques. With each rank promotion, such as from copper rank magician to silver rank, the standards will undergo slight modifications. A copper rank level 5 magician must not only meet the standards for magical energy and skills, but also learn a magical technique to ascend to silver rank magician. This magical technique often poses a formidable obstacle for many magicians. Its potency can significantly amplify a magician's combat prowess. Such techniques are also integral to the rank standards of other practitioners. Roland, have you taken note? Shuai reiterated several key points before inquiring. I have noted them. Teacher Shuai. Roland's response was somewhat distracted as he pondered his current rank as a magician. To the height of his magical energy, Roland could cast the water arrow spell consecutively 9 times, not counting the energy stored within his copper earrings. If he were to include the energy from his earrings, he would be on the verge of meeting the standard for a level 5 magician. Should Roland learn one more spell, he could then cast the water arrow 10 times in succession, qualifying him as a level 3 magician. It seemed that following the sage's teachings, achieving the rank of level 4 magician within a year and completing the second task of unsealing his copper earrings would not be a daunting challenge. Roland mused aloud. What are you muttering about, Roland? Shuai furrowed her brow. Nothing, just a slight itch in my throat. Roland stammered. Now, I shall teach you your first spell. If you successfully cast it, you may officially register as a level 1 magician within the Adventurers Guild. Shuai declared. Roland nodded emphatically. After today, he would be able to cast spells openly before others. Following this, Shuai produced a prepared sheet of paper and a peculiar writing instrument resembling a pen. Its tip was akin to the pens Roland had seen before, yet at the top, it bore a square blue water energy crystal, piquing Roland's curiosity. Not familiar with it, Shuai waved the unusual pen before him. This is called a water pen, a useful writing tool. There are also fire pens and earth pens, which produce red and yellow ink respectively. It is said that more skilled alchemists possess even more exquisite pens. If you like, I could gift you one. When with those she was familiar with, Shuai icy demeanor dissipated. Roland smiled and politely declined her offer. While he found the water pen appealing, he believed that acquiring cherished items through his own efforts was far more rewarding. However, it seemed that this water pen was quite a luxurious item. Even the proprietor of Anshuan Apothecary, Old Bewley, used a simple graphite pencil for accounting. Roland, remember my penmanship direction, Shuai urged. She leaned down, deftly maneuvering the water pen across the sheet of paper, leaving behind a trail of beautiful azure lines. In an instant, a stunning blue pentagram pattern sprang to life on the page. Roland recognized the design well. If his judgment was correct, it was the magic circle for the water arrow spell he had internalized. Roland, take note of this magic circle. This marks the beginning, and this signifies the conclusion. Once you have memorized it, let me know. Shuai handed the paper to Roland, but did not withdraw. Reluctantly, Roland feigned studying the magic circle he knew all too well. After multiple confirmations from Shuai, she reclaimed the paper. As she did, a water orb suddenly emerged, enveloping the paper, while the lines upon it dissolved rapidly. Roland, this is the method by which Master Debussy imparts all spells. Naturally, this is the standard procedure for teaching magic across the entire magical continent. The teacher draws it in front of the student, who learns it, and immediately afterward, it is destroyed. If you ever receive permission from Teacher Debussy to accept students, you must teach them using this method. Shuai elucidated. Now, accompany me to the pavilion to perform your very first spell, Shuai said as she walked toward the door. It was early morning, and the initial days of spring brought a slight chill. Sitting beside the pavilion were Daphne, Xiaoqi, and San, each seated on thick cushions of varying colors. The three were meditating, likely enhancing their magical energy. Meditation is a daily task for every magician, due to the morning mist. The water elements near the flowing water were especially dense, rendering it the optimal time for water magic practitioners to meditate. Roland, do not be anxious. No one succeeds in casting a spell on the first attempt. Use your mental energy to slowly inscribe the magic circle you just memorized. Do not rush. Once you succeed the first time, your casting speed will gradually increase. Roland patiently guided him. However, Roland felt exasperated. A spell he had cast countless times, one he could effortlessly unleash in a mere second, now required him to mimic a novice and take 5 to 6 minutes to produce a spell, which was far more torturous than he could bear. Yes, just like that. You can use your fingers to trace in the air to hasten the process, as this principle is akin to a magician wielding a staff in the future. Do not rush. Most people take around 5 minutes to complete their first spell. When I was young, I also took 2. Roland's guidance abruptly halted, her face displaying astonishment as she gazed at Roland. Roland, do it again. I didn't see clearly the first time. Aim for that large stone 30 meters ahead. Roland was astounded, unsure if Roland had successfully cast the water arrow spell in less than a minute. Roland had completed his first spell. However, Roland's attention was fixated on Roland's hands, and, inadvertently, a flash of azure brilliance darted into the flowing water. The distance was too short. It appeared and vanished almost instantaneously. Roland, feeling helpless, nodded in resignation, preparing to feign once more. Slowing down the casting speed of the water arrow 100-fold was truly disheartening. This time, he acted with greater swiftness, taking less than a minute to direct the water arrow at the large stone. Puff! A soft sound was met with the astonished exclamations of Roland, Daphne, and Jojo. Roland, I can't be mistaken, can I? Are you certain this is your first time learning and casting the water arrow technique? Roland exclaimed in disbelief. In just a minute. He had executed a remarkably standard and rapid water arrow spell, a feat that typically requires a level 1 mage a month of uninterrupted practice to achieve. If Roland could attain this level on his very first attempt, it could only imply that he is a prodigy, a genius who must have taken a shortcut to become a disciple of Master Dubs. Roland nodded helplessly, confirming once more that it was indeed his first time casting this spell, which elicited yet another round of gasps from the three women, including Roland. Goodness, when my grandmother taught me the water arrow technique. I took 2 minutes and 37 seconds, and she praised me as a genius among mages. Less than a minute. What does that make me? Daphne exclaimed, dramatically placing her hand on her forehead. Jojo, how many minutes did it take you for your first water arrow? Daphne turned to the slightly bashful Jojo. Counting on her fingers, Jojo replied, I think my mother recorded it as just under 2.5 minutes. Roland was rendered speechless, thinking to himself, if I were to cast it instantly, your eyes would surely pop out. After much chattering, the three women and Roland finally concluded their astonished critique of Roland's extraordinary feat of casting the water arrow in a mere minute. Well, Roland, since you've succeeded on your first attempt, be sure to practice diligently in the future. A mage's talent is important, but diligence is paramount. Roland began her lecture once more, after finally finishing her lengthy admonition. Roland clapped her hands and declared, Tomorrow marks the annual Festival of Gratitude in the Caroline Empire, a time when everyone in the Empire enjoys a 3-day holiday. The Bandier Academy observes this tradition as well. At this announcement, the three women cheered in unison. Meanwhile, Roland's mind drifted to a peculiar thought. Would that fellow Kurgan return to Yorktown? 3 days could afford one ample opportunity to accomplish much. The Festival of Gratitude is a significant holiday in the magical continent, celebrated across the land. Its origins are shrouded in various legends, with the most credible being that it commemorates the day the first magic appeared on the continent. From February 6th to February 8th each year, it is a festival for all citizens of the magical continent, including slaves. During these 3 days, all citizens, save for prisoners, are free to take to the streets and revel in the festive atmosphere. Cities and towns alike adorn themselves with vibrant decorations and illuminate beautiful magical lights representing the 4 elemental forces: Furthermore, at around 11 a.m. on February 17th, citizens across the continent gather under the leadership of local lords or officials to partake in a significant ceremony, the Festival of Gratitude. It is a time to express appreciation for the blessings brought by the four elemental forces, for the convenience of life, and for the immense power they bestow. Gratitude is the central theme of the Festival of Gratitude, and it is also a sentiment frequently employed by the ruling nobility to govern the common folk. The Festival of Gratitude in the year 1983 of the magical calendar is no exception. Today is February 5th, 1983 in the magical calendar. North Yorkshire City is one of the largest cities in the Caroline Empire and the entire magical continent. That on February 5th, 1983, the day before the Festival of Gratitude. As Roland returned home from school, the main streets of North Yorkshire City began to be adorned in festive colors. Large magical illusion lights were being set up by city workers for inspection. The city guards, clad in shining armor and bearing bows and swords, along with nearby station troops, were dispatched in teams to patrol the streets of North Yorkshire City. Their mission was twofold: to protect the valuable magical illusion lights and temporary installations, and most importantly, to maintain order in anticipation of the influx of visitors and revelers on the first and second days of the Festival of Gratitude, with the arrival of numerous outsiders. Public safety could easily deteriorate due to the crowd. However, Roland had no inclination to appreciate any of this. Instead, he hurriedly made his way to Old Bully's Anshoon apothecary. "Old Bully, I need today's essence of water. Be quick about it. I have urgent matters to attend to," Roland urged. "Coming right up. Here you go. This is the potion bottle." Old Bully quickly handed Roland the vial. "What could be so urgent?" Old Bully casually inquired. "There's something at the teacher's place," Roland replied evasively. "By the way, Old Bully, there might not be any essence of water available during the 3 days of the Festival of Gratitude, as my senior brothers will be going home. If all goes well, there might be some supply on the last day," Roland informed Old Bully. "That is truly unfortunate. The first 2 days of the festival will likely see a high demand for essence of water." Old Bully lamented. "Take your time. My senior brothers need their rest. Just keep a tab for today's expenses. I'll settle my debts later," Roland remarked as he filled 10 vials with essence of water. He dashed out of Anshoon apothecary and headed home. Even after Roland had left for some time, Old Bully continued to lament that the price of essence of water would soar during the festival, as many citizens considered it a delicacy for the holiday. During the Festival of Gratitude, all apothecaries in North Yorkshire City would sell out of essence of water. Roland hurriedly burst into his home. His mother had already prepared the meal, but he had no time to eat. "Mother, I have extra lessons with the teacher. Time is tight. I want to be back tonight or tomorrow night." Roland rushed into his father Ronald's bedroom to grab a set of work clothes. Swiftly pocketing a few hot wheat cakes and a large chunk of cooked beef from his mother, and, to the astonishment of Ronald and his wife, he dashed out once more. Indeed, Roland was pressed for time. He needed to leave the city before nightfall, as the city gates would close after dark. If he couldn't leave early today, he might miss the long-awaited opportunity to ensure a timely departure. Roland had even requested Shui Lan for an hour's leave from school. As soon as he stepped out of his home, he tossed the food he had taken into his bronze space and found a corner to don his father's work attire. Surely, clothing makes the man. Just a minute ago, dressed in a mage apprentice robe, Roland appeared a refined scholar. Now, clad in work attire, he looked like an ordinary villager heading into town for supplies, aside from his strikingly handsome features. After changing, Roland hurriedly made his way towards the western city gate of North Yorkshire City. Outside the western city gate, beneath the towering gatehouse, several guards stood idly, some even leaning against the wall. Dozing off. It was no surprise. Anyone standing there for an entire afternoon would find it difficult to maintain their alertness, especially after 4 or 5 in the afternoon when hardly any citizens were entering the city. With no entry tax to collect, the guards naturally lost their vigor. Exiting the city imposed no tax for anyone but merchant caravans, who were allowed to pass freely. Approaching the city gate, Roland did not slow his pace. With his head down and dressed in work attire, he hurriedly moved toward the outside point. One of the guards, half-lidded eyes barely open, glanced at Roland as he departed. Just another muddy-legged peasant heading home. The guard muttered before dropping his eyelids again, continuing to lean against the wall as he awaited the time to close the city gate. Once approximately 600 or 700 meters away from the city gate, Roland shifted from a brisk walk to a run. Fortunately, his body possessed decent endurance for long-distance running, though it lacked training. Nevertheless, Roland had learned a few tips for running long distances in his past life. He maintained a steady pace, running quickly, and whenever he encountered pedestrians, he lowered his head. The evening light was already dim, and since Roland typically ran along the trees or roadside, passers-by could see little of his face. And their lasting impression would be of his work attire. But Roland's current objective was to reach a location known as Maping Bay, approximately 20 miles from North Yorkshire City, where the Maping River had changed its course. This place was a necessary waypoint to reach Yorktown. Roland had his reasons for doing this. The Festival of Gratitude featured a ceremony known as the Festival of Gratitude, which required every lord and ruling official to personally lead their subjects in the observance of this tradition on the second day of the festival. As the newly appointed third-tier Baron Kurgan of Yorktown, he was bound by both imperial decree and the expectations of his new role as a lord during his first Festival of Gratitude to return to Yorktown and preside over the ceremony. Whether Kurgan returned to Yorktown tonight or early tomorrow morning, Roland had devised a plan. However, he hoped fervently that Kurgan would choose to return tonight. In Roland's estimation, it was highly likely that Kurgan would opt for a nighttime return. The Festival of Gratitude was not merely about presiding over the Festival of Gratitude ceremony. Yorktown still requires some arrangements. The speed of the carriage is not particularly swift if one departs the following morning. It is likely to arrive by 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Departing at night, although the carriage moves slowly in the dark, one can still reach the destination by the next morning. What Roland needs to do now is to arrive at Maple Bay ahead of the carriage from Kurgan and await its arrival. There are numerous routes to Maple Bay, but Roland has chosen a relatively secluded path. It wasn't long before Roland experienced what is known as the limit reaction of running from his past life. A sense of dread welled up within him. Having not even completed a quarter of the journey, he encountered this extreme reaction. Was the plan doomed? Gritting his teeth, he pushed through the first wave of exhaustion, refusing to rest. If he paused now, he would truly be unable to continue. Taking a sip from the water flask containing water essence that he retrieved from his bronze earrings, he focused intently on moving forward. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to draw upon a fragment of his mental energy. To his surprise, the second wave of exhaustion did not hit him for a full half hour. In the dusk, a somewhat ragged figure was sprinting forward. By the time Roland reached Maple Bay, 20 miles away, 3 hours had passed, and the sky had completely darkened. Under the faint light of the crescent moon, Roland examined the traces on the small bridge at Maple Bay, finding no fresh wheel tracks. A sigh of relief escaped him. Although he was half an hour behind schedule, he had managed to avoid any significant delays. The city gates of North Yorkshire typically close at 7:30, adjusted according to the sun's rise and set. Roland had left the city around 6 o'clock, leaving him with only an hour and a half of leeway. If Kurgan were to return to Yorktown overnight, assessing the terrain, Roland slipped into the trees just a few meters from the small bridge at Maple Bay. He retrieved the apprentice rope from his bronze space and tossed it onto the damp ground. Slowly massaging his aching legs, adjusting his breathing, he aimed to restore himself to a better state. While he worked to alleviate his sore legs, Roland began to eat, taking a bite of flatbread and chewing on a piece of beef. He swiftly replenished his energy. Time passed by slowly. Roland glanced up at the moon. Without a time-keeping device and out in the wilderness, he had no way of knowing the exact hour. Upon returning, he must ask Old Bully to procure a water clock. Such a device would be immensely useful outdoors. Frustrated by his inability to keep time, Roland felt a pang of anxiety. The moon had risen to a height halfway up the mountain. Yet, ahead, in the direction of North Yorkshire City, there was still no sound. Apart from the gentle flow of the Maple River, the silence was eerily unsettling. Feeling a sense of unease, Roland once again checked the small bridge at Maple Bay and its surroundings. Still finding no new tracks, judging by the moon's height, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Roland sighed. It seemed Kurgan had opted to set out the following morning after all. Kurgan would pass through here by daylight. While Roland had methods to deal with Kurgan during the day, his chances of ensuring a lethal outcome were not particularly high. Tightening his clothing, Roland leaned against a large tree, preparing to make do with some rest. The early spring night was still quite cold. It was destined to be a difficult night. Due to the unsafe conditions outdoors, Roland dared not practice his mental energy and instead dozed with his eyes half closed. His hands tucked into his cloak, enduring the frigid night. In a drowsy state, the sound of hooves clattering suddenly pierced Roland's ears that on this otherwise silent night. It was particularly jarring. Roland jolted awake, rubbing his eyes as a faint beam of light flickered ahead. And the sound of hooves drew ever closer. "They're coming." A fierce expression crossed Roland's face. He quickly rubbed his numbed hands and feet to regain feeling. The portable magical lamp fixed to the front of the carriage emitted a glaring red light, though not overly bright. It was sufficient to illuminate the area within 6 or 7 meters ahead of the carriage. Besides providing light, the red glow seemed to offer the driver a sense of warmth and security as he hunched his neck and exhaled cold air. His gaze intensely focused on the road ahead. Nighttime travel was fraught with peril. Roland steadied himself, feeling his stiffened limbs gradually regain flexibility. Utilizing the crimson light, Roland strained to discern the Kurgan family crest emblazoned on the carriage. In this magical world, any noble, even the lowest-ranked baron, would possess a family emblem. Such emblems are typically carried by family members or embroidered on the clothing of family guards or displayed on the family carriage. Among other places, it looks about 70% accurate. After much effort to discern the details, the night's fog and the riverside mist obscured his vision, preventing him from seeing clearly. Nonetheless, if it resembled the crest to a sufficient degree, that would suffice. Fog mist, Roland silently chanted, channeling his internal magical energy to swirl rapidly. Upon uttering the last syllable, an ethereal mist, seemingly thin but impenetrable, emanated from Roland, enveloping an area of 15 meters around him. Roland's figure vanished into the mist, completely dissolving along the banks of the Maple River. The fog mist spell is a rather peculiar form of magic, A.S. Pharaoh described. This spell lacks a defined rank. A bronze-tier mage can wield its basic power, while a legendary mage can unleash its full potential akin to a forbidden spell. The spell's effective range is entirely dependent on the caster's abilities. Roland moved cautiously, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly advancing carriage, the fiery glow of the magical lamp flickering incessantly. Closer, ever closer, the carriage was nearly perpendicular to Roland. Water arrow. Roland's lips moved rapidly. Before he finished the incantation, a blue flash shot forth, covering the less than 20-meter distance with certainty, striking the unsuspecting driver. With a soft thud, the driver emitted a muffled groan and slumped against the driving seat. Lifeless, the two mottled horses, now devoid of their driver-esque guidance, came to a halt. After the strike, Roland awaited the target's emergence with quiet anticipation. As a mage, it would not be wise to rashly charge into the carriage. Inside, Kurgan, reclining against the soft cushions, suddenly felt a cold object press against his hand. The chilling sensation jolted him awake. "What is it?" "Carl," Kurgan exclaimed, in the dead of night. Such a sudden, icy touch was quite alarming. "Master, there's trouble outside. We may have been ambushed." Carl gestured for silence. Carl had been appointed as the head of the guards in Kurgan's baronial household after the previous warrior's death. Kurgan had spent considerable wealth to procure this bodyguard. "Ambushed?" Kurgan jolted upright. "Carl, don't frighten me," Kurgan said, his voice tense. The middle of the night was already frightening enough. An ambush was the last thing he needed. Kurgan groaned in distress. "Master, do not worry. There should not be many of them. Now, crouch down and remain quiet in the carriage. Wait for me to deal with the assailants, and I will return." Carl's expression appeared somewhat ominous in the dim light of the carriage. Without waiting for Kurgan to respond, Carl suddenly began to undress. He shed his azure outer garment. He revealed a complete outfit of black beneath. Opening the carriage window, Carl executed a nimble leap, rolling gracefully into the night. As the gentle breeze swept through the darkness, Carl's figure began to flicker, disappearing entirely into the night sky. Kurgan waved his hand toward the direction Carl had vanished. Opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately saying nothing, he hurriedly followed Carl's instructions. Crouching down within the carriage, Karl's identity provided Kurgan with a measure of reassurance. Karl was a third-tier warrior, adept in stealth and skilled in protection and assassination, an infamous shadow that brought dread to all warriors across the continent. Roland suddenly noticed the carriage window being pushed open, followed by the sound of a breeze. Yet he saw nothing. Frowning, Roland sensed something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint what felt wrong. Logically, the occupants of the carriage should have made some movement by now. Nonetheless, the duration of the fog mist spell was still considerable, and Roland patiently observed. Based on his deductions, there were at least two individuals inside the carriage. One was Kurgan, and the other was either Kurgan's bodyguard or a close attendant. Beneath the cold moonlight, a shadow advanced slowly toward Roland's misty concealment. It was the assassin Karl, a highly experienced shadow. As he leaped from the carriage, Karl discovered the driver had been slain. Utilizing his dark clothing, Karl activated his unique skill, wind concealment. In the cover of darkness, Karl's invisibility in the night approached that of a golden-tier assassin. Karl swiftly scanned his surroundings, scrutinizing the potential directions where enemies might lurk. Before long, he discerned a vast expanse of thick fog nestled among the trees by the Maple River. If there were indeed adversaries present, that dense shroud of mist would serve as their optimal hiding place, provided. Of course, they were not overly foolish. Stealthily, Karl advanced towards the fog, brimming with confidence that, given his current state of concealment, the enemies would undoubtedly remain oblivious to his presence. With a subtle movement of his sleeve, a dagger slipped into his hand, gripped firmly in a reverse hold, its gleaming blade carefully tucked back into his sleeve, for Karl was exceedingly cautious. The gentle sound of flowing water, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the eerie stillness of the horse-drawn carriage sent shivers down Roland's spine. Something was amiss. Most certainly amiss. The unnaturally quiet carriage ignited an instinctive awareness in Roland that something had gone awry. He strained his eyes towards the roadside and the carriage itself, but detected no signs of movement. The occupants within appeared as lifeless as corpses. Only the flickering crimson glow of a portable magical lamp swayed in the night breeze. Karl slowly stepped into the fog, his specially designed shoes rendering his movements utterly silent. Yet, walking atop the brittle branches still produced a faint crackle. Fortunately, being beside the water at night, the heavy dew rendered the withered grass and leaves damp, allowing him to draw closer to the heart of the mist under the cover of the flowing water's sound. What vexed Karl was that, despite being a trained magical assassin with superior night vision, he was unable to penetrate the layers of fog. Treading cautiously over the brittle twigs, he advanced at a painstaking pace, moving only a step every 10 seconds. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Finally, Karl's keen eyes pierced through the fog, revealing a shadow concealed within. His right hand, gripping the dagger in a reverse hold, tightened instinctively. Roland's unease grew ever more pronounced, akin to the sensation of being preyed upon by a venomous serpent. "Water shield," Roland silently chanted, chastising himself for his lack of combat experience. When the pharaoh had imparted the water shield technique to Roland days prior, he had emphasized the critical importance of erecting a shield in any confrontation. Regardless of whether one was a legendary mage or merely a bronze-tier sorcerer, the first action in battle must be to raise a shield. Otherwise, even the swiftest casting of offensive spells would amount to naught but a jest. Upon seeing the shimmering blue oval shield, approximately half a person's height, materialize before him, Roland felt a modicum of safety. Nevertheless, the sensation of being hunted by a serpent still lingered ominously. Suddenly, Roland experienced an exceedingly peculiar feeling. Within 7 meters of his position, a foot appeared, an ominous, coiled foot poised to strike. Startled, Roland reacted instinctively. Raising his hand, and a beam of azure light shot forth, targeting that foot. Almost simultaneously, he sensed the vague outline of a body leaping up ahead. Without hesitation, Roland flicked his fingers, unleashing 3 consecutive water arrows aimed at the shadowy figure's head, throat, and abdomen. Regardless of whether Roland hit his target, the magical assassin, Karl, was utterly astonished, just as he prepared to spring into action. He noticed the silhouette before him rising, enveloped in a blue radiance. Karl understood that this azure glow was indicative of defensive magic. "Humph, a mage," Once I close the distance, a mage is nothing. Carl took a step forward, adjusting his optimal striking distance. With his current wind-light technique, leaping 7 meters was his utmost limit. A shift occurred the moment Carl's foot touched the ground. Just as he propelled himself into the air, a water-blue beam struck his right foot with tremendous force. Yet the agonizing pain did not hinder his leap. The enemy's recently cast spell elicited a surge of delight within Carl, for it afforded him at least 1 to 2 heartbeats of safety. Casting spells invariably required time. Soaring through the air, the dagger nestled within his sleeve glimmered ominously as it unfurled its menacing fangs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds echoed in quick succession as 3 water arrows hurtled towards Carl. Instant cast! Carl shouted in alarm, a chill enveloping him. Good heavens, what sort of fiend am I facing? Instantaneously cast spells are beyond the capabilities of even a typical silver-tier mage. Suspended in midair, Carl found himself unable to evade, the proximity rendering it impossible to discern the targets of the water arrows. In a hasty maneuver, Carl shielded his head with both arms, only to feel a sharp pain in his left arm and a powerful impact to his chest. The most lethal blow, however, was the water arrow that struck precisely at his throat, leaving a gaping wound from which fluid streamed forth. Thud! Collapsing to the ground, Carl clutched his throat, fear radiating from his eyes. He distinctly felt his life force draining away at a rapid pace. The sensation of impending death loomed heavily. Carl gasped for breath, his pupils dilating in horror as a man approached him. Bearing a water shield, Carl grasped his throat, striving to retain as much air as possible within his body. Before him stood a youthful face, almost boyish in its naivety. Carl's pupils constricted in disbelief, his body slackening as he gradually released his grip on his throat. Steadying himself, Roland inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart as he ambled towards the carriage. Reflecting on the earlier ordeal, Roland couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation wash over him. The figure he had just encountered seemed to embody the legendary magical assassin, and even now, Roland struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired, but a foot had suddenly materialized in his consciousness, followed by the body of the assassin leaping forth. Had he been even a heartbeat slower, the outcome might have been drastically different. Whoosh! Roland conjured a large water orb, hurling it forcefully at the carriage door. No one. The scene within the carriage instantly elicited a chuckle from Roland. The once lofty noble scion, Kurgan, now a baron, lay crumpled within the carriage like a dog. Drenched from Roland's sudden assault, Kurgan shivered as he raised his head, surveying the outside world. "Who are you?" Kurgan stammered, his teeth chattering. "Oh, you not recognize an old friend?" Roland replied with a light laugh that we used to have such delightful exchanges at school, and now you fail to remember me. A sense of unprecedented comfort surged within Roland, as if a long-buried joy had been unearthed. "You are Roland. Where is Carl, my bodyguard, Carl?" "Carl!" Kurgan cried out in alarm, calling for his attendant. "Oh, you mean that esteemed magical assassin?" Roland raised an eyebrow. "He has since become a lifeless corpse." "No, that cannot be. You cannot have killed him." Kurgan's demeanor morphed into one of ferocity. "Carl! Carl!" Kurgan shouted desperately into the wilderness. Whoosh! Thud! Roland raised his hand, a flash of azure light darting towards Kurgan. Almost instantaneously, Kurgan's anguished screams filled the air. "No, it cannot be." Witnessing Roland's ability to unleash magic, Kurgan disregarded the wound his left leg, pointing at Roland in terror. Yet Roland paid no heed to Kurgan's cries. That strike was for the torment Roland endured, branded as a fool for his inability to cultivate. Whoosh! Another beam of light flashed, this time a blood hole appearing in Kurgan's right leg. That blow was a gift from Roland, who had long been bullied by Kurgan. This strike was a recompense for nearly being killed by Kurgan. A relentless barrage of azure light continued to rain upon Kurgan's form. His cries morphed into howls of despair. "Do not kill me. Please do not kill me. I will reveal a secret, a secret. Do not kill me." Kurgan, drenched in blood, had retreated to the farthest corner of the carriage, the warmth of the cushions offering him no solace. "Oh, a secret?" Roland's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Speak. I shall consider it, but do not attempt to deceive me. Otherwise, Roland, initially poised to end Kurgan's life with a water arrow, hesitated as so far. Roland had unleashed a total of 9 water arrows, 1 misspell, and 1 water shield. His magical reserves had been thoroughly depleted. The power contained within the bronze earrings had already been entirely drawn upon. "Well, you must." Kurgan attempted a bargain, but halted upon witnessing Roland's frigid gaze. "Oh, you know Lacus? The Lacus of your family? He is conspiring against you. I have been watching you, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate you." Kurgan blurted out in a panic. "I asked that all?" Roland furrowed his brow. His enmity with Racus had long been a foregone conclusion. However, it was somewhat surprising that Racus would still seek to confront him after learning he was a direct disciple of Master Damien's. Kurgan hesitated, racked with anxiety. Moreover, with his life hanging by a thread, Kurgan strained to recall everything he knew. "Furthermore, my previous actions towards you were all instigated by Racus. It was he. Yes, it was he. You should seek revenge on him." Kurgan exclaimed in a frenzy, tears mingling with blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. "I understand. Go," Roland replied coolly. Upon hearing Roland utter the words "go," a wave of wild joy flashed across Kurgan's face. "Go, seek out your father, Kashi, and tell him that his demise was orchestrated entirely by me. Let him ponder over that whip of beef, and he will comprehend," Roland added nonchalantly. "What?" Kurgan gasped in disbelief. 2 streaks of aquamarine light sliced through the night sky, and 2 gaping holes abruptly appeared in Kurgan's throat and forehead. Kurgan's eyes remained wide open, fixed in astonishment and hatred as he gazed at Roland. Strangely, with Kurgan's death, Roland felt a surge of resentment seemingly leave his body, and he felt considerably lighter. He reached out and retrieved the diary he had once found from the bronze earrings. After rummaging through the lifeless coachman's belongings, he found a flint. He placed Roland's tragic diary over Kurgan's unblinking eyes. The flint sparked, igniting the diary, which danced joyfully in flames atop Kurgan's head. "Roland, go in peace. As for Racus, he is my adversary." In the night breeze, Roland's cold whisper echoed until the diary turned to ash. Having completed these tasks, and after a thorough search, Roland collected Kurgan's purse and all valuables. Then, standing at a distance, a beam of aquamarine light shot directly at the cart horses, with a series of pained whinnies. The injure-mottled horses bolted forward and, after a few steps, vanished into the woods, scattering the cart in disarray. Gulping down a steaming cup of milk, Roland felt warmth spread through his limbs, and his previously trembling lips finally steadied. After dispatching Kurgan, Roland hurried towards North Yorkshire City overnight. Upon reaching the vicinity of the county town, he concealed himself in the woods until dawn. Only when a throng of commoners bound for North Yorkshire City appeared did Roland blend in with them and enter the city unscathed. The annual Festival of Thanks was perhaps the only time many commoners willingly ventured into North Yorkshire City, for during those 3 days, the city opened its gates freely, even abolishing the gate taxes. Upon entering the county town, Roland found a corner to change into an apprentice robe and then visited a breakfast shop, ordering milk toast. Spending a night in the cold wilderness was undeniably less comfortable than toiling for a day. The chills, hunger, and fatigue were experiences Roland would never forget. Yet, the thrill of avenging Kurgan and the inexplicable relief of the departing resentment filled him with exhilaration. After a hearty breakfast, Roland felt rejuvenated. As if the cold of the previous night had dissipated, he tossed down 2 silver coins and strolled toward home. The name Racus had been lingering in Roland's mind since last night, akin to an unknown blade suspended over him, instilling a profound unease. Racus was unlike Kurgan. Kurgan was merely a lowly third-tier baron, a vestige of a once great lineage, with a feeble family influence that in stark contrast. Racus was backed by a powerful family, the Brett family. Without absolute certainty and sufficient strength to confront the Bretts, one could never act against him. What was worse, Racus could strike at any moment if he found the right opportunity. From intel gleaned from Kurgan, Roland learned that Racus was still scheming against him. He felt a throbbing headache. After all, his own power and influence were still quite limited. Roland's thoughts focused on these 2 aspects: personal strength and influence. It seemed that mere personal prowess was insufficient. Even a useless rachis could flourish solely due to his family's resources. Unbeknownst to him, Roland had arrived at his doorstep. "Father, mother, I have returned," he greeted wearily. Anyone who had not slept for a night and traversed 40 miles would undoubtedly feel exhausted. "Oh, you're back so early." Ronald was resting at home today. "The training task was completed, so I returned early." Roland stammered. "Have you eaten?" His mother, Afra, inquired as she emerged. "Mother, I've already eaten. Come into the inner room. I have something to discuss with you." Roland hesitated for a moment before turning back. "What is it?" Ronald asked, somewhat puzzled, but he and Afra followed Roland into the inner room. Ever since arriving in North Yorkshire City, it seemed that much of the family's decision-making power had been entrusted to Roland. And Ronald was more than pleased with his son's prospects. "Father, after this festival of thanks, you need not work anymore. Enjoy your life at home," Roland said after careful consideration. Currently, Roland's income was quite stable. Moreover, as a newly minted warrior, he would likely receive allowances, thus sparing his father from further toil and hardship. "Roland, I understand that you are earning quite a bit now. However, you are not yet married. And the road ahead is long that I should earn more and save more, so that we will have some leeway in the future." Ronald declined Roland's suggestion. "Father, after the Festival of Thanks, I will seek certification to become a level 1 water mage. At that time, I will be eligible for the warrior subsidy. Additionally, my earnings have doubled daily due to my recent rise in cultivation." Roland unleashed a cascade of surprises, the prospect of his daily earnings doubling. Coupled with his status as a warrior, astonished Ronald and Afra. After much discussion, Ronald finally accepted Roland's proposal to cease working. "However, Roland, if I do not work, I just simply stay at home and eat idle food." Ronald felt both pleased and dissatisfied with Roland's arrangements. A conflicting sentiment. His son was doing well, which brought joy, yet being accustomed to labor, he found it difficult to stay idle, which was somewhat troubling. "Father, in the coming days, why not read some books? In a while, I will gather some funds to open a shop for you. Then you will have something to occupy your time." This was Roland's first step towards his ambitions. Relying solely on selling water crystals was not a sustainable plan. Only by establishing a business could he truly thrive, that if managed well, it could yield substantial profits. Moreover, wealth was the initial step towards gaining influence. "Open a shop? I have no experience," Ronald exclaimed, rubbing his rough hands, looking somewhat bashful. "You will learn with practice," Roland chuckled. "Shall we take a stroll through the streets? Today is the Festival of Thanks, and it will be quite lively." Afra suggested. "Mother, you and father should go. I practiced all night and feel exhausted. I wish to rest." With that, Roland pulled out 10 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to his mother. "Mother, this is the gold I earned these past few days. I hope you enjoy yourselves," Roland said with a smile. Firstly, Roland indeed felt worn out. Secondly, in his understanding, the Festival of Thanks was somewhat akin to the Lantern Festival from his previous life, merely a time of merriment. It was far more practical to focus on his cultivation. With that thought, Roland intended to return to his room to rest. "Roland," Ronald called out loudly. "What is it, father?" Ronald appeared hesitant. "Roland, have you considered returning to the family?" Ronald murmured. Growing up in the family, Ronald held a profound sense of familial honor. Roland had explained this matter several times already. This time, Ronald was stirred by Roland's newfound status as a warrior. "Father, while returning to the Brett family may yield certain benefits in the short term, think about your grandson or my descendants. What if they, like us, cannot become warriors and are stripped of all family wealth? Left destitute?" Roland countered to I. Ronald opened his mouth but found no words to rebut Roland. Moreover, Roland's claims held a ring of truth. However, Ronald's deep-rooted sense of family honor made it difficult for him to let go. "Dear, let us heed Roland's words. The family has not brought us any true benefits. Remember how arduous it was for our Roland in the beginning. I do not wish for our descendants to suddenly have nothing." Afra gently urged Ronald. "Roland, you are correct." After a long moment of contemplation, Ronald suddenly spoke. Roland smiled, knowing that it would take time for this sentiment to unravel. He turned and entered his room, lying on the bed to rest for a few moments as he listened to his parents leave. Roland immediately immersed his consciousness in the bronze earrings. "Pharaoh, Why did the half-foot of the magical appear in my mind during last night's battle, along with that leaping figure? This has been a question that Roland has pondered throughout the night. Pharaoh, are you secretly aiding me? Roland inquired further, utterly perplexed by the situation. If the pharaoh could manipulate his consciousness, that would indeed be terrifying. Humph, young man, you overestimate my capabilities. If I could control the minds of others, would I still be sealed here, serving you? The pharaoh retorted grumpily to Oh, you remember when I taught you the exploration and defense technique? I mentioned that persistent practice would yield unexpected benefits, did I not? The benefits of the exploration and defense technique? Roland seemed to recall. The pharaoh had indeed said such a thing. This technique is the culmination of nearly a century of my exploration, and it is brimming with extraordinary applications. The consciousness sensing you benefited from last night is merely the surface of this technique. The pharaoh declared with a hint of pride, am I the only one? Roland was somewhat astonished. What do you think? Pharaoh, if you were so formidable, then who could possibly seal you away? Roland was curious about the matter. Focus on your training. The pharaoh's expression darkened. Roland helplessly rubbed his nose, first employing the exploration technique to expend mental energy, then using the defense technique to recover, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. Roland, there has been quite the buzz in the city this afternoon regarding the Baron from Yorktown, where he used to reside. He is the heir of the late Baron Kashi, who met his demise during a meal that it seems he has angered some formidable figure, for on his way home, both his coachmen and guards were slaughtered. Ronald enthusiastically recounted the amusing anecdotes of the Festival of Thanks to Roland. The most significant news was indeed the Baron's assassination while preparing to preside over the Festival of Thanks. The death of a noble is no trivial matter. According to Ronald, soldiers have been dispatched to every intersection for inspections. However, the authorities are at a loss, as far too many individuals entered the city or passed by the site of Baron Kashi's death today. Tragically, by the time the city guard arrived, the scene had been utterly ravaged. Even Baron Kashi's boots had been stripped away, let alone the valuables from the carriage, and the Baron himself. It is said that the authorities have focused their investigation on combatants of rank 3 or higher, as Baron Kashi's guards included a level 3 magic spearman. Roland, you must be aware of that 21-story circular building in the city center. It is the most splendid structure in North Yorkshire at night. After the lively Festival of Thanks, Roland will personally escort you to the Combatant Guild for your certification. Roland envisioned the dazzling, dreamlike colored light tower that had left a deep impression on him during his first visit to North Yorkshire. That building houses a branch of the Combatant Guild, where all combatants' ranks are determined and badges are issued, along with various benefits. As they walked, Roland explained everything about the Combatant Guild to Roland. The guild is merely a collective term, further divided into several functional departments. The Welfare Department, Task Hall, Magic Archer Guild Branch, Mage Guild Branch, Bearer Master Guild Branch, and so on. Teacher Roland, what benefits does a level 1 mage receive? Roland inquired, genuinely interested. The benefits for level 1 combatants are not substantial, amounting to merely 1 gold coin per month. However, the combatant badge is quite practical that a copper-level combatant badge typically only grants a single illumination spell. In contrast, the silver-level badge possessed by teachers is sealed with a mid-level defensive spell. In summary, the higher the rank, the more powerful the badge's functions. 1 gold coin a month is a meager sum. But considering the number of level 1 combatants, it becomes understandable. Just like in Roland's previous life, only a select few elite individuals earn high salaries. Roland, do not be disheartened. As your rank increases, the benefits will expand dramatically. For instance, a silver level 8 mage like your teacher can receive a stipend of 24 gold coins per month. 24 coins a month? Roland was taken aback. That amount exceeded his expectations. Nearly a gold coin a day is indeed sufficient for an 8th level mage to lead a very comfortable life. Teacher Roland, I don't comprehend. Why does the Combatant Guild expend such vast resources to win over combatants? Surely, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Upon hearing Roland's question, Roland's expression turned serious. Roland, with great power comes great responsibility. There are matters you have yet to encounter. Once you become a level 5 mage, you will understand. Roland's words held profound meaning, leaving Roland bewildered. However, considering your current pace of cultivation and diligence, Roland, I estimate that within 2 years, or perhaps even less, you will ascend to the rank of a level 5 mage. It is truly astonishing to think that within less than a month of practicing meditation, he could release the water arrow spell 4 times. With nothing better to do, I've been practicing all day. Roland lagged behind Shuelon, absent-mindedly inhaling her fragrant scent. The scent of a woman. Roland mused internally. As a psychologically mature man, going without female company for a year and a half is quite a strain. Nevertheless, Roland was acutely aware that for now, he could only indulge in fantasies as for other matters. He would address them once his strength increased. The closer they approached the combatant guild, the more pedestrians they encountered, representing a diverse array of individuals. The majority were magic archers clad in agile attire, with most bearing badges indicating ranks between level 5 and level 8. Occasionally, individuals without badges would glance at Roland, sending a chill down his spine. Passing by a bustling hall, Shuelon pointed out, that is the task hall of the combatant guild. However, most individuals only venture there after reaching level 4 or 5, lest they endanger their lives. Why would they risk their lives? Roland queried. What are the tasks particularly difficult? What you need now is to focus on your training. Understand? Shuelon replied curtly, leading Roland straight to a magical array. Just as Roland was in a daze, a flash of light enveloped them, and he and Shuelon found themselves in another hall, marked Mage Guild. This is the teleportation array for combatants of level 8 or higher to access guild benefits. Otherwise, one would need to ascend all 14 stories, Shuelon explained. The hall was rather quiet, with only 4 staff members present. Esteemed Miss Shuelon, what brings you here today? Have you broken through again? Goodness, this is simply unbelievable. A 9-level mage at the age of 23, such genius. As soon as Roland and Shuelon appeared, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall approached them with undue flattery, his mannerisms decidedly effeminate. Roland understood that Shuelon's mentor, Davis, is an elder of the Caroline Empire's Mage Guild, which is why she commands such respect within the Mage Guild branch. Mr. Jagger, I have brought my student, Roland, for Mage certification. Shuelon stated coldly. Student? Jagger appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly surprised that this icy beauty had taken on a male pupil. Oh, splendid. Our mage faction gains yet another stalwart member. What is this young man's name? And how old is he? A water type, perhaps? Jagger bombarded Roland with a series of questions. Hello, my name is Roland. I am 16 years old, and I specialize in water magic. Roland's response was succinct. The effeminate Jagger sent shivers down Roland's spine. Certification for a level 1 mage, is it? Jagger inquired further. Yes, level 1. Mr. Jagger, please certify Roland as a level 2 mage. He is the direct disciple of Teacher Davis and can already release the water arrow spell 4 times consecutively. I believe that 5 times is merely a fortnight away. As for the magic, do I even need to mention it? Shuelon interrupted suddenly. Oh my goodness, another direct disciple of Teacher Davis. Very well, level 2 mage. No testing required. Come, Roland, I shall personally handle your registration. This is the power and influence of status. Roland couldn't help but marvel. Under Roland's astonished gaze, the effeminate Jagger eagerly grasped Roland's hand, a wave of perfume wafting into Roland's nostrils. Before Roland could react, Jagger had already led him to the workstation. Only when Roland gently pulled away did Jagger reluctantly release his grip. Then Jagger uttered a phrase that sent chills down Roland's spine. Roland, you are truly strong. Roland was instantly petrified. Good heavens, could Jagger possibly be one of those individuals? The subsequent proceedings were merely procedural. Jagger produced a contract. Dear Roland, this is a contract that every combatant must sign. Feel free to glance through it. You can complete it with your mental energy. Jagger extended the contract toward Roland, seemingly hoping to shake hands again, but Roland's hand recoiled like that of a startled rabbit. The contract is rather straightforward, comprising merely 2 stipulations. The first mandates that all combatants must unconditionally comply with the summons of the Caroline Empire in times of crisis. Failure to do so will be deemed treasonous. The second stipulation requires that every combatant, upon reaching level 5, must complete national tasks commensurate with their rank. Otherwise, they shall forfeit all benefits, by signing this spiritual contract, Roland will attain a status akin to that of a noble, exempt from taxes upon entering the city, and enjoying all the privileges that nobility affords. Furthermore, an enticing incentive is presented. For each national task completed, one can earn points, should these points reach a certain threshold. It is even possible to be awarded a noble title and a permanent estate. Roland, this is a duty incumbent upon every combatant. Shui Lan, perceiving Roland's hesitation, reminded him to be frank. This resembles a seemingly lenient indenture. Roland seems to grasp the meaning of the saying that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Ultimately, he had no choice but to sign. Very well. Roland, you are now officially a level 2 copper tier mage. Jaeger swiftly manipulated a magical device, inscribing some information onto a badge and a golden card, which he then handed to Roland, saying, "This azure badge adorned with 2 stars is your copper tier level 2 mage badge. It is imbued with a simple illumination spell, lasting for an hour. By the way, I have provided you with the highest quality badge that in the future, you may utilize the magical teleportation array to conduct your business here. With this badge, you can activate the teleportation array, and of course, I will be pleased to assist you. Additionally, this golden card is your benefits card. Your entitlements will be credited to this card punctually, 2 gold coins each month. However, every 2 years, you must check in at any combatant guild. Failure to do so will result in the guild considering you deceased and revoking your benefits." After being inundated with a barrage of information that left Roland feeling dizzy and goosebumps prickling his skin, he awkwardly followed Shui Lan out of the combatant guild. The time had advanced to mid-May in the magical year of 1983, and the atmosphere at Bandier Academy had suddenly turned tense. As for the recent uproar surrounding the death of Baron Kurgan, it gradually faded from public consciousness 3 months later. The only commendable aspect was the Empire's issuance of a staggering bounty of 10,000 gold coins for the capture of the murderer of Baron Kurgan. Regarding the source of the bounty funds, it is said that at least half originated from the confiscation of assets belonging to the Yorktown barony. Roland's daily life continued unchanged. He practiced meditation at the academy during the day and returned home each night to channel mana 5 times, followed by training his mental fortitude through the Guardian method. Roland, you became a genuine level 2 mage half a month ago. You can confidently wear your badge now. On this day, Shui Lan was once again conducting a private lesson with Roland. The 3rd spell? Roland was eager with anticipation. Shui Lan had taught him the water arrow as the first spell and the water shield as the second, both appearing quite practical. At this juncture, Shui Lan's expression suddenly grew troubled. Roland, you may not be aware, but from June 1st to June 10th each year, Bandier Academy holds a tradition, the Grand Tournament. As a water-based mage, particularly when a copper tier, your offensive and defensive capabilities are rather limited. Thus, you may find yourself at a disadvantage during the Grand Tournament. Is participation in this Grand Tournament mandatory? Roland expressed little interest in the notion of being number 1. In fact, he had long since set his sights beyond mere academic achievements. The Academy stipulates that each student must participate only once. As for those who perform exceptionally well, the Academy offers significant rewards, which you need not concern yourself with. The more troublesome aspect is the free challenge. Shui Lan said, somewhat exasperated as she brushed her hair back. The free challenge? Indeed. Any student may challenge another student whose rank is at most 1 level lower. The challenged individual must accept the first challenge without conditions. With each victory, points are awarded, and those ranked highly will receive magical items as rewards from the Academy. Do you understand, Roland? Are you implying that someone will challenge me? Roland began to comprehend Shui Lan's implication. In these past months, you have shielded us from numerous bothersome flies, but in doing so, you have also made some enemies. This free challenge is their legitimate opportunity for revenge. It is precisely the chance those ruffians have been waiting for. After a pause, Shui Lan added, furthermore, the Brett family, barring unforeseen circumstances, will likely dispatch some of their kin to target you. This is due in part to the recent incident, and primarily because Professor Dubis frequently opposes certain political positions of the Brett family patriarch. Rachel, rest assured, it is merely a challenge, Roland declared with confidence. Recently, he had been striving to attain the rank of level 4 mage. The increase in power at each mage level is not solely measured by the number of spells one can cast. It also encompasses the speed of spell casting and the intensity of magical attacks, all of which differ significantly. The might of a level 1 mage's water arrow cannot be equated with that of a level 4 mage's water arrow. Roland, you must understand that water-based mages possess the weakest offensive capabilities. You will find yourself at a disadvantage in the tournament. If you like, you could simply forego the tournament and withdraw from the academy to continue your studies with me instead. Each year, several students suffer injuries or even fatalities. Xuelon pondered for a moment before speaking up. Withdraw from the academy? Roland's expression turned one of surprise. Teacher, if I withdraw from the academy, I fear the Brett family's vengeance would come even more swiftly. You need not worry about me. It is merely a minor challenge. I shall handle it with care. Now, you should teach me magic. Xuelon's expression reflected her concern. Very well. I shall contemplate a solution in the coming days. Currently, you may learn 2 basic spells, Water Vortex and Water Healing. However, on land, the Water Vortex is of little utility. Then I shall choose Water Healing. Roland opted for this supportive spell, feeling somewhat exasperated by the limitations of water magic. The low power of basic spells and the scarcity of offensive spells were frustrating. In contrast, fire magic, with its small and large fireballs, could easily overwhelm all copper-tier mages. Teacher Xuelon, you previously mentioned the topic of magical techniques. Is it possible for me to learn this technique in advance? Mastery of it would be advantageous for the upcoming tournament. After completing the basic water healing spell, Roland proposed this idea. Magical techniques? Xuelon appeared taken aback. Indeed, magical techniques can significantly enhance a mage's capabilities, but they require long-term practice. Otherwise, they may leave one at a disadvantage during combat. I wish to give it a try. Roland responded with a smile. Very well, Roland. However, I hope you refrain from employing these techniques in battle until you have thoroughly mastered them. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. Xuelon nodded gravely. There are many magical techniques, but only 2 are suitable for your current stage: parallel magic and magic acceleration. Which would you choose? Xuelon was finally swayed by Roland's insistence. Parallel magic, Roland declared with conviction. Upon hearing his response, Xuelon quickly began sketching on a piece of white paper, leaving behind elegant azure lines. Seeing that her goal was achieved, a smile graced Roland's lips. As for the parallel magic technique that Xuelon was teaching, Roland was unconcerned. He valued the legitimate opportunity to utilize this magical technique. He had already learned parallel magic a month prior under the guidance of the Pharaoh, according to that arrogant old man. His technique in parallel magic was unparalleled. Pharaoh, why do the parallel magic techniques you and Xuelon taught me share so many similarities? Merely altering the method of magical control slightly, how is it that your technique allows for the casting of concurrent spells at more than twice the speed? Under the cloak of night, Roland, beside the pond at his home, not only delved into the source of magic, but also practiced his first learned magical technique, concurrent magic. Youngster, the fruits of my over a century of research cannot possibly be matched by that little girl. The Pharaoh, upon hearing Roland's query, became even more insistent. Concurrent magic entails the mastery of 2 or more spells simultaneously, allowing for their release at once, or enabling 2 or more defensive spells to coexist. For instance, the only defensive spell Roland is currently learning, the water shield technique, can only protect one direction of his body. Concurrent magic provides a solution to this limitation. During that day's demonstration, Xuelon managed to control 3 water shields simultaneously, safeguarding her from all directions. When applied to offense, concurrent magic can unleash several single-target spells at the enemy simultaneously. However, for Roland, who can almost instantaneously cast Water Arrow, its offensive utility seems rather negligible. The true strength of concurrent magic lies in its ability to exponentially enhance defense. Noticing Roland's prolonged silence, the Pharaoh appeared somewhat restless. After all, spending all day confined within the confines of the bronze earring, with nothing to occupy himself, was quite tedious. Youngster, concurrent magic is merely the surface of your exposure to magical techniques that I have long asserted that once you ascend to the rank of a level 4 mage, you will truly enter a genuine magical realm. At present, You are merely on the periphery of this magical world. Pharaoh, when will I be able to cast spells freely without the need for daily justifications or excuses? Roland complained while practicing. Indeed, he felt quite frustrated. Having spent such a considerable time in this magical realm, he was enduring it solely for the sake of his own survival. This was particularly vexing for Roland, who had relished in the thrill of swift retribution in his previous life. Moreover, he was not one to willingly play the role of a subordinate. The notion of stealthily operating in the shadows was nothing more than a farce. Youngster, you must understand that gain is proportional to sacrifice. If you wish to acquire something, you must be willing to give something in return. The pharaoh abruptly admonished Roland. Enough, Pharaoh, enough. I comprehend your grand principles. When it comes to philosophy, I may even surpass you. If I am to exert myself to this extent, and upon becoming a level 4 mage, you still expect me to play the fool, I shall refrain from speaking to you for a month. No, a year, Roland threatened vehemently. Although the notion of a year of silence appeared absurd, it was the most effective method he had discovered thus far to deal with the pharaoh. The old man, it seemed, could hardly contain his frustration if Roland were to avoid conversing with him for even a single day. To Roland's surprise, the pharaoh did not vehemently oppose him. With a wry smile, Roland steadied his breath and began to intensely channel his source of magic once more. This desperate endeavor was also aimed at enabling him to live more freely and with less constraint. The prolonged exertion honed Roland's pain tolerance to an astonishing degree. The agony from 5 successive assaults on the source of magic merely rendered his complexion pale and brought forth a few beads of cold sweat upon his brow. No one could discern that Roland was currently enduring immense suffering. With a muffled groan, Roland completed his 5 strikes against the magical source, then seated himself on the ground. Employing the meditation technique Roland had taught him to swiftly consolidate the effects of his exertion. A few days prior, Roland had proposed increasing the number of strikes to 6, but he faced vehement opposition from the pharaoh. Youngster, do you truly wish to unleash your magic without restraint? The pharaoh's voice unexpectedly intruded upon Roland's focused meditation, startling him. When one is deeply engrossed in a task, they are indeed more susceptible to disruptions. For heaven's sake, Pharaoh, could you not announce your presence in a less alarming manner? Roland grumbled. Oh, you ask if I desire to unleash my magic without reservation? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. You think anyone would willingly play the fool? Even attempting to earn a little coin or participate in a competition requires endless scheming. Try it yourself and see if you wouldn't feel disheartened. Roland replied, exasperated. Very well, then I shall grant you this opportunity, the pharaoh suddenly declared. You grant me this opportunity? Pharaoh, your jest lacks humor, without a physical form. How could you assist me? Roland found the pharaoh's statement utterly absurd. Please, save your attempts at jesting for another time. Roland's retort was abruptly cut short as a deafening scream erupted from him, causing his legs to buckle, and he fainted. The commotion startled countless night birds into flight. Roland, what has happened to you? The anguished cries of Roland brought his parents, Ronald and Afra, rushing from their bedroom. When Roland regained consciousness, he found himself in his own bed. Glancing at the sky, it seemed dawn was breaking. His father, Ronald, held an empty potion vial, his gaze fixed intently upon Roland. Roland recognized it as the basic recovery potion he had prepared at home some time ago. Roland, what has befallen you? Please do not frighten your mother. As Roland slowly awoke, his mother, Afra, grasped his hand and wept, wiping her tears incessantly. Roland gently massaged his forehead, still plagued by a throbbing headache. He was uncertain about the events that had transpired, which had caused even one as resilient as he, able to endure 5 strikes against the source of magic, to lose consciousness that, I am fine, mother. I merely exerted myself too much. I just need to rest for a moment. Roland could only soothe his mother, the lingering pain in his head making him quite uncomfortable. Dear, the child needs to rest. The potion has already been consumed. Come now, let Roland recuperate. At this pivotal moment, Ronald stepped in, guiding the tearful Afra away. Ouch! Roland groaned painfully. He managed to retrieve a flask containing the essence of water from the bronze space and took several swigs, which offered him a slight measure of relief. Yet the dull ache in his head remained unrelieved. You old fool! What on earth did you just do to me? Roland longed to question, but any exertion sent waves of pain coursing through his head. Soon, he sank back into the bronze space, where he was directly informed that the recent incident was linked to that infernal old man. Humph, did you not say that I, a being without a physical form, could accomplish nothing? The pharaoh's scoff resonated from the bronze space, his words tinged with an unmistakable mirth. What on earth did you use against me? Roland was eager to understand the nature of the attack. You think my days trapped within this bronze earring have been in vain? There are methods of attack even without a physical form. Mental impact, do you comprehend? The pharaoh retorted disdainfully. Mental impact? Roland murmured he had indeed never encountered any information regarding mental attacks in the magical realm. Hey, you have now personally experienced its power. I should possess the capability to grant you this opportunity. The pharaoh chuckled. Roland paused, realization dawning upon him. Yes, indeed. I do have it, pharaoh. You shall henceforth be my steadfast support. By the way, what is the strongest opponent your mental capabilities can confront? Roland inquired, grinning that I am uncertain. The pharaoh's response left Roland astounded. Surely there must be some range of adversaries you can confront. Pharaoh, Roland pressed, anxious. Range? Theoretically, I should be invincible against all below the legendary level. Beyond that, I cannot say. You are the first test subject of the mental magic I have developed. I am your first casting subject? Roland exclaimed in surprise, pointing to himself. Very well. Pharaoh, I will reluctantly accept you as my ally. Following the pharaoh's affirmative response, Roland felt a surge of excitement. Theoretically invincible against all below the legendary level. Now, that was impressive. Roland felt a rush of glee. From Shu'ei-Lan, Roland had learned that the most formidable mage recorded in nearly 2 centuries on this magical continent was a gold-tier mage. Did this not imply that Roland could traverse this magical realm with unparalleled ease? However, Roland was not naive enough to believe that there were no hidden ancient beings lurking around. Hey, youngster, do not rejoice too soon. I merely prove that I am qualified to be your backup. I have not promised to be your support. The pharaoh's words doused Roland's elation like a bucket of cold water. Why not, pharaoh? Are you not afraid I will cease speaking to you for a year? Roland was taken aback. Do you not think to threaten me with such childish tactics? Youngster, as a research fanatic, I am not afraid of solitude. The pharaoh's demeanor was resolute. Roland rolled his eyes, thinking, if you are not afraid of solitude, then why do you insist on dragging me into conversation every day? However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Youngster, I've already stated, to obtain, one must give. Do you understand? If you wish to earn my support, one must consent to assist me with a trivial matter, a personal affair. After a lengthy preamble, the pharaoh finally unveiled his true intentions. Noticing Roland's silence, the pharaoh hastily added, Fear not, it is merely a few simple tasks. As long as you agree to undertake them in the future, I shall provide you with unconditional support starting now. Upon hearing this, Roland finally spoke up. Very well. If that is the case, I accept your proposition and shall endeavor to assist you. Pray, tell me what these tasks entail. Roland inquired. Indeed, that is the spirit. I require your help with 2 matters, which are in essence one and the same. Have you grasped it? This should not pose a challenge. The pharaoh chuckled mischievously. Old man, what do you think? Whether it is difficult or not, you ought to know best. Roland retorted with a hint of irritation. Just state whether you will undertake this task. If not, let it be. Roland, who had intended to haggle, found himself thwarted by the pharaoh's brazen demeanor. Very well. I agree. However, bear in mind that any adversaries I cannot handle, and those formidable troubles, shall be your responsibility from now on. Roland readily accepted the pharaoh's terms. He had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, even if the pharaoh did not use this alleged support as a condition, Roland would still have consented to assist this pitiful old man with his 2 tasks. Influenced by certain traditional ideologies from his past life, Roland secretly regarded the pharaoh as his esteemed mentor. My old friend, do you still doubt me? However, do refrain from causing disturbances that would disrupt my peace. There's one thing I forgot to mention, the pharaoh admonished. What is it? Roland felt an ominous premonition. Within a span of 24 hours, I may only intervene once. No sooner had he finished speaking than the pharaoh vanished into the depths of the bronze earring space with a sudden whoosh. Roland was taken aback for a moment before promptly regaining his composure. "You deceitful old man!" "Roland, where this azure ring.it contains two basic water shield spells. They can be utilized for defense in critical moments. Remember, if you cannot endure, simply concede." On the eve of the free challenge tournament, Shui Lan summoned Roland and handed him an azure ring that she had taken off her pinky finger. Observing Shui Lan's delicate fingers, Roland swallowed hard. "Shui Lan, I do not require this. Perhaps you should bestow it upon the three of them instead." Roland gestured toward Daphne and Xiao Xiao Yi, who were not far off. Shui Lan glanced at Daphne and the others and remarked, "The magical gear they possess surpasses even that of the teacher. Moreover, while they will undoubtedly face many challengers as three beautiful maidens, no one would dare to be overly aggressive against them." Fine. By the way, Shui Lan, is the use of magical equipment permitted in this free challenge tournament? Roland inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Roland, you must understand that magical gear is also a manifestation of strength. However, within the academy, only copper-grade magical equipment is permitted. Ultimately, victory relies primarily on one's own abilities, as most magical equipment serves defensive purposes." Understood. Shueland, I wonder if those seniors who have advanced to silver rank level 6 will challenge the copper rank level 5 juniors. Roland mused with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing this, Shueland wore a look of surprise. "Roland, you are not aware of the graduation requirements at Bandier Academy, are you?" Shueland asked incredulously. Not quite. What are the graduation requirements?" Roland shrugged. "Roland, at Bandier Academy, one may graduate once one's cultivation reaches level 5 as a combatant. Furthermore, this level does not accurately reflect true strength. Some individuals focus on accumulating magical power, while others emphasize honing their combat skills. There are also those who balance both aspects. This results in a portion of students advancing quickly in rank, while others possess significant strength yet remain at lower levels. This is why the Academy permits challenges against students one rank lower." Shuelan patiently elucidated to Roland. I understand. Shuelan, what are the rewards for this free challenge tournament? Ever since receiving the Pharaoh's promise yesterday, Roland suddenly felt an exhilarating sense of ambition. The first-place winner of the challenge points will receive an extremely valuable silver-grade magical defensive equipment, while the second and third places will receive copper-grade defensive equipment. The 4th to 6th places will each receive a low-grade copper magic crystal, and the 7th to 10th places will be awarded 100 gold coins. With nearly 1,000 participants, securing a spot in the top 10 requires exceptional prowess. Shui Lan elaborated in detail. A low-grade copper magic crystal. Roland's eyes lit up at the mention of it. He had finally heard of something that should exist in otherworldly continents. Shui Lan, how does one acquire this low-grade copper magic crystal? And what is its purpose? In Roland's understanding, magic crystals were akin to currency for adventurers in otherworldly realms. They serve numerous functions and hold considerable value. However, you currently have no use for it. As for its origin, you'll understand it thoroughly once you become a level 5 mage. Shui Lan was reluctant to delve further into this topic. That time. Prioritize safety above all. Do not concern yourself with rankings. Magic crystals and magical equipment can be procured gradually in the future. Shui Lan once again cautioned Roland. Clearly skeptical of his prospects in the upcoming competition, Shui Lan, if I achieve a notable rank. Will you grant me a favor? Upon hearing Shui Lan's lack of faith in his abilities for this tournament, Roland was struck by a sudden thought. Just yesterday, he had temporarily resolved his lingering worries, and today he found himself contemplating something different. A favor. Shui Lan's expression revealed her confusion. Indeed, a favor. Merely a student wishing to be rewarded for outstanding performance by their teacher. Roland hastily clarified. Very well. However, do not harbor overly high hopes. The majority of those who secure a spot in the top 10 each year are noble scions, and the significance of magical gear can be quite impactful. Shui Lan remarked with an air of implication. Understood. Roland replied excitedly. On the eve of June 1 ST, in a vast square of Bandier Academy, 10 tall competition platforms were erected. Each platform was rectangular, measuring approximately 30 meters in length and 15 meters in width. The rules regarding the free challenge tournament had been promptly delivered to Shui Lan's teaching garden, essentially intended for Roland. Each participant may challenge others up to 2 times per day and may be challenged twice as well. During the 10-day tournament, each student must challenge someone at least once and respond to a challenge at least once to be deemed qualified. Naturally, the challenge party possesses the right to decline. However, in this world where strength reigns supreme, displaying cowardice could have lifelong repercussions. The direct disciple of Master Davis, Roland had yet to meet the old man, but he could not afford to shy away from a challenge. His reputation mattered little. However, as a disciple of the renowned Mage Davis from the Caroline Empire, to avoid a challenge without cause would be to disgrace himself across the entire continent. Winning a match earns 3 points. Losing 1 point and a draw earns 2 points. The final rankings will be determined based on these points. Should there be a tie in points, a separate match will be held to resolve the ranking. This means that to enter the top 10 and potentially secure first place, one must challenge others twice daily, respond to challenges twice, and achieve victory in all matches to theoretically claim first place. Roland muttered to himself, "Young lady, this is the battle schedule for tomorrow, as well as the entire competition period." Freshly delivered by the Academy's teachers, a voice rang out from the teaching garden. Belonging to Uncle Bam. Since the last incident where Uncle Bam showcased his remarkable archery skills, he had continued to reside at the entrance of Shui Land's teaching garden. However, Carnegie, who visited daily with flowers, now regarded the unassuming Uncle Bam with a newfound respect. The entire tournament's battle schedule? Typically, the challenge schedule for the following day is arranged the day prior, is it not? Shui Land queried, perplexed. Young lady. This primarily concerns Roland. That teacher indicated that the students wishing to challenge Roland have already filled the 10-day slots, and thus it was necessary to arrange them in advance. Furthermore, the Academy's teachers urged us to deliver the challenges promptly should anyone wish to challenge tomorrow. Uncle Bam respectfully explained. Alas, Shui Land sighed. She had not anticipated that accepting a male student would bring such tribulations to Roland. Please deliver this challenge schedule to Roland and instruct him to prepare diligently. Shui Land commanded with a hint of resignation. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a knock on the door heralded Uncle Bam's entry with a stack of papers. Roland, do your best. Uncle Bam left behind those 5 words along with the pile of papers before departing gracefully. I never imagined I would be so popular. Roland forced a smile as he spoke. The annual Freedom Challenge at Bander Academy commenced punctually on the first day of the competition. The governor of North Yorkshire, the esteemed Earl Rachel Brett, personally attended to deliver a speech, significantly invigorating the enthusiasm of the students. Earl Rachel promised that those who excelled would be granted direct entry into the City Guard upon graduation or could be recommended by North Yorkshire to join the Central Legion of the Caroline Empire. This was undoubtedly a substantial incentive, filling the minds of many students of modest standing with grand aspirations. The speech concluded, a resounding voice began to announce names. Please summon Feeling and Gessie to combat Platform 1. Please summon Feeling and Gessie to combat Platform 1. After repeating this twice, the announcer proceeded to the next platform. Among the casual throng of students, pairs began to ascend the 10 combat platforms. Shortly after, the instructors stationed at each platform began to wave their hands slowly. In mere moments, a barrier enveloping each combat platform arose. 10 platforms, 10 barriers. Among them, 7 were earth-toned, while 3 shimmered in shades of aquamarine. Subsequently, with the permission of the 10 barrier mages, the referee entered the combat arena. After a brief explanation of the rules, the competition officially commenced. Roland, amidst the throng of students, gravitated towards combat platform 3. Intending to observe the matches, the duel on platform 3 featured a level 3 magic warrior against a level 2 magic archer. The outcome and course of the battle utterly astonished Roland. The 30-meter distance of the platform appeared insurmountable for the level 3 magic warrior. The magic archer, merely maneuvering from afar, unleashed 6 wind arrows before the referee declared the level 2 magic archer the victor. The reason was clear. 3 of the wind arrows struck the magical light armor of the level 3 magic warrior, leaving 3 distinct red marks, one directly over the heart. Observing the 2 contestants remove their magical armor and depart, Roland was left in shock. The pace of the competition was exceedingly swift. In under 2 minutes, it was all over. Soon, the contest across the 10 platforms concluded within 5 minutes, with all victors being magic archers. The only tie occurred between a level 4 magic archer and a level 4 barrier mage. The outcome revealed that the level 4 magic archer had exhausted their magical energy and failed to breach the personal defensive barrier of the level 4 barrier mage, while the barrier mage was unable to inflict damage on the agile magic archer, leading the referee to declare a draw. This showcased the prominence of magic archers across the magical continent. It could be said that among every 10 combatants, at least 5 were magic archers. Were it not for the financial requirements associated with being a magic archer, this figure would likely be even higher. The individual and collective combat prowess of magic archers was indeed formidable. In the 4th round of the competition, Roland and Benny were called to combat platform 6. Roland and Benny, please proceed to combat platform 6. After observing for a while, Roland's name was suddenly announced. He recognized Benny. Having encountered him several times before, Benny was a devoted suitor of Daphne. Roland had previously thwarted Benny's attempts to engage with Daphne during meals in the cafeteria, and he had even tried to bribe Roland privately, being the sole heir of a certain earl in the Empire. The moment Roland's name echoed through the arena, the atmosphere surged with excitement. From above, one could see the crowd converging towards combat platform as in the distance. The barrier of platform 6 shimmered, revealing a handsome young man deftly donning his magical light armor. His eyes began to scan the surroundings. Roland narrowed his eyes and hastened towards combat platform 6 of Roland. Wait! Just as Roland lifted his foot to depart, he felt someone grasp his sleeve. A faint, fragrant scent wafted from behind him. Chow Chow. What is it? I must go to the match. Roland was taken aback and somewhat anxious. If he did not arrive within 5 minutes, it would be considered a forfeit, which he could not afford. This is a gift from Sister Daphne for you. And this is mine. Halfway through her sentence, Chow Chow's face flushed, and she quickly turned to leave. Roland, these are the same as what Shui Lan gave you. Chow Chow called back hurriedly, her hair bouncing as she dashed towards combat platform 6. Following Chow Chow's departing figure, Roland noticed Shui Lan, Daphne, and Pauline gathered together, surrounded by several young noblemen vying for their attention. In Roland's hands were 2 new items, a delicate pink earring and a deep blue necklace still warm to the touch. According to Chow Chow, these were 2 pieces of defensive magical equipment. Roland smiled slightly, tucking the magical gear into his pocket, planning not to use them. In the brief moment he lingered, various taunts already erupted from the crowd surrounding platform 6. Some called Roland a coward, others labeled him a cowardly fool, and there were even more disparaging remarks. Roland rushed to combat platform 6, but found himself unable to push through. The platform was encircled by 4 to 5 layers of spectators, making it exceedingly difficult for Roland to advance, while the countdown timer suspended above the platform continued to dwindle. Make way, make way. I am Roland, here to challenge. Roland exerted himself, attempting to push through the throng, perplexed as to why a mere level 2 mage attracted such attention. However, his voice was drowned out by the louder jeers, and those in front showed no intention of parting. Meanwhile, Benny, the level 3 magic archer on the platform, maintained a cool demeanor, striking a handsome pose while awaiting Roland's arrival. Conversely, Benny did not wish for Roland to back down. Rather, he anticipated Roland's challenge. As a level 3 magic archer, Benny was confident not only against a level 2 water mage, but even against a level 4 water mage. He felt he had a strong chance. Benny had long harbored a desire to teach Roland a lesson for consistently interrupting his opportunities to dine with beautiful women. Get out of my way. I am here to challenge. Suddenly, a booming voice startled Benny, who had been enjoying the raucous crowd's jeers directed at Roland, nearly causing him to drop his magical BOW. In truth, a portion of the hecklers were merely the sycophants of the nobleman blocking Roland's path. Otherwise, such a fervor would never have arisen. Following the thunderous shout, the 100 surrounding combat platform 6 were momentarily stunned into silence. Roland, at this point, was unconcerned about his own embarrassment. However, he felt compelled to avoid bringing shame upon Shui Lan. Summoning a surge of strength, Roland aggressively pushed aside the students obstructing his path, charging forward with determination. I am Roland, here to challenge. Once atop the platform, Roland boldly proclaimed his name. With the barrier mage's permission, He swiftly passed through the translucent earth barrier and donned the designated magical light armor at a rapid pace. Roland, I thought you would shy away from the challenge. What a pity, but it's fortunate you came. I shall demonstrate the might of the magic archer, so you won't embarrass yourself in front of me again. Benny declared with an arrogant grin upon Roland's arrival. Ah, yes, that's so. You will soon witness the strength of a mage. Roland retorted while fastening his magical armor. Ha! Mages were formidable once, but before the nemesis of mages, the magic archer, they are utterly powerless. Remember, my first arrow will target your left leg. Benny's smile was aristocratic, and his haughty words carried an air of nobility. Roland chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Attacks to the throat, face, or lower regions are prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. The referee swiftly reiterated the rules. The competition begins. With a flourish of the referee's flag, the barrier separating Roland from Benny vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Roland discreetly assessed the barrier mage, whose silver badge bore 3 eggshell-like symbols. A level 8 silver barrier mage seemed to be quite formidable. A thought flickered through Roland's mind. Water arrow technique. No sooner had the referee's flag descended than Roland's lips moved rapidly, invoking a silent incantation. Meanwhile, Benny had just knocked an arrow, shaping a blue wind arrow. A flash of aquamarine light surged forth, striking Benny with tremendous force in the chest at a red illuminated the heart area of Benny's magical armor. In his moment of shock, a water blue shield materialized in front of Roland. Water shield technique? Roland wins. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, the referee was the first to react, promptly announcing the outcome of the battle. The referee indeed had a limited view. Just as he lowered his head, a crimson indicating a hit illuminated the heart of Benny's magical light armor. He could only adhere to the rules and declare Roland the victor. Benny stood dazed, and the crowd of students below was equally bewildered. What kind of battle was this? It ended before it even began. When did a wizard's attack speed surpass that of a magical archer? No, referee, he cheated. He utilized offensive magical equipment. No, referee, he launched a sneak attack. Benny, regaining his wits, turned pale. After all, he had entered the arena clad in exquisite copper-level magical defensive gear. Without a single arrow fired, he was defeated by a so-called wizard who was a whole level lower than him. He could not afford to lose face. The referee on the 6th competition stage scoffed. Such an undignified individual. Losing is losing, and to refuse to acknowledge defeat is even more contemptible. Teacher, can we conclude this? May I leave? Roland inquired of the referee. Indeed, the victor has been determined. You may depart. The referee nodded with a smile. This match was likely the shortest in the arena today. Thank you, Roland called out to the infuriated level 3 magical archer Benny as he removed his magical light armor, exited the arena's barrier, and strode towards the exit. Yet Benny, the level 3 magical archer, found himself at a loss. The word frustration was clearly written across his face. He was utterly vexed. At that moment, the stunned students below erupted in outrage. Cheater! Cheater! You despicable sneak attacker! Their angry shouts ultimately coalesced into 5 words. Shameless Roland. Roland paid them no heed, making his way directly to where Shui Lan was seated. Whether the water spell was cast using magical equipment or by his own hand, Roland had no desire to clarify and was quite pleased to let others misunderstand. The outcome was what mattered most. The process was merely for enjoyment. On the first day of the competition, Roland had already made a name for himself at Bandier Academy, earning the moniker Shameless Roland. In the previous 2 days' 8 matches, whether challenging others or being challenged himself, Roland concluded each bout with a swift barrage of 1 to 4 water spells. The final battle on the second day saw Roland facing a level 3 barrier master. The outcome was that Roland, with almost no delay, unleashed 5 water spells that obliterated the barrier master's initial defense. Then, the 4th water spell struck accurately at the barrier master's heart. Naturally, the ignorant students attributed Roland's ability to swiftly cast water spells to his magical equipment. However, no one had ever employed offensive magical equipment as shamelessly as Roland did. Thus, the title Shameless Roland was born as the competition reached its 3rd day. Truly thrilling battles commenced. This was due to a regulation regarding the free competition. Students who had won 2 consecutive matches when challenging those who had lost 2 in a row, would have their results disregarded regardless of victory or defeat. This rule prompted those at the top of the rankings to engage in fierce battles. Students who had lost 2 or more matches effectively forfeited their chances to contend for a top 10 position, thus indirectly withdrawing from the competition. Meanwhile, the list of challengers for Roland, the rising star of the Academy, had quietly changed. "You are shameless Roland?" On the competition stage, Alinson casually held his copper-level magical bow and scoffed at it was indeed a disgrace for Bandier Academy to have a participant who relied entirely on offensive magical equipment make it to the 3rd day of the competition. Alinson was a civilian power player at the Academy, having been a level 3 magical archer for over 6 months. Many students had predicted that Alinson's talent had peaked. However, in the previous 2 days' matches, Alinson's displayed prowess had already reached the level of a 4-level magical archer. When registering for the challenge, a student's professional rank was determined solely by their self-assessed status as a combatant. Perhaps this was the only loophole in Bandier Academy's free challenge format. Alinson was a seed contender for a top 10 finish in the Bandier Academy competition. Whether it's a kitchen knife or a sharp sword, as long as it can kill, it's a weapon. Roland grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. And no matter how many pigs you slay, a kitchen knife remains a kitchen knife. Alinson chuckled lightly, but tightened his grip on the magical bow. This match was crucial for him, not merely for the outcome, but for Roland's fate. No one understood better than Alinson the challenges a commoner faced in becoming a high-level combatant. The precious training methods and the exorbitantly priced magical equipment were all formidable obstacles for commoners aspiring to ascend to higher ranks. As for him, had he not signed a contract with the Brett family of North Yorkshire during his first year at the Academy, which he deemed quite favorable, he would have found himself unable to afford even the tuition fees, let alone the valuable magical bow he currently wielded. More than half of the magical archer students practiced with standard wooden bows costing 2 gold coins each, yet he had been fortunate enough to acquire a genuine copper-level magical bow valued at 100 gold coins, provided by the Brett family. The distinction between a magical bow and a regular bow lay in 2 aspects: the speed of the magical arrows and their range. The increased speed of the arrows correspondingly enhanced their attack power. Of course, acquiring all of this came at a price. For instance, should he follow the Elder's directives and eliminate or severely injure the opponent before him, his status within the Brett family would be elevated, and his monthly stipend would double. Beneath the competition stage where Roland stood, more than half of Bandier Academy's students had gathered. They continuously shouted slogans encouraging Alinson and demanding that he pummel Roland. While there were a few students supporting Roland, there were merely a handful of outliers. Among them, a small group even placed bets on who would win between Roland and Alinson. Roland felt a pang of regret. Had he been able to rush over, he would have gladly wagered 100 gold coins, hoping to make a significant profit, for he felt exceptionally confident in his abilities. Throughout the 2 days of competition, Roland relied solely on his own strength. As for the magical equipment gifted to him by Shueilon and Daphne, he had not utilized any of it. Scanning the crowd, Roland suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the spectators: Carnegie, the future heir of the Brett family. When Roland looked at Carnegie, it seemed that Carnegie was also observing him from a stance. Carnegie wore a gentlemanly smile and nodded at Roland with a friendly grin. Roland returned the gesture with a smile. However, had Roland known Carnegie's true intentions, he might not have been so cheerful. Alinson, Roland's opponent on the competition stage, was precisely a pawn that lackeys of the Brett family had subdued a year prior, and now was the perfect opportunity to employ him. Furthermore, lackeys' maneuvering to prevent Alinson from advancing in rank as a combatant was also his handiwork, of course, with some monetary compensation involved. Carnegie was present to witness the ultimate outcome of this affair. Should Roland encounter any mishap in this competition, it would bear no connection to the Brett family. As for the subsequent challenges arranged by Carnegie for Roland from among the Brett family's offspring, those were merely smoke and mirrors or a contingency plan. The competition begins. With the referee's flag waved, the barrier separating Roland and Alinson shimmered and vanished in an instant, almost simultaneously with the referee's signal. Both Roland and Alinson began to radiate light. A yellow-brown shield swiftly appeared before Alinson. The earth-based defensive magic, Earth Shield, was the strongest defensive spell among the basic magics. Alinson was already well aware of Roland's combat style, relying on speed to win as long as he could withstand Roland's initial attack, and then move and shoot on the competition stage. Alinson believed that Roland would have no further opportunities. Raising the shield was the first task a magician needed to accomplish. Roland had ingrained the action of raising a shield into his mind as if it were an essential step, akin to applying buffs in a game before entering a dungeon in a previous life. Water shield. Roland swiftly channeled his magical power with intention, conjuring a blue water shield in front of him. Although Roland's speed in casting the water shield was impressive, it was still slightly slower than the speed of magic sealed within his equipment. As Roland waved his hand, Alinson had already lifted his magical bow, forming the first magical arrow in its nascent state. Almost simultaneously, a blue and a green light shot forth, aimed at each other. Sizzle, pop, bang. The sound of 3 light impacts echoed as Alinson's wind arrow struck and shattered Roland's water shield. As the water arrow of Roland struck the earthen shield, it merely quivered, its brilliance dimming slightly. Almost simultaneously, both Alinson on the stage and Carnegie in the audience wore faint smiles, the sole distinction being that Alinson's smile was one of triumph, while Carnegie's was that of a noble's composed demeanor. The initial strike revealed Roland to be at a disadvantage, as the shattering of his water shield echoed through the arena. Alinson abruptly halted his swift movements, and a cerulean arrow materialized atop his enchanted bow. With a soft twang, the bowstring sang as Alinson's wind arrow shot straight for Roland, not aimed at the heart protected by magical light armor, but rather at Roland's thigh. Gasps escaped the lips of the majority of the students below, including the likes of Waterlanda, Daphne, and the 4 women, as they held their breaths, their gazes fixed upon Roland. Though this free challenge was fiercely contested, 99% of the matches remained relatively mild. Yet, blood was about to be drawn. This incited a thrilling mix of fear and excitement among the spectators, akin to witnessing a brawl where the more brutal the fight, the more exhilarating it became for the onlookers. Upon witnessing the destruction of his water shield, Roland's heart raced, prompting him to cease his intention to unleash a water arrow. Instead, he swiftly directed his magical energy towards the magical array sustaining his water shield spell. Water shield. Just as Alinson's wind arrow was released, Roland's water shield manifested before him. He quickly adjusted the shield downward, sensing that his opponent's intentions were far from simple. Without a moment's pause, Roland began to conjure a second water shield. The distance was too short. At 30 meters, the arrow would reach him almost instantaneously. A trained magical archer could conjure a standard magical arrow, draw, aim, and release in under 2 seconds, if not faster. With a sudden impact, Roland's forward water shield shattered once more, but a slight jolt coursed through his thigh, a mere remnant of the force exerted by Alinson's wind arrow after shattering the shield. Below, some students exhaled in relief while others sighed, yet the atmosphere quickly grew tense again as Alinson conjured his third arrow. Alinson's countenance darkened slightly, his eyes gleaming with hostility. He detested those who relied excessively on magical equipment for dominance. Today he was determined to trample this shameless individual beneath his feet. He could hardly believe that this fellow could don numerous magical defensive items. Ordinary copper-tier magical defensive gear could only activate a basic protective spell once a day, with 2 activations being exceedingly rare, let alone 3. However, as Alinson released his third arrow, his pupils dilated in shock. Just as the arrow left the bowstring, he was astonished to see Roland conjuring not 1, but 2 water shields before him. This is impossible. The students below erupted in astonished cries. While utilizing a magical defensive item to activate a sealed spell was acceptable, manifesting 2 magical shields simultaneously was beyond comprehension. Perhaps even impossible. The majority of students marveled at Roland's impressive magical defenses. A discerning student began to ponder other possibilities, including Carnegie, given Carnegie's status. He had never witnessed someone capable of employing magical techniques with defensive magical gear. Could it be that Roland was truly a genius? The smile that had graced Carnegie's lips vanished, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Successfully conjuring 2 overlapping water shields was sufficient for Roland to defend against Alinson's 2 attacks. During Alinson's 2 strikes, Roland could unleash 4 or even 6 water arrows in retaliation. Thud! Thud! As Alinsen's fourth wind arrow pierced through Roland's 2 stacked water shields. Roland simultaneously unleashed 2 water arrows that shattered Alinsen's earthen shield. Bang! Just as Alinsen knocked his 5th wind arrow, Roland's water arrow struck true, hitting the heart region, igniting a red light upon his magical light armor. Yet, the battle was far from over, for Alinsen's 5th wind arrow was loosed as anticipated. With a shatter, Roland's water shield disintegrated. However, the students below, including the referee and Roland himself, paid little heed, believing it to be merely a stray shot from Alinsen, whose momentum had carried him beyond control. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just as Roland awaited the referee's announcement of the match's conclusion, Alinsen's 6th arrow suddenly knocked onto his bow, swiftly aimed at Roland. With a release, the 6th wind arrow hurtled toward Roland's left leg, and in that instant, the 7th wind arrow was drawn. As Roland turned to glance at the referee, a flicker of instinctive caution arose within him. Alinsen's 6th arrow had already been loosed. Water. The time was far too brief. The swiftly flying arrow traversed the 30-meter distance, leaving Roland with no opportunity to react. His instinctive response was to activate the water shield spell, not the one gifted to him by Waterlanda on the Azure Ring. The speed of human consciousness is incredibly rapid. However, the activation of the water shield required a process. Just as a faint azure glow began to manifest before him, the 6th wind arrow from Alinsen whistled through the air, passing unimpeded through the nascent shimmer of light. With a piercing thud, the sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh accompanied Roland's muffled grunt. Alinsen's 6th wind arrow had penetrated Roland's left leg, creating a gaping hole the size of a thumb. A spurt of blood erupted forth. A searing pain radiated from Roland's left leg, yet he understood that this was not the moment to tend to his injury. Alinsen might still pose a threat after the match, perhaps even launching a subsequent attack. Roland chose to disregard the agony in his leg, even amidst the excruciating torment reminiscent of a bone-deep anguish during his magical source trials. He could still concentrate his mind. The pain from the wind arrow's wound bore no impact on Roland's focus. The referee stood stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In that fleeting moment, Alinsen's 7th wind arrow took shape. As the situation reached a critical juncture, Roland suddenly recalled the azure ring bestowed upon him by Waterlanda, but he swiftly directed his mental energy toward the ring, activating the water shield, spell sealed within. At the same time, he instinctively funneled his magical energy towards the embedded water arrow spell within him, achieving a speed of guidance that surpassed any previous activation of the water arrow spell, nearly matching the velocity he attained during his magical source trials. The arena erupted with gasps and excited shrieks, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly chaotic. Carnegie, observing from the sidelines, wore a conflicted expression. Had Alinsen aimed for Roland's throat with that last arrow, all issues would have been resolved. Waterlanda and the others, watching anxiously from the edge of the arena, felt helpless. A silver tier level 8 barrier, mage's pure defensive barrier, could not be breached by a magician or magical archer of the same tier in mere minutes. All that remained was to observe Roland and the referee. With a draw and release, Alinsen's 7th arrow soared forth. However, as he launched the 7th arrow, a flicker of regret crossed his face. He had been a moment too late. Otherwise, his wind arrow would have struck Roland's thigh wound twice, potentially crippling him. Such an outcome would have fulfilled his mission and appeased Elderacus, though he had contemplated the prospect of eliminating Roland entirely. Alinsen remained acutely aware that if he were to take Roland's life after the match's conclusion, it would not be deemed an accident, but rather an act of blatant murder. In such a case, not only would his future be jeopardized, but perhaps even his very life. After all, Bander Academy was under scrutiny both within the Caroline Empire and throughout the magical continent. Alinsen had an ominous premonition. Should he actually kill Roland, the Academy would undoubtedly punish him, and the Brett family would likely abandon him as a pawn. Having toiled at the bottom for several years, Alinsen possessed a keen understanding of such matters. A blue and green light intertwined upon the arena, and Alinsen's expression shifted to one of shock. Water arrow. Thud. Bang. A scream. The three sounds resonated almost simultaneously, First, Alinson's wind arrow struck Roland's water shield. Then came the sound of the shield shattering, followed immediately by Roland's water arrow striking Alinson's right hand, eliciting a cry of anguish from him. Roland's thoughts were rather straightforward. To survive, he must first incapacitate Alinson. Undoubtedly, the most effective way to render the magical archer powerless was to strike at his wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, Roland unleashed 2 consecutive water arrows, aimed directly at Alinson's right wrist. At that instant, the teacher officiating the match also reacted. However, he could only opt for close-range control over Alinson, as he lacked the authority to penalize him. Thus, the referee swiftly lunged toward Alinson, preparing to intervene. Just as he reached Alinson and was about to take action, he witnessed 2 azure streaks of light flash before his eyes, followed by Alinson's earth-shattering scream of agony. No. Alinson cried out in terror, his gaze fixated on his right wrist as he emitted a howl reminiscent of a wolf's, filled with despair. Blood from Roland's left leg had already spread across the arena. Meanwhile, Alinson clutched his right wrist in despair, wailing mournfully. The wrist bore a gaping hole, large enough for 2 fingers to pass through, a result of Roland's 3 water arrow strikes. The bloody white bones and faintly yellowish tendons were starkly visible, his hand hanging limply, devoid of strength. Alinson stared at his wrist, which was gushing blood and translucent, his eyes vacant and hopeless. Upon witnessing this dire situation, the referee halted his advance, stunned and unprepared for such an occurrence. After a brief pause, he retrieved a finely crafted amplification crystal from his robes. Reporting to the competition leadership team, an incident has occurred at Arena 6. Immediate assistance is required. The referee chose to inform the Academy's authorities. Roland scoffed disdainfully at the despondent Alinson. He tore a strip from his clothing and tightly bound the penetrating wound on his thigh. Blood loss could be fatal. Then he focused intently, casting 3 water healing spells on the gaping wound in his leg until the flow of blood ceased its frantic surge. The effects of the basic healing spell were not particularly pronounced. It merely accelerated the healing process. It was said that more advanced healing magic could staunch bleeding instantaneously, and Alinson's pitiful moans had faded, leaving only the sound of dripping blood and his vacant stare, as if the wounded wrist were not his OWAT this moment. Alinson's mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought. I am finished. My future is over. How can a magical archer, rendered one-handed, continue to be an archer? I am done for, utterly incapacitated. This relentless thought echoed in Alinson's mind, oblivious to the consequences of the incident. Minutes later, several elder teachers rushed into the arena. After assessing the situation, one teacher cast a higher-level healing spell on both Roland and Alinson. Alinson was subsequently escorted away by the Academy's security team. Dispersing a crowd of students who were still in shock, the barrier dissipated. Shui Lan was the first to ascend the arena, promptly casting a mid-level healing spell, Water Heal, on Roland once more. Following this, Shui Lan performed an astonishing act that left all the students agape. She supported Roland. Roland returned to the Academy to rest. The institution will handle this matter appropriately, Shui Lan declared, feeling the cool, delicate touch of her hand on his arm. Roland was taken aback. The aroma wafting around him made his heart race unexpectedly. His youthful self, hidden beneath the mage's robe, began to respond involuntarily. Roland's face flushed crimson, and he attempted to adjust his posture to conceal his excitement. Though masked by the robe, if he stood upright, the outline of his youthful exuberance would be evident. With Shui Lan's support, Roland, tense all over, made his way towards the Academy, while many of his more individualistic male classmates remained frozen, internally lamenting that if injury could lead to the gentle support of the Swan Mentor, then enduring any wound would be worth it. Meanwhile, Carnegie, who had been quietly observing the unfolding events from beneath the arena, suddenly parted the crowd and hurriedly exited towards the Academy, realizing that their decision regarding Roland had been gravely mistaken. My lord, the young master urgently requests an audience. The butler of the Brett family, Hark, gently knocked on the door of the study located at the highest point of their castle, just outside North Yorkshire. Oh, Carnegie, is it? Let him in. The authoritative voice of the current family head, Rachel Brett, resonated from within as Carnegie cautiously entered the study, He found his father, or rather the family patriarch, Rachel Brett, standing by the window, surveying the entirety of the castle. Rachel preferred the quietude of this castle, perched halfway up the mountainside, rather than the clamor and opulence of their estate in North Yorkshire. He relished the feeling of having a commanding view, and the decayed nobility that permeated the castle's atmosphere. Speak, what is the urgent matter? Remember, for a future patriarch, there's never an urgent matter. Never reveal your true feelings to outsiders. Only then can you be a qualified, noble leader. Rachel regarded his son Carnegie with admiration. Carnegie bore the echoes of his youth, yet lacked the steadiness he had developed over time. Respecting my father's teachings, Carnegie replied respectfully, bowing his head. Father, I have been observing other students challenging Roland at the academy these past few days, and suddenly realized that perhaps our approach to Roland is a grave mistake. Oh, a grave mistake. Rachel raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Carnegie to continue. Roland is likely a genius in water magic. Despite being only a level 2 mage, he has already demonstrated the ability to utilize simultaneous spells. And his spellcasting speed is only half a beat slower than that of the magical archer. If the family were to invest fully in his training, he possesses significant potential to become a golden tier mage. Pausing momentarily, Carnegie continued. Furthermore, I revisited Roland's family record yesterday and discovered that his growth in strength over the past year has been rather ambiguous. However, the power he exhibits now, compared to the family record from last June, shows an astonishing leap. Carnegie glanced at Rachel, who remained silent, and continued speaking, fully aware of his father's tendency to reserve judgment until all was said. Last June, Roland was merely a level 4 magic apprentice, derisively labeled as an idiot. Yet, in this year's free challenge tournament at Bandial Academy, he showcased the strength of a level 2 mage. Progress from a level 4 apprentice to a level 2 mage in just 1 year is indeed remarkable. Having reached this point, Carnegie fell silent, knowing it was now time for his father, Rachel, to render judgment. Such substantial progress in a year is indeed remarkable. However, when compared to others of the same age, his talent would be deemed merely good, Rachel remarked, furrowing his brow. For an ancient family, a silver tier mage was neither surplus nor a deficit. However, a golden tier mage was a rare gem sought after by any empire. Rachel gently tugged at the communication cord in the study. Within a minute, the voice of the elderly butler Hark echoed from outside the door. Havlack has come to see me within half an hour. Rachel commanded, as you wish, my lord. Hark's humble voice responded from outside. Carnegie, share your thoughts. Rachel turned, seated himself in a mahogany chair behind the desk, and scrutinized Carnegie. Father, if Roland can maintain this rate of talent development, the likelihood of him advancing to a golden tier mage is exceedingly high. However, if this is merely a transient surge, but I believe that if there is a chance, we should seize it. Carnegie, your plans for your future inner circle are commendable. However, for an ancient family, stability is paramount, followed by progress. Do you understand? Rachel cryptically advised, as the grand clock on the wall marked the passing of 28 minutes. Lacus, an elder of the Brett family, rushed into the study, panting and drenched in sweat. Lacus, how do you explain Roland's incident? Rachel demanded as soon as Lacus entered, unleashing a torrent of reproach. Rachel is well aware of some unsavory matters within the family. However, there are certain issues that everyone recognizes as undesirable, yet there seems to be no means to alter the current state of affairs. This is particularly true regarding the management of the family's collateral branches. As the number of these branches continues to proliferate over time, certain complications become utterly unavoidable. It is akin to the officials within the Caroline Empire. Even the reigning emperor, Catullus VIII, is acutely aware that among the tens of thousands of officials in the empire, scarcely a one is free from the taint of bribery. The accumulation of wealth by each noble is invariably stained with the blood of countless commoners, yet they remain powerless to effect change. My elder brother, that Roland, was indeed a fool a year ago. Who could have foreseen that he would suddenly display talent a year later? Reports suggest that he suffered a severe illness last August. If any transformation occurred, it likely took place then. Lack has answered cautiously 0.7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood, given that the entire Kashi Baron family has perished, it's likely that no one remains to recall those sordid affairs. Very well, setting that aside, how do you intend to proceed? Rachel waved her hand impatiently. Her brother may lack exceptional ability, yet he embodies two words that resonate deeply with Rachel: loyalty. Brother, shall we attempt to recruit him once more? Lackes inquired with trepidation. Noticing Rachel's lack of response, he continued, if we cannot secure him this time, we must take action against Davis. Lackes spoke with a ruthless tone. Carnegie found himself somewhat bewildered. However, Rachel's words provided clarity to his confusion. Very well, we shall proceed as Lackes suggests. Remember, when making the offer, the terms must reflect the highest standards within the family. Yet if he declines, you should know how to act. The best course of action against a future adversary who harbors hostility towards the Brett family is to prevent his growth altogether. Do you understand, Carnegie? Rachel's final words were a pointed instruction for Carnegie. It is far better to stifle the potential of a future enemy than to allow it to flourish. The free competition at Bander Academy encountered an unexpected incident on the third day of the event, leading to a return to normalcy thereafter. Roland sustained a penetrating injury to his leg, one that would not heal in a matter of days. Initially, Roland aspired to compete for a piece of silver-tier magical equipment, as mages generally do not require mobility. However, under the strong opposition of Suelon and Roland's parents, coupled with Suelon's revelation that the silver-tier magical item in this competition was a spatial ring of 1 cubic meter, Roland ultimately relinquished his ambition for first place, that he chose instead to rest quietly at home. Though relentless practice of magic remained an indispensable pursuit 0.5 days after the conclusion of the free competition, the verdict regarding the incident involving Roland and Alinson was announced. Roland was deemed to have acted in self-defense, while Alinson was found to have intentionally harmed Roland. Nevertheless, considering Alinson's newly acquired disability, no further punishment was imposed, and he was simply expelled from Bander Academy. This was a rather lenient resolution that, in truth, Roland had already delivered his own judgment that day, inflicting a lasting disability upon Alinson's right hand with 3 consecutive water arrow spells, which served as the most fitting retribution that on June 15, 1983, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 figures emerged from the tightly shut gates of Bander Academy. 2 guards escorted the dazed and vacant Alinson out of the academy. Upon reaching a corner across from the academy, they released their hold on him. Thus, Alinson was expelled from Bander Academy. However, rather than departing, Alinson slumped weakly against the wall, his vacant gaze fixed upon his right wrist. That wrist had once symbolized his hope of ascendance, yet now it hung limply, swaying gently in the wind. There were no tears, no regrets, only despair. This was Alinson's current state, as for his former employer, the Brett family. He had no hope of returning. The Brett family had a notorious reputation for not tolerating uselessness, renowned throughout the entire continent. In Alinson's eyes, his life and future were irrevocably sealed the moment Roland's water arrow pierced his wrist. From that point onward, there would be no change. At 7 o'clock that evening, many students heading home caught sight of the once vibrant senior. Yet, seeing Alinson's vacant expression, not a single one approached to offer a greeting. The following day at school, students discovered Alinson still sitting there, his vacant gaze lost upon his wrist. The same was true after school that afternoon. However, today a few kind-hearted students placed some pieces of bread in Alinson's lap before silently departing. They felt powerless to alter Alinson's fate. On the third day, Alinson remained seated in the same spot. The bread in his lap had vanished, yet the frayed edges of his trousers and sleeves bore signs of wear, making him appear almost as a beggar. That day, students continued to toss simple food items to Alinson. On the 4th day, and the 5th day, the same pattern persisted that Alinson's lap was overrun with mice. Yet he remained, like a lifeless figure, his vacant stare fixed upon his right wrist, his complexion pale as death. On the 5th night, unanticipated winds and rain swept through. It was a night of thunder and torrential downpours. Heralding the flood season in North Yorkshire, 18 midnight, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, revealing a shadowy figure clad in black standing before Alinson. "Have you perished?" A chilling voice emerged from the rain, piercing through to Alinson. After a moment, it seemed that the rain had slightly moistened Alinson's parched lips. "Soon," Alinson uttered, his voice akin to that of a night owl. Follow me, if you can keep pace. You shall gain rebirth, along with power. With that, the figure in black paid no further heed to Alinson and walked away at a deliberate pace through the rain-soaked night. After a brief moment of hesitation, a spark of hope ignited in Alinson's eyes. Power, he murmured softly. Suddenly, he rolled over but stumbled unsteadily. Gritting his teeth, Alinson seized the damp bread, gnawed by mice and flies, and staggered after the shadowy figure. On the sixth morning, numerous students cast pitying glances at the corner where Alinson once Saturday. He is dead. Perhaps that is another form of liberation. A voice among the students suddenly remarked. It had been over 20 days since Roland's injury. In those 20 days, Roland's leg had begun to heal considerably, thanks to a basic recovery potion combined with 2 doses of water essence each day, along with Roland occasionally applying water therapy to his thigh. Recently, the weather had been persistently drizzly, casting a gloomy pall over the sky that dampened spirits. Yet, during this time, Roland had found considerable joy in his endeavors, perhaps influenced by the rain-soaked material world. The water element by the pond at home had surged to an astonishing degree. If the water element on sunny days could be likened to beer, then in this drizzling weather, it resembled the potent BJ Ergo 2. With an alcohol content of remarkable strength, the efficacy of tapping into the magical source on rainy days was astonishingly superior to that on sunny days, nearly doubling its potency. Overjoyed, Roland seized every moment to cultivate his abilities. In addition to tapping into the magical source, Roland relentlessly practiced meditation to enhance his magical reservoir. It could be said that the benefits of a single day of cultivation in this rainy weather equated to 3 days of practice under normal circumstances. Today, the drizzle persisted, and Roland sat beneath the makeshift rain canopy that his father, Ronald, had erected by the pond for him. Lately, Ronald had been engrossed in reading books on business at home, while his mother, Afra, cherished the moments spent quietly observing Roland as he practiced. The incessant rain had caused the pond in the courtyard to reach near overflow. Yet in Roland's perception, he beheld a veritable sea of water elements, densely packed and teeming with potential. Recently, Roland had been diligently seizing every opportunity to hone his skills. After all, such a fortuitous environment for cultivation, where 1 day of practice equaled 3, was a rare blessing. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the gate interrupted Roland's focused meditation. Before he could react, his mother, Afra, had already dashed to open the door. To his surprise, it was Suelon, clad in a light blue dress. Amidst the misty, ethereal rain, Suelon appeared like a celestial being, floating gracefully toward him. Roland, how is your leg? After exchanging pleasantries with Roland's mother, Suelon turned to Roland, her eyes reflecting an uncontrollable surprise. It's getting better. Teacher Suelon, in a day or 2, I should be able to return to the academy, Roland replied, rising and taking a couple of steps forward. That's wonderful. Have you been practicing here all this time? Suelon inquired, pointing at the makeshift canopy by the pond with a look of astonishment. It was evident that Roland's rapid progress was indeed commendable. Hard work is the greatest gift of talent. Please have a seat, Teacher Suelon. Mother Afra brought a chair for Suelon. This child, Roland, has been diligently practicing these days, often toiling until the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning before finally resting. He seems unconcerned about the toll it may take on his body. Without waiting for Roland to respond, Mother Afra preemptively interjected. It was unclear whether she was lamenting Roland's dedication or praising it. Roland, you truly practice until the early hours of the morning. Afra's words astonished Suelon once more. That Roland's diligence surpassed Suelon's imagination entirely. If this were indeed the case, Roland's training hours nearly doubled those of many students. A bitter smile crept onto Roland's face, as his loquacious mother had inadvertently revealed his secret. However, this was not something to be ashamed of. That I started late. I cannot afford to avoid hardship. Roland's reply was tacit acceptance of Afra's comments. Suelon fell silent for a moment before speaking. Diligence is commendable. However, Roland, you must be cautious not to overexert yourself, Suelon admonished gently. This is the essence of water that you should have for the past few weeks. And for the weeks to come, be sure to drink it. Shui Lan's hand emerged from her dress pocket, revealing a bundle of water essence that Roland's eyes widened. He discerned that such a quantity could not possibly fit in her pocket, leading him to conclude that Shui Lan possessed some form of spatial item. As oh much! Roland exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the bundle of water essence. A bottle a week would amount to only 4 or 5 bottles. How could there be so many? Take it, Shui Lan insisted, thrusting the entire bundle into Roland's hands. The reason for such a quantity is also why I sought you out, Shui Lan elaborated. In 3 days. I will be leaving Bandier for a period of time, likely around 2 months. During this time, you must practice diligently. I hope to see you adorned with the badge of a level 3 mage upon my return. You will be gone for 2 months? That's quite a while. Why? Roland was taken aback by Shui Lan's words. Do you remember the national task when you received your occupational certification at the Mage Association? I'm going to fulfill this year's national task with my designated team. Shui Lan replied earnestly. Is it dangerous? Roland furrowed his brow. Although he was uncertain about this so-called national task, he suspected it would not be a simple endeavor, especially given his genuine concern for Shui Lan, which was not merely due to her beauty or anything of the sort. Roland's creed was, if you treat me well, I shall treat you even better. Fear not, Roland. I have completed this task 3 times already, and it is generally quite safe. Furthermore, we have Teacher Debussy accompanying us, along with Uncle Bam to protect me. It is very secure. Shui Lan reassured him with a smile. At this rate, by this time next year, you may very well join us in completing this national task. It is an unavoidable responsibility for every warrior, Shui Lan added. All right then, stay safe, Roland responded, feeling a sense of helplessness. As of now, he lacked the strength to protect others. Also, since I will be away, Daphne, Jojo, and Pauline will also leave the academy to return to their respective families. If it is convenient for you, Roland, it would be best for you to stay at Shui Lan Academy for a while, as a form of house-sitting, Shui Lan suggested, somewhat hesitantly. House-sitting? Yes, Roland, I reside there long-term, and there are some personal items. I do not fully trust the school security team. Understood. Rest assured, Teacher Shui Lan, I shall remain there until your return. Roland cheerfully agreed to Shui Lan's request here, take this back, and these 2 items as well. Please return them to Daphne and Jojo for me, and thank them, Roland said, removing the azure ring from his hand, along with the earrings and necklace stored in his bronze space. You should keep that azure ring for emergencies. Roland, you must learn to utilize magical equipment. Remember, magical gear is also a part of your strength. If you had used the water shield spell sealed within the azure ring during that incident, you would never have been injured. Shui Lan chastised Roland without reservation regarding magical equipment. That a mage without 3 or 4 pieces of magical defensive gear is simply not a qualified mage. Look at me. I have 2 rings on my fingers, and these 2 earrings, all magical defensive equipment. To make her point more striking, Shui Lan purposefully tilted her graceful neck. However, in Roland's eyes, the sight of her alluring earrings, one a bright yellow and the other a soft blue, was undeniably captivating. Noticing Roland's reaction, Shui Lan seemed to realize something, and her earlobes flushed crimson. I will, Roland hastily replied. Roland, here's the diagram for the water vortex magic array. I'm giving it to you in advance. Memorize it and then destroy it, Shui Lan stated, producing a carefully drawn diagram. All right, Shui Lan's visit to Roland's home was brief. After 15 minutes of discussing everything, she took her leave. Roland, in 2 months, I hope to see the badge of a level 3 mage. Work hard, she reiterated as she exited. Teacher Shui Lan, do not worry. I will be punctual in my arrival at Shui Lan Academy in 3 days. Wishing you a smooth journey. Starting from July 1 SD, Roland moved into the now empty Shui Lan Academy. He relished the tranquility, displaying a remarkable aptitude for solitude. The quieter the environment, the more efficient he became in his endeavors and training. Of course, he still needed to return home every afternoon to visit Old Bully at the Anshan Apothecary to sell water essence. After more than 4 months, Roland had fully repaid the debt he owed Old Bully for the house purchase. Not only had he settled his debts, but he also had nearly 300 gold coins in savings, not including the nearly 100 coins that he had gradually handed over to his mother, Afra, to save. Recently, Roland had been contemplating what kind of shop he should open. Establishing a stable source of income was the first step for Roland to secure his position in the magical realm. However, he had no experience in this regard. After a brief rest and reflection on these trivial matters, Roland refocused his mind and continued to meditate in the pavilion beside Shui Lan Academy. The rainy weather was proving exceptionally beneficial for his training. The continuous light rain since early June had transformed into heavy downpours by mid-July, dramatically enhancing Roland's cultivation. He had a strong premonition that he might soon break through to become a level 4 mage. Achieving level 4 mage had been Roland's goal for the past year, but he gently caressed the rusted bronze earring on his left ear, eagerly anticipating the rewards for completing the second step of the unsealing task associated with it. Outside Shui Lan Academy, Carnegie was somewhat irked. He had come to the academy several times, only to find the door closed, assuming no one was inside. Little did he know that Roland was diligently practicing within. The increasingly damp air and continuous rain had made his daily outings quite inconvenient. Even with his attentive attendant behind him providing rain gear, he still felt uncomfortable. Knock, knock, knock. Carnegie approached and rapped on the academy's gate. The door is not locked. Please enter. Roland, who was about to test his strength, furrowed his brow at the interruption. As the gate swung open, Carnegie's gloomy expression brightened, and a charming, gentlemanly smile spread across his face. Roland, I am delighted to see you. What? Are you not welcoming me? Carnegie possessed a remarkable social finesse. With a single phrase, he alleviated Roland's vague sense of hostility. After exchanging a series of pleasantries, Carnegie swiftly steered the conversation toward the purpose of his visit before Roland could display his impatience. Roland, I come representing the Brett family. We are aware that Elder Lacus may have unjustly treated your family in the past, and for that, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies with that. Carnegie genuinely bowed to Roland. However, Roland, whether it be your father, yourself, or your descendants, you all carry the ancient bloodline of the Brett family. Brett is a name of honor. Roland remained silent, listening intently to Carnegie's discourse. Yet from the outset, Roland understood that Carnegie's visit was destined to be an unpleasant affair. Thus, I have come personally to discuss the matter of your family's return date. As for the treatment, it will be directly aligned with the silver tier standards. Roland, you may not yet be aware of the family S treatment standards, correct? Carnegie chuckled lightly. He was determined to secure Roland's allegiance, as he envisioned Roland becoming one of his most capable allies in the future. Ordinary collateral family members are classified into 3 tiers: secondary, primary, and the top tier. Above the first tier, there are also bronze, silver, and gold standards. Among them, the silver tier standard represents the finest treatment afforded to core family members. Ascending higher, there lies the gold tier standard, typically reserved for the elders of the family. After a brief pause, Carnegie continued. For instance, as the future heir of my family, my treatment is merely at the copper tier standard. As for your silver tier standard, it is uncertain if you may eventually rise to the gold tier. Perhaps you're unaware, but attaining the gold tier standard would grant you the opportunity to become a direct management member of the Brett family. Roland, bear in mind, the advantage of the silver tier treatment is that national tasks will be arranged by the family, sparing you the perilous involvement. Do you understand? Carnegie smiled confidently. He could not fathom how such a powerful temptation would leave Roland, a mere impoverished youth, untempted. The gold tier standard, becoming a direct management member of the Brett family? Roland chuckled softly. To be honest, a year ago, he would have eagerly accepted even the so-called lowest tier 3 treatment from that family. As for the family arranging personnel to complete national tasks on his behalf, Roland found that utterly unappealing. He was rather curious about what these so-called national tasks entailed. But now, he held no interest. Suddenly, a scroll of parchment appeared in Carnegie's hand. The family loyalty contract to him. It seemed Roland had no valid reason to refuse. I apologize, but I am currently uninterested. All I wish for is to diligently cultivate and attain greater strength. Roland's abrupt refusal caused the gentlemanly smile on Carnegie's face to freeze instantly, the parchment contract he had just extended hanging awkwardly in the air. Will you not reconsider? The silver tier treatment from the Brett family often surpasses the income of many barons. Carnegie managed a stiff smile, adding once more. However, Roland's response this time was even more resolute, leaving Carnegie feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry." Roland rose to utter these two words, already hinting at an intent to dismiss. Very well. However, Roland, I still hope you will ponder this matter further. If you come to a realization, the doors of the Brett family shall always remain open for you." Carnegie spoke with a somewhat unnatural expression. Having faced such a complete rejection for the first time in his recollection, he felt utterly flabbergasted. "Thank you. Take care. I want to see you off." Roland's words drove Carnegie to the brink of madness. He felt as if he had been expelled from the Water Orchid Academy by Roland. Upon exiting the Water Orchid Academy, Carnegie's demeanor turned grim that he hastened towards the outskirts of Bandier Academy, realizing that certain decisions needed to be made. After closing and locking the door of the Water Orchid Academy, Roland proceeded to the pavilion to continue testing his magical prowess. The criterion for becoming a level 4 mage is to consecutively cast basic magic 15 times and master 4 basic spells, thereby qualifying as a copper tier level 4 mage. He had already mastered the spells of Water Arrow, Water Shield, Water Healing, and the Water Vortex taught by Water Orchid a few days prior, along with Mist Magic. All that remained was his magical energy to AS for the energy assessment. Roland could perform it himself by consecutively releasing the Water Arrow spell 15 times, without interruption. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of water arrows piercing through the air echoed continuously before the pavilion. For Roland, casting 15 water arrows could be completed in a mere 8 seconds. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. At last, it was sufficient. With just a trace of energy remaining within him, Roland finally completed the 15 casts of Water Arrow. He exhaled deeply, but did not immediately immerse his consciousness into the bronze earrings. Instead, he sat cross-legged to recover the magical energy he had just expended. Maintaining a certain level of combat readiness at all times was a rule he had set for himself. 2 hours later, not only had Roland restored his magical energy to its peak state, but he had also filled the magical storage space in the bronze earrings, which expanded alongside his magical source. Only then did Roland rise and head towards his designated quiet room, as for Water Orchid's boudoir. He had entertained the idea of peering in, but sensing the faint magical fluctuations at the door and window, he ultimately abandoned the notion. With familiarity, Roland naturally submerged his consciousness into the bronze earrings. "Kid, why are you visiting me so early today?" As soon as he entered the bronze earrings, the pharaoh's voice echoed immediately. "Old man, do you possess such charisma?" Since the last time the pharaoh had asked Roland to do him a favor and had playfully toyed with him, Roland had affectionately dubbed him Old Man. "Old man, I have good news for you. Just now, I successfully met the requirements to become a level 4 mage. I accomplished this task within a year. It may sound somewhat amusing, but even I find it hard to believe." "Oh, you truly did it?" The pharaoh's voice brimmed with excitement. In that case, go claim your reward." "Old man, I know, but I wanted to ask which reward it is." Roland quickly pressed for details. In truth, he had only completed half his inquiry when a look of chagrin appeared on his face. Confirming the second objective of the unsealing task's first stage, the mechanical voice of the spirit artifact resonated within Roland's consciousness, or rather, within the bronze earrings. Confirmation. The holder has achieved the objective. The second objective of the primary unsealing task is complete. Completing the second objective within a year doubles the reward. Please select 2 rewards. The spirit artifact's monotonous voice rang out amidst Roland's lament, as he realized his attempt to glean insider information from the pharaoh had failed. Beginner reward option 1. Increased mental recovery speed by 5. Beginner reward option 2. Permanently enhance the holder's mental limit by 5. Beginner reward option 3. Increased magical recovery speed by 5. Beginner reward option 4. Doubled storage space in the bronze earrings. Beginner reward option 5. Unlock 1 basic offensive magic spell, 11 uses. Beginner reward option 6. Unlock 1 basic defensive magic spell, 11 uses. Beginner reward option 7. Unlock 1 basic auxiliary magic spell, 11 uses. Beginner reward option 8. Any unlocked magic may have its daily usage increased by 1. The spirit artifact's mechanical voice recited a lengthy list of rewards. Unlike the first reward phase, which had 8 options, Even after one was discarded, there remained 8 rewards this time. As well, it appeared that the total number of beginner rewards would not change. Each time one was consumed, a new one would be added for the next round, but if he used up 2 rewards this time, 2 new options would be added next time, and Roland eagerly anticipated what they might be. He quickly chose the first reward. Increased magical recovery speed by 5. That the benefits of accelerated magical recovery were multifaceted, positively impacting combat recovery, time efficiency, and training speed. The second reward, however, presented Roland with a dilemma. Had it not been for the sudden assault by Linson over a month ago, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to enhance his mental recovery speed for the second reward. Yet, following the Linson incident, Roland realized that crucial defensive measures in times of peril were absolutely indispensable. As Water Orchid had stated, a mage without 3 or 4 defensive spells could hardly be considered competent. This was also the reason Roland had accepted the Azure Ring when Water Orchid gifted it to him. However, being limited to using Water Shield only once a day was evidently insufficient. Thus, he opted for the second reward to unlock a basic defensive magic spell. After some consideration, Roland made his choice. Although he could now cast a Water Shield spell in half a second to nearly a second, the difference often lay in that fleeting moment. Only magic sealed within magical equipment could truly be instantaneously activated. With just a mental trigger from the holder, it could be immediately unleashed. In Roland's understanding, the speed of thought was indeed the fastest. Yet his Water Shield spell required an additional process to channel his consciousness into the magic. Holder has selected the third option, increased magical recovery speed by 5, and the sixth option, unlock 1 basic defensive magic spell. Confirm? The spirit artifact's mechanical voice chimed in once more. Confirm, Roland replied affirmatively. Please select the type of basic defensive magic to unlock. Water, earth, or wind. Earth, Roland decisively chose. The spirit artifact's prompt regarding the selection of magic types brought Roland some surprise. He had assumed it would be limited to water. But to his delight, it was an open choice. Since it was optional, Roland would undoubtedly select the earth type, which boasted the strongest defensive capabilities. The defensive prowess of the Earth Shield technique is nearly comparable to that of 2 Water Shield techniques. As soon as the words fell, Roland sensed a subtle ripple coursing through the entire bronze space. Within his consciousness, he became aware of an inexplicable addition to his surroundings. Earth Shield Technique 11. A line of information materialized in Roland's mind. You wish to accept the first phase of the unsealing mission. Third objective? The spirit artifact inquired further. Accept. Roland pondered for a moment. It seemed that there was only reward to be had, with no downside whatsoever. The prospect of this first phase task was undeniably enticing, especially considering his currently modest strength. Unsealing mission. First phase, third objective. Please reach the Isvale mountain range in the west within 3 months. Complete within 3 months for double rewards, 0.6 months for normal rewards. Exceeding 6 months will have the rewards. The spirit artifact monotonously repeated the third task 3 times before concluding. Isvale mountain range? Roland chuckled wryly. Not only was it a challenge to arrive there within 3 months, but it was also the very first time he had heard of such a place. This unsealing task was entirely unexpected. Could there be some treasure within this so-called Isvale mountain range capable of unsealing the bronze ear stud, or perhaps a hidden cache? Roland's mind began to race with an array of thoughts. Young man, which 2 rewards did you select? The spirit artifact's monotonous voice faded away, replaced by the more personable tone of the pharaoh. Mana recovery and earth shield technique? What do you think? Roland inquired. That seems acceptable, the pharaoh replied ambiguously. With a satisfied smile, Roland understood that when the old man said it was acceptable, it likely meant it was quite good. Old man, where's the Isvale mountain range? What should I do there? Roland attempted to extract some insider information from the pharaoh. To his surprise, the pharaoh shot him a glare. Go find out for yourself. Roland was left speechless after gathering his belongings. He prepared to ascend to the mage branch of the Adventurers Guild to advance to a level 3 mage. Firstly, it would afford him better treatment, and secondly, he wished to meet Waterland's expectations. The mere thought of the mage branch brought to mind the effeminate Jagger, causing Roland's scalp to prickle with discomfort on his second visit to the mage branch, under the watchful gaze of many. Roland stepped directly through the teleportation array in the lobby of the Adventurers Guild, arriving on the 14th floor of the Mage Branch. "Hey, Roland, good to see you. Do you need any assistance?" Upon entering the 14th floor, Jagger enthusiastically rushed towards him, almost attempting to embrace Roland. Mr. Jagger, I'm here to advance to a level 3 mage." Seeing Jagger approaching, Roland swiftly sidestepped, causing the surrounding staff to stifle their laughter. "Oh, Roland, you are truly remarkable. UVE advanced to level 3 mage so quickly, truly worthy of being Master Dub's direct disciple." Jagger paid no heed to Roland's evasion, instead welcoming him with even more enthusiasm. "Come, Roland, follow me to the testing room. I will test you personally." The testing was straightforward. The Mage Branch required only 2 staff members to be present for validation. After the test, Jagger took Roland's mage badge and golden card, proceeding to operate a massive magical apparatus before him, during which he had the nearby staff perform 2 job authorizations. Roland was astonished. Certain technologies in the magical realm far surpassed the technological civilization of his previous life that a quarter of an hour later. Jagger handed Roland a newly minted blue mage badge adorned with 3 stars. "Roland, congratulations. From now on, with this mage badge or your unique golden card, you may traverse the entire continent. These 2 items serve as your identification. Furthermore, the illumination spell sealed within this mage badge will now have its effective duration increased by half an hour, lasting a total of 1.5 hours. Additionally, your monthly benefits have now been increased to 3 gold coins." Jagger added with a cheerful tone that if one were to disregard Jagger's gender, his melodious voice was indeed pleasant. However, if such a voice came from a man clad in a tailcoat with neatly groomed mustaches, it evoked an entirely different sensation. Traverse the entire continent. Wasn't that possible before? Roland inquired, having never considered this question prior. "Indeed, it is mandated by the Empire, or rather, the Continental Travel Regulations, except for nobles, only bang, bang, boom." Jagger's explanation was abruptly interrupted by an overwhelmingly thunderous bell that seemed to shatter eardrums. Simultaneously, several glass panes in the Adventurers Guild building appeared to have shattered. Roland was momentarily stunned. What was that sound? So terrifying. He struggled to comprehend what had transpired, rubbing his painfully ringing ears. Jagger, however, remained calm despite the jarring bell, merely gazing out the window with a somewhat dazed expression. "Crisis alert," he muttered. "IT hasn't sounded in years, perhaps a decade." Jagger mused aloud. Roland remained bewildered. Yet the voice below soon clarified his confusion. "I am Rachel Brett. I will repeat, I am Rachel Brett, the Governor of North Yorkshire. I hereby announce an urgent mobilization order. An urgent mobilization order." The authoritative voice of a man resonated, nearly piercing through the eardrums. "By the approval of His Majesty King Kidaris VIII of the Caroline Empire, all earth and water-type adventurers within North Yorkshire City and within 100 kilometers of the city who can hear this command are to report immediately to the North Yorkshire City Guard Barracks. All who report will receive national task points. I repeat, all earth and water-type adventurers must report to the North Yorkshire City Guard Barracks within 1 hour. This is an order, not a request. This is an order. Immediately. Otherwise, all adventurer benefits will be revoked and treated as treason against the state." Kidaris VIII. The urgency of the order was palpable, yet the weight of authority behind it ensured that every individual comprehended it clearly. The booming voice rolled through the ears of everyone present like distant thunder. Outside, the sound of shattering glass continued. What kind of amplification device could produce such an effect? Roland was aghast. "Quickly, all those who meet the criteria, prepare your essentials and head to the City Guard Barracks. Those who do not meet the criteria, manage the branch affairs." As soon as Rachel Brett's voice fell, Jagger, the supervisor here, shouted, his high-pitched voice making Roland's heart ache. In an instant, over a dozen administrators of the Mage Branch sprang into action. Only 5 remained in a state of bewilderment, including Jagger, who hastily began gathering his belongings. Roland still did not comprehend what had transpired, only realizing that an urgent mobilization order had been issued, and he was among those summoned. "Mr. Jagger, what exactly happened?" Roland asked helplessly, observing the chaos in the Mage Branch. Shattered glass littered the floor. neglected as everyone focused on their own preparations. With one male staff member changing his attire right in the lobby, shiny boots and fitted battle attire replaced his previously dapper tailcoat. Roland, by the way, you were also among those summoned. You should prepare as well, change your clothes, and bring necessary items like water essence, recovery potions, and so forth. Then head to the city guard barracks immediately. This is the duty of an adventurer. Generally, such mobilization occurs only when North Yorkshire faces a dire crisis that the military cannot handle. Jagger quickly explained, "We will report just as swiftly as you," Jagger added. With that, he dashed toward a break room. Witnessing this scene, Roland too hurried outside. He was well aware of the might of the national machinery. North Yorkshire faces an unmanageable crisis. Roland could not fathom what danger could threaten North Yorkshire. Nonetheless, he followed Jagger's kind advice, exiting the Adventurers Guild and heading straight for the nearest apothecary, thinking it prudent to stock up on recovery potions. The streets were bustling with rushing adventurers, many transformed into fleeting shadows, zipping past Roland, while ordinary citizens stood on the sidewalks, watching the adventurers sprint by. Speed was a weak point for mages, and Roland felt a twinge of frustration. After visiting 3 apothecaries, all of which had sold out, he reluctantly made his way to Anshan Apothecary. "Old bully, do you have any intermediate recovery potions left?" Upon entering the pharmacy in Anshan, Roland beheld several junior combatants emerging from Old Bully's establishment. It appeared that none of them were prepared to purchase restorative potions, as they were all mere copper-tier warriors. Roland murmured to himself, noting that the frenzied buyers of potions were predominantly these inexperienced copper-tier fighters. "Ah, Roland, you've arrived. The potions are all sold out. Come to the back room for a cup of hot water," Old Bully signaled to Roland, glancing at the departing combatants. "Roland, I'm afraid we have a situation. My stock is quite limited. I can only spare you 2 bottles of water essence, 3 bottles of basic restorative potions, and 2 bottles of intermediate restorative potions," Old Bully expressed with an apologetic demeanor. "Thank you," Roland replied with heartfelt gratitude. You know what has transpired?" Roland casually inquired. "This summons is only called 4th Earth and Water combatants. It is highly likely that there is an issue with the Maping River. If it were anything else, we would surely see the strongest fire and wind combatants summoned as well," Old Bully quickly advised Roland. "Hurry now, Roland, if you are late, you may find yourself in trouble," Old Bully kindly reminded him. "Old Bully, please inform my parents," Roland instructed before rushing out of the pharmacy, the torrential rain having already drenched him completely. In the eastern district of North Yorkshire, at the imposing entrance of the city guard's barracks. Squads of the earliest arriving combatants were already making their way out of the city under the guidance of several soldiers. Combatant level. Name. Upon reaching the barracks entrance, a soldier called Roland forward to register. Roland, Copper Tier Level 3 Water Mage. Roland stated his information and, as instructed, displayed his combatant insignia upon his chest. The continuous downpour had triggered flash floods in the mountains at the source of the Maping River, leading to massive flood surges. According to Master Dabus, the Empire's chief court water mage, from tonight and for the next 3 days, there will be exceptionally heavy rainfall, resulting in multiple unprecedented flood surges in the Maping River. Consequently, the downstream North Yorkshire city and surrounding areas will be completely submerged and potentially devastated, turning into a vast marshland. Therefore, by the esteemed decree of His Majesty King Cadarius, all combatants have been summoned to defend North Yorkshire and safeguard Carolyn. New Earth combatants, please proceed to the left, where the military will arrange for dam reinforcement. Water combatants, please go to the right, where the military will assign positions to control and guide the flood. After a brief introduction, each reporting combatant was issued a military raincoat and boarded the military organized transport, led by soldiers as they exited through the eastern gate of North Yorkshire, heading upstream along the Maping River. Along the way, soldiers were continuously patrolling the banks of the Maping River, with Roland merely a small part of the thousands of combatants present. From Roland's observations, the highest-ranking combatant among them was a Silver Tier Level 8 warrior. As for those above Level 8, even Gold Tier warriors, he had not encountered any as they progressed. Roland noticed several locations where soldiers were reinforcing the dams. Through the introduction of accompanying soldiers, Roland understood their imminent tasks. Earth combatants would reinforce and elevate the dams, while water combatants would mitigate the flood's force and cooperate with the earth combatants. During the dam reinforcement, they would strive to influence and control the dam from being destroyed by the floodwaters. After advancing 30 miles through the rain, the summoned combatants joined forces with the military's ongoing dam construction teams. Under the military's organization, the combatants began to take up their positions in an orderly manner. Earth combatants utilized earth elements to manipulate and control the soil beyond a meter from the dam to reinforce it, while water combatants were tasked with using water elements to slow down the flow approaching the dam. The work being done now was merely preparatory. The moment when water combatants would truly need to exert their strength had yet to arrive. The spacing between each combatant varied according to their abilities. For instance, Roland was only assigned to control the flow of water within a 10-meter radius. Thousands of combatants formed a long line to protect North Yorkshire. Behind them, patrol soldiers continuously monitored for any emergencies. That night, the torrential rain arrived unexpectedly, casting a somber mood over all the combatants drenched in the downpour. T3 in the morning. The water combatants faced the first flood surge, as a towering wave reaching tens of meters appeared before Roland's eyes. He could scarcely believe that with the capabilities of water combatants, it was possible to halt such a seemingly cataclysmic surge. Not confront it directly. Guide and slow it down. Slow it down. A voice shouted from atop the dam amidst the cacophony of wind and rain. The once 10-meter high, nearly 100-meter long wave diminished to merely 5 or 6 meters as it reached Roland's designated area. Feeling a rush of tension, Roland, adhering to the instructions from the earlier soldiers, gradually extended his mental energy to envelop the massive wave, not to obstruct it, but simply to slow it down, riding the wave's momentum. Bam! Roland felt a jolt of his mental energy, as if that single act of slowing it down had nearly depleted his reserves. In an instant, the wave surged past Roland's area. Roland, feeling somewhat disoriented, gradually sat down in the mud, mimicking the actions of the preceding combatants to recover his mental energy. The wave, having surged 1,000 meters downstream, eventually transformed into a swift current, dissipating into nothingness under the combined efforts of hundreds of combatants. Meanwhile, the earth combatants rapidly moved downstream after completing the dam reinforcement. That was Roland's first encounter with such a method of flood defense. The speed at which those earth combatants reinforced the dam surpassed even the large machinery he had known in his previous life. What remained was for the water combatants to steadfastly guard against and defend against the flood surge. Lightning cleaved the night sky, and the rain droplets, akin to soybeans, continued to swell the flood while stinging Roland's cheeks. The cold rainwater, coupled with mental fatigue, relentlessly wore down Roland's spirit. For a full 2.5 days, numerous water combatants stood vigil along the banks of the Maping River, managing to mitigate a total of 23 flood surges of varying intensity. According to prior predictions, in half a day, the torrential rain would lessen and gradually cease, concluding the urgent summons of combatants. Over the past 2.5 days, Roland had witnessed at least 50 combatants from upstream suffer significant mental exhaustion, collapsing and being carried away. The incessant patrols from the military encouraged the weary combatants. They spoke of the county governor, Rachel Brett, preparing a celebratory feast in the barracks. Once this summons concluded, these combatants would not only be rewarded with a banquet of honor, but also with the legendary national task points and gold rewards. However, the continuous 2.5 days of defense had pushed many combatants, including numerous soldiers, to the brink of exhaustion, causing them to sway unsteadily as they walked. A fresh patrol team approached Roland from behind. After nearly 3 days, Roland had grown quite familiar with the patrolling soldiers. His meals and warming ginger soup were provided by a soldier named Beers. Each time Beers passed by Roland, he would kindly pat him on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. "Hey, Roland, hang in there." Beers offered the familiar shoulder pat once again. Time stood still in that moment. Just as Beers was about to lower his hand to pat Roland's shoulder, a soldier behind him suddenly stumbled forward. Colliding forcefully with Beers, the fatigued Beers, knocked off balance by the 80-kilogram soldier, inadvertently crashed into Roland's slightly frail form. Thud! A light sound accompanied by gas from the patrol soldiers sent Roland hurtling through the air. he exclaimed in surprise as he felt his body uncontrollably propelled toward the Maping River's turbulent waters. In an instant, Roland's face drained of color. He had never anticipated such an accident. As he fell toward the water, his body instinctively twisted, and amidst the cries of the patrol soldiers, he caught sight of a familiar figure clad in a raincoat. Latches, as the furious Roland plunged into the water. The surrounding combatants began to exclaim in shock. The soldier who had fallen first was completely unconscious. As for Soldier Beers, he lunged toward the water's edge, but was firmly restrained by his comrades. "Roland! Roland!" Beers cried out in despair. A perfect accident, was it not? Not far away. Latches, shrouded in a raincoat, chuckled softly. The grand North Yorkshire defense battle, after the rain subsided, finally came to a close at a total of 28 peaks of floodwaters surged. Yet thousands of valiant warriors transformed peril into safety with remarkable composure, in recognition of their unwavering dedication to protecting North Yorkshire. The esteemed Governor, Rachel Brett, hosted a personal banquet to honor these brave individuals. Each warrior received a daily stipend of no less than 10 gold coins, and Governor Rachel took it upon herself to visit those who had collapsed on the embankment in the line of duty. Tragically, Rachel announced the heartbreaking news that Rowan, a level 3 water mage, had sacrificed his precious life in the defense of North Yorkshire due to exhaustion. In a gesture of respect, Rachel posthumously designated Rowan as an honorary citizen and provided a substantial compensation to his grieving parents. Following this public declaration, Rowan faded from the collective consciousness. Ronald, do not grieve excessively. Until Rowan's body is discovered, we cannot definitively conclude his demise. Upon learning of Rowan's misfortune, Old Blythe from Aunchin Apothecary hurried to console Ronald and his wife. Such a devastating flood, Ronald began, only for tears to flow uncontrollably from his fierce gaze. Afra was rendered speechless, collapsing into Ronald's embrace. Have faith in Rowan. He is so young, yet has achieved the rank of a level 3 warrior. Moreover, you must not forget that Rowan is a water mage. Perhaps, in time, he will return. Old Blythe earnestly reassured Ronald and his wife. Seeing their emotions stabilize somewhat, Old Blythe sighed and stepped outside. In truth. Even Old Blythe found it hard to believe his own comforting words. Meanwhile, on that fateful day, Rowan had been thrust into the torrent by Soldier Beers, plunging hopelessly into the floodwaters. Rowan understood well the merciless nature of the deluge. With his limbs untrained, he could only manage a few dog paddle strokes. The outcome of his fall in the flood was all too predictable to that moment. A surge of fury, mingled with despair, erupted within Rowan, an overwhelming rage directed at Latches and the entire Brett family. Although Rowan had lived a reclusive life in his previous existence, he was still a patriotic soul in this life. Despite feeling little sense of belonging to the Caroline Empire, he instinctively exerted himself to the utmost in the face of crisis befalling North Yorkshire. However, Rowan did not anticipate that the despicable Latches, or rather, the Brett family, would strike at such a moment, igniting a profound sense of betrayal. In that fleeting moment, Rowan attained a moment of clarity. Perhaps Carnegie's recent solicitation was a final ultimatum for him. I must survive. I must survive. I must personally bring an end to Latches, Rowan shouted defiantly, only to be interrupted by another surge. The flood struck Rowan's body with tremendous force, propelling him high into the air. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he greedily inhaled a breath of fresh air before being submerged once more beneath the torrent. Be careful. Kid, came Pharaoh's alarmed voice as another wave surged toward Rowan. Unheeding of the approaching wave, Rowan focused intently on the question of survival. In the rapid currents, there were two mortal threats, the impact of the water and the need to breathe. His only recourse lay in the magic of a water mage. Magic, the suffocating pressure of sinking into the depths pressed down on Rowan's nerves, and he felt an overwhelming urge to gasp for air. Under pressure, thoughts raced swiftly. Magic, just as his heart raced in desperation for breath. A notion flickered in Rowan's mind. Perhaps this was the only method by which he could prolong his survival. Water shield, he whispered intently. In an instant, under Rowan's deliberate control, a blue water shield approximately 1 meter long and 0. 6 meters wide materialized behind him as he sank to the riverbed. Leaning his upper body against the shield, he utilized its buoyancy to surface and breathe. Unfortunately, since the shield had formed underwater, its ascent was painfully slow, akin to a sunken vessel. Suddenly, a swift undercurrent struck, crashing against Rowan's water shield. The force propelled him to the surface, buoyed by the water. Ha! Rowan gasped greedily for air. Never before had he found the air so delectable. A wave crashed into him, forcefully pushing Rowan toward the embankment. Yet, there was no opportunity for him to gain footing or ascend. Only jagged rocks and treacherous reefs awaited him, that if he collided with them, it would take but a few strikes to spell his end. No. Rowan exclaimed, realizing that those who fell into the flood were often met with fatal impacts. Water vortex, he cried, drawing a deep breath as a powerful suction emanated from beneath him, anchoring him and guiding him away from the perilous rocks at the embankment's edge. The riverbed's currents were still swift, yet far safer than the tumultuous surface waters, allowing Rowan to avert collision with the submerged hazards. He exhaled the air from his lungs gradually. The wondrous effects of the protective magic Pharaoh had taught him once again came to his rescue. Every time he approached a reef, it would manifest in his awareness ahead of time. Under the grave threat to his life, Rowan's focus sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and even the casting of his water shield seemed to accelerate. Thus, Rowan navigated between the rocks using the water shield and water vortex, occasionally surfacing to breathe. The pain from his body's impacts was automatically disregarded by his heightened concentration. One thought consumed Rowan's mind. I must survive. I must personally bring an end to Lackhis. Shortly after Rowan was swept past North Yorkshire, another peril arose. He had depleted all his magical energy, including that stored within the bronze earrings. Rowan had lost his capacity for self-preservation. Although the flood had passed North Yorkshire, the water speed had diminished significantly, yet the impact from the currents remained unbearable for any human. At a flash of inspiration struck Rowan, and he recalled a method of salvation. Impact the magic source. In an instant, he summoned his mental strength, absorbing the abundant water elements surrounding him into his magical reservoir. With a muffled grunt, the pain from impacting his magical source caused Rowan to swallow a mouthful of floodwater. Yet, the outcome was astonishing. His magical energy surged back to nearly 60 in that moment. This replenished power was sufficient for Rowan to cast Water Shield and Water Vortex 3 to 4 times each. The instant restoration of his magical energy through this method felt like a lifeline, propelling him swiftly along the river's current. Rowan relentlessly impacted his magical source a second, third, fourth, and fifth time, as if he were grasping at the last vestiges of hope. The agony from the impact had filled him with floodwater. Magic energy exhausted again. Sixth impact on the magic source. Kid, you cannot impact your magic source any further. If you do, even if you survive, your life will be ruined. Pharaoh cried out. A bitter smile crept upon Rowan's lips. He had exerted every ounce of effort he could muster, and now his fate lay in the hands of chance. Even without Pharaoh's warning, Rowan understood that if he attempted to impact his magic source once more, he would likely gasp in agony and drown. As for the 2 defensive spells sealed within the azure ring and the bronze earrings, they had long been expended when Rowan faced the sudden onslaught of submerged reefs. Water Shield! Water Shield! Once more propelled to the surface by the easing currents, Rowan summoned the last remnants of his magical energy to cast Water Shield twice in quick succession. Employing the technique of simultaneous magic, encased between the 2 water shields, Rowan floated downstream like a clam adrift on the river. Each water shield could only persist for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, following several minor impacts, Rowan drifted into a semi-conscious state. Though the river was now exceedingly calm, had he possessed any strength, he could have certainly swum to shore. Alas, he was nearly unconscious. Rowan lay on the river's surface, slowly carried away by the tranquil waters, unaware of where he would end up. Rowan, wake up! Wake up! In his dazed state, Rowan felt someone shaking him vigorously, yet the overwhelming fatigue rendered his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone, making it impossible to open them. Suddenly, a sweet, dry liquid coursed down his throat, causing his Adam's apple to bob involuntarily. Continuing, Roland tilted his head slightly and then resumed his deep slumber, deep within the dense forest. The sun's fading rays filtered through the myriad leaves of various cedar trees. Between three makeshift tents, a brilliant flame leapt high, dispelling the dampness of the wood's. 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, were present. Oh, it should be 5, for another lay quietly not far from the campfire. Marduk, if that fellow does not awaken by tomorrow morning, I believe we ought to set off immediately, lest our efforts be rendered utterly futile. The speaker was a somewhat aged youth. From their attire, one could discern no distinguishing features. The 4, including the lone woman, donned similarly styled leather armor adorned with intricate patterns that I concur. The investment we have made for this mission has been considerable. If we fail, we not only forfeit any potential gains, but also face the loss of our deposit and the waste of our time. The solitary woman, seated opposite the campfire, nodded in agreement. The dark brown leather armor, gauntlets, and helmet shimmered with a fiery glow under the flickering flames. The woman even unfastened her armor, allowing the fire's warmth to dry her damp undergarments. Very well. Then, let us hope that by tomorrow morning we can rescue him. That would suffice as our earnest effort. Marduk, a middle-aged man, spoke in a grave tone. One hand was slowly turning over the hind leg of an unknown animal roasting over the fire, while the other gripped a longbow tightly. "Uncle," the last remaining youth called out, a mixture of dissatisfaction and pleading in his voice. However, Marduk paid no heed to the youth's appeal and remained focused on his cooking. "Nate, you must understand, we are about to enter a perilous area inhabited by magical beasts. Carrying a half-dead individual with us is not an act of mercy. It is courting death, do you comprehend?" The lone woman chuckled lightly. Nate, seemingly accustomed to this, cast a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Roland. He rummaged through his belongings and produced an exquisite potion vial, twisting off the cap and pouring its contents down Roland's throat. "Nate, are you out of your mind? That is your only bottle of intermediate recovery potion. What will you use if you are injured?" Another youth exclaimed, aghast at Nate's actions. Marduk, however, merely glanced at Nate's deed before returning his attention to the roasting meat. "Nate, my affairs are none of your concern," Nate retorted without turning back, intent on administering the potion to Roland. Nate held a strong fondness for Roland, having grown up together, despite Roland's somewhat timid nature. This time, however, Nate was bewildered by what had transpired. Roland had ended up in the depths of the Maping River, his body bruised and battered, clothes in tatters. Had they not washed their prey's remains by the riverbank at noon, they might not have discovered him at all. As the sky gradually darkened, the 4 slowly savored the golden-brown roasted meat. The crackling of the dry wood burning in the campfire sounding particularly jarring in the stillness of the forest. Suddenly, the 4 heard a faint voice. "Where am I?" "Who?" "Roland, you are awake." The reactions of the 4 varied. The youth named Vig scrutinized the surroundings with piercing eyes, while Nate's immediate response was to rush toward Roland. "Is that you, Nate? Am I still alive?" Roland, just opening his eyes, attempted to sit up, but a slight exertion sent waves of pain coursing through his body. As though every bone were shattered. "It is a relief to see you awake. Come, Roland, sit closer and have something to eat," Nate said, his voice tinged with excitement. Had Roland not awakened by tomorrow morning, Nate would have been at a loss for what to do. After sipping some warm water and nibbling on a piece of steaming roasted meat, Roland gradually began to comprehend his current situation. He had been rescued by this adventuring party, including Nate, who had often protected him in the past. Marduk was the uncle Nate had mentioned, a level 5 magical archer training Roland. Marduk was also the leader of this adventuring team. The other youth was Vig, a level 5 fire mage of the copper rank, while the woman was Danzi, a level 5 earth barrier master of the same rank. As for Nate, he had just advanced to a level 4 wind magical archer. Feeling a bit of strength return, Roland refrained from speaking much, seizing the opportunity to rest with his eyes closed and concentrate on recovering his internal magical energy. After a moment of silence, the adventuring team began to deliberate on Roland's fate. "Marduk, what are we to do with Roland?" Vig inquired, frowning as he regarded Roland, whose tattered clothing bore no insignia. To him, Roland appeared to be nothing more than a burden. Marduk pondered for a moment. He had heard from Nate that Roland was in dire condition. "Uncle, we must take Roland with us. He cannot possibly navigate this forest alone. Moreover, I administered an intermediate recovery potion to him. By tomorrow morning, he should be well enough to keep pace with us." Nate interjected eagerly. "Nate, I understand your intentions, but bringing an ordinary person along with us is exceedingly perilous." Marduk's tone seemed to soften slightly, causing Nate to feel a surge of hope. "That I oppose this. Marduk," Vig exclaimed vehemently, "we are engaged in a life-and-death struggle and have no time to tend to an ordinary individual." Nate's expression darkened. He had refrained from inquiring about Roland's training, fearing it might distress him. After all, a year ago, Roland had been merely a level 4 magic apprentice. "By the way, Nate, is your friend an adventurer?" Marduk asked. "I'm not entirely certain. Over a year ago, he was still a magic apprentice." Nate stammered. "What level of magic apprentice?" Marduk furrowed his brow, that if Roland were a level 8 or higher magic apprentice. Over the course of a year, he might have advanced to around level 2 as an adventurer. Level 4. After a moment's hesitation, Nate finally confessed. "Huh." Vig suddenly burst into laughter. "Level 4? Nate, you mentioned he was a level 4 magic apprentice a year ago. If I recall correctly, a nearly 16-year-old level 4 magic apprentice is quite the joke. He may hardly qualify as an ordinary person." Vig laughed unabashedly. Marduk frowned as well that a year ago he had been a level 4 magic apprentice, which indeed indicated. "So what if he is level 4? I will protect him with my life. At the very least, I want him to reach the border station of the magical beast territory." In the face of Vig's ridicule, Nate suddenly stood up, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Tuft, have you had your fill of laughter?" Just as Vig continued to laugh heartily, a blue light, glimmering with a frosty sheen, suddenly fixed its gaze on him. Vig was startled, his laughter abruptly ceasing. He did not speak immediately, but rather began to swiftly gesture with his hands. Within moments, a blazing fire shield materialized before him. Too slow, Roland pointed to the water shield that protected him. In truth, Roland had been listening to their discussion. However, he had been preoccupied with observing the changes within himself and had no time to pay them mind. Just as Roland was recovering his magical energy, he had made a startling discovery. Not only had his internal magical source increased to a certain extent, but his mental strength had also surged dramatically, nearly doubling. Roland determined this based on the speed at which he was recovering his magical energy through meditation. Previously, he might have restored energy at a rate of 10 points per second. Now, it was at least 15 points per second. The most significant factor affecting the speed of magical energy recovery was mental strength. Thus, Roland concluded that his mental power had indeed grown. It is worth noting that, after becoming an adventurer, the growth rate of mental strength remained quite slow. Moreover, even the speed at which Roland could cast spells had quickened. "All right, Vig, cease your actions. If he truly intended to attack you, you would already be a corpse." Marduk, the captain, interjected discontentedly upon witnessing Vig's tense demeanor. In truth, Vig was hesitant to act recklessly. He could not ascertain Roland's level as an adventurer, given the speed at which he had released his magic. "Now that we are seated, Nate's friend has awakened. We should inquire about his wishes regarding whether to stay or leave," Danzy remarked alluringly as she cast a glance at Roland. "Nate, you are barely a level 4 magical archer, and your adventure badge signifies you as a level 3 magical archer. Why are you participating in a national mission? My mentor once said that only those who become level 5 adventurers are required to undertake national tasks." That night, Roland and Nate were assigned to share a tent for rest. After chatting for a while, Roland learned from Nate that their journey was to fulfill a commission as well as a national task, prompting his curiosity to inquire further. "Roland, I hardly know how to explain it to you." Knight managed a wry smile. "Roland, do you know how long it has been since my uncle became a level 5 copper tier mage archer?" Knight retorted. "How long? 2 or 3 years, perhaps?" Roland replied. "Reaching the first 5 levels is quite straightforward. The crucial criterion for tier assessment is magical power, as simple as counting from 1 to 20. Typically, one ascends to a level 5 combat profession within 2 to 4 years. 7 years, a full 7 years, Knight exclaimed it. In terms of magical accumulation, my uncle Madak has long surpassed the requirements. He can shoot magical arrows 60 times in one breath, which is 3 times the standard for a level 5 combatant. Yet he remains unable to advance to a level 6 silver tier mage archer. What prevents the promotion? What more is required? Combat skills, the unique skills of a mage archer, akin to the magical techniques of you sorcerers. They are a non-negotiable prerequisite for ascending to a silver tier combat profession. Mastering just one can dramatically transform an individual's combat prowess. Knight lamented. What does this have to do with national missions? Roland inquired, perplexed. Roland, you must understand that these unique combat skills are virtually unattainable through monetary means. They can be learned from certain nobles, but that requires signing harsh and almost servile loyalty contracts. Of course, if one is fortunate enough to be taken on as a disciple by some powerful individuals, one might also learn them. However, for the former, neither my uncle nor I are willing to forsake our freedom to serve those nobles. As for the latter, the likelihood of being accepted as a disciple by those formidable figures is akin to a copper-tier combatant defeating a gold-tier opponent. Thus, we are left with no choice but to accumulate sufficient national mission points to learn these unique combat skills from the state. So that's how it is. Roland mused, finally grasping why Shueilon had always said that old Davis was quite generous. Roland, you have injuries. Rest early, tomorrow's journey will be arduous. With that, Knight's snoring soon filled the cramped tent. Roland did not rest. Instead, he took out the water flask containing the essence of water. Taking several swigs, the restorative effects of the water essence on his bruised body far surpassed that of recovery potions. Subsequently, Roland cast the water healing spell on the most painful areas of his body until his magical energy was nearly depleted. Then he restored his magic. His mental fortitude had enhanced, and the increase in his magical recovery rate by 5 was indeed remarkable. Previously, it took 2 hours to fully replenish his magical energy, but now, after the augmentation, he was able to restore it 10 minutes faster. He refilled the magical storage of the bronze earrings to the brim with magic once more. Feeling sufficiently prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, Roland activated the guard incantation from the Pharaoh's teachings and fell into a deep slumber. At dawn the next day, as the first light began to break, the group hastily consumed their rations and set forth towards a direction slightly northwest, which was also the reason Roland had chosen to remain. The objective of Medoc and his combat team was to head towards the Nord Mountains in the west, which served as the primary site for their national missions. As for Roland's previous task of lifting the seal in the Isvale Mountains, none of them had ever heard of it. After trudging through the forest for half a day, Roland finally understood why this newly formed combat team had come to this nearly wild forest. It was to conduct initial combat drills. Despite the simultaneous effects of intermediate recovery potions and the water essence alongside the water healing spell, Roland still felt sore all over upon departing the next morning. However, his mental state had improved significantly after a night's rest. Medoc led the way, vigilantly scouting ahead, followed by the barrier mage Danzi, the fire-type level 5 mage Vig, with Roland in 4th place and Knight bringing up the rear. Also on guard, as they walked and conversed, Roland gradually gleaned information about the national mission. The magical continent was far more complex than he had previously understood. Humanity faced a formidable adversary, which could be said to be the reason why empires across the continent offered generous salaries and benefits to all combat professions. The entirety of the Nord Mountains, along with the surrounding area that encompasses nearly a quarter of the entire magical continent, is inhabited by 2 types of powerful monsters. Broadly classified, Point 1 type is the magical beast that Roland was familiar with, while the other is a variant known as the demon beast, which he had never heard of. The national mission involves slaying these 2 types of creatures and obtaining the special crystalline cores from within them. Points are calculated based on the grade of the cores AS. For more detailed information, Roland would not be able to obtain it in the short term. The current goal for Roland and his companions was to reach a location called Hope Fortress, which was heavily guarded by the military of the Caroline Empire within the Nord Mountains. Speaking of Hope Fortress, one cannot overlook another miraculous phenomenon on the magical continent. The lowest peaks surrounding the Nord Mountains soar to heights exceeding 8,000 meters, while the highest are said to surpass 10,000 meters. These peaks, all above 8,000 meters, form a natural defensive barrier against the magical beasts and demons, aptly dubbed the miracle of life. Of course, certain natural gaps in the Nord Mountains require the armies of various nations to defend them. Hope Fortress is one such gap, where according to Macdo, a fully organized border army is stationed. Regrettably, after less than 3 hours of trailing the group, Roland was once again besieged by pain, feeling as though his body had been disassembled, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Despite Knight's support, he found it increasingly difficult to keep pace with the group. Meanwhile, Vig was grumbling incessantly. Some things are bound to come to light, Roland muttered, casually gesturing at his chest, summoning the flask of water essence from the bronze earrings into his hand, gulping down a couple of large swigs. Roland felt the essence gradually permeate his limbs, soothing his injured body, providing a slight sense of relief, allowing him to swiftly move forward with Knight's assistance. Knight, supporting Roland, looked on in astonishment. "Roland, where did you hide that flask?" Knight asked incredulously. From the outside, the slightly loose tunic that Knight wore seemed incapable of concealing such a round, large flask. "It's a piece of spatial equipment lent to me by my teacher," Roland replied nonchalantly. Indeed, over the past few days, Roland had come to realize that in this world, only by showcasing formidable strength that instills fear in others can one effectively protect oneself, including loved ones. "Spatial equipment?" Both Vig and Danzy exclaimed in astonishment, turning their heads suddenly to, "If only I could have a piece of spatial equipment, I wouldn't have to carry this bow and arrow everywhere," Knight remarked enviously. Roland smiled but remained silent. "If they knew I was using water essence as if it were mere water, would they be left speechless?" "Roar! A beast!" Danzy shouted, above. Just as everyone was marveling, a thunderous roar echoed from the front. And Macdo, at the forefront of the group, bellowed, swiftly moving to the left while nocking an arrow. Participating in such a group battle for the first time, Roland felt a bit dazed, indeed somewhat bewildered. Or perhaps it was Danzy's lightning speed that left him in shock. This was his first encounter with the combat style of a barrier mage. The two mage archers, Medoc and Knight, shifted left and right, simultaneously drawing their bows. Vig, the fire mage, swiftly waved his hands in front of his chest. Roland understood this to be the unique gesture of a mage, allowing them to inscribe magical circles more swiftly and accurately using their mental energy. The most captivating sight for Roland was Danzy. With a sharp command, she slowly waved her hands, surrounding herself with an aura resembling an eggshell, approximately 2 meters in diameter. Then, this barrier continued to strengthen. Roland recognized that this must be the self-defense barrier used by barrier mages, reputed to possess the strongest defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, 50 meters ahead, a bear-like creature emerged. A humanoid bear, its body tinged with a faint blood-red hue. Twang! Twang! 2 bowstring sounds rang out simultaneously, and 2 azure arrows, as if in perfect harmony, aimed for the creature's upper limbs. Thud! Thud! The arrows produced distinctly different effects. Medoc's arrow pierced straight through the left limb of the humanoid bear, while Knight's merely created a bloody hole in the right limb, failing to penetrate. Roland was puzzled. If Medoc could pierce the humanoid bear effortlessly, why not aim for its heart or head? Even more curiously, after Medoc and Knight had each loosed an arrow, merely an arrow drawn, yet no further shot was loosed, it was Danzy. However, after Mark Duo's archery, let out a charming command and surged forward, bolstered by an increasingly robust and thickened individual defensive barrier. As she charged, Danzy swiftly unfastened a circular short handle with a grip that hung at her waist. Immediately, the circular short handle in her hand erupted with a burst of earthen yellow radiance, transforming into a formidable hammer. With the barrier at her forefront, Danzy swung the hammer like a stalwart shield for one of Roland's past games, charging at the furious bearman. "Roland, what are you dawdling for? Test the potency of your magic. If you truly encounter a beast, you might already be doomed." Mark Duo's voice carried a sharp admonition as he urged Roland from short distance away. My apologies. Roland, captivated by Danzy's extraordinary display, snapped back to reality. "Water shield spell," he exclaimed, erecting a watery barrier before him just as the fire mage Vig's fireball was unleashed. Bang! Danzy's earthen element hammer effortlessly pierced through her defensive barrier, striking the enraged bearman. who retaliated with its massive paws against Danzi's protective shield. The barrier was continuously dented by the bearman's blows, yet as each strike ceased, it resiliently returned to its original form. Moreover, the barrier's dimming glow was promptly replenished by Danzi in an instant. Bang! Hiss! Vig's fireball slammed into the bearman, forcing it to stagger back several steps, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed fur. Flames erupted on the bearman, scorching a significant portion of its fur. Puff! Merely half a breath later, Roland's water arrow spell was unleashed. He understood that Mark Duo was assessing the combat capabilities of their squad. Unsurprisingly, Roland's water arrow only managed to pierce a small hole in the bearman's thick hide, with blood merely seeping through a trickle. A gentle sigh of disappointment escaped Mark Duo's lips. Roland's offensive power was undeniably feeble. Against a magical beast, it would hold no efficacy whatsoever. Hiss! Another light sound resonated as another water arrow was shot forth, this time aimed directly at the bearman's side. Roland's face reddened slightly. His water arrow attacks were almost inconsequential against this beast. Puff! Roland's water arrow struck true, piercing the bearman's left eye. A chilling roar erupted from the bearman, who had just been driven back by Danzi's hammer. It now veered around her, charging ferociously towards Vig and Roland. Bang! Hiss! A sound of an arrow embedding itself in flesh, coupled with the whoosh of piercing air, revealed a gaping hole in the bearman's head, splattered with brain matter and blood as it collapsed to the ground. With increasing proficiency, the newly joined Roland also performed admirably. His casting speed was commendable. Although the initial attack power of his water magic was lacking, swift exploitation of weaknesses rendered his combat effectiveness quite remarkable. In future battles, Roland should immediately raise his shield, avoiding distractions. Captain Mark Duo provided a brief evaluation of the skirmish. He expressed satisfaction with the battle's outcome, that Roland's ability to swiftly adapt his attack to target the bearman's vulnerabilities showcased strong combat awareness, alleviating Mark Duo's concerns for future encounters. The only aspect that astonished Mark Duo was Roland's spellcasting speed. In a sudden assault, Roland's attacks would undoubtedly be the swiftest among them. Mark Duo observed that the speed at which he released an arrow was sufficient for Roland to raise his shield and strike again. However, it seemed that, apart from him, none recognized Roland's terrifying potential. Humph! As a water mage, you might as well stand back and gather water essence in the future, Vig scoffed, striding towards the fallen bearman. Tonight, we feast, Nate declared, slicing through the bear's paw. Here, Roland, this thing is quite heavy. Toss your spatial equipment. Can it accommodate this? Nate tossed the bloodied bear paw to Roland, and no problem. Roland responded casually. The bearman's corpse held little value. They procured some ingredients and resumed their journey. Along the way, Mark Duo actively led them to several large wild beasts, honing the squad's combat prowess. Roland's practical combat skills were rapidly enhancing, as Mark Duo noted. After these few skirmishes, Roland's survival rate on the battlefield had increased manifold. After a day of arduous travel, with Nate's assistance, the five of them finally reached their destination, Hope Fortress. Keep it up. Roland, although Hope Fortress is a military stronghold, it also serves as a haven for adventurers. Beyond Hope Fortress lies a realm of freedom. Mark Duo's voice resonated with encouragement. Before them loomed towering mountains, appearing as if cleaved by a mighty axe. Revealing a gap several miles wide, it resembled a grand version of a narrow sky passage that Roland had once witnessed in his past life. A miraculous spectacle of life. Although Roland struggled to grasp the essence of life, the notion of miracle resonated deeply within him. This truly was a marvel. The surrounding Nord Mountains rose majestically, resembling a man-made fortress rather than mere mountains, forming an imposing barrier. Yet the peaks were intricately jagged, leaving Roland utterly awestruck. At the entrance of Hope Fortress stood a towering wall, requiring Roland to gaze upward in admiration, patrolled by squads of elite soldiers clad in armor, wielding bows and swords. Present your professional badges or welfare cards. Entry into Hope Fortress requires verification. As they approached, Mark Duo reminded them, Hope Fortress was a place where strength was paramount. Even as bronze-tier adventurers, they had to tread carefully on the streets. After passing through the guard scrutiny, Roland and his companions entered Hope Fortress. Viewed from above, Hope Fortress resembled a three-layered hamburger, comprised of three massive walls, each over 15 meters thick, connecting to the sheer mountain cliffs. The distance between the first and second walls was approximately 1 kilometer. However, the area between these two walls was known as the military fortress, primarily housing the border troops stationed there. Traversing the long passage through the military isolation zone and passing through the enormous gates made of an unknown steel, 2 meters thick, guarded by heavily armed sentinels, Roland's eyes were suddenly illuminated by the vibrant life of a bustling city that unfolded before him. The space between the second wall and the later expanded third wall spanned 5,000 meters, designated as Hope Fortress.